Lin Mount expected light traversed Toth Blue, Stern awakened the extraordinary profession of summoner. However, Thepathophus summon air was fraught with challenges and theorlistages, and coming from a humble background. Hesse mid destined to remain perpetually audible one, unable to break free from this fate. Fortunately, Lin Magarna the favor of a mysterious system, bestowing upon him unprecedented ability as Sananute talent for skills without cooldowns. Along with the Masterito summoned the formidable agent soft shadows. Each of these in intelligence possessed unique characteristics. Ghost Shadow Legion was renowned for its exceptional reconnaissance, assassination, and stealth capability as Troll Legion boasted formidable defensive prowess, standing tall against all foes, while its Shadow Eater Legion harbored the potential for limitless growth and evolution. Moreover, Lin Mo Hadel so mastered the power of 12 talismans, enabling him to summon powerful demons, such as Shadow General, the Holy Lord, the Demon of the Moon, and the Demon of the Mountain Ashiseles. A time floatin', when the Shadow Way puppeteer the Biz Sovereign finally descended upon the Blue Star, Lin Momerly waved a shand, and billion soft Shadowa troops stood ready for battle, their presence away inspiring. The Abyss Sovereign as a dupin Lin Mozit, formidable men san the countless Shadow Legends pointing their blades towards him, trembling in sheer terror, collapsing to the ground. At Donghai City's first high school, the atmosphere within the shul washed both tinsy and fervent. Imsa nervous he awakening Karamani ice about to begin. Please, don't let me awakeness a summoner, Astudent said anxiously. Kunkin, what profession do I wish to awaken? Anno Thurstudent inquired. I'd prefer to become a rogue, Kunkun replied. A rogue who plays basketball would libifiers, especially with the Uranic Iron Mountain style shot. How could possibly outplay ain't the future? The surrounding classmate teased. Theckless room of class 6 in the finally was a buzz with chatter, every owner discussing theme pending awakening Karamani. Kaishikuin, your stylene suspender sarquet distinctive, Song Jing Hang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, casting a sit along Lin seat Linemo, who's a tint the corner. Linemo, I heart that Chinyan Ron awakened das a dual attribute mage with this Ian time. I'd want belong before she'll leave Jia behind. Song Jing Hang continued to provoke. How typical, sover typical, Lin mausolently scoffed, feeling gutter lip perplexed bethun folding events. Just a moment ago, had been working gover time the company, indulgent in take cow tatter ned with a limit soft national pride, while casually redeeming a free grilled sausage with his purchase. After satisfying her, hind tin dead to take a short nap, only to awaken in the strange place. Where on earth have I been brought? Lin moribed his temples, and through absorbing the original owner's memories. Here lies it heha traversa to a perilous world rife with demon salmonsters, where Yon lived in constant fear. In this world, the blue star weighs intricate line intertwined with games, resembling an egg's pensivgaming arena. Individuals awakened their professions during their finale of high school to combat the lurking minsters. By slaying the creatures, conquering dungeons, and exploring realms, one could earn rewards and experience to alleviate their levels and strength. Themostellity among them could even manipulate tethiver a fabrico freely the mere snap off their fingers. Today was the fateful awakening they thought would determine Iona's destiny. And then? Linmo glanced at Song Jinghong, his tenor revealing unto fine difference. Upon hearing Lin Ma's words, the students in the classroom turned at higher attention toward Aminonizan. The enmity between Lin Mo and Song Jinghang was well known, stemming from Song Jinghang's infatuation with Qinyan Ran, who had become Lin Ma's girlfriend. As a result, Song Jinghang frequently targeted Lin Mo, a behavior they that become commonplace. However, usually reticent Lin Mo had never retort before, making errant demean seem strangely out of character. That was too much from Song Jinghong. How could he wish for Simianto break up? A classmate tested up for Lin Mo. Although his was word sarid, they hold a grain of truth. Dual attribute magizary exceedingly rare, and to make matters worse, Qinyan Ran awakened with the powerful attribute so Faisian time. Lin Mo and Qinyan Ran are no longer in the Samalig, Anno thirsted in Tresent. Unless Lin Mo awakens with an exceptionally hit talent, the ire doomed Todrift depart, Theckless Mates regarded Lin Mo with pitying gazes. In Thyseraph Universal Awakening, themist common professions included warrior, mage, summoner, priest, rogue, and shield bearer, with hidden professions also existing. While Qinyanran was not a hidden profession, she was already a rare in Donghai City. Once Yanran breaks up with ya, won't that give me chance? Song Jing Hanger increasingly animated, as if envisioning a future with Anrambi his side. Wily our rest still fantasizing. I've already taken action. Linma shook his head, speaking with a calm demeanor. Let him sherry Allen off poetry with you in Betheshated Grove, where read Wang Swidey at Dunandusk. Lin Ma's words left Song Jing Hang momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend their meaning. Some understood Lin Ma's veiled sarcasm and couldn't help but chuckle. Song Jing Hang's expression darkened instantly, and just as she prepared to read it, a middle-aged man with a square face, approximately 4 years old, entered Thecla's room. Her I taught the playground for a sim blithe awakening Kuramani is about to commence. Themid Legedman, named Hijuanshi. Waste homeroom teacher off class 6 and also level 48 warrior. I wonder what profession I will awaken. Linma mused with anticipation, following the group to the playground. Under the bright sun, with a gentle breeze blowing, thousands soft students stood in orderly rows on the playground. At the center stage, Principal Chinhinian cleared his throat and age. Children, from this day forth, you will officially become professionals, embarking on a new journey in life. You are at the future of Waxy and it shope. Stand firm against mins, and revitalize Washia. Chinhinian clenched his right fist, his voice resonant and tan powerful. Stand firm against mins, revitalize Washia. The student scorist, their voice sickoing tunderously. As the atmosphere reached a fervent pitch, Chinhinian opened Theta and Hishin Dan began calling names for the awakening. High School Year 3, Class 5, Chin Shoshing, please accommodate the center stage for awakening. Following Chinhinian's guidance, a student with prominent front teeth nervous lie, stepped on a thestage, placing Gishan Sunth awakening stone with his tightly shut. A flash of white light illuminate etheria, and Chinhinian nodded you have you akina to Sorog with the gray diddle and you may step down. 1b1, students were Kaladan successfully awakened, some bursting with excitement while others desired in disappointment. High School Year 3, Class 6, Songjinghong, please take a thestage. A sit was Song Jinghang stern, he junks held his breath, intently watching high mass in toastage. Warrior, agridedalant, Chunhinian's voice erosi in pitch, instant-like capturing the attention of Mastantha playground. Song Jinghang's awakening Grezel telicit and vias glances from his classmates in Class 6. The profession determines the baseline, while talent sets the C-iling. Talentus grade from S, A, B, C, D, E to F. Although teachers frequently emphasize the importance of postnatal effort, everyone knows that those with high talent often find it easier to become powerful. Not bad, not bad you are if the third student thisirat or school to awaken agridedalant. Thinner malaserious Chinhinian war are res my lethis moment. These years awakening result should generally been underwhelming, causing him some concern as the funding from Thesity was close slitty to the awakening profession san talent soft test students. Well done, Jinghang. He junks a patted Song Jinghang on the shoulder in congratulations. Being gone a phone lie 3 students stower waken with a grey dedal in hand in the high lie coveted warrior profession, Song Jinghang's future is boundless. Gazing at Linimo, whole awaited his awakening, Song Jinghang sees brimed with provocation. Although he was a warrior, his a grey dedalant placed him among Philite, first high school. Fool, Lin modest missed Thesmig Song Jinghang, strodi direct light a thestage. High School Year 3, Class 6, Linimo, please take a thestage. Up in hearing his name, Lin Mo will kedaward thestage. In the center off thestage, Lin Mono did the principal, signaling he was ready. A beamo flight flashed, and Chinhinian Luke did awakening. Stonoevo and Ajamaner. A summoner? Up in hearing this result, he junks a furrowed his brow. While summoners were indeed powerful, their listages were incredibly intensive. Given Linmo's average familiar circumstances, it seemed done like Cliff could endure the hardships that lay ahead as a summoner. However, Linmo's expression remained unchanged. The students below displayed a myriad of expressions, some empathetic, others mocking, and semi-revel in Schadenfreude. This is just tune fortunity awakening, scarcer sedraining profession when Lin Mas familius overage. How pitiful it seems noon you will want to team up with Lin before dungeon run swow all wanna carry a burden. Summoner? Ha ha ha, Linimo, you make Taswell stay level 1 for there's to fire life. Song Jinghang laughed heartily, even, a wealth of second generation. Could not guarantees with journey through tier lie struggle so far summoner. Among the crowd, a strikingly beautiful woman with an arrow aloofness flickered her eyes. Upon learning that Linmo had a Canitas a summoner, she turned to leave. Yet, just as shepherded, a new unexpected event transpired. Abelin de Golden Lighter up Ted from Lin Moss body. What hell? Thought Golden Lie tissa dazzling. What's happening? Linma looks like idiot to descending from the heavens. Wait a moment. Theblalite signa feasible veltalent. Thepper polite indicatessin alaveltalent, and the golden radiant seer, presents sans leveltalent. Holy cow! Lin moisance level talent summoner. The golden light was dazzling and blinding, causing Jevrion the playground to instinctively close their eyes. As the brilliance gradually faded, they were astonished to discover that Lin Mo indeed possessed the professional fans level talent summoner. Sleveltalent? And a summoner at that. Principal Chinhenian's voice brimmed with disbelief as she scrutinized Lin Mo, as if admiring gan and parallel treasure. How many years shade it been since the level talent emerged in the entire Donghai city? And today, if it appeared at first high school. Several teachers as with lie surrounded Lin Mo, engage in animated discussions. It is said that level talent summoner scansum skeleton soldiers with a cooldown of only 2 minutes, and their combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. A level 1 summoner can rival level 4 warrior. If this news spreads, Lin Mo will undoubtedly become a celebrate Ted figure in the city. After teaching for so many years, this is the first time I've witnessed Seddon's level talent summoner. The golden light is truly magnificent. The playground erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, Song Jinghang visibly began to panic. Although summoner Swario Fin Ling Keto Their family background, requiring Wheelth to navigate the initial awkward phase, this applied primarily to those with lower talents. Certain major powers swould gladly nurture summoners with high talents, with the minimum threshold being level, while Lin Mosto dath the pinnacle with level. At this moment, the woman Chinyan Ron, Hohadal reeditor Ned Taliv, paused, contemplating as he gazed at Lin Munthistich. She had previously thought Lin Mounworthy offer, but no it samed that she was Theon Inworthy ofum. Lin Mo, summon Askaleton soldier formato C, Chinhenian urged impatiently. Hehadrevius lie witnessed an alaveltalent summoner conjuring Gaskaleton soldier, and Thespi Dan strength of tap performance left a lasting impression on him. Now, Huasi Ajurdo see what Kindoff skeleton soldier and level talent summoner could summon. As the golden light gradually faded, Ali's Warian Lin Moashevegan to attempt summoning Gaskaleton soldier. 1 minute, 2 minutes of Inerite Minitespist, and Lin Mao still diligent, lie trying to summon. What's going in? Was it Sathatan's level talent summoner could summon a skeleton soldier in omortha 2 minutes? Perhaps Lin Ma skeleton soldier is exceptionally powerful, hence a Thelanger summoning time. Indeed, I believe so as well. Among the 1,000 students in the playground, the teacher sat the center of testage fixed Thirgazian Lin Mo, eagerly anticipating the summoned skeleton soldier. 10 minutes later, Askaleton soldier appeared on stage, staggering and comically wielding Gabona knife. Principal, this do isn't Luke impressividal, he junks remarked. Chinhenian, equally bewildered, shared his confusion. The golden light could not be false, confirming Lin Moss genuine's leveltalent, yet the skeleton soldier was simply, clang. The skeleton soldier, having stumbled diffuse, wobbled and collapsed, shattering into a heap of bones, the bone knife inadvertent lipiers and jit sunk. Agenal breezes swept across the Nauzelan crowd, leaving Jevrion momentarily stunned, a collective thought resonating in their minds. What a PC off trash. Chapter 2. Skills without cooldown. The playground descended into a stillness akin to death, all eyes fixated upon the scattered skeletal remains. What a pile of rubbish. This sentiment echoed not only among others but also within Lin Mo's thoughts. Wasn't the promised S-rank supposed to represent the pinnacle of talent? The summoning speed was slow enough, but the weakness was simply absurd. On stage, the teachers exchanged perplexed glances, while the homeroom teacher, He Juanchi, scratched his head. Principal, is Lin Mo truly an S-rank talent summoner? Could it be that you misjudged? Chinhenian fell into a prolonged silence. The awakening stone had never indicated an error, yet the evidence was irrefutable. Regardless of the speed or strength of the skeleton soldiers summoned by Lin Mo, they bore no resemblance to an S-rank. Rather, they resembled the weakest F-rank. Lin Mo, your awakened profession is summoner, as for your talent. Chinhenian hesitated for a moment. Despite the S-rank golden glow radiating from the awakening stone, the talent did not align with the time and strength of the summoned skeleton soldiers. Hence, Chinhenian resolved to evaluate Lin Mo based on his actual performance. E-rank. He spared Lin Mo some dignity by not labeling him as F-rank. The most elite S-rank talents are exceedingly rare, Just as the weakest F rank is likewise uncommon, Linamo was still universally acknowledged as the most financially burdensome profession. It could be said that Linamo was destined for a life of mediocrity, unlikely even to gain admission to university. Qian Henian's words reached the ears of the students on the playground, provoking a chorus of laughter. Ha ha, a summoner with E-rank talent. What a pathetic profession and a worthless talent. Linamo has them both. How utterly humiliating. If I were Linamo, I would wish to find a crack to hide in. I consider myself weak with my D-rank talent as a summoner, yet I never imagined Linamo to be even weaker. What use is there in attending school? In Class 6 of the senior year. Song Jingheng laughed until tears streamed down his face. Among the crowd, Qin Yinran gazed at Linamo with an expressionless face, her determination to break up with him solidified. She, an ice and time dual-element mage, was assured of entering a top-tier university. In contrast, Linamo would struggle to support himself in the future. Step down, Qian Henian instructed. With time pressing and tasks heavy, he still needed to oversee the awakening ceremonies of other students. Despite the drastic ups and downs, Linamo remained composed, brushing past the next student undergoing awakening. In a corner of the playground, Linamo observed the skeleton soldier he had summoned after several arduous minutes. Much like before, it walked clumsily, only to collapse to the ground after a few steps. Linamo. That have I transmigrated into the body of a useless person? Beep. Infinite evolution has been bound. Congratulations. Host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? A system? The mechanical, cold prompt sounded in his ear, and Linamo suppressed his excitement. Indeed, a system is an essential perk for transmigrators. Open the beginner's gift pack, Linamo declared decisively. Talent has been reset. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-rank talent. Skills without cooldown. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skills to summon Shadow Legion, Giant Shadow Legion, Soft Shadow Legion, Flying Shadow Legion, Scythe Shadow Legion, Pincer Shadow Legion, Helm Shadow Legion, Claw Shadow Legion, and Feast Shadow Legion. Skills without cooldown? Linmo's heart skipped a beat. This meant from now on, he could unleash his skills without any cooldown. The reason summoners were regarded as the weakest profession was primarily due to their lengthy skill cooldowns. Even with S-rank talent, summoning a skeleton soldier would still require 2 minutes. With skills without cooldown, he could summon a vast number of skeleton soldiers at lightning speed. No, to be precise, Shadow Legions. Linamo glanced at the second reward. The ability to summon 9 distinct Shadow Legions at once. Each of the 9 Shadow Legions possessed unique characteristics. The Claw Shadow Legion excelled in assassination, while the Flying Shadow Legion specialized in aerial reconnaissance. The Shadow Legion was truly all-encompassing, invincible, Linmo mused. What nonsense skeleton soldiers! Any unit from the Shadow Legion could effortlessly dominate from every conceivable angle. Coupled with the skills without cooldown talent, it was a clear case of 1 + 1 yielding greater than 2. As the awakening ceremony continued, Linmo lost interest and decided to head home. The streets were bustling, vendors on both sides calling out cheerfully. On his way home, Linmo glanced at his phone to find a message from Qin Yinran. Let's break up. No further explanation, just a simple sentence. Qin Yinran couldn't even be bothered to do it face-to-face. Oh. Linmo's reply was equally succinct. As the saying goes, towering peaks offer unique thrills, while gentle hills provide exclusive comfort. Forest paths beckon exploration, and vast grasslands invite galloping. Each landscape possesses its own allure. What one ought to do is explore a variety of vistas, rather than linger in just one. Having agreed to the breakup with Qin Yinran, Linmo opened a social media app to browse recent news. Shocking, War God Guild Elder Si Zongyuan slays the Demon Dragon with a single sword strike, dropping legendary-grade equipment. Wang Jiyang, son of the Hidden Kill Guild's president, awakens hidden profession. Sun Envoy, capable of harnessing the power of the sun in battle. Student Yu Ruyan from Qingfeng City's Third High awakens as a 4-element mage specializing in time, wood, lightning, and wind. The Mage Alliance leader personally travels to Qingfeng City to accept her as his direct disciple. These 3 news stories garnered significant attention, with the comments section buzzing with activity. Is that yearly buy? Si Zongyuan is so impressive. No wonder he's the youngest elder of the War God Guild. I've been practicing diligently. Wang Jiyang is truly my dream man. He's handsome. the son of the Hidden Kill Guild's president, and now awakens the hidden profession of Sun Envoy. Aw, I can't take it anymore. The tangerine in the school was sweetened by me. Is someone fainting upstairs? Selecting a saintess at the start, yet in a goblin nest. Yu Ruyan is quite formidable. Being accepted as a direct disciple by the Mage Alliance leader is a true leap to success. But she truly is impressive, awakening a 4-element mage profession. Linimo swiftly scanned the comments section to glean more information. The 6 conventional professions each had top-tier guilds, which collectively governed this vast nation. Among them, the War God Guild was universally acknowledged as the strongest, followed by the Mage Alliance and the other 4 guilds. Upon arriving at his apartment complex, Linimo took the elevator and opened the door to his home. The floor was clean, and the room was meticulously organized, with the living room sofa and television covered in white cloth. Linimo sat on a chair and yawned. Although the home consisted of 3 rooms and a hall, to him, it felt no different from a one-room apartment. Ever since he could remember, his parents had worked away from home, seldom returning, which forced him to cultivate a sense of independence. Staring at the empty living room, Linimo raised his hand and summoned 9 distinct figures, clad in tight black attire, concealing themselves completely save for a pair of crimson eyes. The Ghost Shadow Legion knelt before Linimo. The giant Shadow Legion towered nearly 3 meters high, with fists like sandbags. The soft Shadow Legion's tentacles stretched infinitely, capable of elongation and shortening at will. Awaiting your command, Master. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 9 Shadow Legions spoke in unison with reverence. While the squeaks came from the diminutive Feast Shadow Legion, at this moment, the Feast Shadow Legion had yet to fully develop, but that did not diminish Linmo's fondness for it. The Feast Shadow Legion was the most unique among the 9 Shadow Legions. Capable of infinite growth and evolution, now, the atmosphere was lively. Linimo cradled the docile Feast Shadow Legion, which nuzzled against his chest like a cat, confirming he possessed skills without cooldown and could summon the Shadow Legions. Linimo opened his attribute panel. Linimo, Profession, Summoner, Level 1, Health, 100, Magic, 100, Agility, 45, Strength, 40, Mentality, 38, Physique, 35, Talent. Summoner S-Rank Talent, Skills without cooldown, Skills, Summon Shadow Legion. Skeleton Soldier, it appeared urgent to level up, as these stats were abysmally poor. Linimo surveyed his attribute panel. The creatures summoned by a summoner matched the summoner's level. The higher the level, the stronger the summoned creatures. Moreover, reaching level 30 to complete the second job transfer task would allow him to learn more skills. Summoning a Shadow Soldier consumed 10 points of magic, meaning he could summon up to 10 Shadow Soldiers at present. That would suffice. Even selecting a Hell difficulty dungeon would be a breeze. Linimo rubbed his fists together, eager to swiftly level up and enhance his strength. Chapter 3. Hell-level dungeon. As the sun set, the fading light bathed the earth, while the streets bustled with traffic. In the heart of Donghai City, the dungeon area resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, with hundreds of towering ancient towers reaching for the clouds. The towers were interconnected by numerous passageways, each guarded by squads of guards clad in jet-black armor, armed to the teeth. Today marked the awakening day, making the once crowded dungeon area even more bustling. Numerous third-year students who had just awakened their professions stood outside the passageways, calling out incessantly. Recruiting a shield bearer with B-rank talent or higher. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Healer. Any healers here? We have 4 strong male warriors. All you need to do is heal us. Our team can accommodate any profession. Oh, except for summoners. The passageway was alive with the sounds of eager recruitment. Among the most sought after were warriors, shield bearers, and priests. Warriors were versatile, shield bearers absorbed damage, and priests healed their teammates. Handsome, want to team up? A girl with twin ponytails and a chubby face asked. She had noticed Linimo long ago and approached him directly to enter the dungeon area. Clearly recognizing him as a skilled player. No, thank you, Linimo declined. Forming a team certainly guaranteed safety in passing through the dungeon. After all, this was reality, not a game. There was no second chance after death. However, the experience gained would be shared among the team, naturally slowing down the leveling process. Handsome, our team is well equipped. The girl with twin ponytails attempted to persuade. I am a summoner. A single remark from Linimo rendered the girl with twin ponytails speechless for over 10 seconds. My apologies for the interruption. I thought summoners were a formidable class. Why act as if it's a hidden profession? The girl with twin ponytails turned around to express her disdain. Linimo shrugged. Wasn't it you who insisted on teaming up with me just now? With his student ID in hand, Linimo smoothly entered the passageway, surveying the ancient tower before him. The dungeon area had been meticulously crafted by the officials, utilizing vast amounts of manpower and resources, specifically designed for low-level professions to level up. A minimum fee of 5,000 huaxia coins was required to enter the dungeon area, although newly awakened professionals were granted a complimentary 7-day access. Observing the throngs of people, Linimo quietly advanced. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, parting to create a path. What the heck, Lu Chengfeng? Who is Lu Chengfeng, you ask? He is the only one in our city who has awakened as a hidden profession. The berserker, and he has an A-grade talent. I'm so envious of him. If I recall correctly, the vice president of the War God Guild is also a berserker, clad in a white combat outfit. Lu Chengfeng strode forward with a cold expression, his crimson left arm leading the way towards the hell-level dungeon. Is Lu Chengfeng going to solo the hell-level dungeon? Someone pointed out the oversight. The dungeon area is divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The normal level is the simplest, while starting from the second level, even the weakest monsters at the hell level are level 5. Requiring at least a team of several B-grade talents with proficient cooperation to dare enter, Lu Chengfeng, having just awakened at level 1, is attempting to solo the hell-level dungeon. However, considering the profession he awakened to, the crowd was not surprised. The berserker is widely recognized as one of the strongest hidden professions, indicating that Lu Chengfeng possesses the capability to tackle the hell-level dungeon alone. With Lu Chengfeng's arrival, the previously focused crowd gathered at the entrance of the hell-level dungeon frowned in unison. What a show-off! Doesn't he fear dying in the dungeon? Song Jingheng muttered softly. Standing beside him were 5 prodigies from the first high school, including Qin Yanran. They wouldn't dare to solo the hell-level dungeon like Lu Chengfeng, opting instead for the safest route of teaming up. Yanran, when we enter the dungeon, stand behind me. I will protect you. Song Jingheng said, trying to ingratiate himself with Qin Yanran. As expected, Qin Yanran had indeed broken up with Lin Mo, meaning his opportunity had arrived. Qin Yanran remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Chengfeng's crimson left arm. Are you certain you wish to enter the hell-level dungeon? The staff inquired. Affirmative. Lin Mo nodded. Seeing someone like him also attempting to solo the hell-level dungeon, Lu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. In all of Donghai City, who else would dare to do such a thing right after awakening? Is there another expert like Lu Chengfeng? Hearing the conversation between the staff, the crowd shifted their attention. Isn't that Lin Mo? A student from the first high school recognized Lin Mo, especially since he had made quite a fool of himself during the awakening ceremony that afternoon. They initially thought he was an S-grade talent summoner, but it turned out to be an E-grade. Isn't he a summoner? How dare he solo the hell-level dungeon without even teaming up? What a joke. There's no way anyone would team up with a summoner unless they were paid. Who would want to carry a burden that splits experience? Damn. I thought he was a more impressive expert than Lu Chengfeng, but turns out he is just a summoner. How disappointing. Everyone knows how weak the summoner class is, and it's common knowledge that a summoner venturing into a hell-level dungeon is practically a death sentence. What a pretense. I bet Lin Mo wouldn't dare. Song Jingheng's eyes widened as he witnessed Lin Mo step into the hell-level dungeon. No way, he actually went in. Has he lost his mind? This is a hell-level dungeon, not a normal or hard level. Soon, the staff will need to collect Lin Mo's corpse. Why not just stay alive instead of showing off and courting death? Thunder rumbled, representing the official activation of the ancient tower of the hell-level dungeon. A whirlwind enveloped Lin Mo as he steadied himself, surveying his surroundings. A chilling wind swept through, revealing a dark, damp jungle, with the occasional low growl of monsters echoing in the barely noticeable corners. Several pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the unwelcome guest, salivating with excitement. Roar! 8 glossy-furred jungle wolves, baring their teeth, menacingly stared at Lin Mo. Their fangs were sharp, and their claws twitched in anticipation, eager to rip Lin Mo apart for a feast. Jungle Wolf, Demon Clan, Level 6, Health 600, Magic 400, Agility 400, Strength 300, Spirit 50, Physique 200, Skills, Bite, Claw Strike. Such high-level jungle wolves? Lin Mo sensed something was amiss. The ancient tower of the Hell-level dungeon comprises 9 layers, with the strength of the demon beasts increasing with each level. During the first class in high school, the homeroom teacher, He Juanshi, had mentioned that in our Donghai City's dungeon area, regardless of the level, the demon beasts on the first layer would not exceed level 3, ensuring that newly awakened professionals could practice without being overwhelmed. But now, gazing at the jungle wolves, who were a full 5 levels above him, Lin Emo summoned the Shadow Legion to engage. The shadows elongated and swiftly split apart, encircling Lin Emo with 10 crimson-eyed shadow soldiers. Without any cooldown or preparation, the shadow soldiers appeared as if conjured from thin air. Though the combat strength of the shadow soldiers was not exceptionally formidable, they were remarkably versatile with no discernible weaknesses. Of course, their combat effectiveness depended on the summoner. Lin Emo's summoned shadow soldiers were exponentially stronger than those summoned by Terra. The wolves howled deafeningly as one of the jungle wolves lunged at Lin Emo, prompting the shadow soldiers to retaliate immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flash of cold light erupted as the shadow soldiers launched several throwing darts, accurately striking the jungle wolf. With a howl of agony, the jungle wolf was pierced and heavily slammed to the ground. Experience 600. Lin Emo's eyes lit up with the news of his experience increase. Having effortlessly dispatched a jungle wolf, Lin Emo turned his attention to the remaining demons. The shadow soldiers proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Observing the shadow soldiers handle the jungle wolves with such ease, Lin Emo thought to himself. Unlike the other uniquely characterized shadow soldiers, the shadow soldiers exhibited remarkable teamwork. They could use throwing darts or knives at a distance and wield daggers in close combat. Faced with the relentless assault of the shadow soldiers, the jungle wolves stood no chance. Keep in mind, these were merely level 1 shadow soldiers. Even in a 1v1 scenario, they could easily defeat a level 6 jungle wolf. Once their levels increased, the summoned Shadow Legion would not only grow in numbers but also in strength. As the last jungle wolf fell, Lin Emo gazed at the blue glowing item on the ground. Did it drop equipment? Chapter 4 Elite Demon Beast in the Hell-level dungeon's first layer, the remnants of level 6 jungle wolves were scattered everywhere. The blue glow successfully captured Lin Emo's attention, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an ancient-looking ring. Space ring. Quality. Excellent. Effect. Possesses 50 cubic meters of storage space. An excellent quality space ring drop. Lin Emo's spirit soared as he caressed the newly acquired space ring. Equipment in Blue Star is classified into 4 levels: Legendary, Rare, Excellent, and Ordinary. Can a level 6 monster really drop excellent quality equipment? Lin Emo pondered over the corpse of the jungle wolf, puzzled. It was said that there was no probability, but the chance of dropping excellent quality equipment was notoriously low, akin to 1 in 10,000. Any excellent quality equipment is worth a fortune. If this space ring were auctioned, it would fetch no less than several 100,000 huaxia coins. For Lin Emo, selling it was out of the question. A space ring is exceptionally practical for any professional. The blood-stained floor bore witness as 10 shadow soldiers stood guard faithfully beside Lin Emo, their crimson eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. After defeating all the jungle wolves on the first layer, Lin Emo's level skyrocketed from 1 to 5, before proceeding to the second layer. Lin Emo allocated all his newly acquired skill points to magic, boosting his initial 100 points of magic to 500. He summoned 40 additional shadow soldiers. Gazing at the over 50 shadow soldiers standing ready, Lin Emo felt a surge of aspiration. It wouldn't be long before his summoned Shadow Legion would truly embody the essence of a legion, perhaps even warranting the term army. With 50 shadow soldiers surrounding him, Lin Emo boldly advanced towards the second layer of the ancient tower. Upon stepping into the second layer, the temperature soared, as if he were plunged into a desert. Amidst the swirling sands, more than 20 lions, their bodies ablaze, lounged lazily, their expressions content. Upon realizing the intruder, the pride emitted a series of roars, glaring at Lin Emo and his shadow soldiers. Level 8 Berserk Fire Lions. Another layer filled with demons that defied the Hell-level dungeon standards. Lin Emo observed this group of Berserk Fire Lions, noting that logically, they should be residing in the fourth layer. Who would have known they appeared in the second? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of throwing darts was unleashed as Lin Emo commanded the 50 shadow soldiers to charge at the Berserk Fire Lions. The two sides clashed fiercely. The summoned monsters share the same level as the summoner. The upgraded Shadow Soldiers not only experienced a significant boost in speed and strength, but their combat skills also improved dramatically. Crack, bones shattered as a Shadow Soldier effortlessly snapped the neck of a Berserk Fire Lion, ending its life. Experience 800. Experience 800. Even the level 8 Berserk Fire Lions, faced with the coordinated assault of the Shadow Soldiers, fell helplessly to the ground. After clearing all the demon beasts on the second layer, Linimo stood still, deep in thought. Why does it feel like my hell-level dungeon experience is unlike anyone else's? Filled with an aura of the bizarre, he possesses the extraordinary ability to summon shadow legions without any cooldown, a skill so formidable that, had it been anyone else, even Liu Chengfeng, who had awakened his hidden class as a berserker, he would undoubtedly falter against the beasts of the first level. Gazing at the passage leading to the third level, Linimo, having ascended to level 10, methodically allocated all his skill points into his magic capacity. As he advanced through the fourth and fifth levels, he employed the same strategy, enhancing his mana to summon spectral soldiers, swiftly obliterating all the beasts on that level. For Linimo, the speed at which he annihilated the beasts remained constant. The only distinction lay in his newfound ability to summon a greater number of spectral soldiers post-level up. With each level he surpassed, the ancient tower illuminated, signaling the control center of the dungeon area. A middle-aged man, around 30, garbed in the regalia of the War God Guild, scrutinized the surveillance feed. His name was Yu Yizhou, a staff member of the dungeon area and a level 34 warrior. What a strange occurrence, Yu Yizhou fixated on the hellish dungeon tower. What's wrong? A colleague inquired. The hellish dungeon tower typically illuminated every 2 to 3 minutes, yet now the 8th level had also lit up. Yu Yizhou scratched his head, pondering the unusually rapid progression. In all his years of work, he had never witnessed such haste. It's quite normal. Lately, the hellish dungeon towers have been experiencing minor issues from time to time. It is possible that high-level professionals have entered the dungeon, guiding newly awakened students in their monster-slaying endeavors, another colleague chimed in. The frequent illumination of the tower could stem from only these two possibilities, with the colleague leaning towards the latter, especially since today marks Awakening Day. Perhaps, Yu Yizhou mused, but he paid little heed. Even the staff had no means to inspect the interior of the tower. Their primary responsibility was to prevent any beasts from escaping. Have you heard? A summoner is soloing the hellish dungeon. Wait, a summoner is tackling the hellish dungeon solo? Old Wong, did you mishear? Or is it my ears playing tricks? You heard correctly. I believe his name is Lin. What was it? Oh, right, Linimo. This is akin to seeking death in a lavatory with a lantern. Which number hellish dungeon tower did Linimo enter? I think it was number 9. Number 9? Yu Yizhou gazed at the surveillance screen, realizing that the hellish dungeon tower, known for its alarming speed of progression, was indeed tower number 9. Bang, bang, bang. At the pinnacle of the tower, a colossal creature, the Earth Bear, nearly 3 meters tall, pounded its chest fiercely, exhaling 2 plumes of white steam from its nostrils. Earth Bear, Elite Beast, Level 25, Health 3000, Mana 2000, Agility 1800, Strength 4000, Mental Power 80, Physique 500, Skills, Battle Roar, Earth Shatter Charge, Fury Rock Charge. An elite monster. Linimo stared at the Earth Bear's details, having initially thought the beasts from the previous levels were outrageous. Now, he faced a level 25 elite beast on the 9th floor. Beasts of this caliber would pose a significant challenge even for level 30 warriors. Sensing an intruder in its territory, the Earth Bear charged towards Linimo, its movements appearing clumsy yet deceptively agile. Closing the distance in mere moments to raise its paw, resembling a giant fan. A deep, rumbling sound echoed as the Earth Bear, bewildered by Linimo's unscathed demeanor, exhibited a human-like expression of confusion. Enter the towering troll soldier, imposing and formidable, successfully intercepting the lethal blow. The troll soldier, one of the 9 types of spectral soldiers, excels in defense and possesses immense strength. At this moment, Linimo, now at level 13, could summon 130 shadow soldiers in the blink of an eye. Boom. The burly troll soldier unleashed a punch towards the Earth Bear, followed by a swarm of 20 newly summoned troll soldiers surging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The troll soldiers relentlessly pummeled the Earth Bear into submission. The Earth Bear, momentarily stunned, found itself unable to inflict fatal damage. Yet the blows were undeniably painful. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Linimo, witnessing the bloodied, howling Earth Bear, could scarcely bear to watch. It was a brutal spectacle. The Earth Bear, having forgotten that it was Linimo who commanded the troll soldiers to attack, gradually saw its health dwindle to nothing. Ultimately reduced to a mere pulp, experience gained. 4,000. Level up. A purple orb materialized, prompting Linimo to hold his breath. Upon slaying the Earth Bear, a rare piece of equipment was dropped. Frost Staff, rare level. Effect. Mana 600. Has a 40 chance to freeze enemies upon skill activation. Clearly, this equipment was particularly suited for mages, especially those wielding ice magic. What caught Linmo's attention was the mana boost of 600. Precisely what he desperately needed, quite satisfactory. Linimo felt pleased with the newly acquired rare equipment, the Frost Staff. Suddenly, the tower trembled violently, nearly causing Linimo to lose his footing as he struggled to maintain his balance with the Frost Staff. An earthquake? Linimo glanced at the teleportation array nearby, gradually dissipating into the ether. An earthquake? The bustling dungeon area was plunged into chaos, but fortunately, the staff promptly intervened to stabilize the situation, averting a potential stampede. In the control center, Yu Yizhou stood up, his pupils dilated, pointing at the monitor, his voice quaking. The ninth level hellish dungeon tower has collapsed. Chapter 5. Slaying the world-class boss in the dungeon area of Donghai City. Dark clouds loomed, lightning crackled, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The ninth hellish dungeon tower teetered on the brink of collapse, inciting a wave of panic as people frantically sought to escape this chaotic realm. It has fallen. The ninth hellish dungeon tower has fallen. What on earth is happening? Could it truly be the end of the world? I've only just awakened my class. I don't wish to perish yet. If I must die, can I at least delete my browsing history first? Those who had come to the dungeon area to level up trembled with fear, their legs quaking as they beheld the unfolding scene. Silence, a middle-aged man, clad in the exclusive attire of the Mage Alliance, ascended into the air. A tempest erupted, and the elemental winds surged restlessly. Upon seeing the man, hope ignited in the hearts of the onlookers. This man, named Li Xian, was the head of the dungeon area. As a level 68 wind mage, he was the strongest in Donghai City. Even the mayor would treat him with utmost respect. Li Xian swiftly quelled the unrest among the gathered crowd, ensuring that a second riot did not ensue. What transpired with the ninth hellish dungeon tower? Li Xian immediately sought the source of the turmoil. There's a summoner named Linimo inside, and not long after entering it turned into this. Yu Yizhou hurriedly explained. One person? Indeed, just one. Li Xian's brow furrowed deeply, filled with an abundance of questions. Yet time was of the essence. Rescuing those trapped was paramount. Linimo, the summoner, could perish within the dungeon, but it was absolutely intolerable for him to fall victim to external factors. Otherwise, as the head, he would not escape blame. At that moment, the ninth hellish dungeon tower completely crumbled, yet curiously, its pinnacle remained suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. As Li Xian soared towards the topmost area, he discovered an invisible barrier preventing his entry. A barrier? Retreating to a safe distance, Li Xian commenced his incantation. The elemental winds swirled around him, coalescing into a spiraling tornado that ascended mightily. 6th tier wind skill. Divine Feather Reversal. The tornado violently collided with the ninth hellish dungeon tower, and just as the onlookers believed that the tower would be utterly obliterated, the pinnacle remained unscathed. Seeing that even his 6th tier spell failed to breach the barrier, Li Xian's frown deepened, his curiosity intensifying. What transpired at the top of the ninth hellish dungeon tower? Linimo felt somewhat dazed. Had he not already cleared the level? Why had the teleportation array to the outside vanished? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron chains clashing echoed as the environment atop the tower underwent a dramatic transformation. Beneath the vast starry sky, a colossal creature, resembling a deer with antlers, a tiger's paws, and eagle-like claws, lay imprisoned. Dark mist enveloped it, and several thick iron chains securely bound this behemoth, with a glimmering golden sword plunged into its brow. An abyssal dragon? Linimo gazed at the creature, which, despite its numerous wounds, still exuded an overwhelming presence. The monster before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the abyssal dragon in textbooks. And the Abyssal Dragon was a world-class boss. The rampant monsters plaguing Blue Star were largely attributed to world-class boss entities like the Abyssal Dragon. Monster name? Level? Health? A string of question marks. This indicated that the creature's level far exceeded Lin Mo's, rendering it impossible for him to probe further. Oh? So a human has managed to enter the space that seals my true form. The Abyssal Dragon lifted its eyelids, speaking with surprise at Lin Mo's presence. It had been imprisoned here for an unfathomable duration, never having encountered such an occurrence. Where is this? Lin Mo inquired, a space that a low-level practitioner like you could never comprehend. The Abyssal Dragon replied indifferently. So, how did you end up sealed here? Lin Mo retorted. He discerned that the Abyssal Dragon could not inflict any harm upon him. Otherwise, it would have acted long ago. Dare you mock me? Do you have any idea how many of your kin I have slain? The Abyssal Dragon's pupils narrowed, fixating on the diminutive human before it. Just as Lin Mo surmised, the Abyssal Dragon could only engage in verbal intimidation. Ding, ding, ding. Hundreds of spectral soldiers unleashed a barrage of darts aimed at the Abyssal Dragon, all of which were effortlessly deflected. It was futile. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. The Abyssal Dragon was a world-class boss, easily exceeding level 200. Cease your futile resistance. Escape is impossible for you. The Abyssal Dragon proclaimed, a low-level summoner dares to think of slaying me? Such an ambition is utterly absurd. Shall I be trapped here forever? Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Lin Mo's mind raced with thoughts, swiftly honing in on the gleaming sword embedded in the forehead of the Dark Dragon. The reason the Dark Dragon could not move was not merely due to the chains, but rather, the sword was the crux of the matter. It is difficult to fathom the immense power of the practitioner capable of sealing the world-class boss. The Dark Dragon, in this manner, rustling sounds filled the air. Realizing that escape depended solely on that intricately carved, resplendent golden longsword, Lin Mo approached the colossal head of the Dark Dragon. You insignificant human. Even if you uncover this secret, what of it? There is no one else in this world who can slay me. The Dark Dragon scoffed at Lin Mo's actions. If it were as simple as Lin Mo imagined, it would have perished countless years ago. The immobile Dark Dragon watched helplessly as Lin Mo stood atop its head, just as it prepared to utter another word. Buzzing. Lin Mo gripped the hilt of the sword with all his might. Roar! An anguished bellow mixed with fury echoed deafeningly as the Dark Dragon's pupils dilated, engulfed in the shadow of death. How is this possible? A searing pain coursed through its entire being, and the Dark Dragon thrashed violently. This human truly could extract the sword that sealed it. It wasn't as insurmountable as it had claimed. Lin Mo thought, though he could not fully draw the sword that bound the Dark Dragon. It was evidently not as immovable as the Dark Dragon had suggested. The anguished roar of the dragon reverberated through the space, and as Lin Mo was about to withdraw the sword, the Dark Dragon grew frantic. Despite being sealed here for many years, it was still alive. If Lin Mo drew this sword, it would be truly dead. Who are you, and what is your relation to her? The Dark Dragon demanded. Ignoring the inquiry, Lin Mo summoned all his strength for another attempt. The profound starry sky seemed on the verge of collapse. Human, please, do not kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. Forbidden spells? Legendary equipment, even command over the demon race. The Dark Dragon pleaded. Its initial composure shattered. It was not ready to die, envisioning a day when its kin would rescue it from the plight of the fallen Huaxia. I am gravely injured and have been sealed for too long. My level has plummeted. Killing me would yield you little experience. The Dark Dragon spoke rapidly, the sword embedded in its forehead on the verge of being pulled out by Lin Mo. How about this? Release me, and I will find you one. No, 10 180 level holy grade bosses for you to slay, and you will instantly break through to level 70, 30, 180 level holy grade bosses for you to kill. I beg you, do not pull. Silence. Lin Mo growled, his veins bulging. With a swift motion, no. The golden sword was fully drawn, and the Dark Dragon let out a defiant roar as it met its demise. The world-class boss, the Dark Dragon, was vanquished, the space shattered, and Lin Mo returned to the summit of the ancient tower, surrounded by radiant golden and purple orbs of light. Experience points 1,000,000. How much? Lin Mo checked his level. soaring from level 15 to level 38. A level 38 summoner on the first day of awakening. His speed of ascension was nothing short of rocket-like. This sword, Lin Mo hefted the weighty golden longsword in his hand. Emperor's Fall. Quality? Status. Sealed. E-effect. Permanent increase of 100 times to magical power. Note: the might of this sword grows fiercer with each strike. No rank, an item in a sealed state. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. After all, the Dark Dragon was a world-class boss, so the item sealing it could not be of low-ranked IT, should at least be legendary gear, yet it bore 3 question marks. Soon, Lin Mo was captivated by the effect of the Emperor's Fall, which promised a permanent increase of 100 times to magical power. Did this mean he could instantly summon 38,000 shadow soldiers? The effect was astonishing, a true artifact. Moreover, since the Emperor's Fall was still in a sealed state, it implied that there were additional effects to be unlocked. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and summoned over 1,000 ghostly soldiers with a mere wave. This was not his limit, but rather the ceiling of the upper space. As long as Lin Mo willed it, he could summon tens of thousands of ghostly soldiers at lightning speed. The teleportation array reappeared, guiding Lin Mo out of the dungeon and back to the outside world. Chapter 6. Soloing the Hell Level Dungeon. So many pieces of equipment dropped. Observing the scattered golden and purple orbs on the ground, Lin Mo picked them up for inspection. Silencing Battle Axe. Quality. Legendary. Active effect. Hitting an enemy inflicts continuous burn damage. Passive effect. Strength 3000. Note: I strike, and I strike again. Alongside the similarly legendary Phantom Bow, which could confuse enemies upon striking, and several rare purple items. Seeing such an abundance of legendary and rare level equipment, 2 words flashed in Lin Mo's mind. Struck gold. Rare level equipment was worth millions of Huaxia coins, while legendary gear was beyond monetary valuation. Just one of these items could incite a sensation in the outside world if auctioned off. Truly, the spoils of a world-class boss. Lin Mo stored everything in his spatial ring, ensuring not a single item was overlooked before stepping into the teleportation array to return to the outside world. In the East Sea City Dungeon District. Level 68 Wind Attribute Magic Master Li Lixian hovered in the air, observing the movements of the number 9 Hell Level Ancient Tower. Below, the crowd felt the crisis had been averted, and the dungeon district returned to normal. Only Li Lixian understood that matters were far from simple. Finally out. The light symbolizing the completion of the number 10 Hell Level Ancient Tower illuminated the surroundings. Song Jinghang and his companions appeared outside the tower. So many people. Song Jinghang gazed at the crowd gathered outside the Infernal Level Tower. This was an Infernal Level dungeon, typically devoid of visitors. Surely they were not all here to queue for the challenge. Completing a Hell Level dungeon will get us to level 8. Let us strive to reach level 15 by tomorrow. One companion's voice barely concealed their excitement. Among them, the least talented practitioner was B-class. With Song Jinghang boasting A-class warrior talents, while Qin Yinran was a rare ice and time dual attribute mage. Successfully clearing the Hell Level dungeon attracted envious glances from onlookers. The disparity between people is infuriating. They reached level 8 on the first day of awakening, while I'm still struggling at level 4. Look at the luxurious configuration of their team, an average of B-class talents. If only I were a warrior or a mage. Being a summoner makes it so hard to find a party. Hearing the murmurs, Song Jinghang wore a beaming smile, reveling in the attention. After exiting the dungeon, several reasonably attractive girls threw him flirtatious glances, no longer mere hints, but overt signals. Yet before Song Jinghang could bask in his triumph for long, the teleportation array for the number 11 Hell Level dungeon activated. Covered in blood and appearing somewhat disheveled, Lu Chengfeng stumbled out. His clothes were torn, and multiple wounds marred his chest and abdomen. What the hell? Lu Chengfeng really soloed the Infernal Level dungeon. At level 15, Lu Chengfeng had directly leveled up to 15, a practitioner on the first day of awakening. Impressive. It must be said that the hidden class, Berserker, is truly formidable. Stop being envious. Would you dare to solo a dungeon if you awakened a hidden class like Lu Chengfeng? No one looked down upon the battered Lu Chengfeng. Their eyes filled with awe. The level 1 practitioner soloing a Hell Level dungeon required not only strength but also immense courage. None present possessed Lu Chengfeng's prowess or bravery. A level 15 Berserker. Li Lixian shot a glance at the panting Lu Chengfeng, admiration flickering in his eyes. As a member of East Sea City, He naturally hoped for an abundance of local talent. Humph. It's merely because the awakened class is exceptional. Seeing Lu Changfeng steal his thunder, Song Jingheng scoffed. Yanran, let us continue to team up for dungeons tomorrow. Song Jingheng said, attempting to ingratiate himself. He felt somewhat embarrassed, having boasted about protecting Qin Yanran before the dungeon. Yet she had led them to victory. This made him appear less like a protective figure and more like someone living off her success. Qin Yanran was fixated on Lu Changfeng, completely ignoring Song Jingheng, which only deepened his discomfort. By the way, what about Lin Mo? He must have perished inside the tower. Song Jingheng attempted to steer the conversation, and Lin Mo, Qin Yanran's ex-boyfriend, was undoubtedly the best topic. Song Jingheng finally realized that the crowd gathered around the infernal level tower was not due to them. What happened at the number 9 tower? Hearing Song Jingheng's voice, Lu Changfeng turned around. As the completion light illuminated, the sunset bathed the land, and a young man clad in a white tracksuit, appearing relaxed, emerged. What? Isn't he the one who went to the hell level tower to meet his demise? He's still alive. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be devoured by the tower's monsters? What the hell? Lin Mo really soloed the hell level dungeon. Observing Lin Mo, who appeared unscathed and without any injuries, the entire dungeon district erupted in exclamations of astonishment. In this era, a freshly awakened summoner could also solo a hell level dungeon? Crucially, Lin Mo did not seem to have just emerged from a fierce battle. He looked more like someone who had leisurely strolled through the dungeon after a hearty meal. Lu Changfeng was equally shocked. Having just cleared the hell-level dungeon, he understood the terrifying nature of the beasts within, with monster levels reaching 5 starting from the 2nd floor. If not for the Berserker's unique skill, blood nourishment, allowing for recovery, he could never have endured for so long. Wait, why can't I see Lin Mo's level? Song Jingheng wondered. He attempted to check Lin Mo's level, only to be met with a question mark. Only low-level practitioners are unable to view the levels of higher-ranking practitioners, and there must be at least a 10-level disparity. Upon this realization, Song Jingheng clasped his hands over his head in disbelief. What nonsense! Lin Mo's level cannot possibly be higher than mine, he exclaimed, his companions shaking their heads in agreement. Like Song Jingheng? They too could not ascertain Lin Mo's level. Qin Yanran shifted her gaze from Lu Changfeng to Lin Mo. How did he manage this? Could it be that the golden light during the awakening ceremony was not a mere illusion, and Lin Mo truly possesses S-level talent as a summoner? Qin Yanran's eyes flickered. Nevertheless, even so, an S-level talent summoner would still have a cooldown of 2 minutes for summoning skeleton soldiers in the early stages. In just 2 minutes, a level 3 monster could easily dispatch Lin Mo. A level 38 summoner, Li Lixian, observed Lin Mo emerging from the tower. A level 1 summoner, regardless of talent, completing the hell-level dungeon of the ancient tower was an absurdity. Yet Lin Mo not only cleared it but also soared to level 38. Level 38, Lin Mo is now a level 38 summoner. A student accompanying his family exclaimed. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. What a farce! Lu Changfeng is only level 15. How could Lin Mo possibly be level 38? Damn. When did summoners become this formidable? Summoners are nothing but a joke. I, with my C-level talent, almost couldn't even clear a normal level dungeon. A bead of sweat trickled down Song Jingheng's nose, his forehead drenched in cold perspiration. A level 38? He had painstakingly formed a team to reach level 8, while Lin Mo, after clearing a single dungeon, jumped straight to level 38. Summoners are indeed acknowledged as the weakest profession, yet even the weakest at level 38 could easily dominate lower-level practitioners. Recalling his earlier taunts directed at Lin Mo, Song Jingheng felt a wave of panic wash over him. He now only felt fortunate that Lin Mo had awakened as a summoner and not as another profession. Lin Mo, can you tell me what you experienced in the ancient tower? Li Lixian inquired, approaching Lin Mo from this day forth. The Donghai City's dungeon zone would no longer have ancient tower number 9. Each tower held great value, and he needed to provide an explanation to the authorities. Lin Mo's experience in clearing ancient tower number 9 was of utmost importance. Chapter 7. S-level 2nd transition quest. Night fell, and the dungeon area was brightly lit. With Li Lixian's inquiry, the front row of onlookers perked up, straining to listen intently. Indeed, what had Lin Mo experienced in the hell-level dungeon of ancient tower number 9? To rise from level 1 to level 38 after a single clearance was an outrageous speed of leveling that even the proud prodigies of the imperial capital could hardly rival. I have no idea, Linimo shrugged. The tower collapsed inexplicably while I was inside. Fortunately, I was on the top floor and was not affected. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Lixian's eyes sharpened. I understand now. After a long pause, Li Lixian slowly spoke. He only needed one reason. A reason for the collapse of ancient tower number 9. Regardless of whether Linimo was lying or not, it would at least prove that he bore no responsibility for the tower's collapse. This year, Donghai City had indeed produced numerous talents. Li Lixian scanned the crowd, landing his gaze on Song Jinghang, Qin Yinran, and finally fixing on Linimo and Lu Chengfeng. Such rapid leveling, what a pity he is a summoner. Li Lixian lamented. Had Linimo been of another profession, he might have had the qualification to challenge provincial-level prodigies, no longer confined to the small Donghai City. Masterly, it must be Linimo who caused the collapse of ancient Tower No. 9. As Li Lixian chose not to pursue the matter further, Song Jinghang interjected. Everyone, think about it. Linimo entered the dungeon area and without hesitation chose the hell-level ancient tower. What audacity does a level 1 summoner have to do that? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Therefore, Linimo must have found a shortcut to clear the hell-level ancient tower or cleared it at the cost of the tower's collapse, Song Jinghang asserted confidently. Gaining the crowd's approval, Song Jinghang felt a sense of triumph. At last, he had successfully put on a show in front of Qin Yinran, especially since his target was his archrival, Linimo. Just as Song Jinghang was about to continue his analysis, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes bore down upon him. Song Jinghang felt a chill creep up his spine. Although Linimo remained silent, the look directed at him was akin to gazing upon a corpse. Song Jinghang cowered, not daring to continue. If Masterly said there was no issue, then there was no issue. What surprised Song Jinghang further was that Qin Yinran took the initiative to speak to Linimo. Linimo, shall we team up tomorrow? Just the two of us? Qin Yinran's tone was calm, but her words undoubtedly stirred a tempest within Song Jinghang. Was this a rekindling of old feelings? No, what astonished the onlookers was that Linimo decisively rejected Qin Yinran's invitation to team up. The students from the first high school were aware of the relationship between Qin Yinran and Linimo, though most were unaware of the details. To them, Qin Yinran was the epitome of beauty, her figure and face flawless. Any man would surely be captivated. Still hoping to fish for me like before? Linimo scoffed, seeing through Qin Yinran's intentions with a single glance. It was merely that she had noticed his leap to level 38 and thought that teaming up with him would facilitate better leveling. Once his utility was exhausted, she would revert to her previous behavior, feigning indifference, and then propose a breakup when the time was right. Damn. Song Jinghang cursed inwardly. He had fawned over Qin Yinran for so long. Yet she had never shown him a favorable expression. The girl he had idolized as a goddess, Linimo, felt nothing. The stark contrast left Song Jinghang feeling powerless, especially since Lin Mo's level was so much higher than his own, making it difficult to catch up in the short term. Damn it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Song Jinghang felt even more disheartened. Qin Yinran's expression dimmed, uncertain if breaking up with Linimo was right or wrong. Let us disperse, Li Lixian stated, mentally jotting down Lin Mo's name. The crowd dispersed in an orderly fashion, lining up to enter the dungeons of normal and hard levels. As night descended, at home, the dinner was lavish: braised beef, oil-braised prawns, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and seaweed egg drop soup. That, of course, the meal was not prepared by Linimo but by the all-capable shadow soldier Dai in the kitchen. A shadow soldier donned in an apron busily tidied up, efficiently cleaning the premises. The balcony, living room, and kitchen were all staffed by shadow soldiers, handling chores such as laundry and mopping. With his computer broken, Linimo took the opportunity to have a shadow soldier repair it. After a hearty meal, Linimo opened his attribute panel. Linimo, profession, summoner, level 38, health points 3,000, magic points 380,000, agility 130, strength 152, mental strength 600, physique 100, talent, summoner S-level talent. Skills with no cooldown. Skills: summon Shadow Soldier Legion, summon Skeleton Soldier. Under the permanent effect of the eternal magic point increase by 100 times, his magic points reached 380,000. As his level increased, his attributes such as strength and agility were also enhanced. Summoning a shadow soldier required 10 magic points, allowing him to instantly summon 38,000 shadow soldiers. Just imagining the scene of 38,000 shadow soldiers summoned all at once was exhilarating. It was time to consider undertaking the second transition quest, Lin Imo mused. Now that he was a level 38 summoner, completing the second transition quest would unlock the skill to summon skeleton warriors. While unlocking the ability to summon skeleton warriors was not crucial, what mattered was the potential to elevate the strength of his shadow soldiers, upgrading them from ordinary to elite level. By then, the shadow soldiers he summoned would be significantly stronger, whether in single combat or overwhelming numbers. Both would ensure total victory. The night passed without incident, and the next morning I in the city center's mission hall. The mission hall was adjacent to the city government, bustling with people. A long line formed even before the doors opened. Fortunately, the staff were highly efficient, and Lin Imo did not have to wait long. He was attended to by a girl with a bun hairstyle and a chubby face, with a sign reading Wei Qianming in front of her. I would like to take on the second transition quest. Lin Imo stated, "You're already level 30? Wei Qianming glanced at Lin Imo, who appeared to be 2 years younger than her. There was no helping it. Lin Imo looked far too youthful, resembling a practitioner who had just awakened in his senior year. Yes, Lin Imo replied, handing over his student ID. Truly a practitioner who had just awakened in his senior year, he had not even completed his professional certification. Wei Qianming, feeling a bit dazed, was trying to piece things together. If she remembered correctly, yesterday was the awakening day. This summoner named Lin Imo had reached level 38 in just one day, or perhaps even half a day. Please wait a moment. I will help you with your professional certification. Wei Qianming stammered, a practitioner reaching level 38 on their first day of awakening. Such a rapid leveling speed could only be achieved by the prodigies of the imperial capital or the magical metropolis. At the very least, it was something that the offspring of prominent families could manage. He.S. rather handsome too. As Wei Qianming processed the information, she discreetly observed Lin Imo, her service attitude becoming increasingly warm. Your professional certification is complete. You can now take on the second transition quest. Wei Qianming handed over a card containing Lin Imo's information and profession with both hands. The professional certification card came with numerous benefits, as the authorities would introduce various social welfare policies based on the practitioner's level. For Lin Imo, however, this was of little concern. He was more focused on swiftly completing the second transition quest to enhance the strength of his Shadow Soldier Legion. Name: Lin Imo. Profession: Summoner. Level: 38. Level requirements met. Now drawing your second transition quest. Please wait. Quest draw successful. Please check. Defeat the level 60 boss, Berserk Behemoth, and obtain the item. Berserk Behemoth's Heart. Quest requirements: team formation is allowed but must not exceed 3 people. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. A level 60 boss, Berserk Behemoth? Lin Imo marveled at his good fortune in drawing such a simple task. As for the quest requirements, he couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. Forming a team was too cumbersome and time-consuming. He would just solo the dungeon. At that moment, 30,000 shadow soldiers surged forth, capable of swiftly annihilating even a level 70 Lord boss. What kind of quest did you draw? Wei Qianming inquired with curiosity. Fortune smiles upon me. I've been tasked with defeating the level 60 Lord boss, the rampaging behemoth. See you tomorrow. Lin Imo signaled for Wei Qianming to return the following day to submit the quest. As Lin Imo departed, Wei Qianming sat in stunned silence upon her chair. Little Ming, don't gawk. He has long gone. If you have feelings for him, why not take the initiative and ask for his contact information? Teased her colleague. Sister Wong. No, Sister Wong, that person drew an S-class difficulty second reincarnation quest. What? Chapter 8. The Golden Sands Guild. The quest hall fell into an eerie silence as patrons turned to glance at the excited Wei Qianming. That young man is truly unfortunate. He drew the notoriously difficult second reincarnation quest. The crux of the challenge lay in defeating the level 60 Lord boss, the rampaging behemoth, with a strict limitation of only forming a 3-person team. This meant he would require assistance from adventurers of level 70 or above, whose services would not come cheap, at least several 100,000 huaxia coins. He even claimed to be lucky. He must be in shock. The quest hall buzzed with discussions about Lin Imo's second reincarnation task. Initially, no difficulty levels were assigned to professional quests, but over time, the community's understanding deepened, leading to a classification system akin to talent levels. The simplest F-class quest involved slaying a 30-level elite creature, the Cave Spider King. which was precisely the second reincarnation task most adventurers yearned to undertake. Typically, adventurers engaged in quests ranging from A to D difficulty, while S-class second reincarnation tasks had been scarce for ages. Sister Wang, do you think he can complete the second reincarnation quest? Wei Qiming expressed her concern for Lin Mo, whom she had only briefly met. After all, he was quite handsome, and their conversation had been enjoyable. It's unlikely. The strongest adventurer in Donghai City is merely a level 68 mage, Li Lixian, and even he might not guarantee a kill against the rampaging behemoth, remarked the middle-aged woman named Sister Wang. Besides, it's uncertain whether Lin Mo can even enlist Mage Li Lixian's aid. Failing to complete a second reincarnation quest renders one as high-level meaningless. They would be forever relegated to using low-tier skills. Lin Mo, having exited the quest hall, searched for the exact location of the rampaging behemoth. Monsters in Blue Star, like adventurers, were truly dead once defeated. Unlike before, when it was believed that these creatures possessed resurrection abilities. Observations revealed that the monsters emerging from the demon caves were distinct from their predecessors, affirming that they were not infinite and could eventually be exterminated. Through his search, Lin Mo discovered that the rampaging behemoth would respawn at intervals just outside the borders of nearby Golden Sand City. Nestled in the southwestern frontier of Huaxia, Golden Sand City boasted well-preserved historical sites and was renowned as a tourist destination, attracting over 800 million visitors annually. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, Lin Mo purchased a teleportation ticket to Golden Sand City and made his way directly to the designated location. Under the summer sun, the streets were teeming with tourists indulging in ice cream. As he ventured from the bustling urban center to the outskirts, the number of people dwindled significantly. Damn it. I was just about to slay that 35-level monster when those Golden Sands gang members swooped in and stole it, exclaimed one disgruntled adventurer. Those Golden Sands gang members think they're so great. If they push me too far, I'll take them on. Shoo, keep your voice down, or they LL hear you. As Lin Mo approached the city gates, he spotted a 6-member team, their average level around 35, cursing loudly. The group consisted of 3 shield bearers, 2 warriors, and a mage, with the leader being a level 37 warrior who was the most vociferous. Lin Mo brushed past them when a robust, amiable-looking young man halted him. Brother, are you heading outside the city to hunt monsters? The young man inquired. Lin Mo nodded. I advise you not to make the trip in vain. The area outside the city is controlled by the Golden Sands gang. Not a single monster will be spared for you, the young man cautioned. They had just returned from a disappointing encounter outside, where they had witnessed a group of adventurers being driven away by the Golden Sands gang. Are you referring to the Golden Sands Guild? Lin Mo asked, having heard whispers about it. Indeed, we locals prefer to call those scoundrels the Golden Sands gang. The young man spat, his resentment palpable. In any case, don't waste your energy. The young man concluded, shaking his head as he saw Lin Mo continue forward. It seemed futile to dissuade this stubborn young man. He might very well end up facing humiliation at the hands of the Golden Sands gang. Outside the city, various level monsters roamed freely. A level 20 scorpion-tailed beast stood with its poisonous stinger poised, while a level 28 three-eyed firefox emitted flames from its 3 eyes. Everyone, let us hurry and clear the surrounding monsters. The rampaging behemoth will spawn shortly, shouted a bald man whose chest bore the emblem of the Golden Sands gang. All bystanders, keep your distance. If you linger, don't blame me for being ungracious. A group of Golden Sands gang members was currently engaged in slaying monsters in preparation for the imminent respawn of the level 60 Lord Boss, the rampaging behemoth. This creature reappeared every half-month, dropping rare equipment and valuable materials each time. It was clear that the Golden Sands gang relied heavily on the rampaging behemoth for their growth and prosperity. The tradition of clearing the area every half-month had been upheld since the guild's inception, with no one daring to challenge it. Those who did had mysteriously vanished. Wang Han, a member of the Golden Sands gang and a level 40 warrior, gripped his fine-quality long sword with trembling hands as he prepared to slay a level 42 ice-armored python. Killing the python would grant him a level up. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the ice-armored python was struck, its serpentine body writhing in protest. Who dares to steal my monster? Wang Han bellowed. Having always been the ones to seize others' monsters, he was taken aback by such audacity. A chill crept up his spine as a towering figure, clad in armor, held a long blade to his nose. Didn't he brush your teeth this morning? Or did you eat something foul last night? Your mouth is rather unclean, Linimo remarked. This is our Golden Sands territory. Wang Han stammered, his previous bravado diminished as he realized his life was now in another's hands. Isn't it common knowledge that outdoor monsters can be slain by anyone? I've never heard of a territory belonging to someone. Linimo replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the experience points from the impending kill of the ice-armored python. Wang Han, what are you doing? Hurry up and clear the monsters. If the boss arrives and the monsters are not dealt with, you'll be in trouble, urged the bald man, his eyes narrowing as he observed Wang Han's predicament. Daring to lay hands on a member of the Golden Sands gang? Have you lost your mind? The bald man waved his hand, and a dozen members of the Golden Sands gang surrounded Linimo, deputy leader. Save me, Wang Han quivered, fearing that the armored figure would end his life with a single stroke. Kid, I'll give you one chance. Get lost as far as you can, the bald man threatened, unwilling to let any complications arise before the boss arrived. Though he spoke bravely, the bald man secretly gathered a fireball, ready to launch a surprise attack on Linimo. A level 55 fire mage, Linimo assessed, having acquired the ability to discern the profession and level of any adventurer since gaining his system. I am here to hunt monsters. I certainly wouldn't mind dispatching you as well, Linimo declared, summoning the Shadow Army. Hundreds of ghost shadows, troll warriors, and scythe shadows. 9 distinct shadow soldier types, each numbering in the hundreds, were instantaneously summoned at Linimo's command. Awaiting your orders, master. The Shadow Army intoned in unison, their crimson eyes fixed on the encircling members of the Golden Sands gang. Chapter 9. The Shadow Army charges. What in the world? Is that a monster summoned by a summoner? How can there be so many? They beheld as over 1,000 level 38 monsters were summoned in one fell swoop. Holy crap! These summoned creatures are formidable. It said that summoners are a universally recognized useless class. In an instant, the members of the Golden Sands gang surrounding Linimo were engulfed in panic. The hulking troll warriors towered like small mountains. The peculiar soft shadows had limbs that stretched like rubber, and the flying shadows flapped their wings high above. Over 1,000 shadow soldiers menaced the members of the Golden Sands gang. A ghost shadow beside Linimo retrieved a throwing dagger from its sleeve and, taking advantage of the bald man's momentary distraction, hurled it forth. Swish! A scream pierced the air. Lu Dekhang, the deputy leader of the Golden Sands gang, grimaced in pain as the dagger struck his right arm, causing the fireball he had been gathering to dissipate behind him. Deputy leader, a level 40 rogue, ignoring the peril of his comrade Wang Han, activated his stealth mode and lunged at Linimo with his dagger. The ghost shadow stepped forward, delivering a flying kick that sent the rogue soaring through the air. Silence enveloped the scene, the atmosphere thick with tension. As Lu Dekhang beheld the 1,000-strong shadow army summoned by Linimo, he swallowed hard. Is this really the caliber of monsters a summoner can conjure? Why are they so powerful? Skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors usually don't exhibit such discipline. This group moves in perfect unison like a military force. Kid, don't get too cocky. Our boss will arrive any moment, Lu Dekhang snarled, clutching his wound. Their boss was a level 65 lightning mage, renowned for wielding the mightiest spells among all elemental mages. While Linimo's summoned creatures were indeed exceptional, they were unlikely to withstand a level 6 area-wide lightning spell. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate, Linimo retorted, commanding the Shadow Army to charge at the encircling members of the Golden Sands gang. How intriguing, a young girl remarked as she approached alongside an elderly woman. The elderly woman observed with keen interest the shadowy legion summoned by Linimo, scrutinizing each type of shadow soldier, from the ghostly shades to the devouring specters. Beside her stood a young girl, approximately 20 years of age, standing at 174 centimeters tall, her flowing, lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. The girl exuded an air of aloof elegance, clad in a white robe of arcane craftsmanship, and wielding a staff that was unmistakably of exceptional quality. The elderly woman's face was etched with wrinkles, emanating a faint chill around her. The girl maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly uninterested in the distant skirmish. Were she in that situation, she too could easily deal with the members of the Golden Sand gang. Her name was Yuruyan, a direct disciple of the current leader of the Mage Alliance. The reason for her esteemed status within the Alliance was her rare ability as a 4-element mage. While three-element mages were already uncommon, the simultaneous awakening of the wood, lightning, and wind attributes was a remarkable feat. After being accepted as a direct disciple by the leader of the Mage Alliance, Urian swiftly ascended to level 30 in just a day and a half, with the assistance of Elder Lu Peilon, and immediately set off to the task hall to accept her second job quest. Like Linimo, she was tasked with slaying the level 60 boss, the rampaging behemoth, to obtain its heart. The creatures summoned by this conjurer were even stronger than Miaoshuan. Urian remarked, referring to Miaoshuan, an S-rank talent summoner whose level 1 summoned skeleton soldiers possessed a strength comparable to that of a level 5 warrior. Indeed, taking into account those burly figures, their defenses rivaled those of a level 60 guardian. Elder Lu Peilon made a startling statement. Urian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Elder Lu's high regard for Lin Mo's summoned creatures. That young man seems to share the same second job quest as you, Lu Peilon noted. TSK, a level 38 summoner, leveling up even faster than you. She was acquainted with all the prodigies in the imperial capital and was certain that no one of that caliber existed there. Hence, it was highly likely that Lin Mo hailed from one of the prominent families in the demon capital, possessing a distinguished status, perhaps even being the scion of a family patriarch, vice guild leader. "I can't hold on any longer," exclaimed a member of the Golden Sand Gang. He was a level 40 guardian, yet he found himself retreating step by step against the level 38 scythe-wielding soldier. He felt a strong sensation that the scythe soldier was toying with him. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in too long ago. The gang member lamented, and vice guild leader Lu Dekhang was also in dire straits. "What in the world is this?" Lu Dekhang fumed. As a level 55 fire mage, he found that even his 5th-tier skills could not breach the defenses of the troll soldier. In the midst of battle, Lu Dekhang realized his mana was depleted. The troll soldier merely patted its arm, its eyes mocking despite its silence. "Is this all you've got?" Lu Dekhang seethed in impotent fury. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the heavens, precisely hitting the troll soldier before him. The troll soldier staggered back a few steps, looking up at the unexpected intruder in the sky. "You fools, you can't even handle this simple task." The earth shook with the rumble of thunder. As colossal bolts fell and exploded, Shurdai Hong, the guild leader of the Golden Sand Gang, Lin Mo, revealed his identity. With a hooked nose and a lean physique, he appeared to be around 40 years old. His eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "Guild leader, you've finally arrived. Someone is causing trouble in our territory," Lu Dekhang exclaimed excitedly. If Shurdai Hong did not arrive soon, the Golden Sand Gang would be on the verge of annihilation by Lin Mo. "Is it this brat?" Shurdai Hong's face twitched as he glanced at Lin Mo below. The rampaging behemoth was about to respawn, and Lin Mo had completely disrupted his plans. The entire gang was relying on the rampaging behemoth for sustenance. A level 65 lightning mage. Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance at Shurdai Hong. Thunder rumbled ominously. Shurdai Hong began to chant softly, and dense purple lightning surged forth, finally striking down towards Lin Mo. 6th-tier lightning skill. Thunderstorm Fury. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of purple lightning descended, the deafening explosions overwhelming the senses. "That child is far too arrogant," Elder Lu Peilon of the Mage Alliance remarked. Thunderstorm Fury was a 6th-tier lightning skill. It would be exceedingly easy to annihilate a level 38 summoner. Had Lin Mo proclaimed his family name before Shurdai Hong unleashed his attack, the guild leader might very well have hesitated to strike with full force. "Damn it, putting on airs, are we?" Lu Dekhang grinned. "Enough chit-chat, quickly gather the guild members to besiege the rampaging behemoth," Shurdai Hong urged. It was imperative to eliminate the level 60 boss the moment it respawned. Once it entered its enraged state, it would become exceedingly difficult to deal with. After speaking, Shurdai Hong sensed something was amiss. "That brat is still alive." As the smoke began to dissipate, 2 troll soldiers lowered their arms on either side. Lin Mo coldly fixed his gaze on Shurdai Hong, the sunlight casting elongated shadows that rapidly splintered. "It has turned dark." Urian furrowed her delicate brows, and then witnessed a scene she would never forget. The mountains and plains were entirely overrun by Lin Mo's Shadow Legion, the darkness not a sign of nightfall, but rather the wings of tens of thousands of clawed shadow soldiers blotting out the sun. Shadow Legion, charge! At Lin Mo's command, 38,000 shadow soldiers surged forward. Chapter 10. Level 60 boss, the rampaging behemoth. Darkness descended. 38,000 shadow soldiers raised their heads simultaneously, their myriad crimson eyes glowing ominously. The troll soldiers were on the front lines, while the ghostly shades dispersed to engage in their own battles, and the armored shades charged forth with long blades, shielded by the troll soldiers. In the skies above, tens of thousands of flying shadow soldiers flapped their wings. Obscuring the sunlight, Thud, Lu Dekhang, the vice-guild leader of the Golden Sand Gang, knelt upon the ground, drenched in sweat. Oh my goodness! Monsters! His vision was filled with Lin Mo's summoned shadow soldiers. The members of the Golden Sand Gang felt their scalps tingle. Even a mere 100 shadow soldiers were more than they could handle, let alone tens of thousands. Guild leader, save me. Save me. Why has my shadow vanished? It hurts so much. Wang Han's face turned pale as he helplessly witnessed a cute, adorable shadow devour his own shadow. After devouring his shadow completely, the shadow soldier grinned, revealing its sharp, white teeth. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me, Thud. His head fell along with a spray of blood. Under the charge of 38,000 shadow soldiers, the area outside Golden Sand City had transformed into a hellish nightmare. How could he summon so many monsters, and instantaneously at that? Elder Lu Peilon of the Mage Alliance was left speechless. When Lin Mo summoned over 1,000 shadow soldiers, Lu Peilon was merely surprised, albeit slightly astonished. Though such feats were challenging, she was an elder of the Mage Alliance and had witnessed many grand spectacles. However, the instantaneous summoning of tens of thousands of shadow soldiers was something Lu Peilon had never encountered in her many years of experience. It was known that Lin Mo was just a level 38 summoner. Even an 80-level summoner would struggle to achieve such a feat. This child is profoundly mysterious. I find myself increasingly curious about his identity, Lu Peilon remarked. Yu Ruyan was in a daze, still unable to believe the spectacle before her. The master who had turned the area outside Golden Sand City into a living hell was now leisurely approaching the respawn point of the level 60 boss, the rampaging behemoth. Well done. This scum, born of a mother but lacking a father-esque guidance, deserves to be eradicated. Finally, heaven has opened its eyes. This pack of wretched beasts is receiving their retribution. Brother, can you see from the afterlife? The one who caused your death is being punished. Those previously driven away violently by the Golden Sand Gang rejoiced as they witnessed the gang members meet their demise, celebrating as if it were a festival. They had long harbored deep resentment towards this toxic guild. For years, the adventurers of Golden Sand City had been stuck at low levels due to the Golden Sand Gang's monopolization of the leveling zones outside the city, forcing adventurers over level 40 to grind in the city's dungeon zones instead. The dungeon zones were meant for lower-level adventurers, and the experience gained from completing hell-level dungeons was minimal even for those at level 40. Seeing the Golden Sand Gang engulfed by monsters, they instinctively thought something had gone awry in the leveling zones outside the city, failing to consider the summoner's involvement. Among the jubilant adventurers, a young man in his mid-20s could not contain his tears. 3 years prior, he had taken his younger brother outside the city to level up, only for the vice-guild leader Lu Dekhang to deliberately cast a 4th-tier area of effect fire spell, knowing full well that the two brothers were nearby, resulting in his brothers suffering fatal burns that could not be saved. Damn it, monsters! An adventurer gasped, nearly wetting himself. The shadow soldiers summoned by Lin Mo were well-trained, as hundreds of ghostly shades instinctively took up positions to provide security outside. Observing the trembling adventurer, the ghostly shades refrained from attacking. They shared a telepathic bond with Lin Mo, aware of who was an enemy and who was an innocent bystander. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a bolt of purple lightning cut through the air, swiftly plunging back into the gloom. Shirtai Hong, the guild leader of the Golden Sand Gang, was disheveled, frequently casting lightning spells, yet the seemingly endless tide of shadow soldiers plunged him into despair. After one wave was vanquished, another would immediately follow, relentless and infinite. A seasoned warrior, Shirtai Hong knew all too well that to defeat a summoner, one must first eliminate the summoner themselves. Once the summoner fell, no matter how powerful their summoned creatures were, they would be rendered useless. Yet at this moment, he had no idea where Lin Mo was. All that surrounded him were endless shadow soldiers. Do you hear that? This is the reputation of your Golden Sand Gang. Shirtai Hong's expression was vacant, his mana utterly drained, as a troll soldier lifted him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. You. Tai Hong gazed at the enigmatic Lin Mo, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. He had lived much of his life, never imagining he would fall into the hands of someone so young. You cannot kill me. I serve the Blood Slaughter Guild. If I die, they will not spare you. Tai Hong attempted to invoke his powerful backing. Each time the level 60 boss, the rampaging behemoth, was slain, it dropped a plethora of rare materials known as Dragon's Gravestones. The Blood Slaughter Guild placed immense value on these materials, seemingly linked to the forging of legendary grade equipment. With the backing of the Blood Slaughter Guild, Tai Hong had dared to act so brazenly in Golden Sand City. The Blood Slaughter Guild? Lin Mo gestured to an armored shade, which presented its long blade with both hands. And why glory is my loyalty, the shadow soldier exclaimed with fervor. For Lin Mo, being able to wield his weapon as his master was the utmost honor. He had never heard of this guild. With a swift motion, Lin Mo brought his blade down, severing Tai Hong's head. Once a professional's head is taken, no matter how high their health, it is of no consequence. Tai Hong's head rolled down the slope, marking the demise of the renowned 65-level lightning attribute sorcerer from Jinsaking at the hands of Lin Mo. Tai Hong was dead. The notorious culprit of the Jinsaking gang had fallen. A celebration erupted, as we could finally train normally in the leveling area outside the city. The local professionals of Jinsaking clapped their hands in exhilaration. Wait, can we defeat this horde of monsters? Someone inquired. The entire leveling area outside the city was overrun by shadow soldiers. Unless one was a level 50 professional, those below that level would never even catch a glimpse of the shadow soldiers before meeting their demise. This statement rendered everyone mute. Even a 65-level lightning attribute sorcerer was no match for him. Elder Lu Peilon of the Mage Alliance re-evaluated her perception of Lin Mo. As an elder of an official organization, she refrained from intervening, unless it was within the city, in which case she would not hesitate to cast ice attribute spells to prevent collateral damage to civilians. The Lord Boss, the rampaging behemoth, has respawned. Lu Peilon felt invigorated. Her primary goal in Jinsaking was to slay the rampaging behemoth and assist Urian in completing her second-class transition quest. Although Urian's expression remained unchanged, the azure light radiating from her staff indicated her readiness to unleash spells of 4 different attributes at any moment. The ground quaked violently, splitting open to reveal a chasm of unfathomable depth. A thunderous roar resounded as a towering giant over 100 meters tall, with a fearsome visage, leaped forth from the fissure. Its muscular arms and razor-sharp claws, extending several meters in length, instilled terror in all who beheld it. The 60-level Lord Boss, rampaging behemoth, has emerged at last. I have awaited your arrival. Lin Mo decisively commanded the Shadow Legion to attack. Simultaneously, the observing Elder Lu Peilon and Urian sprang into action. Whoever slays this rampaging behemoth and obtains its heart shall complete their level 30 class transition quest. Chapter 11. Completing the second-class transition quest, Rampaging Behemoth, Demon Race, Lord Level Boss, Level 60, Health 200,000, Mana 150,000, Agility 3,000, Strength 9,000, Spirit 6,000, Physique 9,000, Skills, Earth Tremor, Gale Sandstorm, Rockstorm, Mudslide, Passive Skills, Fury, Skin Enhancement. The 60-level Lord Boss, Rampaging Behemoth, has made its appearance. The air grew frigid, and heavy snow began to fall. Elder Lu Peilon commenced her incantation, as the Alliance leader issued orders to ensure her disciple, Urian, completed her second-class transition quest. The rampaging behemoth was formidable. Its immense health and passive skill, Fury, were sufficient to easily contend against level 70 professionals. Yet she was a 90-level ice attribute grand sorceress. With the casting of an 8th-tier ice attribute spell, she could severely wound the rampaging behemoth, allowing Urian to deliver the final blow. Did someone else wish to slay the rampaging behemoth? Lin Mo gazed at the elderly woman floating in midair, transforming the surrounding area into a winter wonderland. A 90-level grand sorceress. Beside her stood a girl clad in a white robe. Lin Mo felt a sense of familiarity. Resolved to eliminate the rampaging behemoth swiftly at all costs, Lin Mo commanded the shadow soldiers. Is it not summer? Why on earth is it snowing? Are you blind? Did you not see someone casting an ice attribute spell? Goodness, the power of the spell before it was even released is immense. What tier of ice attribute spell could this be? conservatively estimated to be 8th tier. Wow, a grand sorceress has arrived in Jinseking. The local professionals observing from the outskirts were shivering in the cold. That horde of monsters seemed intent on competing with the grand sorceress for the rampaging behemoth. Strange, aren't higher-level demons able to command those of lower levels? Why are those monsters acting recklessly and challenging authority? Roar. The newly spawned 60-level Lord Boss, rampaging behemoth, emitted a series of furious roars, revealing a perplexed expression. How could it encounter such powerful professionals immediately after emerging from the demon lair? And what was the deal with this overwhelming swarm of monsters? Sensing its life in peril, the rampaging behemoth triggered its passive skill, Fury, slowly increasing its level. 61, 62, swish, swish, swish. The ghost shadow soldiers hurled their daggers at the rampaging behemoth. Bang, bang, bang. The troll soldiers strode forward, raising their fists to strike fiercely. Devouring a multitude of shadows, the moderately sized Shadow Eater opened its gaping maw and bit down on the rampaging behemoth. The 9 shadow soldiers unleashed their unique abilities, causing the rampaging behemoth's health to plummet rapidly. Observing Lu Peilon still chanting and preparing her spell, Yuruyan's brow furrowed. This was her second-class transition quest. She could not allow Linimo to seize the opportunity. Second-tier wind attribute skill, Hurricane Erosion. A potent yet non-lethal gust of wind surged towards Linimo. Yuruyan had a clear objective. As long as she could temporarily restrain Linimo, the summoned monsters would dissipate. A shadow soldier intervened mid-attack. The wind struck its body, rebounding back towards Yuruyan. Is this even possible? Yuruyan hastily unleashed a lightning strike to counter the hurricane. A qualified summoner must prioritize their own safety. Linimo turned to glance at Yuruyan, who had failed her ambush. In truth, numerous shadow soldiers remained hidden in the shadows. Anyone daring to strike at Linimo would be met with the relentless assault of 100 ghost shadow soldiers. However, Linimo recognized that this woman did not intend to kill him. She merely sought to bind him. The pressing matter was to eliminate the rampaging behemoth before the grand sorceress could cast her spell. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Yuruyan was hesitant to act, only able to watch as Linimo commanded the shadow soldiers to attack the rampaging behemoth. Level 68. The rampaging behemoth, having activated its passive skill, Fury, briefly ascended to level 68, only to be bewildered as all its skills, including Earth Tremor and Gale Sandstorm, were repelled by the combined force of the shadow soldiers. Although the damage from the shadow soldiers was minimal, the sheer volume led to a qualitative change. Each attack dealt a mere 100 damage, but with thousands of simultaneous strikes, no one could withstand it. Moreover, the damage inflicted by the shadow soldiers far exceeded 100 points. A single dagger from the ghost shadow soldiers struck for a staggering 1,000 points. Crash. The rampaging behemoth, towering over 100 meters with a health pool of 200,000, collapsed with a resounding thud. Its eyes wide with disbelief. It could never have anticipated that after emerging from the demon lair, barely having caught a breath of fresh air, it would be besieged by over 30,000 shadow soldiers. Defeated 60-level Lord Boss Rampaging Behemoth. Experience points 200,000. Obtained item, Behemoth Heart. Acquired rare material, 30 Dragon Grave Stones. Received rare equipment, Dark Spear. A multitude of notifications rang out, and Linimo leveled up to 39. Glancing at the fist-sized Behemoth Heart in his hand, he cast a sidelong glance at Yuruyan, who stood frozen in place. The second-class transition quest was complete. Was it done in an instant? That horde of monsters had outright annihilated the rampaging behemoth. This is truly terrifying. Even if the Jinseking gang no longer occupies the leveling area outside the city, I wouldn't dare venture there. Absurd. This is the first time I've witnessed such cohesive teamwork among monsters. They resemble a single entity, far more synchronized than any trained war regiment. The professionals at the city gate were left speechless. They had seen the Jinseking gang slay the rampaging behemoth before, but it typically took an entire afternoon or longer. Lin Mo's summoned shadow soldiers dispatched the rampaging behemoth in a single assault. 8th tier ice attribute skill, Ice Wing Phoenix Dance. A resplendent crystalline phoenix soared into the sky, as Lu Peilon's face creased with worry. Who had slain the rampaging behemoth? In the mere 20 seconds it took her to charge and unleash Ice Wing Phoenix Dance. The 60-level Lord Boss rampaging behemoth was dead? It was he who accomplished the feat. Yuruyan turned her gaze towards Linimo. Lu Peilon's frown deepened. With the rampaging behemoth slain, her hard-earned crystalline phoenix was rendered useless. Leaning on her staff, Lu Peilon approached Linimo. Was she intending to kill and seize the spoils? Linimo summoned the remaining shadow soldiers, taking a defensive stance. After all, the elderly woman was a 90-level grand sorceress. Not some trash like the Jinsaking gang leader. Yuruyan's eyes were fixated on the behemoth heart in Lin Mo's hand. Obtaining the behemoth heart was not only Lin Mo's second-class transition quest, but also hers. In the early stages, professionals raced against time. Everyone wished to quickly learn new skills and enhance their power. Which prominent family do you hail from in Magic City? Lu Peilon inquired. I am not from Magic City. Linimo responded candidly. How cautious. Lu Peilon regarded him with appreciation before revealing her true intention. Young man, would you be willing to sell me the behemoth heart? The price is negotiable. As expected, Linimo remained on high alert. This grand sorceress was indeed coveting the behemoth heart in his possession. Chapter 12. Commander of the Shadow Legion, Terra. A dense assembly of shadow soldiers stood ready outside Jinsaking. Hearing Lu Peilon's words, Linimo maintained his composure. A rare-level piece of equipment, Lu Peilon presented her offer. Although the rampaging behemoth was slain by Linimo, she had her means to help Yuruyan complete her second-class transition quest with the behemoth heart. Rare-level equipment could fetch millions, some even tens of millions. Lu Peilon was confident that Linimo could not resist such an offer. She had long been observing Linimo, noting that despite his peculiarities, he lacked even a suitable staff. The three professions, sorcerer, priest, and summoner, were all heavily reliant on staves. This rare-grade equipment possesses the effect of enhancing the defensive capabilities of summon monsters, Lu Peilon added. With such generous rewards, Lu Peilon firmly believed that Linimo would undoubtedly agree. Not for sale. Lin Mo's refusal left Yuruyan with a furrowed brow. How absurd! Would one think to dismiss her with merely a piece of rare-grade equipment? Even if it were exclusive equipment for summoners, it would be unacceptable. One must remember that Lin Mo's spatial ring contained not only 7 or 8 pieces of purple gear, but also boasted as many as 3 legendary items. The absence of a staff was simply due to Lin Mo's indifference towards its use. The Heart of the Behemoth was a crucial item for completing the second transition quest, and with the next frenzy of the behemoth not occurring for another half-month, Linimo was not inclined to wait that long. Observing Lin Mo's refusal, Lu Peilon massaged her temples. As an elder of the official Mage Alliance, she could not resort to threats against Linimo. Her offer of a rare-grade item was already the limit of her concessions. It seems your second transition will be delayed by a few days, Lu Peilon remarked to the nearby Yuruyan. The level 60 boss, the frenzied behemoth, did not spawn solely here, but searching for it elsewhere would be time-consuming and laborious. Yuruyan nodded, silently committing Lin Mo's visage to memory, firmly believing they would meet again unless Linimo had no intention of applying to the prestigious institution. The Imperial Capital University. Elder Lu, let us depart. Without hesitation, Yuruyan prompted, leading Lu Peilon to relinquish her efforts. The elderly and the young turned and departed, as Linimo summoned forth his shadow soldiers. The sun blazed fiercely, casting elongated shadows that stretched infinitely. As Linimo approached the city gates, the gazes of various adventurers fell upon him. The multitude of monsters had vanished. Oh, I see the little brother who insisted on venturing into the leveling area despite our warnings? One of the squad members, who had briefly encountered Linimo, inquired. Indeed, Linimo nodded. What remarkable luck to have emerged unscathed. He smiled enigmatically as he stepped into the city. I in the depths of the leveling area. Several small demon caves emitted a low, buzzing sound. Level 40 Nightblade leopards and dark golden-skinned black gold pigs, among other beasts, crawled forth from the demon caves. Upon witnessing this horde of monsters, local adventurers' eyes gleamed with excitement as they charged forward. It had been far too long since they had the opportunity to hunt monsters in the leveling zone. For adventurers from other cities, hunting monsters was a mundane task, but for them, it felt like a luxury. In Donghai City, at the task hall, Wei Qianming, with her hair tied in a bun and a cherubic face, was lost in thought. As a level 45 priest, she worked temporary jobs at the task hall to support her family. This is breaking news. An unexpected incident has occurred in the leveling area outside Jinsha City. With thousands of black-clad monsters emerging, exhibiting exceedingly formidable combat prowess. In other news, The president of Jinsha Guild, Shi Taihong, along with the vice president and all members, have perished outside the city. The Hall's television broadcasted live updates, drawing the attention of those waiting in line. Jinsha City, located adjacent to Donghai City, was a popular tourist destination for many Donghai residents. The footage displayed the black-clad monsters with combat skills that surpassed even her own as a level 48 warrior. Serves Jinsha Guild right for monopolizing the leveling area and denying local adventurers a chance to use it. What a relief! I plan to visit Jinsha City soon to admire its historical landmarks. The Jinsha Guild was well known not only in Jinsha City, but also somewhat infamous in Donghai City. Upon hearing of the guild's annihilation, the adventurers in the task hall erupted in applause. After all, no matter where one was, such overbearing guilds were generally unwelcome. Qianming, still thinking about that handsome guy you met this morning? Her colleague, Sister Wang, teased. Wei Qianming sat in her chair, her mind having wandered far away. No, I wasn't. She stammered softly. Don't think about it. You won't encounter that handsome guy again. He drew an S-level second transition task. Sister Wang emphasized. Receiving such a high-level second transition task left one with two choices. Either perish at the hands of the frenzied behemoth or give up and resign oneself to never mastering advanced skills. Regardless of the outcome, Wei Qianming would never cross paths with the young summoner she had attended to earlier. Sister Wang, do you think he would recklessly confront a level 60 boss, the frenzied behemoth, alone? Wei Qianming inquired. It's possible. Today's youth often exhibit a fearlessness of the world. Sister Wang replied. I'm here to submit a task. A familiar voice rang out from the window. Oh, very well. Wei Qianming instinctively responded, looking up to find her eyes sparkling with surprise. I'm ahead of schedule, Linimo said with a smile. He had originally planned to slay the frenzied behemoth today and return to submit the task tomorrow. Passing through the task hall, he noticed the lack of people and decided to save himself another trip. You've completed the S-level difficulty second transition task? Wei Qianming's voice trembled. The mention of an S-level second transition task caused the adventurers discussing Jinsha City to turn in unison. Linimo retrieved the heart of the behemoth from his spatial ring, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Incredible, someone has truly managed to complete such a monstrous second transition task. I recall my second transition task was a level. I barely managed to defeat a level 50 boss at level 45 with a team. An S-level task requires facing a level 60 boss. Surely, high-level adventurers assisted him. There's no way a level 38 summoner could achieve this. Handing the heart of the behemoth to Wei Qianming, Linimo went through a series of operations with her, and he soon heard the task completion notification, unlocking the skill to summon skeletal warriors. His ability to summon monsters advanced from ordinary to elite levels. After the second transition, every profession would automatically learn several skills upon reaching every 10th level. These skills were the most common and widespread. To learn unique skills not possessed by others, one had to rely on certain circumstances. The first was obtaining skill books from monster drops, which depended on luck regarding whether it was a skill book for one's own profession. The second option was to purchase them or study at a library after being admitted to a university. Henceforth, all summoned would be elite-level shadow soldiers. Linimo disregarded the skeletal warrior summoning skill. And as he closed the skill learning page, he discovered that he was unlike other summoners. Available skill. Summon the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion. Available skill. Summon the commander of the Shadow Legion. Terra. Chapter 13. The Infinity Evolving Shadow Legion. After the second transition, the ability to learn skills included summoning Terra, the commander of the Shadow Legion, along with 9 shadow generals. He decisively chose to learn. Why the rush to leave? Wei Qianming attempted to call out to Linimo, who was already outside the door. Let us chat a little longer, she murmured. But Linimo had already vanished from her sight. At home, Linimo summoned 9 shadow soldiers. Unlike the ordinary shadow soldiers, this time, the summoned were elite-level shadow soldiers. The elite-level ghostly soldiers wielded a variety of weapons, including claws, flying needles, and daggers, no longer restricted to just throwing knives and daggers. The troll soldiers appeared more robust, with protective gear adorning crucial areas such as arms and chest, significantly enhancing their defenses. The armor of the shadow soldiers changed from black to dark black, with all units receiving enhancements. Summoning an elite-level shadow soldier consumed 100 points of magic, and Linimo was currently abundant in magic, with the unknown quality equipment of the Empire's fall augmenting him. His magic had increased a staggering 100-fold, with 390,000 magic points. He could instantaneously summon 3,900 elite-level shadow soldiers, willing to face any peril for my master. A resonant voice echoed, as Terra, the commander of the Shadow Legion, knelt on one knee, his skin flushed, his visage resembling that of a tiger, with graying whiskers at his temples, while loyalty remains unwavering and resolute. General Nija of the Phantom Legion, General Samo of the Troll Legion, General Barton of the Nightbat Legion. They all saluted their master. Rise, Lin Mo commanded, gazing upon Terra and the shadow generals who had been summoned forth. Terra's attributes were exceptionally formidable. Terra, Master. Lin Mo, level 39, health 500. 000, magic 400,000, agility 400,000, strength 350,000, spirit 200,000, physique 200,000, skills, battle intent, fear, mental control, uplifting spirit, fatal judgment. Terra possessed numerous skills, 3 of which were particularly noteworthy. Battle intent, fear, and uplifting spirit both had area effects. One instilled fear in enemies while the other bolstered the morale of allied soldiers. Mental control allowed him to control any adventurer below level 50, turning them into puppets. Each of the 9 shadow generals possessed their unique skills. But the commonality was that when they led their respective troops, the strength of the shadow soldiers would increase by 1,000, along with substantial boosts to attributes such as agility. Mingta, Lin Mo addressed the general of the Phantom Legion. Mingtad, at your service, Mingta replied, standing tall with a proud demeanor, his skin a dark yellow, with one horn atop his head. I have a task for you. Go to the leveling area outside the city and enhance the strength of the Phantom soldiers. Lin Mo instructed. The Phantom soldiers could infinitely evolve and enhance their strength. Lin Mo had never underestimated this unit. Understood, Mingta affirmed. This would be his first task from his master, and he was determined to execute it splendidly. And me, master? Terra respectfully inquired. The other 8 shadow generals had gone to assist Mingta, leaving him without a task. Your time has not yet come, Lin Mo replied. Terra and the shadow generals possessed intelligence, and as their leader, Terra was exceptionally astute. However, regardless of their intelligence, their loyalty remained steadfast. The gentle moonlight bathed the earth as the streets of Donghai City illuminated. Outside the city, in the leveling area, an elder patiently imparted his wisdom to his granddaughter. Qingqi, you must remember to exercise caution when hunting beasts at night. Many creatures, such as the Nightblade hunters and the purple wolf bats, excel at employing the cover of darkness to ambush their prey. The elder remarked, subsequently chanting to summon 2 level 63 skeleton knights. One knight kept watch while the other stood guard beside him. I know, Luo Qingqi replied with a hint of impatience, curiously surveying her surroundings. This marked her inaugural venture into the leveling zone outside the city, having previously confined herself to the instance areas. Unlike her grandfather, a level 63 summoner, she was merely a level 28 water mage. Observing his granddaughter's restless demeanor, Luo Guolong felt a sense of helplessness. The beasts in the outer leveling zone did not exceed level 60, and he could easily manage them with his prowess. After all, she was still at that playful age, he mused. What a cute little beast, Luo Qingqi exclaimed, swiftly picking up the newly summoned Shadow Eater, which was small and had a soft texture in the night. 2 red lights flickered. The Phantom soldier, tasked with ensuring the Shadow Eater's stable development, gestured towards Luo Qingqi, indicating that she should set it down. Be careful, Luo Guolong quickly warned, maneuvering the skeleton knight to protect his granddaughter. The level 60 skeleton knight moved swiftly, yet before it could reach her, Luo Qingqi collapsed at the sound of a thud, her health plummeting to 0 in an instant. The Phantom soldier drew a dagger from its sleeve. If Luo Qingqi did not release the Shadow Eater, it would take action. Put it down, Luo Guolong shouted. He mistakenly assumed that the Shadow Eater was the offspring of the Phantom soldier, and the surrounding red lights intensified. Unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled. Why had such peculiar creatures suddenly appeared in the outer leveling zone? Luo Guolong swallowed hard. The level 63 skeleton knights had been taken down without even seeing the monsters. Hearing her grandfather's furious shout, Luo Qingqi hastily placed the tiny Shadow Eater on the ground. The red lights vanished, and the Phantom soldier sheathed its dagger. That scared me to death, Luo Qingqi said. Her face pale, finally grasping the fundamental difference between the beasts in the instance area and those in the outer world. In the instance area, each level of beasts came with detailed explanations of their levels, skills, and weaknesses. In contrast, the creatures outside were shrouded in mystery, especially under the cover of night. Something is amiss. This place is strange. Luo Guolong promptly summoned the skeleton knights once more. Even if he summoned a dozen at once, he still felt no sense of security. Let us leave quickly, Luo Guolong urged. Those creatures were far too dangerous. If he struggled to protect himself, how could he safeguard his granddaughter? Their only option was to retreat to the safety of the city. Oh, okay, Luo Qingqi replied, flustered and following closely behind her grandfather. The four-blade blood mantis, a level 50 beast, was currently enjoying its dinner. A level 30 rainbow pig. Lower-level beasts were often reduced to mere food for their higher-level counterparts, and they preferred the flesh of humans over that of their own kind. The sound of crunching echoed as the four-blade blood mantis savored its meal, completely oblivious to the impending danger. A shadow eater was also indulging in its feast, its fist-sized body rapidly expanding, attributes surging wildly. The four-blade blood mantis collapsed, and the shadow eater licked its lips. If Luo Qingqi had been present, she would no longer have deemed it adorable. General Minta of the Soul-Devouring Legion crossed his arms, gazing at the shadow eater, which was larger than himself. Feast well, soldiers. Only when you are full can you fight valiantly for our master. Chapter 14. They're quite nice. Actually, in the early morning, at the leveling zone outside Donghai City, dew trickled down the leaves as the usual adventurers stood in shock. Am I still dreaming? A level 48 rogue rubbed his eyes vigorously. The leveling zone lay desolate, devoid of even a trace of beasts. Where have all the beasts gone? This is bizarre. I've searched the entire 50-mile radius of the leveling zone and haven't spotted a single beast. A bearded warrior in fine armor remarked, his voice laced with confusion. Having spent years in the leveling zone slaying monsters, he was intimately familiar with the surrounding environment. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the shadow eater, which had consumed a multitude of shadows, turned around. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shadow eaters followed suit. While they may not have been as large as the first, their presence was formidable. Furthermore, each shadow eater was accompanied by phantom soldiers, troll soldiers, and various other shadowy entities. What in the world is this? So massive, it exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. Are they monsters? Or have these creatures wiped out all the beasts that once inhabited the leveling zone? The adventurers who had arrived early began to fervently discuss among themselves. They dared not act hastily, for none could ascertain the strength of these creatures. Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. Our city's outer leveling zone has encountered a multitude of mysterious unknown creatures. Please exercise caution when approaching the leveling zone to avoid injury. The announcement repeated thrice, resonating throughout the streets of Donghai City. Residents wore expressions of bewilderment. For many years, the outer leveling zone had remained stable. How could such a sudden influx of mysterious unknown creatures occur? In the municipal government hall, the conference room was suffused with a heavy atmosphere as sunlight refracted through the windows, casting shadows on the faces of its occupants. The head of the instance area, level 68 Wind Mage Li Lixian, occupied the first seat on the left. Additionally, all level 60 and above adventurers from Donghai City were present, including Luo Guolong, who had encountered the phantom soldiers the previous night. Creak. The conference room door swung open, interrupting the ongoing discussions. A middle-aged man with graying hair, dressed formally, entered. He appeared to be in his early 50s, exuding an air of authority, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Mayor Gu, the crowd stood in unison. Yes, please take your seats. Mayor Gu Yaohua gestured for them to sit. I trust you are all aware of the reason I summoned you here. There is a problem in the outer leveling zone. He pointed towards the screen behind him displaying the footage. In my over 10 years as the mayor of Donghai City, I have never encountered such an unfathomable situation, Gu Yaohua declared. Mayor, have these creatures harmed anyone? Li Lixian inquired solemnly. As the head of the instance area, he held a position just below the elders within the Mage Alliance. The reason he referred to them as creatures rather than beasts or demons was due to his inability to ascertain their species. Li Lixian aimed to clarify whether these entities had emerged from a beast den or a demon den, or if they were summoned by a summoner. Strangely, they have not, Gu Yaohua replied with a shake of his head. Since their discovery, those creatures have not attacked any adventurers. In fact, some adventurers have reported that the creatures even assisted them in battles. Hey, those creatures are quite nice. Actually, a level 60 warrior commented. Helping with monster slaying? In my long life, I've never encountered such benevolent creatures. This suggests that these creatures may indeed be the work of a summoner, Li Lixian analyzed. Masterly, how could a summoner possibly summon such powerful creatures? Right, old Luo? The gathering turned to Luo Guolong, the sole summoner present. Luo Guolong's expression was one of discontent, yet he felt powerless to argue. Summoners typically summoned only skeletal creatures, such as skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors. The creatures outside the leveling zone were fiercely formidable, capable of effortlessly overpowering his level 63 skeleton knights. Indeed, Luo Guolong begrudgingly nodded. What shall we do now? Someone inquired. Simple. We eliminate those creatures, and that will be the end of it. With so many level 60 adventurers, are we afraid of level 39 monsters? Level 42, Mayor Gu Yaohua corrected. Those creatures leveled up to 42 overnight. Level 42 is still no match. I can easily send them to their demise with a 6th tier fire AoE skill. A middle-aged man with flaming red hair named Zheng Hongyu declared. Zheng Hongyu, you are far too naive. Those creatures are far more complex than they appear, Luo Guolong cautioned. He had faced the phantom soldiers and understood their terrifying capabilities. You are simply too weak. Summoners cannot be compared to mages, Zheng Hongyu replied, his tone condescending. Mayor Gu Yaohua and Li Lixian exchanged glances, and the group set off towards the outer leveling zone. Ji Mingxian, a level 30 warrior, witnessed the continuous emergence of beasts from the beast dens in the leveling zone. Seeing others unperturbed by the shadow soldiers, he decided to engage in battle as well. At that moment, he faced a level 32 bone-crushing wolf. He swung his ordinary grade longsword repeatedly, slowly depleting the wolf's health. The bone-crushing wolf's health neared depletion, and it was about to be slain. It retaliated in its dying moments, pinning Ji Mingxian to the ground, its sharp fangs attempting to bite into his carotid artery. Ji Mingxian's pupils dilated in despair. In a critical moment, a shadow flickered past. A wailing sound echoed, and Ji Mingxian quickly scrambled to his feet, gazing at the phantom soldier before him. Thank you, Ji Mingxian stammered. Would you like me to finish it off? Ji Mingxian cautiously proposed. Hoping the phantom soldier would deliver the final blow to the bone-crushing wolf, allowing Ji Mingxian to claim the experience. The phantom soldier shook its head, dismissing the value of such meager experience. I find this arrangement quite satisfactory. Adventurers from Donghai City, who were level 60 and above, witnessed the scene of the phantom soldier aiding Ji Mingxian, prompting a level 62 priest to comment with an odd expression. This is too harmonious. It feels like a dream. Monsters are still monsters. Who knows what schemes they may be plotting? Zheng Hongyu interjected. All adventurers, return to the safe zone. We must eliminate these creatures, Zheng Hongyu bellowed. Upon hearing his words, the adventurers in the leveling zone felt reluctant. They found these creatures rather agreeable. Not only did they not attack, but they also assisted, significantly enhancing their efficiency in slaying monsters. Though they thought so, they obediently returned to the safety zone, wary of being mistakenly harmed by Zheng Hongyu. Just you wait, Mayor. Zheng Hongyu, brimming with confidence, yearned to showcase his prowess before Gu Yaohua. Flames danced across the sky as Zheng Hongyu began to chant. 2.5 minutes later, the air grew increasingly saturated with fire elements. Fire attribute 6th tier skill. Wildfire spreading. With a resounding roar, the flames surged toward the shadow soldiers. A colossal shadow devourer, languidly basking in the sun, sneezed, extinguishing the fierce inferno. What? Zheng Hongyu and his companions were taken aback. The fire attribute 6th tier AoE skill had failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the shadow devourer. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow devourer looked down upon Zheng Hongyu, and another sneeze sent him tumbling to the ground. This is bad. We must rescue him, Mayor Gu Yaohua declared, as over 20 level 60 professionals sprang into action. Chapter 15. Lord-level Shadow Devourer. Fire and lightning attribute skills soared through the air. Assassins, warriors, and shield-bearers engaged in close combat. Before the skills could be unleashed, the melee fighters approached, causing the shadow soldiers to vanish into the ground without a trace. They escaped? Humph. They may have fled swiftly, but otherwise, I would have obliterated them with a lightning attribute 6th tier skill. Li Lixian's expression darkened as he shook his head at Gu Yaohua. Fortunately, they have departed. Otherwise, we would all perish here, Li Lixian remarked. The ineffectiveness of Zhang Hongyu's fire attribute 6th tier AoE skill against the monsters left them in a precarious position. With their numbers, if a real battle ensued, it would undoubtedly be their doom. Hearing Li Lixian's words, Zhang Hongyu, lying on the ground drenched in the Shadow Devourer's saliva, felt a lingering dread. Had the Shadow Devourer wished, he would have been reduced to mere waste instead of still breathing fresh air. I hope they do not reappear. Li Lixian gazed toward the leveling area ahead. Otherwise, he would have to report to the Mage Alliance for assistance. Given the strength of the professionals in Donghai City, they were far from a match for this horde of monsters. Level 42 after a nap? Lin Imo summoned the shadow soldiers outside. Master, Minta appeared. How is the evolution of the Shadow Devourers progressing? Lin Imo inquired. Minta, with a menacing grin and a horn radiating yellow light, responded, 20 Shadow Devourers have evolved to Lord level. Unfortunately, there are too few high-level beasts outside the city. Otherwise, they could have evolved further. Minta's tone betrayed regret. Lord-level Shadow Devourers. The summoned Shadow Soldier Legion is classified into Ordinary, Elite, Lord, and King levels. Remarkably, the Shadow Devourers can evolve beyond their tier. Well done, Lin Imo praised. With these 20 Lord-level Shadow Devourers, he could easily solo any high-level infernal dungeon. Entering the living room and turning on the television, Lin Imo discovered through the news that Minta had led the Shadow Devourers to thoroughly clear the leveling area outside the city last night. The camera captured the professionals in the leveling zone yawning repeatedly, sitting on the ground waiting for the beasts to respawn. It appears I need to seek higher-level leveling areas or dungeons. Lin Imo realized that his current level had rendered the outside leveling area and dungeon insufficient for his needs. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, prompting Lin Imo to rise and open the door. Is Lin Mo home? Peering through the peephole, Lin Mo saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed maturely. The visitor was none other than his aunt, Lu Weilon, with his parents often away for work since childhood. Lu Weilon was Lin Mo's only relative in Donghai City. She frequently came to clean the house and would invite him over for meals on weekends. Noticing the hideously standing Minta in the living room, Lin Imo snapped his fingers, signaling it to hide. He didn't want to frighten his aunt. Creak. Auntie, why did it take you so long to open the door? Are you hiding something unsightly? Lu Weilon entered, carrying fruit. Observing the spotless floor that could serve as a mirror and the meticulously organized kitchen and living room, Lu Weilon was taken aback. Although her nephew Lin Imo was not a messy person, this was excessively clean. One might think it was a newly renovated house. Her teasing about hiding something unsightly referred to Lin Mo's girlfriend. Indeed, something was hidden, the general of the soul-devouring legion. Lin Imo mused. Placing the fruit on the table, Lu Weilon sat on the sofa, hesitating to speak. I heard you awakened as a summoner. In this day and age, there's no need to insist on becoming a professional. Ordinary people can live well too, Lu Weilon said earnestly. She had specifically come to counsel Lin Imo, as he was her only nephew. The summoner profession requires substantial financial backing, which Lin Mo's family could not afford. I understand, Auntie. Lin Imo picked up 2 apples, instinctively wanting to summon a ghost shadow soldier for cleaning. However, with Lu Weilon present, he ultimately had to do it himself in the kitchen. As long as you can understand. Oh, why can't I see your level? Lu Weilon took the washed apples. As a level 30 priest, she should logically be able to see Lin Imo's level, which he had only awakened 2 days prior. Oh, Lin Imo lifted the restriction on level visibility point forward. Level 42? Lu Weilon abruptly stood up from the sofa, a level 42 summoner, and one who had only awakened 2 days prior. She had been advising Lin Imo to abandon the path of a professional and live as an ordinary person. Yet Lin Imo turned around and astonished her. Just lucky, Lin Imo offered no further explanation, nor did he mention his successful second-class advancement. If he did, his aunt would likely become overly excited. What about your cousin? Lin Imo shifted the topic. His cousin, Chenling Yu, had been accepted into the prestigious Imperial Capital University 2 years prior and was a space attribute mage. She had reached level 58 before the new year and would return home during the summer vacation. Lu Weilon remained astonished by Lin Imo's level fortitude. By the way, Lin Imo, have you found a girlfriend? Lu Weilon inquired. Not yet. Lin Imo shook his head. His aunt was unaware of his relationship with Qin Yanran, let alone their breakup. I can introduce you to someone, Lu Weilon proposed. Lin Mo. As expected, his aunt was still the same, always eager to introduce him to potential partners. The girl is wonderful, gentle in character, and beautiful in appearance. Most importantly, she works in the task hall. Lu Weilon chattered about the details of the girl. Auntie, I just turned 18, Lin Mo replied with a helpless expression. Oh, what? 18 is the perfect age for romance. And the person I'm introducing is just in her early 20s, Lu Weilon asserted. Fine, then. Under Lu Weilon's insistence, Lin Mo agreed to meet the girl later that afternoon. Before leaving, Lu Weilon cast another glance at the impeccably clean living room. You really haven't found someone? There's truly no one hiding here? The Lin family does not tolerate fickle-hearted men. Lu Weilon pressed. Don't worry, Auntie. Even if someone were hidden, you wouldn't find them, Lin Mo replied with a smile. You cheeky boy! Lu Weilon rolled her eyes, reminding Lin Mo to have a good chat with the girl before departing. The sun shone brightly as Lu Weilon stood downstairs, feeling somewhat dazed. Huh? Why am I downstairs at Lin Mo's place? Lu Weilon pondered, having intended to visit the market to prepare dinner and then call Lin Mo to come over. Wei Qinming. Who is she? The frequency of my headaches has been increasing lately. Lu Weilon rubbed her forehead and took a headache pill her sister had bought from Lin Mo's mother. Much better now, I end the task hall. Wei Qinming continued her phone call in the staff lounge. Yes, okay, understood. Wei Qinming replied dismissively to the person on the other end of the line. Qinming, is your father pressuring you again to find a partner? A passing colleague joked. Sigh. This time it's not just pressure. He arranged a blind date for me and used a very stern tone. Wei Qinming sighed. The colleague shrugged, not wanting to pry further, as it was a personal matter. Wei Qinming was not a long-term employee of the task hall, but a temp worker. While she claimed to be working to support her family, her colleagues were aware that her background was quite affluent. The bags she carried to work daily were worth tens of thousands of Huaxia coins each. Moreover, she often discreetly settled the bills during colleague gatherings, leaving the leaders feeling embarrassed. What should I do? Wei Qinming felt helpless, unsure how to handle the blind date arranged for her that afternoon. Chapter 16. The Beast Tide approaches. Under a blue sky and bright sunshine, Lin Mo waited at table 5 in the Forget-Me-Not CAF in the city center for his blind date to arrive. His aunt was utterly unreliable. She hadn't even told him the name of his blind date. Lu Weilon had merely instructed him to wait at table 5 at 1 o'clock in the CAF, leaving Lin Mo in the dark about the identity and arrival of his date. With nothing else to do, Lin Mo took out the 30 pieces of a material called Dragon's Gravestone, dropped by the rampaging behemoth he had slain. The president of the Golden Sands Guild, Shi Taihong, had mentioned that Dragon's Gravestone was related to legendary equipment. His ability to act with impunity in Golden Sands City stemmed from his offering of the Dragon's Gravestones obtained from killing rampaging behemoths to the Bloodslaughter Guild. The Bloodslaughter Guild is only second to the 6 major guilds in strength. They are not an official organization but rather a group of assassins forming a civilian guild. Legendary equipment. Lin Mo stroked the smooth and polished Dragon's Gravestone. Dragon's Gravestone, rare material, note. It requires further processing. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt the intense yearning of the sealed Emperor's Fall. Taking the Emperor's Fall from his spatial ring, it immediately absorbed all the Dragon's Gravestones. Emperor's Fall. Quality? Status. Sealed. E-effect. Permanently increases mana by 100 times. Note. The might of this sword intensifies with each cut. The Emperor's Fall can absorb the Dragon's Gravestones. Lin Mo made a remarkable discovery. Although the introduction to the Imperial Fallen equipment remained unchanged, 30 Dragon Burial Stones had disintegrated into dust, and the Imperial Fallen radiated an increasingly blinding golden light. Yet the seal had not been lifted. It was insufficient. Lin Mo realized that he needed more Dragon Burial Stones to lift the seal on the Imperial Fallen. The effect of not lifting the seal was already extraordinary, with a permanent increase of 100 times in magical power. Once released, would it not soar to 1,000 or even 10,000 times? Hello, are you the nephew of Aunt Lu? A female voice inquired uncertainly. Lin Mo looked up. Before him stood a young woman in her 20s, standing 172 centimeters tall, with a neat ponytail. She wore a purple t-shirt and matching shorts. Beneath a white cap was a delicate, clean face, and her long, fair legs were quite eye-catching. Wei Qinming, Lin Mo exclaimed. Wasn't she the staff member from the mission hall who assisted him with his profession certification? The last time he saw her, she had her hair in a bun. This time, she had changed her hairstyle. With her ponytail, Wei Qianming appeared even more beautiful, perfectly embodying the image of a first love in the hearts of many men. "Ah, you, Lin Mo!" Wei Qianming exclaimed, covering her mouth. She remembered Lin Mo vividly. During her early days working at the mission hall, she was still unfamiliar with the job. Some irritable adventurers often shouted at her, causing her considerable distress. Lin Mo was one of the few who did not rush her, and even comforted her by saying there was no hurry. It could be said that handling Lin Mo's affairs was the most relaxed moment for Wei Qianming. Moreover, Lin Mo's humorous conversation and handsome appearance made it hard for her not to develop a fondness for him. What a coincidence, Lin Mo remarked. He hadn't expected that the blind date introduced by his aunt would be someone he had met before. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Wei Qianming agreed, sitting opposite him while ordering a cappuccino. The sunlight streamed through the window, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. The CAF played a soothing piano melody on repeat, and Wei Qianming and Lin Mo exchanged silent glances. Although they had met and conversed previously, this was their first interaction in the context of a blind date. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. As Wei Qianming pondered how to initiate a conversation. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. "Are you summoning a skeleton soldier?" Wei Qianming thought, her gaze bewildered. Why would he summon a skeleton soldier in such a fine setting? Surely, he did not think that would be amusing. Wei Qianming was more concerned that the skeleton soldier might frighten other patrons, knowing that many restaurants and public venues prohibited summoners from calling forth creatures. With a squeak, a palm-sized shadow eater appeared on the table. Such a swift summoning. Wei Qianming blinked. She hadn't even seen how Lin Mo had summoned the creature. The next moment, she was captivated by the shadow eater. What an adorable little black furball! Wei Qianming exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to poke and prod at it, clearly enamored. Under Lin Mo's command, the shadow eater emitted a squeaky, plaintive sound, resigning itself to her whims. "Is this the monster you summoned?" Wei Qianming inquired, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lin Mo. The summoner class was already considered weak, and the creature he summoned was pathetically powerless, possessing nothing but a cute appearance and the ability to act endearingly. "No worries, being weak is just a part of it. It's quite cute," Wei Qianming reassured him. Upon hearing this, the shadow eater appeared displeased, baring its teeth at Wei Qianming, as if to say, "Who are you calling cute?" Yet, lacking the ability to devour shadows and evolve, no matter its expressions, it remained irresistibly adorable in Wei Qianming's eyes. "I share your sentiment," Lin Mo replied. "Lin Mo, how did you complete the second transition task? Did your family help you?" Wei Qianming asked, her curiosity piqued, as she found herself increasingly attracted to him. Achieving level 38 in just 2 days after awakening and completing an S-level second transition task at lightning speed was no small feat. The level 60 boss, the Berserk Behemoth, was not easily defeated. Only a level 70 adventurer could take it down with confidence. "I summoned it to defeat the Berserk Behemoth," Lin Mo explained, nodding toward the Shadow Eater in Wei Qianming's arms. "UVE made me laugh," Wei Qianming said as she took a sip of her coffee. Time flew by, and they conversed until 4 in the afternoon. "I truly enjoyed our chat today," Wei Qianming said while exchanging contact information. Likewise, Lin Mo replied, glancing at her, furrowing his brow. Wei Qianming, level 45, class, Priest, Moon Goddess S Messenger. A hidden class, Moon Goddess S Messenger. Lin Mo had initially just wanted to check Wei Qianming's level. But upon meeting her, she introduced herself as a priest. To his surprise, she was a dual-class awakened individual, a priest and the hidden class Moon Goddess S Messenger. His aunt had introduced him to someone extraordinary. With her exceptional demeanor and understated yet luxurious attire, she had reached level 45 at such a young age and possessed dual classes. "Goodbye, little black furball," Wei Qianming said reluctantly. Her favorite animal was a cat. And if the Shadow Eater were an animal, it would undoubtedly be her top choice. Cats could scratch and were disobedient, while the Shadow Eater was both cute and obedient, making it the perfect pet. Lin Mo Wei Qianming began, but before she could finish, the clear sky suddenly darkened ominously. Crash! The CAF's floor-to-ceiling glass shattered with a deafening sound. The air filled with the wails of terror as people on the street stood frozen in disbelief. What is happening? Level 8 beast tide approaching. All residents must remain indoors unless instructed otherwise. The announcer's voice was urgent. Upon hearing about the beast tide, especially an 8th level one, despair washed over the residents. Chapter 17. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Each year, Donghai City experiences 2 to 3 beast tides, with levels not exceeding 5. An 8th level tide indicated that the monsters would be a minimum of level 50, and their numbers would exceed 10,000. Beast tide? Unlike the fear that gripped others, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been pondering where to grind for levels, and now a beast tide had erupted unexpectedly. This was not a beast tide. It was a golden opportunity for experience. Wei Qianming's face turned pale, especially upon learning that this was an 8th level beast tide. Law enforcement personnel sprang into action, using loudspeakers to direct traffic. All residents on the streets rapidly returned home to await further instructions. The crowd dispersed in a panic, and soon the streets lay deserted. You lovebirds, hurry home and stop dawdling, the law enforcement personnel urged. Hearing the term lovebirds, Wei Qianming's face flushed. Stay safe, Lin Mo said, looking at her. You too, damn. I almost fell victim to the iron-striped lion. Outside the city in the leveling zone, Lai Qiyun cursed. As a level 42 warrior, he had battled a level 40 iron-striped lion for over half an hour before finally defeating it. Now, his health was critically low, but fortunately, he was near the outskirts of the leveling zone and could quickly return to the safe area of the city. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds enveloped the clear sky, and the ground trembled rhythmically. A drop of sweat trickled down Lai Qiyun's nose as he turned his head in fear. An uncountable horde of beasts surged forward. At the forefront were the thick-skinned, level 50 steel-copper rhinoceroses, swiftly followed by the two-headed fire python, a level 55 creature, and the elite monster, the thousand-faced spider, which was entirely green and bore countless eyes on its abdomen. In the sky, countless flying beasts such as the crimson flame skyhawk, Songshan vulture, and golden-eyed demon bat filled the air. With over 10,000 beasts, all at least level 50, charging forward, they were determined to breach Donghai City and wreak havoc. They craved human flesh, particularly that of adventurers, as the higher the level, the more delectable they were. Beast tide. Run for your lives. Quickly, quickly. The adventurers went wild, racing toward the city, wishing they had grown an extra leg. The city gates. The soldiers shouted. No time. Close the gates and activate the defense formation, commanded level 64 warrior, Commander Lu Kaifeng. The defense formation was activated, and the adventurers running toward the city gasped for breath. If they were even a moment late, they would be trampled into a pulp by thousands of beasts. Those further away from the city gates watched in despair as the gates closed before their eyes. They could not even scream before the beast tide tore them to shreds. A deep blue barrier enveloped Donghai City, temporarily slowing the advance of the beast tide. Buzz. The entire city erupted in a deafening alarm. Meanwhile, in the city government hall, over 20 strong individuals from Donghai City, who had previously departed, were urgently recalled. We need to call for rescue. Fire Mage Zheng Hongyu urged. An 8th level beast tide is far beyond what the adventurers of Donghai City can withstand. We must call for official help. Mayor Gu Yaohua shook his head. Rescue will take at least 2 hours. He spread out a map. Cities nearby, such as Jin City and Tianyue City, have also suddenly been attacked by beast tides. This is not a spontaneous event, but rather a coordinated and premeditated assault. Gu Yaohua continued. Currently, the War God Guild, Mage Alliance, Shadow Kill Guild, and other 6 major official guilds are rapidly supporting other cities. Compared to Donghai City, other cities have already faced their beast tides. In Jin City, a level 90 elder from the War God Guild informed me that we must hold out for 2 hours until help arrives. This is absurd. The defense formation can last at most 20 minutes. It is utterly impossible to last for 2 hours, Zheng Hongyu exclaimed, finding the situation ludicrous. We must defend our home at all costs. Gu Yaohua slammed his fist on the table. If Donghai City falls, what will happen to millions of residents? What will become of the enormous investment made in the dungeon area? Upon hearing this, the 20 or so level 60 adventurers stood tall and resolute. The mayor was correct. We shall perish in this city if we must. In Hanlin community, all residents gathered at the entrance. Fully armed soldiers were methodically escorting the elderly and children away in vehicles, their mission being to swiftly transport them to the high-speed railway station, from whence they would be conveyed via a teleportation array to a safe city in the rear. Professionals above level 40? Report to me. A bespectacled middle-aged man announced. I am a level 40 Earth Mage, and I am a level 44 Priest. More and more professionals stepped forward, as the middle-aged man meticulously recorded their details and assigned them to the central square of the city. "Hey, young man, why are you still dawdling? The beast tide will shred you to pieces." The middle-aged man glanced at Linimo, level 42 summoner. Linimo replied, "Level 42? The man frowned as he checked Linmo's level. Indeed, it was 42, however. Linimo appeared rather youthful, likely not having graduated high school yet. "Head to the summoner's camp to report." The middle-aged man noted Linmo's information. Reporting to the central square was not compulsory. Even professionals above level 40 could opt to use the teleportation array to reach the safe city. Holding his credentials, Linimo made his way unimpeded to the central square. There, he found a significant gathering of professionals awaiting. They were divided into 6 factions based on their respective professions, with summoners being fewer in number compared to the others, comprising only 30 or so individuals. Their levels were generally low, and they were predominantly older, as it was notoriously difficult for summoners to level up. Most who awakened as summoners resigned themselves to a lifetime at level 1, living as ordinary individuals until death. A level 42 summoner so young and newly of age, Linimo quickly caught the attention of the other summoners. He must be a rich second-generation heir. I didn't expect someone from such a background would dare stay in the city. The square buzzed with chatter, but soon fell silent with the arrival of Mayor Gu Yaohua, with graying hair and fully armed. Gu Yaohua surveyed the local professionals above level 40 who had volunteered. "The situation is dire, so I shall be brief. This beast tide is unlike any before. It is an 8th level beast tide, and I hope you all are prepared to sacrifice for our country." Gu Yaohua took a deep breath. "Of course, before you perish, the Eastern Sea Army and I, along with 20 other level 60 professionals, will certainly fall before you." The implication was clear. These temporarily summoned professionals were the second wave. The first wave consisted of regular troops and all level 60 and above elites from Donghai City. They would fall first, and only then would the second wave engage. The fact that Mayor Gu Yaohua would utter such words attested to the perilous nature of this beast tide. "I implore you all, hold out for 2 hours until reinforcements arrive." Gu Yaohua bowed deeply, leaving several officers to hastily proceed to the east gate for command. "Can we manage it?" Li Lixian murmured. "Even if we summon over 1,000 level 40 freelancers, along with the Eastern Sea Army, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the beast tide for 2 hours. The latest intelligence from the front lines reported the emergence of a 70-level Lord Boss. The Abyssal Dragon. Just this Abyssal Dragon alone was enough to give them headaches, not to mention the countless beasts in the tide. "We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." Gu Yaohua replied solemnly. He had done all he could. Now it was a matter of whether they could await rescue. Chapter 18. Celestial armaments descend in the central square of Donghai City. Several officers were imparting strategies for dealing with the beast tide to the 1,000 professionals above level 40 who had volunteered to stay. Mages, summoners, and priests must be especially cautious of their positioning during the beast tide. If these 3 professions are ensnared by the beasts, it will lead to dire consequences. In battle, do not panic if isolated. The key is to survive by any means necessary. The officers exchanged glances, fully aware that their time was insufficient, so they could only emphasize the essentials. The expressions of the local professionals who had volunteered were tense, as the looming beast tide filled them with trepidation. The Eastern Sea Army should be able to hold out until help arrives, right? It seems unlikely. Otherwise, why would the mayor issue the order for professionals above level 40 to report to the square? Damn it! Why did an 8th level beast tide suddenly erupt? Previously, it was at most level 5. Linimo, the temporary formation of the priest camp, caught the eye of Wei Qianming, who noticed Linimo immediately. The summoner camp was too sparse, and Lin Mo's youthful appearance made him stand out. "He saw me too," Wei Qianming exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the standing Linimo kid. "It's not yet our turn to confront the beast tide." A military officer called out to a young man heading towards the city gate. "I'm going ahead. You all wait here until the beast tide is over," Linimo declared. "What do you mean wait for the beast tide to end? Is this kid insane? If the beast tide could simply end, why would they remain here as the second wave? Don't mind him. Instructor Zhang, please continue without wasting time." The officer who had called out to Linimo shook his head. Since Linimo insisted on courting death, he had no intention of stopping him. An inexperienced summoner recklessly approaching the beast tide would only meet a grim fate, torn to shreds by the beasts. Wei Qianming's expression turned anxious as her colleagues quickly pulled her back. "He goes to his death. and you wish to follow. This is undoubtedly a well-organized and premeditated beast tide. The head of the instance zone. Level 68 Wind Mage Li Lixian spoke with certainty. In the past, beast tides were disorganized, easily dispatched. However, this time, the thick-skinned and tough beasts charged to the forefront, while the stronger beasts followed closely behind, their movements swift and calculated. Have the elderly, pregnant women, and children been safely relocated to the rear city? Mayor Gu Yaohua's primary concern was this point 2 batches are still pending. We should be able to transfer everyone before the defensive array fails. That's good. Gu Yaohua surveyed the Eastern Sea Army, poised within the city below. The troops were arranged sequentially, the Sky Shielders at the forefront, followed by the Warrior Corps, mages, and priests in the rear. Crack, crack. With a furious impact from the 50-level steel copper rhinos, the defensive array of Donghai City shattered like glass. The battle to defend Donghai City had officially commenced. The Sky Shielders forged ahead, their shields bracing against the onslaught of the steel copper rhinos. While the Mage Corps seized the moment to unleash their spells, the Warrior Corps plunged into the fray, striving to slow the beast tide's advance. A rain of fireballs descended from the heavens, accompanied by wind blades, lightning strikes, and ice arrows. The Mage Corps chanted softly, casting their second and third-tier spells of various elements. Not be it, Gu Yaohua sighed with relief. The performance of the Eastern Sea Army was commendable, and the advance of the beast tide had evidently been halted. Roar! The dragon's tail swept across, instantly decimating the Sky Shielders at the front. The beast before them was over 100 meters long. Its body a deep black, resembling a dragon but with subtle differences. At that moment, it was exhaling copious amounts of black mist. This black mist not only obscured vision but was also highly toxic, causing limbs to weaken and consciousness to fade if inhaled. The 70-level Lord Boss, Abyssal Dragon. Annihilate them. The Abyssal Dragon spoke in human tongue. Once a demon reaches level 70, it gains intelligence. This was true only for Lord-level demons. Ordinary and elite demons did not possess such traits. A swirling tornado surged towards the Abyssal Dragon at the center of the battlefield. 6th tier wind skill. Divine Feather Reversal. Li Lixian, the strongest in Donghai City at level 68. Acted decisively. However, the Abyssal Dragon withstood the attack with mere physical prowess, suffering negligible damage. 6th tier fire skill. Blazing Flame of Annihilation. Numerous 6th tier spells surged towards the Abyssal Dragon, but the dense black mist absorbed all attacks aimed at it. Watching the Abyssal Dragon remain unscathed, Mayor Gu Yaohua's brow furrowed deeply. Despite the onslaught of over 20 level 60 professionals, the Abyssal Dragon's health barely diminished. How could they possibly defeat it? Gu Yaohua and the others found themselves at a loss against the Abyssal Dragon. While the Eastern Sea Army faced its own crisis, the Sky Shielders began to tire, gritting their teeth as they endured wave after wave of impacts from the steel copper rhinos. The warriors of the Warrior Corps were battered and bruised. There was no choice, as the beasts were simply too numerous. On average, a level 50 warrior faced 2 to 3 beasts of equal level. Dealing with one was already arduous, let alone 3. After expending considerable energy casting spells, the Mage Corps found their mana reserves dwindling. A mage without mana was as ineffective as a stick, a total rout. Gu Yaohua glanced at his watch. Rescue would arrive in 2 hours, while the defensive array could only hold for half an hour. Since the beast tide had begun breaching the defenses, they had endured a mere 8 minutes. It was over. Utterly over. Gu Yaohua felt despair wash over him. From this day forth, Donghai City would no longer exist. Even if they reclaimed lost territory in the future, restoring the city's former glory would require immense time. Quickly, notify the professionals who volunteered to remain in the central square to evacuate Donghai City at once. Gu Yaohua instructed his subordinates. There have been enough casualties. There is no need for more. He had initially hoped that the Eastern Sea Army could hold out for over an hour, allowing the second reserve team to take the stage, thus buying time for reinforcements and preserving the city's structures and the painstakingly crafted instance zones. But now it seemed there was no longer any need for a second reserve, as it would not be long before the beast tide breached the defenses and obliterated the city. Annihilate them, devour them. The Abyssal Dragon was ecstatic. Once a serpent, it had undergone multiple evolutions to become a dragon. The transformation from serpent to dragon required 7 stages. From serpent to python, then to anaconda, to dragon, to the hornless dragon, to the twisted dragon. and finally to the auspicious dragon. Once I slaughter the humans of this city, I shall evolve into a king-level boss, a true dragon. With a whoosh, a massive shadow loomed over the battlefield, and moments later, the shadow swiftly fragmented. 200 elite shadow soldiers emerged. This is bad. The beast tide is also appearing from the rear. A level 60 rogue exclaimed with bulging veins. We are besieged from all sides. This predicament, already dire, has worsened beyond measure. Was that the creature that appeared in the leveling zone this morning? Gu Yaohua felt a sense of déjà vu, particularly recalling the shadowy soldier whose size rivaled that of a small mountain. They have come to aid us. They are not our foes, Li Lixian, usually composed, exclaimed with a voice cracking as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 19. Defending the high-speed railway station, there were 4,200 elite shadow soldiers, including 20 Lord-level shadow soldiers. The imposing presence of the mountain-like shadow soldiers was overwhelming, despite being only level 42. Their health reached a staggering 300,000. This was far from the limit of the shadow soldiers. They could infinitely evolve and enhance their attributes by devouring shadows. Attack! Lin Mo commanded. Thousands of ghostly soldiers surged forward, daggers in hand, charging into the beast tide. Bah! Deng Hongyong spat blood onto the ground. As a level 52 practitioner and a member of the Eastern Sea Army, he pierced the beast before him with his sword, then grimaced as he touched the ghastly wound on his abdomen. The good news was that he was still alive. The bad news was that his health was critically low. His finely crafted armor had long been damaged, providing no further protection. Damn it, I thought I had held on for quite a while, but it's only been 10 minutes, Deng Hongyong cursed. Suddenly, a level 50 frost wolf seized his arm unexpectedly. Damn! Deng Hongyong watched helplessly as his health plummeted, his heart gradually ceasing to beat. A whoosh of air echoed, and a flash of cold light appeared. The frost wolf's head fell to the ground, and Deng Hongyong hurriedly pulled out a healing potion and swallowed it, his health slowly recovering, snatching back a sliver of life. Thanks, buddy, he said, his eyes widening in surprise. The one who saved him was a mysterious creature clad in black and red armor, wielding a long sword, making it impossible to discern its race. Not only was there this one, but many more mysterious creatures descended from the heavens. They are summoned creatures, here to assist us, not enemies. Li Lixian shouted, cautioning the Eastern Sea Army to avoid attacking the shadow soldiers. Reinforcements? The practitioners struggling against the beast tide were elated. Yet upon seeing that the shadow soldiers were merely level 42, their flickering hope was extinguished. What use is a level 42 monster? I thought we had a summoner of level 70 or above. How foolishly excited we were. Every beast in this tide is at least level 50. What use are these monsters? The Eastern Sea Army soldiers shook their heads in disappointment. They had instinctively believed a powerful summoner, or the 90-level elder from the War God Guild had arrived. Who would have guessed it was just a level 42 summoner? The fire attribute mage Zheng Hongyu, besieging the abyssal dragon, lamented. Other 60-level strongmen of the Eastern Sea City looked ashen, resigned to the impending destruction of their homeland by the beast tide. What the hell? What the hell? Hearing the chorus of exclamations, Zheng Hongyu turned to look. 500 elite ogre soldiers lined up like bulldozers, forcefully blocking the onslaught of beasts. The scythe-armed shadow soldiers transformed into a meat grinder, charging into the beast tide and wreaking havoc. Blood splattered, and the beasts struck were left mangled. Most striking were the 20 Lord-level shadow soldiers, who opened their gaping maws to devour one beast after another. With each beast consumed, the attributes of the shadow soldiers increased. The 4,800 elite shadow soldiers had hardly made their entrance before they turned the tide of battle. Experience points 5,000, experience points 5,500. Lin Mo stood safely, his ears ringing with notifications of rising experience points. What the hell? This is so fierce, Zheng Hongyu remarked. These level 42 summoned creatures are as formidable as level 61s. Even more astonished was Luo Guolong. No one understood better than he the frailty of the summoner class, given that he was one himself. Even at level 63, the skeletal knights he summoned were utterly helpless against the abyssal dragon. During their siege against the 70-level Lord Boss, this creature disregarded the skeletal knights, dispatching them with a mere flick of its tail. What sort of summoner is this? Luo Guolong pondered. If all summoned creatures were this powerful, why would the summoner class be looked down upon? With these creatures here, we might just hold out until the elder from the War God Guild arrives. Mayor Gu Yaohua rallied. He had initially prepared to defend against the beast tide with a sense of martyrdom. But now the situation had transformed. Trap the abyssal dragon and buy us time, Gu Yaohua commanded, and over 2060 level strongmen sprang into action. The abyssal dragon's eyes narrowed, locking onto Lin Mo in the distance. A primal fear welled up within it. How is this possible? The abyssal dragon shrieked. It was terrified of a mere level 42 human practitioner, and this fear stemmed from its very core. Such a feeling could arise from two possibilities. Either the human was a dragon, whose bloodline severely suppressed high-level beasts, or the human had slain a dragon of significant caliber, instilling terror at the mere sight of him. Feeling the abyssal dragon's gaze upon him, Lin Mo wore a harmless smile. What's wrong with the abyssal dragon? In the demon god temple, the 8 major demon gods gazed at the scenes reflected in the mirror. The skeletal behemoth, towering over 100 meters and exuding an aura of death, spoke in a deep voice. The demon clan has 12 demon lords, while the beast clan boasts 8 major demon gods. The alliance of these two factions seeks to seize all territories of Blue Star. One of the demon gods, the skeletal behemoth, frowned, noticing the abyssal dragon exhibiting a look of deep-seated dread. Perhaps it fears the dark dragon sealed within Eastern Sea City, one demon god speculated. Humph, what is there to fear? Scoffed the snake-bodied demon god, the multicolored swallowing serpent, coiling around a pillar. She scorned the notion of evolving into a dragon and looked down upon the serpent clan's transformation into dragons. Quickly stop those flying beasts. They are heading straight for the high-speed railway station. The shadow soldiers descended upon the battlefield, halting the beast tide from advancing further, even pushing them outside the city. The commanding officer, level 63 warrior Lu Kaifeng, had yet to fully relish the victory when he noticed countless flying beasts like the crimson flame sky eagle, Songshan vulture, and golden-eyed demon bat soaring over the battlefield, heading straight for the high-speed railway station. Their objective was clear: destroy the high-speed railway station of Eastern Sea City. Currently, there are 2 modes of transportation across cities and nations in Blue Star: high-speed trains and teleportation arrays. Compared to high-speed trains, teleportation arrays are more convenient but also more expensive. Should those flying beasts succeed in their mission, even reinforcements would arrive too late. Mage Battalion, release your spells quickly, Lu Kaifeng urged. The scattered mage spells appeared, utterly ineffective against the flying beasts. The Eastern Sea Army's Mage Battalion had already exhausted their magical energy, and recovering it required time. Lu Kaifeng was frantic, helplessly watching as the flying beasts soared past. Level 44? Lin Mo checked his level, marveling at how the beast tide was a boon, his experience soaring. Seeing the flying beasts rushing towards the high-speed railway station, he summoned over 100 shadow soldiers in an instant. You can summon flying monsters too? Lu Kaifeng held his breath, focused. But could these 100 summoned flying creatures truly stop thousands of beasts? Chapter 20. Slaying the 70-level Lord Boss, the Abyssal Dragon. Rip them apart. General Barton of the Night Bat Legion led over 100 shadow soldiers to block the path of thousands of beasts. Warrior class skill. Gale Claws. The shadow soldiers' speed surged, their claws ruthlessly shredding the flying beasts before them. Boom, boom, boom. After a round of carnage, many flying beasts plummeted from the sky. This is promising. Lu Kaifeng's heart raced, astonished at the strength of the shadow soldiers. Despite being only level 44, they were overpowering the average level 50 flying beasts. The creature with yellow skin, differing in form from the shadow soldiers, was even more terrifying, unleashing multiple wind attribute spells and warrior skills. I'm a summoner too. Why can't I summon creatures like that? Why can't you transform into something as formidable as those? One summoner desperately begged, shaking his skeletal warrior. You can do it too, can't you? Yet, the skeletal warrior was barely holding together, remaining just a skeletal warrior. This is impossible. This cannot be, the abyssal dragon questioned. How could that level 44 human summoner have slain a dragon? All dragons are at least level 100. What is he rambling about? Zhang Hongyu wondered. Who cares? Mayor Gu Yaohua declared. As long as they hold off the abyssal dragon until the 90-level elder from the War God Guild arrives. Lin Mo focused on the 70-level Lord Boss. The Abyssal Dragon, Beast Clan, level 70, health 400,000 mana, 200,000 agility, 6,000 strength, 30,000 spirit, 8,000 physique, 50,000 active skills, poison mist spread, sun obscuring water wave, furious sea, and raging waves. 9 shadow soldier generals charge towards the abyssal dragon. A group of low-level monsters dares to challenge me? The abyssal dragon dismissed its doubts and focused on dealing with the practitioners from Eastern Sea City surrounding it. Upon seeing the 9 level 44 shadow soldier generals rushing toward it, the abyssal dragon sneered. It was no ordinary beast but a lord-level creature on the verge of evolving into a true dragon. Just block the abyssal dragon. Gu Yaohua reminded them that fighting was futile. Their group of over 20 level 60 professionals could barely withstand the abyssal dragon, let alone defeat it. The 9 summoned creatures were formidable, yet Gu Yaohua harbored no illusions about subduing the abyssal dragon. Wait, is that a legendary grade weapon? Li Lixian inquired, his gaze fixed upon the golden war axe emanating from General Sumo of the Troll Legion, which was indeed a legendary grade artifact. The other 8 ghost shadow generals wielded rare grade equipment as well. That summoner must be quite wealthy, Gu Yaohua remarked enviously. Each piece of legendary equipment is immensely valuable and often unattainable. Yet this summoner possessed two. With a resounding thud, Sumo wielded the axe of oblivion, striking the abyssal dragon. The creature's vitality plummeted by 30,000. Prior assaults from Gu Yaohua and his comrades paled in comparison to Sumo's devastating blow. Enraged, the abyssal dragon roared. With only 50,000 defense, it realized that every point lost was a point of life extinguished. Is this truly a level 44 summoned creature? The inherent strength of this level 44 monster, augmented by the attributes of legendary grade equipment, might indeed allow them to vanquish the abyssal dragon. What are we waiting for? Charge! The ghost shadow generals led the assault, with the powerful warriors of Donghai City providing support. Level 6 mages, warriors, and rogues unleashed their skills, causing the abyssal dragon's health to plummet. Sensing its impending demise, the abyssal dragon attempted to escape by unleashing a toxic mist, but Sumo seized its tail, compelling it to remain. The final blow was dealt by General Leisu of the Alien Legion. Congratulations on slaying the level 70 Lord Boss. Abyssal Dragon. Experience gained, 250,000. Acquired 40 rare grade materials, Dragon's Gravestone. Acquired rare grade equipment, Heavenly Dragon Bow. We truly defeated the Abyssal Dragon. Some were incredulous. To be precise, they defeated the Abyssal Dragon, Gu Yaohua corrected. Looking towards the Ghost Shadow Generals, we won. The Donghai army erupted in deafening cheers. With the beast horde's leader slain, the remaining creatures would scatter. These are not monsters. They are our guardians of Donghai City, proclaimed a Donghai soldier. Thanks to these creatures, we were able to turn the tide and protect our home without needing external aid. Long live the summoner, long live our guardian. All the soldiers of the Donghai army shouted in unison. Their eyes filled with respect for the ghost shadow soldiers. They acknowledged that these creatures were summoned by the summoner, hence their chants of long live the summoner, even if it felt somewhat odd. After all, summoners were widely regarded as the weakest class, yet it was a summoner who had saved Donghai City. Have I become a guardian? Linimo mused with a peculiar expression. Humph, what a mediocre thing. In the Demon God Palace, the 8 great demon gods gazed into the mirror reflecting the fallen abyssal dragon. We must breach Donghai City and rescue the dark dragon, declared the undead behemoth. They had meticulously orchestrated the beast horde's assault on the border city of Huaxia, primarily to liberate the world-class boss, the dark dragon. The plan was flawless. They first dispatched beasts stronger than those in Donghai City to attack other border cities. This would create a false sense of security for the Huaxia officials, prompting them to prioritize support for those cities. Once Donghai City fell, their objective would be achieved. However, a Huaxia summoner unexpectedly emerged, summoning not only powerful but numerous creatures. With sheer force, he held back the beast horde and even defeated the level 70 Lord Boss, the Abyssal Dragon. Is the summoner truly that strong? The 9-colored devouring python questioned. Puzzled, she had slain numerous Huaxia powerhouses, including a level 120 summoner, swallowing him whole without resistance. It is not the summoner class that is strong. It is that peculiar level 44 Huaxia summoner, asserted the undead behemoth. Should we abandon the rescue of the dark dragon? Croaked a hidden demon god from the shadows. No. If we abandon the rescue of the dark dragon, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. The undead behemoth replied resolutely. The dark dragon held a unique status among the demon race, akin to their own leadership. With the dragon race in disarray, only by rescuing the dark dragon could stability be restored within its ranks. Let the soul-eating spider emperor go. Its skills are exceptional and can swiftly resolve battles, proposed the nine-colored devouring python. As world-class bosses, they could not intervene directly, lest they attract the attention of powerful entities such as the War God Guild and the Mage Alliance. The Huaxia authorities remained unaware that the Dark Dragon was sealed within Donghai City. Their appearance would surely draw scrutiny. Soul-eating Spider Emperor, the Dark Dragon is sealed in the hellish ancient tower of District 9 within Donghai City. Use the token eye provided to tear open that independent space. The Dark Dragon will instruct you on how to unseal it. Chapter 21. Uncle watching the ghost shadow soldiers slay the beasts. The soldiers of Donghai City erupted in jubilant cheers. Some soldiers, still with energy to spare, proactively assisted the ghost shadow soldiers, collectively beating down the beasts until their health dwindled to a mere 100 points. They then presented the nearly lifeless beasts to the ghost shadow soldiers, signaling for them to deliver the final blow and claim the experience. I never imagined I would witness such a scene. Mayor Gu Yaohua sighed. That summoner is truly deserving, Li Lixian commented. Without that summoner, Donghai City would have ceased to exist, leaving millions of citizens homeless. Despite their ignorance of the summoner's true identity, it was likely that he was disinterested in fame. If memory serves, the first summoned beast was level 42, and after a wave of foes, its level had surged 3 levels, likely nearing 46. Gu Yaohua glanced at the ghost shadow soldiers' levels. What a fortune! Lin Mo observed his own level. The wave of beasts was on the verge of breaking through to level 46, and the spoils were countless. Over 100 pieces of fine-grade equipment and 7 rare-grade items had dropped. His spatial ring was nearly overflowing with so many items. Additionally, 50 of the shadow soldiers had evolved to the level of Lord, while the original 20 were on the cusp of advancing to King. What a delightful situation, Lin Mo mused. It seems other cities are also under attack from beast hordes. If time permits, I might check out the neighboring Jinsha City, an 80-level king-tier boss. Before Gu Yaohua could catch his breath, his expression turned tense. A beast, adorned with numerous ancient runes and exuding an overwhelming aura, leaped from the demon lair. It was none other than the 80-level king-tier boss, the soul-eating Spider Emperor. What the hell? The beast horde was supposed to be over. Why is another king-tier boss appearing? The strongest beast in the neighboring Jinsha City horde was only level 75. Did the demon race truly intend to annihilate Donghai City? Despair engulfed the soldiers of the Donghai army and the 20-plus level 60 professionals as they faced the 80-level king-tier boss, the soul-eating Spider Emperor. Did you truly believe Huaxia could be toyed with by your demon race? A cold scoff resonated as a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, wielding a purple long sword, appeared out of thin air. Zhang Fengyao, an elder of the War God Guild, level 90 warrior. Rescue has arrived. Gu Yaohua slumped to the ground. Though he could not comprehend Zhang Fengyao's words, they had finally awaited the aid of the War God Guild. With Zhang Fengyao present, the soul-eating Spider Emperor had no hope of survival. Indeed, it was discovered by Qi Yutian, in the Demon God Palace. The undead behemoth shook his head, realizing the plan had failed. The name Qi Yutian referred to the strongest guild leader of Huaxia. The War God Guild, a level 90 warrior. Lin Mo regarded this elder of the War God Guild. Among melee classes, warriors are generally more balanced than rogues or shield-bearers, possessing no significant weaknesses. High-level warriors are particularly capable of standing against thousands. With a flurry of sword strikes, Zhang Fengyao, wielding a rare-grade long sword, engaged the soul-eating Spider Emperor in close combat. Before long, the newly emerged soul-eating Spider Emperor was reduced to mere pieces. Long live the summoner, long live our guardian. The soldiers of Donghai City once again chanted in unison. To them, it was only natural for the elder Zhang Fengyao of the War God Guild to arrive in support. Without that summoner's valiant efforts, even if Zhang Fengyao arrived, he would find only ruins. After dispatching the soul-eating Spider Emperor and simultaneously demolishing the demon lair, Zhang Fengyao frowned. He had not anticipated that the soldiers of Donghai City would cheer for him, as he felt he had arrived too late. Yet, what did long live the summoner, long live our guardian mean? Elder Zhang, Gu Yaohua approached respectfully. The 6 guild elders held a transcendent status, surpassing his authority as mayor. Your command was commendable. I initially feared I would arrive to find much of the city in ruins, Zhang Fengyao remarked, observing the soldier's chants with a puzzled expression. It has little to do with me. It was a summoner who turned the tide, Jiu Yaohua hurriedly replied. Although he wished to claim all the credit for himself, hoping to ascend further in his political career, the truth was undeniable. A level 45 summoner? Zhang Fengyao mused, his curiosity piqued, in a wonder the soldiers had praised the summoner. However, new questions arose. How could a summoner turn the tide? Perhaps other classes might have a chance. As they walked and talked, Gu Yaohua invited Zhang Fengyao to the city hall. With the crisis averted, the highest-ranking officer of the Donghai army, Lu Kaifeng, was busy overseeing the cleanup of the battlefield. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. As the citizens of the relocated rear city returned to Donghai City, they expressed their gratitude for having survived. Linimo, why have you been unreachable? Do you know how worried your aunt has been? As soon as the call connected, Linimo heard Lu Weilan's anxious voice. I'm fine, Aunt. I had just set my phone to do not disturb mode, Linimo replied. That's a relief. Lu Weilan's heart eased. Upon hearing the news of the beast horde, her first thought was for her nephew's safety. She had intended to have Linimo accompany her to a safer city, yet her calls had gone unanswered. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Sure. As soon as Linimo hung up with his aunt and put his phone in his pocket, it rang again. Hello, Linimo. Are you okay? Wei Qianming whispered softly. Linimo smiled but did not respond. After a few moments, Wei Qianming's tone turned somewhat anxious. Is the owner of the phone dead? Wei Qianming mistakenly believed that a soldier, while cleaning the battlefield, had found Lin Mo's phone and was reluctant to speak up. Observing Wei Qianming seated on a bench in the square, Linimo quietly approached. The phone's owner is here, Linimo said. Upon seeing Linimo, Wei Qianming initially felt a surge of joy, but quickly turned away to compose herself. I thought you were dead, Wei Qianming exclaimed. It was a rare opportunity to meet a boy she had a favorable impression of, and they had enjoyed a delightful conversation earlier that afternoon, only to be confronted with such a situation shortly thereafter. After all, she had witnessed Linimo walking towards the beast tide, and the instructor who taught them how to cope with it had declared that Linimo was recklessly heading towards certain death. Here, Linimo summoned a Shadow Eater and handed it to Wei Qianming. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she skillfully caressed the creature. Did you hear? A summoner saved Donghai City. Without him, it would have been impossible to hold out until the War God Guild's elders arrived for rescue. The little black furball is quite similar to that summoner as summoned monsters, though it lacks the cuteness of the furball. Wei Qianming hugged the newly summoned Shadow Eater, both kissing and pinching it. She had been on edge in the city center square, but thankfully the crisis had been successfully averted. The task hall is closed today. Let's go out for dinner tonight, Wei Qianming suggested. Sure, Linimo agreed after a moment of thought, then messaged his aunt to let her know he wouldn't be dining at her place that evening. Seeing her nephew's rapid development with Wei Qianming, Lu Weilan perked up, replying with a flurry of advice. Essentially, she emphasized the importance of being proactive and gentlemanly when dating. Subsequently, Lu Weilan even shared this news with her brother, Lin Mo's uncle, Lu Qianlin, asking him to remotely impart his romantic wisdom. Uncle. Lin Mo's mouth twitched at the thought of certain unpleasant memories. Chapter 22. Summoning the demon dragon. Lu Qianlin, the most passionate man in Donghai City, was also his uncle. Among his mother's 3 siblings, Lu Weilan was the second eldest, and Lu Qianlin was the youngest. Lin Mo's deepest impression of this uncle was that he was utterly frivolous. Since childhood, Lu Qianlin had taken him to the arcade, and while playing, he would often vanish to a nearby hair salon. What puzzled Linimo was that Lu Qianlin would spend hours there without even getting a haircut. The reason Lu Qianlin was dubbed the most charming man in Donghai City was simple. He had practically wooed every beautiful girl in the city, accumulating so much romantic debt that he had to flee to the Magic City to escape the consequences. Has your aunt told your uncle? Linimo chuckled to himself as he followed Wei Qianming to a hot pot restaurant in a nearby mall. The establishment, named Rising Prosperity, was quite popular, with patrons animatedly discussing the recent beast tide. I thought our city was doomed. I had just bought a house and hadn't even paid a few months of mortgage. Thankfully, we successfully repelled the beast tide. The key was that summoner, who could summon 9 different monsters and had over 4,000 creatures battling against tens of thousands of beasts. Yes, it was incredible. The colossal monsters he summoned could take down level 50 beasts with a single bite. With the bubbling sound of the hot pot, the customers inside were engaged in fervent discussions. They had all experienced the beast tide, but this one had been particularly perilous. When the beast tide struck, Mayor Gu Yaohua immediately ordered the evacuation of the elderly, pregnant women, and children to safer cities in the rear. Such a situation had never occurred before. Aside from the beast tide, the hottest topic among the customers was that mysterious summoner. After all, without him, there would be no current Donghai City. Many citizens had left their belongings behind in their hurried escape. "Sir, may I take your order?" a waiter inquired after seating Lin and Mo and Wei Qiming. "A yang pot, 2 servings of beef, 2 servings of tripe." Lin and Mo also ordered some vegetables before handing the menu to Wei Qiming. While waiting for the food, Wei Qiming took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. "Lin and Mo, did you see that mysterious summoner during the beast tide?" Wei Qiming asked. As part of the second wave, she had been stationed in the city center square and had missed the entire beast tide. "No," Lin and Mo replied, pouring himself a glass of juice. Even if he told Wei Qiming that he was the summoner, she probably wouldn't believe him. "What a pity. I'm quite curious," Wei Qiming said. News travels fast. That mysterious summoner is trending. Wei Qiming scrolled through her phone, astonished by the millions of comments. Trending topic number 1. At 2 p.m., 30 cities in Huaxia were simultaneously attacked by beast tides. Fortunately, none fell. Trending topic number 2. Donghai City performed excellently in the defense against the beast tide. Mayor Gu Yaohua has repeatedly thanked the mysterious summoner for his assistance. Trending topic number 3. Major universities are about to begin admitting new students. Emperor Capital University announces it will only enroll 800 new students this year. Comments included, "Without Sophie, I was terrified during the level 7 beast tide. It was my first time seeing so many monsters." She said, "It's not my turn. Thankfully, no city fell. That summoner in Donghai City is amazing. The summoned monsters are both handsome and powerful. When thirsty, drink water. Why break my leg? I showed the video to my summoned skeleton warrior, and it told me it was fake and not to believe it. I dismantled it, yet it still didn't transform into the monster from the video." Married for 10 years, the wife only completes the Master S tasks. Emperor Capital University has reduced the number of admissions again. As expected of the top 3 universities in Blue Star, they are so willful. Donghai City, a small, inconspicuous city in Wanjing Province, suddenly gained national attention, trending second and garnering over 10 million likes and millions of comments within a short time. Netizens actively discussed that extraordinary summoner who single-handedly saved Donghai City. Some summoners even filmed videos, pointing at their summoned skeleton warriors, urging them to transform quickly. Their requests were modest. Any transformation into a shadow eater would suffice. The outcome was predictable. The skeleton warrior either stood still or was reduced to a pile of bones. "Lin and Mo, which university are you planning to attend?" As the hot pot boiled, Wei Qiming leisurely picked up a slice of potato. With Lin and Mo about to graduate from high school, it was only natural that he should be considering which university to attend. "I haven't thought about it yet," Lin and Mo replied. The most renowned universities in Huaxia are Emperor Capital University and Magic City University. In terms of prestige, Emperor Capital University surpasses Magic City University, and gaining admission there is a dream for all students. The fact that Emperor Capital University is only enrolling 800 new students this year has also made headlines. It used to be 1,000, making it even more challenging to get in. "You should attend Emperor Capital University," Wei Qiming suggested. She was from Emperor Capital and would be returning there soon. If Lin and Mo were to study in Emperor Capital, she could visit him whenever she had the chance. Perhaps. Lin and Mo stirred the cooked tripe in the sauce, savoring it with a satisfied expression. "Nephew, I heard from your aunt that you've recently started dating? Your uncle is sharing his insights from years past, so pay close attention on a date. You should first buy the girl some milk tea and ask if she can drink it cold." Lin and Mo rolled his eyes at the barrage of messages from his uncle, Lu Qianlin. These messages included advice on what to say after dating a girl, such as, "It's getting late. I am going to your place, don't worry, I won't do anything. We'll just chat. If the girl discovers he has been two-timing her, he should tell her. We were just playing around. I am serious only about you. Goodness, this is too thorough. He has even prepared for being caught cheating." Lin and Mo switched his phone to silent mode. To be honest, Lu Qianlin's advice was utterly useless. He had only just met Wei Qinming, and she didn't seem like the type of girl to take things lightly if she were, his aunt wouldn't have introduced them in the first place. Why aren't you replying? Wei Qiming asked. Just some spam messages, Lin Mo replied. Wei Qiming responded with an O and continued to eat her food in small bites. I'm full, she said, setting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth with a napkin. All right, I'll take you home, Lin Mo said as he settled the bill and hailed a cab. Under the shimmering stars, Lin Mo dropped Wei Qiming off at the entrance of her community and waved goodbye. Once he confirmed that Lin Mo had left, Wei Qiming took out her Bluetooth headset and switched her phone to speaker mode. Yao, I'm so hungry, Wei Qiming said, since it was her first time dining alone with the boy. She contacted her best friend, Wei Yao, for advice. During dinner at the hot pot restaurant, Wei Yao had advised her to eat less to maintain a ladylike demeanor. Order takeout when you get home, trust me. I am a love expert. In just a few days, I guarantee Lin Mo will be completely smitten with you. Wei Yao vowed confidently. Fine, Wei Qiming replied, feeling that going to a hot pot restaurant and not getting full before ordering takeout seemed silly. At home, Lin Mo finished his evening routine and lay on his bed. This morning, his aunt's sudden knock on the door had disrupted his thoughts, causing him to forget something important. When a practitioner reaches level 40, they can learn new skills. As a summoner, reaching level 40 allows him to summon skeleton spear soldiers. Of course, the skeleton spear soldier wasn't the key. Lin Mo wanted to see if he could learn the skills to summon other monsters. Learnable skill. Summon skeleton spear soldier. Learnable skill. Summon demon dragon. Demon dragon? Lin Mo sat up in bed. Chapter 23. The Judgment Warrior level 40 allows for the summoning of a demon dragon. Lin Mo immediately learned the skill and summoned the demon dragon. Loyalty is a precious treasure, and I shall be forever loyal to you, my master. The demon dragon knelt on one knee. Its skin is a deep azure, adorned with a singular horn, boasting a robust physique with clearly defined muscles, and a dragon's tail gently swaying. Demon Dragon, Master, Lin Mo, Level, 45, Royal Summon, Health Points, 500,000, Magic Points, 400, 000, Agility, 100,000, Strength, 80,000, Mental Power, 60,000, Physique, 200,000, Skills. Switch to True Demon Dragon Form, Armor of the Flame Demon, Charged Heavy Fist, Path of Decapitation. Upon observing the attributes of the Demon Dragon, Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. How much? 500,000 health points, surpassing even the Abyssal Serpent, a level 70 Lord Boss from the Beast Tide. Furthermore, its other attributes utterly overshadow those of the Abyssal Serpent. Additionally, the Demon Dragon possesses the ability to transform into its true Demon Dragon form. Judging by its skills, it can cast fire-based mage spells as well as warrior skills, just like the generals of the Shadow Legion. Should the summoned Demon Dragon perish, it would require a 7-day recovery period. Of course, such a scenario has never occurred. Thus far, every beast Lin Mo has encountered has been effortlessly crushed by the Shadow Legion generals. With a snap of his fingers, he instructed the Demon Dragon to stand by, eagerly anticipating its future performance. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting reflections into the bedroom. The door to the living room swung open, and 2 women entered. Lingyu, you can't possibly have feelings for your cousin, can you? The first thing you do upon returning to Donghai City is rush straight to Lin Mo's house instead of your own. The woman speaking appeared to be around 21 or 22, with short hair and a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. Standing at 176 cm, her figure was flawless, her abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Stop, stop, stop. I heard from my mom that Lin Mo awakened as a summoner. So I thought I'd come to comfort him, said the woman unlocking the door. Her name is Chen Lingyu, Lin Mo's cousin, who had hurried back home during the break from the capital city. Chen Ling used beauty rivals that of her friend, Shang Zhao Shui. Each possesses their own unique charm, yet they tread different paths. The house was impeccably clean. When did Lin Mo develop such a severe obsession with cleanliness? Observing the spotless living room, Chen Lingyu wore a peculiar expression. She knew her cousin's habits all too well. Something feels off. Shang Zhao Shui scanned the surroundings with a frown. From the very first step inside, she felt a strong sense that someone was watching them from the shadows. You feel it too, don't you? Chen Lingyu agreed. Lin Mo, get up. Chen Lingyu skillfully pushed open the master bedroom door. Hearing her voice, Lin Mo groggily awoke. Cousin? He blinked, squinting against the sunlight. The sun is shining on your backside, and you're still sleeping in. Chen Lingyu exclaimed as she moved around the bed to draw back the curtains. The sunlight was blinding, instantly brightening the master bedroom. Shang Xiaoshui furrowed her brows even deeper. Although the intense feeling of being watched gradually faded, she could still sense something amiss due to the unique nature of her judgment warrior profession. Are there high-level stealthers in the house? Shang Xiaoshui pondered, and as Lin Emo stirred, the shadowy figure of Terra, who protected him, vanished into the void. Xiaoshui, what are you looking at? This is my cousin Lin Emo. Isn't he quite handsome? Qinling Yu introduced. Lin Emo, this is my friend Shang Xiaoshui. Your friend is quite impressive, reaching level 59 at such a young age, and she's a hidden class judgment warrior. Lin Emo noted. The judgment warrior, akin to the awakened berserker Lu Chengfeng he encountered in the dungeon area, is also a hidden class. This profession possesses a skill at level 50 known as judgment, which can imprison enemies for 10 minutes, disregarding any rules. 10 minutes is ample time for a high-level mage to cast a forbidden spell. The stronger the professional, the more critical the outcome of battles is often determined in mere seconds. The higher the level of the judgment warrior, the longer the imprisonment effect of the judgment skill. Lin Emo scrutinized Shang Xiaoshui before him. She was strikingly beautiful, unlike the common fair-skinned, long-legged beauties. Her allure was not merely in her face and figure but in her wild, aggressive demeanor, exuding a primal beauty. Hello, Lin Emo greeted him. Shang Xiaoshui nodded. Hurry up and get dressed. Let's have breakfast. I'll take you to the training area outside the city to level up. Qinling Yu urged. She had returned to Donghai City not only to accompany her parents, but also to assist Lin Emo in leveling up during her break. Although Qinling Yu knew that this limited time would not suffice for Lin Emo to reach a significantly high level, attaining level 20 should be quite manageable. Forget it, Lin Emo declined. The experience from killing beasts in the training area outside the city is far too low. I have no interest in it at present. You think I lack strength, right? I'm now a level 60 space attribute mage, and with Xiaoshui, who is a level 59 judgment warrior, taking you, a freshly awakened professional, to the training area should be a walk in the park. Qinling Yu argued. It's not that, Lin Emo yawned. Qinling Yu was somewhat renowned in Donghai City, having successfully entered the capital university 2 years ago with outstanding grades. It's worth noting that only 3 students from Donghai City gained admission that year. And a level 60 space attribute mage like Qinling Yu is exceedingly rare even among the talented individuals at the capital university. Why is that? Qinling Yu inquired. She genuinely aimed to help Lin Emo, as leveling up as a summoner is notoriously challenging. Even if Lin Emo were to abandon the path of becoming a professional, being at a higher level is ultimately beneficial. Ling Yu, your cousin is already level 45. Shang Xiaoshui pointed out a blind spot. Indeed, such a high level renders it unnecessary to grind in the Donghai City training area. That meager experience is hardly worth mentioning. Xiaoshui, Lin Emo has only recently awakened. How could he possibly? Qinling Yu covered her mouth in shock. He really is level 45. Although Shang Xiaoshui maintained a neutral expression, she too was astonished. A mere 20-something young man reaching level 45, surpassing even first-year students at the capital university. Qinling Yu had previously claimed Lin Mo's talent was mediocre, so the question arose. Who helped him level up? Initially, summoners could only level up by teaming with high-level professionals. Otherwise, entering dungeons or the training area outside the city would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Mo, who helped you level up? After a long moment, Qinling Yu finally posed the question that Shang Xiaoshui had been yearning to ask. Myself, Lin Mo replied candidly. Since awakening, he had fought solo, disinterested in forming teams. Have you advanced to your second class? Shang Xiaoshui inquired. Qinling Yu and Shang Xiaoshui exchanged glances, falling into a prolonged silence. A professional who had awakened only a few days ago and already reached level 45, along with a second class. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. If only it were another profession, but it had to be a summoner. Shang Xiaoshui mused. If Lin Mo were a warrior or a stealth class, he might have been able to enroll in the capital university, thus embarking on a new destiny instead of being confined to the small Donghai city. Chapter 24. My back teeth are almost crushed. Well done, Lin Mo. You've reached level 45 so quickly, Qinling Yu exclaimed. She shared a close bond with Lin Mo, having grown up together. Seeing Lin Mo's rapid leveling, Qinling Yu felt genuinely happy for him, despite being puzzled about how he achieved it. Gaining the assistance of high-level professionals is no easy feat. It often requires exorbitant fees. Qinling Yu was well aware of Lin Mo's family circumstances, which could only be described as average, not particularly affluent. Have you seen Annie yet? Linimo asked. Not yet. She's busy at Lua Lawn works as a cashier in a supermarket and should have just started her shift. Entering a breakfast shop at the neighborhood entrance, Lin Mo caught the envious gazes of passers-by. Damn it, thought a yellow-haired man carrying a bag of buns. Why don't I have such good luck with the ladies? It was simply too beautiful, especially with two of them. Linimo stood between the two women. With Chen Lingyu on one side in a white dress, exuding grace, her beauty reminiscent of a fairy descending to earth, chatting amiably with Linimo while Shang Zhao Shui remained silent. Her eyes were keenly assessing Linimo. Clearly intrigued, boss, 5 steamer baskets of buns and 3 bowls of plain congee. Linimo ordered the middle-aged proprietor that I saw on the trending news yesterday that our city has produced a formidable mysterious summoner. Sitting on the stool, Chen Lingyu opened up. Being a native of Donghai City, she recounted that over 30 cities had simultaneously faced beast-tide attacks, and Donghai City was the only one whose structures remained intact. Other cities suffered varying degrees of destruction, with Haijiao City nearly breached. How strong can a summoner be? Just a bunch of cowardly professionals, Shang Zhao Shui remarked. Having once been betrayed by a summoner and nearly losing her life, she had since avoided any contact with them. Don't mind Zhao Shui, that's just her personality, Chen Lingyu explained. Shang Zhao Shui was accustomed to speaking her mind, completely forgetting that Linimo was a summoner. Among professionals, there exists a mutual disdain. Warriors believe mages merely hide behind casting spells and should prove their worth in close combat. Mages regard warriors as crude and lacking elegance. Even the shield-bearers pride themselves on believing that without them absorbing monster aggro up front, mages, stealthers, and priests would all meet their doom. In this hierarchy of contempt, summoners are held in the lowest regard. The summoned skeletal creatures are weak, offering nearly no defense, and their close combat skills are virtually useless. Linimo chuckled, unfazed. The weakness of summoners had little relevance to him. However, it seemed that Shang Zhao Shui held a significant grudge against the summoner profession. Lingyu, how about we practice at the martial arts school later? We need to prepare for the secret realm in half a month. Realizing she had misspoken, Shang Zhao Shui swiftly changed the subject. Secret realm? Linimo perked up that a century ago, Blue Star underwent a mutation, expanding its landmass hundreds of times. Simultaneously, the invasion of demons shrouded the newly expanded territories in mist. Thus, the secret realms came into existence. Unlike dungeons, each secret realm is unique. Successfully clearing a secret realm not only yields substantial experience points, but also significantly increases the chances of obtaining equipment from slain beasts. Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway, Chen Lingyu replied nonchalantly. Observing Lin Mo's interest in the mysterious realm, Chen Lingyu stirred the bowl of white porridge with a spoon. The creatures within that realm were formidable. Ranging from level 60 to 70, you should refrain from meddling. Chen Lingyu assumed that Linimo also wished to venture forth. She had prepared extensively with Shang Zhaoshui to conquer the mysterious realm. Assembling a team of 5 adventurers, each averaging level 59, the limit for teams in such realms was indeed 5, and given Lin Mo's level, he would likely be swiftly dispatched by the monsters. Savoring 3 small steamed buns and washing them down with porridge, Linimo contentedly belched. I never said I wanted to go, he remarked. Upon learning that Linimo had already reached level 45 as a summoner, Chen Lingyu abandoned her plan to assist him in leveling up. After satisfying their hunger, the trio made their way to a martial arts hall named Beidou. The Beidou Martial Arts Hall is one of the largest in Huaxia. Boasting over 200 branches. It offers myriad services. Adventurers can practice simulated battles against beasts or enhance their melee combat skills using various equipment. Consequently, places like this primarily attract warriors, rogues, and shield-bearers. Upon arriving at the hall, Shang Zhaoshui produced a black gold card, and the staff, previously nonchalant, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Miss Shang, I will arrange the finest simulation room for you, the staff member declared. The black gold card of Beidou Martial Arts Hall? Linimo gazed at Shang Zhaoshui, who remained calm and composed, evidently accustomed to such treatment. The number of individuals possessing a black gold card from Beidou Martial Arts Hall is exceedingly limited, each being a prominent figure in Huaxia. Moreover, Shang Zhaoshui's black gold card seemed to hold even greater significance. Recalling that the founder of Beidou Martial Arts Hall was named Shang Yayu, and that Shang Zhaoshui shared the same surname, a thought struck Linimo. Could she possibly be the granddaughter of Shang Yayu? It made sense why she wore a rare grade spatial ring with a storage capacity of 200 cubic meters. Merely possessing such a spatial ring would be sufficient to purchase an entire apartment complex in the heart of Donghai City. In the elevator heading to the simulation room, Lin Mo encountered an acquaintance. Yanran, why haven't you been answering my calls lately? My father has spent a fortune to find a level 60 warrior who will guide me to the outskirts for leveling up. Song Jinghang whispered, clutching his phone. Let's go together then. If worse comes to worst, I can share the experience points with you. Since awakening to his profession, he had already advanced to level 24, a commendable speed among his peers. We'll talk later, came Qin Yinran's cold response before she hung up. Damn it. Song Jinghang's face twitched in frustration. Since yesterday, he had noticeably sensed that Qin Yinran was deliberately keeping her distance, and no matter what tactics he employed, he could not persuade her to join him in the dungeon area. Just as he pondered where things had gone awry, he lifted his gaze and spotted Lin Mo, instinctively attempting to check Lin Mo's level. The outcome was evident. The level disparity was far too great to ascertain. Was Lin Mo headed to the SSS level simulation room? Song Jinghang cast a sidelong glance at the elevator buttons. The simulation rooms at Beidou Martial Arts Hall were categorized into SSS, SS, S, and A levels. Using an SSS level simulation room cost several 100,000 huaxia coins for merely 30 minutes of use. Even for a wealthy second-generation heir like Song Jinghang, such extravagance was unthinkable. He could only afford to use the S-level simulation room for practice. So beautiful, he exclaimed as he gazed at Shang Zhaoxue and Chen Lingyu. He recognized Chen Lingyu, who had been admitted to the Imperial Capital University 2 years prior and was related to Lin Mo. As for Shang Zhaoxue, he had never encountered her before. Pretty boy. Song Jinghang gritted his teeth. Lin Mo had recently parted ways with Qin Yinran, yet had swiftly found a new girlfriend who was equally, if not more, attractive than Qin Yinran. Moreover, Shang Zhaoxue appeared to be wealthy, spending 100,000 huaxia coins on the SSS level simulation room without batting an eye. Damn it, pretty boy, a soft rice man. Song Jinghang's envy was palpable, to the point where he felt he might grind his teeth to dust. Chapter 25. Demon Dragon vs. Judgment Warrior. The spacious and brightly lit simulation room dazzled with an array of sophisticated equipment. Along the walls, an impressive assortment of finely crafted weapons was displayed, including swords, guns, and staves, alongside 4 rare-grade weapons available for use. Lin Mo, there's a simulator over there. If you're feeling bored, you can use that, Chen Lingyu suggested. They were in the finest SSS-level simulation room at Beidou Martial Arts Hall in Donghai City, yet even so, Shang Zhaoxue was dissatisfied. The facility fell far short of the main hall in the imperial capital, barely adequate for her needs. With practiced ease, Shang Zhaoxue manipulated the simulator to conjure a level 65 boss, the 10-headed fiery python. Understood, Lin Mo replied to Chen Lingyu, choosing not to rush into using the simulator but instead observing. The simulator materialized the level 65 boss, the 10-headed fiery python. This creature possessed 10 serpentine heads, each radiating crimson flames. Chen Lingyu, a level 60 space attribute mage, and Shang Zhaoxue, a level 59 hidden profession judgment warrior, exhibited remarkable synergy in their combat against the simulated beast, handling it with apparent ease. First-tier space skill. Space Gate. Chen Lingyu opened a portal, and Shang Zhaoxue, wielding a sword that shimmered with violet light, leaped through. The Space Gate, an exclusive skill for space attribute mages, allowed for long-distance teleportation. The higher the level, the further the teleportation range. Chen Lingyu could teleport up to 10 miles away. Stepping through the Space Gate, Shang Zhaoxue materialized behind the 10-headed fiery python and severed one of its heads with a single strike. The battle raged on, with Chen Lingyu casting spells from a distance while Shang Zhaoxue engaged in close combat. After watching for a while, Lin Mo found it unexciting and snapped his fingers to summon the demon dragon. Let's conjure a level 70 boss. Lin Mo attempted to operate the simulator, only to discover it could only simulate up to level 65 bosses. Is that the creature Lin Mo conjured? Shang Zhaoxue observed, glancing at him while grappling with the 10-headed fiery python. She had not blinked either. Suddenly, a snap of Lin Mo's fingers summoned a creature. What is this beast? Shang Zhaoxue pondered, increasingly intrigued by her friend's cousin. 2 plumes of white vapor erupted, and the level 65 boss, the mountain-crushing bull, materialized. The demon dragon bore a fierce expression as it cracked its knuckles. Let me see your strength, Lin Mo said. Was he also simulating a level 65 boss? Shang Zhaoxue furrowed her brow as she severed another head from the 10-headed fiery python. Although it was a simulation, overly powerful beasts could inflict mental harm on the user. For instance, if the mountain-crushing bull charged at Lin Mo, someone with weak psychological fortitude might pale, tremble, or even lose control of their bladder. With a thud, the demon dragon seized the mountain-crushing bull by its horns. Second-tier warrior skill. Charged heavy fist. The mountain-crushing bull crashed to the ground, and the demon dragon delivered a punch to its face. Third-tier warrior skill. Heavenly battle might. Boom, boom, boom. The demon dragon unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the mountain-crushing bull. Congratulations. You have shattered the national record for the fastest defeat of a level 65 boss, achieving it in just 3 minutes. Would you like to leave your name? After dispatching the mountain-crushing bull, Lin Mo noticed the prompt on the screen. Meanwhile, Shang Xiaoxue had felled the 10-headed fiery python. Xiaoxue, our teamwork has improved remarkably, Chen Lingyu remarked. The duo had vanquished the level 65 boss in just 5 minutes, a feat that previously took them 10. Your cousin. Shang Xiaoxue gripped her rare-grade sword tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. What's wrong with him? Chen Lingyu inquired. During battle, it was crucial to maintain focus, a mantra frequently echoed by instructors at the Imperial Capital University. Thus, Chen Lingyu remained engrossed in combat. Unaware of Lin Mo's actions. To her, Lin Mo was merely snacking on treats while spectating or simulating a beast of level 40 or so. A level 65 boss, defeated in 3 minutes? Chen Lingyu's expression shifted dramatically. Her initial thought being that it was impossible. Lin Mo was a level 45 summoner, incapable of defeating even a level 10 beast without ample time to summon creatures. Observing closely, she noted that Lin Mo had summoned only a single creature. Shang Xiaoxue scrutinized the demon dragon. She had witnessed the entire battle between the demon dragon and the mountain-crushing bull. It was remarkably wild and brutal. This was far beyond the expected power of a level 44 creature. Lin Mo, the creature you summoned is unlike any other summoners, Shang Xiaoxue queried. Skeleton warriors and skeleton knights pale in comparison to the demon dragon. It's quite impressive, Chen Lingyu remarked, admiring the demon dragon. This is just how it is with the creatures summoned post-awakening. Lin Mo shrugged. He wasn't lying. He had received the ability to summon the Phantom Legion on the day of his awakening. Hidden profession. Necromancer? No. A necromancer summons enhanced skeleton monsters. Shang Xiaoxue's mind raced as she contemplated what secrets Lin Mo possessed. First, she could rule out the hidden profession of necromancer. The demon dragon's appearance and strength were entirely incongruous. It wasn't that it was weak. Rather, it was far too powerful. After much contemplation, Shang Xiaoxue remained perplexed. Standing beside Lin Mo, the demon dragon crossed its arms, exposing its sharp, pristine teeth. Lin Mo, let me test my skills against it. Shang Xiaoxue proposed. The simulated beasts were ultimately not real. However, the demon dragon summoned by Lin Mo could serve as an excellent training partner. Certainly, Lin Mo acquiesced, eager to ascertain the limits of the demon dragon. Xiaoxue, aren't you being a bit unfair? A level 59 adventurer against a level 44 summon creature, Chen Lingyu interjected. The level disparity was stark, especially considering Shang Xiaoxue was a hidden profession judgment warrior. With her prowess, she could easily solo a level 65 boss. If the simulators at Beidou Martial Arts Hall could simulate a level 70 boss, they would undoubtedly do so. It's merely a summon creature. I won't harm Lin Mo, Shang Xiaoxue reassured. If Lin Mo were a level 45 warrior or rogue, she would certainly not demand a contest. The creatures summoned by the summoner can be called forth again even after they perish. At your command, the demon dragon responded with a tone of utmost respect. Shang Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow. A summoned creature capable of speech and possessing its own thoughts. What a marvel Lin Mo, Chen Lingyu's cousin, truly is. Generally speaking, only creatures summoned by a level 100 summoner possess even a semblance of independent thought. The advantages of a creature with its own intellect are manifold. For instance, it requires no distraction from the summoner for control and exhibits astute judgment during combat, among other benefits. You are far too weak. So weak that even a newborn of my clan could defeat you. The demon dragon sneered. To be looked down upon by a summoned creature. Shang Xiaoxue felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, she was among the top 3 strongest in her second year at the Imperial Capital University. Soon to be a level 60 hidden class judgment warrior, Chen Lingyu stifled a laugh. What a character Lin Mo's summoned creature is, it has directly made Shang Xiaoxue blush. Cousin, could you fetch me some snacks? Lin Mo inquired. Oh, Chen Lingyu promptly rolled over a small cart, and Linimo eagerly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on. Would the level 44 demon dragon be able to contend with Shang Xiaoxue? The level 59 judgment warrior? Linimo was eagerly anticipating the demon dragon's performance. Chapter 26. Imperial Capital University. The defensive barrier of the simulation room was activated, unless an 80-level professional unleashed a barrage of attacks. The simulation room would remain unharmed. Shang Xiaoxue wielded her long sword, while the demon dragon was unarmed. A jet of dragon breath erupted from the demon dragon's mouth, and Shang Xiaoxue hurriedly defended herself. Does Lin Mo's summoned creature also possess fire attribute skills? Shang Xiaoxue was caught off guard. If one were to liken the demon dragon to a profession, it would embody both a fire attribute mage and a warrior. Is it truly that formidable? Chen Lingyu was left in a daze. Linimo, how many such creatures can you summon at most? She asked, her excitement palpable. As his only cousin, Chen Lingyu naturally hoped for Lin Mo's continued improvement. Upon learning that Linimo had awakened as a summoner, Chen Lingyu had felt a pang of regret. However, things were different now. With the ability to summon the demon dragon, Linimo had a promising chance of gaining admission to a prestigious university. Just one, Linimo replied. I see. I had assumed you could summon many. Chen Lingyu shook her head. It made sense. If Linimo were able to summon multiple such powerful beings, Imperial Capital University would surely be vying for him. Fire attribute 3rd-tier skill. Inferno armor. Bang, bang, bang. The demon dragon proactively engaged Shang Xiaoxue in close combat, a layer of black armor enveloping it. Its physical attributes surging from 200,000 to 350,000. Observing the increasingly aggressive demon dragon, Shang Xiaoxue realized she could not continue in this manner. On the surface, it seemed like she and the demon dragon were evenly matched, yet only she understood the reality of the situation. Lin Mo's summoned creatures possessed terrifying combat skills, consistently predicting her attack positions with precision. The Judgment Warrior's exclusive skill, Judgment, an invisible force bound the demon dragon, and Shang Xiaoxue approached it with her sword drawn. Linimo, the creature you summoned is impressive. It has pushed Xiaoxue to this extent, Chen Lingyu praised. Even when facing the level 65 boss, the 10-headed fiery sun python, Shang Xiaoxue had not utilized Judgment. Yet the demon dragon compelled her to do so. Judgment me? The demon dragon shifted into its true dragon form, its gaze coldly fixed on Shang Xiaoxue. Only my master has the right to judge me. The sound of a long dragon's roar echoed as the true dragon form of the demon dragon lunged at Shang Xiaoxue. Ineffectual? Shang Xiaoxue frowned. Her prideful exclusive skill, Judgment, seemed utterly useless against the demon dragon. With dragon breath primed, the temperature in the simulation room soared. Cease, Linimo commanded the demon dragon. It was no longer appropriate to continue, I concede. Shang Xiaoxue acknowledged graciously, although she had many more tactics left unutilized, such as a rare-level life-saving item, the double, and the fact that she was using a weapon from the martial arts school that did not suit her. The fact remained that a level 59 professional had been bested by a level 44 creature, and she had lost thoroughly. Linimo, my disdain for summoners does not stem from the weakness of the profession, but from having been backstabbed by summoners 3 times. Shang Xiaoxue looked directly at Linimo, explaining the reasons for her prejudice. Once, during a level 40 hell-level dungeon, a summoner had coveted her spatial ring and ambushed her from behind, nearly costing her life in the dungeon. Shang Xiaoxue spoke calmly, revealing a scar on her arm the length of a centipede. It was no wonder that she had previously looked down on summoners. It seemed she had endured such experiences. Linimo shrugged. However, this is not a matter of profession. It relates to human nature. Yet it is indeed unfortunate that all 3 who betrayed you were summoners. You should still be able to summon a creature adept at hiding. Similar to a rogue, Shang Xiaoxue remarked, as the barriers between them faded. In truth, she recognized that this had nothing to do with the summoner profession. It was purely her tendency to trust others too easily. Upon entering Lin Mo's home with Chen Lingyu, Shang Xiaoxue had sensed someone watching them from the shadows. It was only when Linimo called out cousin that the lurking presence, whether human or creature, vanished, confirming that they were allies rather than foes. Linimo nodded. The creature Shang Xiaoxue referred to was the leader of the Ghost Shadow Legion, Terra, who provided round-the-clock protection over her. What are you two discussing? Chen Lingyu inquired, perplexed. What creature adept at hiding, similar to a rogue? I do not understand a word. Lingyu, You merely need to know that your cousin is exceptionally strong, not an ordinary summoner, Shang Xiaoxue provided succinctly. Avoiding excessive elaboration. Very well. Chun Lingyu tore open a bag of snacks, having recognized Lin Mo's extraordinary nature. Why, mother just messaged that she is finishing work early. We should head home, Chun Lingyu announced. The sun shone brightly at Chun Lingyu's home. Lu Weilwan busied herself in the kitchen while Lin Mo relaxed on the living room sofa, watching the news on television. Lunch was lavish, featuring sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and oil-braised shrimp, so many dishes that the table was nearly overflowing. Dig in. Don't wait for your uncle. He won't be back until later, Lu Weilwan urged Lin Mo, warmly inviting Shang Xiaoxue as well. The admissions for Imperial Capital University should be commencing soon, right? Lu Weilwan asked as Lin Mo earnestly enjoyed his meal. Both Shang Xiaoxue and Chun Lingyu were students at Imperial Capital University, and Lu Weilwan took great pride in her daughter Chun Lingyu. Upon learning that Chun Lingyu had been accepted into Imperial Capital University, Lu Weilwan and her husband had celebrated for several nights without sleep. In just these few days, Lin Mo can attempt to apply to Imperial Capital University, Shang Xiaoxue stated confidently. Having just sparred with Lin Mo's summoned demon dragon, she believed his strength was more than sufficient for admission. Miss Shang, I do not hold particularly high hopes for my Lin Mo. Merely gaining admission to a university would be commendable, Lu Weilwan remarked 2 years ago, when her daughter decided to apply to Imperial Capital University. She had meticulously researched the institution. Each year, approximately 30,000 summoners applied to Imperial Capital University, yet only 20 were admitted. What does that imply? The odds of Lin Mo being accepted were lower than winning the lottery. Aunt Lu, Lin Mo possesses the capability to apply for Imperial Capital University, Shang Xiaoxue asserted. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, Chun Lingyu hurriedly recounted the events that transpired at Beidou Martial Arts School to Lu Weilwan. The creatures Lin Mo summoned are that strong? Lu Weilwan set down her chopsticks. But can Lin Mo really gain admission to Imperial Capital University? His level is commendable, yet the summoner profession, Lu Weilwan hesitated. With Lin Mo's parents working far from home, Lu Weilwan had often taken it upon herself to oversee many matters for him. Gaining admission to university is a significant milestone, one that influences a person's future destiny. Lu Weilwan did not wish for Lin Mo's failure to gain admission to Imperial Capital University to result in a life of obscurity. Given Lin Mo's level 45, gaining admission to a top university should be relatively straightforward and most prudent. That is not an issue. Currently, universities offer a 2-day application window, so even if Lin Mo does not get into Imperial Capital University, he can still apply to other universities, Chun Lingyu pointed out. In contemporary Huaxia, most universities have a 2-day enrollment period, effectively providing 2 opportunities to apply. What do you think, Lin Mo? Lu Weilwan turned to her nephew, acknowledging that the ultimate decision lay with him. University? Lin Mo contemplated briefly. He had not truly considered which university to apply to. Chapter 27. The 3 women with heavy hearts in Huaxia. Attending university comes with numerous benefits. Take Chun Lingyu, who has been accepted into Imperial Capital University. For instance, every month, she receives a substantial scholarship from the Mage Alliance, and there are exclusive discounts available for dining out or even purchasing a home. The extent of these benefits depends on the university's ranking in Huaxia. With Imperial Capital University consistently holding the top position, followed by Magic City University. As Lin Mo felt the gazes of his aunt, Chun Lingyu, and Shang Xiaoxue upon him, he took a sip of his soda. I haven't made up my mind yet. This was the truth. With his ability to summon shadow soldiers, the general of the Shadow Legion, and the Demon Dragon, coupled with his level 45, which university in Huaxia wouldn't welcome him? Overall, Imperial Capital University is undoubtedly superior to Magic City University. With your capabilities, gaining admission to Imperial Capital University is a foregone conclusion, merely a matter of whether you end up in the regular or elite class. Shang Xiaoxue commented. Both she and Chun Lingyu were members of the elite class, though Shang Xiaoxue had advanced from the regular class to the elite class in her second year. I think Imperial Capital University is great. The Hell-level dungeon's demon beasts have strengths ranging from level 50 to 70, making it the best dungeon area in Huaxia, Chun Lingyu interjected. What about the dungeon area of Magic City University? Lin Mo inquired. Top-tier universities all have dungeon areas, Chun Lingyu explained. Upon hearing that the Hell-level demon beasts in the dungeon area of Imperial Capital University ranged from level 50 to 70, Lin Mo felt a surge of interest. What he currently lacked most was experience. although achieving level 45 within just a few days of awakening was impressive in the eyes of others. It was far from sufficient for Lin and Mo. Just the demon dragon he summoned could single-handedly defeat Shang Xiaoxue, the level 59 hidden class judgment warrior, 50 to 60, Chun Lingyu replied. The prestigious D Capital University holds a prominent position among the institutions of Blue Star, whereas Magic City University is renowned solely within the realms of Huaxia. This distinction epitomizes the fundamental differences between the two universities. Lin and Mo found himself resolute in his thoughts. The afternoon sun beamed warmly and radiantly as Lu Weilon tidied up the dishes before heading to the supermarket for her shift. Before departing, she made sure to inquire about Lin and Mo and Wei Qiming's progress. "How are things going?" Lu Weilon asked. "Not bad," Lin and Mo replied. He had added Wei Qiming's contact information and frequently engaged in conversations with her, be it concerning trivial matters or deeper discussions. "What? Your mother is setting you up with someone?" Chun Lingyu perked up instantly, her curiosity ignited like a blazing fire. "You should ask that girl out this afternoon. As your cousin, I am a veteran in the realm of romance and can help you win her over in no time," Chun Lingyu declared with unwavering confidence. "Your cousin has never been in a relationship?" Shang Xiaoxue interjected unexpectedly. "I watch idol dramas and dating shows every day. I am brimming with experience," Chun Lingyu retorted. "Lin and Mo, just arrange for her to meet me, and I will guide you remotely." Chun Lingyu shook Lin Mo's shoulder, eager to apply the strategies gleaned from dating shows to real life. In the East Sea City's task hall, a stylish girl with blue hair stood at window number 6. "May I ask what business you wish to conduct?" Wei Qiming inquired habitually. Upon seeing the visitor, her face lit up with joy. Yao. It was Wei Yao, her childhood friend and dearest confidant. "You're quite proficient at this," Wei Yao teased, observing Wei Qiming in her professional attire. "How is your progress with Lin and Mo? I came all the way from the capital to offer you on-site guidance. As a good friend." Wei Yao was genuinely invested in Wei Qiming's romantic pursuits. "Well, it's just like that," Wei Qiming replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. TSK. When Uncle Wei arranged a blind date for you, you called me to vent about it, and now it's all different, isn't it?" Wei Yao chuckled. Wei Qiming had always resisted her father's attempts to set her up, and that was precisely why she had sneaked away to East Sea City. Wei Yao had initially assumed Wei Qiming would be averse to Lin Mo, but to her surprise, the more they talked, the more enthusiastic she became, even reaching out for advice. "Let's arrange for you to meet Lin Mo after work. I want to see what kind of man has captivated you so," Wei Yao suggested. "That might not be a good idea. I haven't informed Lin and Mo in advance." Wei Qiming hesitated. "No worries. Just do as we planned. Wear your Bluetooth headset, and I'll hide nearby to assist you." Wei Yao twirled her hair, immediately attracting the attention of several professionals in the task hall. In the downtown mall, Lin and Mo touched the Bluetooth device in his ear. "Hello, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," Lin and Mo replied, glancing at Chun Lingyu, who was lurking behind a flower bed. "Let me know when the target arrives," Chun Lingyu instructed, referring to Wei Qiming. Curiously, just as Lin and Mo was about to invite Wei Qiming out for dinner that evening, she sent him a message a moment earlier. "Can you handle this? Don't ruin your cousin's romantic fate," Shang Xiaoxue remarked. Though she had only known Chun Lingyu for a year, they trusted each other implicitly. Shang Xiaoxue had once saved Chun Lingyu's life, and in return, Chun Lingyu had supported her unconditionally during her times of need. "Don't worry. I am a master of romance," Chun Lingyu declared confidently. Is the target in sight? Meanwhile, Wei Yao was stealthily hiding nearby. "There he is, right in front of the mall entrance," Wei Qiming responded. "Quite handsome." Wei Yao had noted Lin and Mo, clad in black sportswear, long before. Her keen eye could spot a handsome man amidst the crowd at the mall entrance. Good taste. Wei Yao understood why her friend had such a favorable impression of Lin and Mo. "Very beautiful," Chun Lingyu observed as Wei Qiming walked toward Lin and Mo. "Perfect figure, perfect looks. I just wonder about his personality." Among peers, aesthetic judgment is often most accurate. If a man is deemed handsome by women, he might be considered so. But if a man exclaims, "Wow, he's incredibly handsome," then that man is undoubtedly strikingly attractive. Upon witnessing Wei Qiming, who was about to meet Lin and Mo, Shang Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had thought it was just a coincidence of names, but to her astonishment, it was indeed the Wei Qiming from D Capital. "Good evening, Lin and Mo," Wei Qiming greeted with a smile. "Qiming, your opening line is quite lackluster. You should have said, 'Don't I look stunning today? I spent hours preparing just for you.'" Wei Yao chastised. "What does good evening even mean?" How is Linimo supposed to respond to that? Linimo, wrap your arms around her waist and tell her she looks beautiful today. Chen Lingyu blurted out. Linimo, Shang Xiaoxue quickly covered Chen Lingyu's mouth. If Linimo dared to embrace Wei Qianming's waist today, tomorrow the 6 leaders of the Mage Alliance would be visiting Lin Mo's home. Good evening, Linimo replied, ignoring Chen Lingyu, as he walked alongside Wei Qianming into the restaurant they had reserved. Nearby the flower bed, 3 women exchanged furtive glances. He looks like a thief. Chen Lingyu and Wei Yao thought in unison. I've found you. A middle-aged man concealed in the shadows observed Linimo. With a hooked nose and a frail physique, he moved with eerie silence. Shi Taihong is truly a waste, dying at the hands of a summoner, and such a young one at that. The middle-aged man's sleeve slipped, revealing a dagger as he focused intently on the 3 women lurking by the flower bed. Upon recognizing that Chen Lingyu was a level 60 space attribute mage, Shang Xiaoxue a level 59 hidden class judgment warrior, and Wei Yao's level and class, the middle-aged man's face twitched. Such talent in a mere East Sea city? However, they were not his assassination targets. The middle-aged man walked into the mall right before the 3 women. Oddly enough, none of them noticed him, even Shang Xiaoxue, who was experienced in combat and sensitive to her surroundings, only sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, like a ghost, the middle-aged man approached Linimo from behind, drawing out his concealed dagger. Chapter 28. In this era, is having a military strategist for dating necessary? It was mealtime, and the mall was bustling with activity, especially in the 3rd-floor dining area. Linimo had reserved a table at a restaurant called Spicy and Fiery, renowned for its Sichuan cuisine. He handed the menu to Wei Qianming while pouring her a glass of warm water. In a corner, Chen Lingyu and Shang Xiaoxue eavesdropped on Linimo and Wei Qianming's conversation, while the blue-haired Wei Yao sat next to Chen Lingyu's table. What would you ladies like to order? The waiter inquired. Anything, Chen Lingyu and Wei Yao responded in unison, having spotted their friends engrossed in conversation. Huh, just choose from the menu, they echoed again, their expressions peculiar as they exchanged glances. Linimo, have you decided which university you plan to apply to? Wei Qianming asked, although she had her friend remotely guiding her. There were some things she found difficult to express, such as, do I look good today? I spent hours getting ready just for you. Eating small bites was manageable. If worse came to worst, they could always order takeout upon returning to the rental apartment. D Capital, Linimo stated. Which university in D Capital? Wei Qianming inquired, thrilled that Linimo was considering D Capital University, as she would soon return to the capital and could see him daily. D Capital University, Linimo clarified. Huh? Wei Qianming was taken aback. Are you joking? Can he really get into D Capital University? Wei Yao, who had been eavesdropping, scoffed. She knew Linimo was a level 45 summoner, which was impressive, but admission to D Capital University considered more than just level. It emphasized the overall capability of the practitioner. Without adequate comprehensive ability, even a level 60 summoner would be rendered moot. As expected, it's D Capital University, Chen Lingyu remarked to Shang Xiaoxue. That way, Linimo can join our club. Shang Xiaoxue, however, was preoccupied with thoughts about how Wei Qianming ended up in East Sea City and how she became acquainted with Linimo. Given Wei Qianming's background, it seemed illogical that she and Linimo belonged to the same world. Linimo, getting into D Capital University is no easy feat. This year, the enrollment quota has been reduced from 1,000 to 800. Wei Qianming explained it was already immensely challenging to gain admission before, and now they cut the numbers even further. Moreover, there is a stringent requirement for admissions. Candidates must pass through 3 rounds of assessments. Failure to do so results in outright elimination, regardless of whether anyone succeeds or not. Why not give it a shot? What if you can get in? Linimo placed the sanitized utensils in front of Wei Qianming. In the restaurant's kitchen, the head chef was cursing loudly. Where's the chopped pepper fish head for table 3? The guests have been waiting for over 10 minutes, and it's still not ready. Hold the plate steady. If you spill it, don't blame me for being rude. A middle-aged waiter, freshly emerged from the restroom, exited the kitchen carrying a spicy hot pot for table 8. The aroma wafting from the hot pot filled the air as the middle-aged waiter glanced at Linimo, who was chatting amiably with Wei Qianming, and an image formed in his mind. He would throw the hot pot directly at Linimo, then draw his dagger for a swift kill, feeling the cold steel of the concealed dagger against his sleeve. Wu Jiming licked his lips. He was a level 64 rogue, a senior member of the Blood Slaughter Guild. The Golden Sands Guild had always been aligned with the Blood Slaughter Guild. Every time their leader, Shi Taihong, defeated a level 60 Lord boss, the spoils were handed over to the Blood Slaughter Guild. Not long ago, the Golden Sands Guild was annihilated, leader Shi Taihong, vice leader Lu Dekhang, and core members all perished in the leveling zone outside the city. After investigation, the Blood Slaughter Guild discovered it was the work of a summoner, and although it seemed absurd, they dispatched Wu Jiming to assassinate that summoner. The Dragon Burial Stone must be in his spatial ring. Wu Jiming glanced at Lin Mo's spatial ring. The assassination of Lin Mo by Wu Jiming serves two purposes. Firstly, to demonstrate that the Blood Slaughter Guild is merciless in seeking revenge, and secondly, to obtain the rare material known as the Dragon's Grave Stone. This stone is a crucial component in the crafting of legendary grade equipment, and the president of the Blood Slaughter Guild harbors an insatiable desire for it. The restaurant buzzed with activity, the air infused with the tantalizing aroma of stir-fried dishes, while the laughter of patrons echoed in a delightful crescendo. Wu Jiming advanced step by step toward Lin Mo. Fully aware that a summoner without their summoned creatures possesses combat capabilities inferior even to a level 5 warrior. With his prowess as a level 64 rogue, he could swiftly dispatch Lin Mo with a single strike to the throat and effortlessly escape with the spatial ring. Meanwhile, Qiming engaged Lin Mo in conversation about the tourist attractions and local delicacies of the imperial capital, as he was keen on applying to the imperial capital university. Wei Yao guided Wei Qiming's chatter. I know the imperial capital well, Lin Mo. Tell Qiming that the roasted duck there is delectable. Perhaps the two of you can go together, Chen Lingyu suggested. Sitting calmly with a glass of plain water, Shang Xiaoshua's sole concern was to prevent Chen Lingyu from provoking Lin Mo into making any inappropriate moves, such as wrapping his arm around Wei Qiming's waist or uttering cliché lines common in romantic variety shows. Observing the waiter approaching Lin Mo with dishes in hand, Shang Xiaoshua's brows furrowed. It was peculiar enough for a middle-aged man to be serving, but even more so that he walked without making a sound. A rogue, and a high-level one at that. It felt exceedingly odd for such a skilled rogue to be working as a waiter. Lin Mo, be careful, Shang Xiaoshua warned decisively, rationalizing that even if she misjudged, an apology would suffice. Lin Mo glanced at Shang Xiaoshua, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wu Jiming was poised to hurl the hot and spicy dish at Lin Mo before drawing his dagger to deliver a fatal blow. He had rehearsed this action countless times in his mind, yet he found himself paralyzed, as if a puppet on strings. On the restaurant's wall, a shadow resembling a tiger-headed humanoid danced. A fourth-tier mentalist skill, deadly weakening. A fourth-tier mentalist skill, mental control, deadly weakening had reduced Wu Jiming from level 64 to level 54. Mental control had ensnared him entirely. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A voice echoed in Wu Jiming's ears. Please, enjoy your meal. Under the influence of Terra's control, Wu Jiming smiled and placed the dish on the table. All the patrons startled at Shang Xiaoshua's sudden shout, and Wei Qiming turned to look. Lin Mo, who is she? She is stunning, Wei Qiming remarked, gazing at Shang Xiaoshua. Such an aura was rare, one that she herself lacked. In a flash, Wei Qiming conjured images in her mind, contemplating that Lin Mo was two-timing, and that this beautiful woman was his original girlfriend. Xiaoshua, what are you doing? Chen Lingyu inquired. Shang Xiaoshua fixed her gaze on Wu Jiming. I apologize for my abruptness, she said. Miss Wei, please don't misunderstand. I am Lin Mo's cousin. The now exposed Chen Lingyu approached Wei Qiming to clarify, internally berating Shang Xiaoshua for her erratic behavior and her loud calling of Lin Mo's name. Their cover was blown, leaving everyone in an awkward silence. Cousin? Cousin's friend? Wei Qiming remarked, then turned away. Is it customary these days to have a strategist while dating? She has her friend as a strategist, and Lin Mo has too. Wei Yao, who had been observing silently, decided to drop the pretense, leading to a moment of mutual silence among the four women. Gazing at the level 64 rogue, now under Terra's control and sent to assassinate him, Lin Mo displayed an enigmatic smile. Tio Wu Jiming, this smile was chilling. He could not even muster the strength to cry for help, his body entirely beyond his control. Chapter 29. How did he end up taking his own life? The restaurant buzzed with activity, patrons exchanging toasts amidst laughter. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment as the four women exchanged glances. Wei Qiming has a strategist too, Chen Lingyu noted, casting a glance at Wei Yao, who she had long suspected was up to something. So, They were dating while 3 others were watching them. Let us eat, Lin Mo suggested. He shared some food with Wei Qinming while Chen Lingyu, Shang Xiaoxue, and Wei Yiyao remained hungry. After ordering a few more dishes, Lin Mo rose to indicate he was heading to the restroom. The controlled Wu Jiming followed closely behind, on the rooftop terrace of the shopping mall. The moon hung high in the sky, the cold wind howling as cars streamed below. From the terrace, one could behold a significant portion of Donghai City's scenery. Wu Jiming, aware that this was not the time for sightseeing, suddenly knelt before Lin Mo with a thud, not out of his own volition, but due to Terra's forceful control. Master, Terra stood beside Lin Mo, ever vigilant as his personal protector, with a formidable mental strength of 300. Terra had long sensed Wu Jiming stealthily trailing Lin Mo. Thus, upon seizing control of him, she had deemed it appropriate to utter, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. "Who sent you?" Lin Mo inquired. Wu Jiming remained silent. A piercing scream shattered the night air as Wu Jiming's expression twisted in agony, 3 blood-soaked fingers falling to the ground. Realizing that Lin Mo intended to force him into an unspeakable fate, Wu Jiming panicked. "I am Wu Jiming, an elder of the Blood Slaughter Guild, sent here by the president." Having witnessed Lin Mo's methods, Wu Jiming answered every question earnestly. The Blood Slaughter Guild? Lin Mo recalled the recent annihilation of the Golden Sands Guild, whose president, Shi Taihong, had threatened him before his demise, claiming ties to the Blood Slaughter Guild. To his surprise, they had come calling so swiftly, "If you spare my life and return the rare material, the dragon's grave stone, which the rampaging behemoth dropped, I will beseech the president to let you go." Wu Jiming stated confidently, believing that the notorious reputation of the Blood Slaughter Guild would deter Lin Mo from ending his life. "Do you think you can negotiate?" Lin Mo found the notion amusing. "Lin Mo, you should turn him over to the tribunal. You do not have the authority to judge him." Shang Xiaoxue stepped forward. She had sensed something was amiss long before, and it was evident that Wu Jiming had come for Lin Mo. Seeing Terra beside Lin Mo, Shang Xiaoxue suddenly understood. Terra had been the creature monitoring her and Chen Lingyu at Lin Mo's home. A mentalist, Shang Xiaoxue realized her earlier misjudgment. Terra was not merely a high-level rogue. She was a hidden-class mentalist. As the name suggests, a mentalist possesses incredible mental power, enabling them to perform astonishing feats through sheer will. Controlling enemies is a common tactic employed by mentalists in combat. A level 44 mentalist controlling a level 64 rogue made Shang Xiaoxue acutely aware of Lin Mo's terrifying capabilities, just as the demon dragon proved formidable. Lin Mo could summon a creature from the mentalist profession. Turn him over to the tribunal? Lin Mo shook his head. The tribunal was an agency of the Huaxia judicial system, tasked with resolving disputes involving practitioners above level 40. "Yes, turn me over to the tribunal and let them judge me," Wu Jiming declared, preferring imprisonment to falling into Lin Mo's hands. "Let us not trouble the tribunal's officers in the dead of night. Shall we?" Lin Mo directed his gaze at Wu Jiming. "Please, I beg you, don't kill me." Wu Jiming's heart raced violently as he trembled, raising his dagger to plunge into his own throat. Experience points increased by 200. Blood soaked the ground as Lin Mo claimed Wu Jiming's spatial ring. How did he take his own life out of the blue? Lin Mo feigned ignorance. Quite ruthless. Shang Xiaoxue's perception of Lin Mo shifted once again. Killing demons and monsters is one matter. Killing a human is another. Lin Mo's act of slaying Wu Jiming evoked no feelings in him. Akin to squashing an ant, a level 64 rogue perished at the hands of a level 45 summoner. Shang Xiaoxue had intended for Lin Mo to turn Wu Jiming over to the tribunal for his own good. Outside the city, the leveling zones may be rife with corpses without official intervention, but murder within the city, if investigated, could lead to dire consequences. 2 Ghostly shadow soldiers emerged, expertly handling Wu Jiming's remains. And Lin Mo turned to Shang Xiaoxue, hoping no one would discover the truth apart from himself. Shang Xiaoxue returned to the restaurant, wiping her hands with a damp tissue as Lin Mo resumed his seat. "You've taken quite a while in the restroom. Were you perhaps feeling shy?" Chen Lingyu teased, having enjoyed a lively conversation with Wei Qinming and Wei Yao, with Lin Mo being the primary topic. "I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wei Yao, a childhood friend of Qinming." Wei Yao, with her blue hair, smiled. "Hello," Lin Mo replied with a smile. Dishes began to arrive in succession, transforming what was initially a date for 2 into a gathering of 5. Zhao Xue, why are you so distracted? Chen Lingyu inquired. Lin and Mo had gone to the restroom, and Shang Zhaoxue followed closely behind. Upon returning, she appeared burdened with thoughts. It's nothing, Shang Zhaoxue replied, her gaze occasionally darting toward Lin and Mo. Oh no, Lin Mo's cousin's friend has feelings for him, Wei Yao pondered. Chen Lingyu found it entirely normal for Lin and Mo to have a romantic strategist, given their familial ties, but questioned Shang Zhaoxue's motives for mingling. The truth was clear. While Shang Zhaoxue outwardly accompanied Chen Lingyu, her true intention was to support Lin and Mo. Qianming, you're still chatting naively while competitors are at your doorstep. Wei Yao worried for her childhood friend. Lin and Mo, are you truly considering applying to the Imperial Capital University? As they finished their meals, the group sipped tea and chatted. Wei Qianming could no longer resist her curiosity. Are you really going to apply to the Imperial Capital University? She shared the sentiment of Lu Weilon, believing that Lin and Mo, as a level 45 summoner, could surely attend a prestigious university, though gaining admission to the Imperial Capital University might be challenging. Of course, I will apply to the Imperial Capital University. If I fail, no one else will have a chance, Chen Lingyu asserted. Wei Yao countered, Sister Lingyu, you're being overly confident. As a student of the Imperial Capital University, you should know the difficulty of admission. Is it possible that the creatures Lin and Mo summons can soar through the skies and defeat 50-level beasts with a mere kick? In her view, Lin and Mo would likely struggle to pass even the first round of assessments. I am full now. Wei Qianming proactively diverted the topic, wishing to prevent Wei Yao and Chen Lingyu from continuing their quarrel. Lin and Mo rose to settle the bill, and the group made their way to the entrance of the shopping mall. As they watched Wei Qianming and Wei Yao depart in a taxi, Lin and Mo stretched lazily. Lin and Mo, I think Qianming is quite impressive. This time was an accident, but next time, I will definitely help you win her over. Chen Lingyu declared, brimming with confidence. There won't be a next time, Lin and Mo firmly rejected. This time, Chen Lingyu nearly ruined the date. Who knows what other mishaps might occur next time? Trust me just this once. The last time, Chen Lingyu pouted. Meanwhile, Shang Zhaoxue remained silent, not mentioning anything about what she had witnessed on the terrace of the shopping mall. Once they returned to the restaurant, their ride-hailing car honked to signal its arrival. Lin and Mo and Chen Lingyu waved goodbye before heading home. Upon entering his home, the lights illuminated the living room. Lin and Mo sat on the sofa, gazing at Wu Jiming's spatial ring, realizing that as an elder of the Blood Slaughter Guild, it likely contained numerous valuable items. Chapter 30. Exquisite Set. Lin and Mo surveyed the array of objects spread across the table. There was a rare level weapon, the soul-chasing dagger, several thick stacks of cash amounting to hundreds of thousands, and a set of exquisite gear known as the Shadow Set. Shadow Set, exquisite, effect. Agility 3000, Strength 1500, Constitution 1000. Silent Steps, temporarily increases movement speed and conceals one's presence. Attacking enemies from behind has a chance to inflict a 3-second stun. Note, whoosh, I'm hiding. Upon seeing the attributes and effects of the Shadow Set, Lin and Mo eagerly donned it. The Shadow Set was tailored for stealthy characters and was not particularly suited for the summoner class. But the added agility was still beneficial. The set comprised armor pieces including a chest plate, belt, leg guards, and shoulder pads. To activate the Silent Steps effect of the Shadow Set, one must acquire the Shadow Chest Plate, Shadow Belt, Shadow Leg Guards, and Shadow Shoulder Pads. Each piece on its own was merely ordinary exquisite gear, but only when collected as a complete set would its true potential be unleashed. The effects of an exquisite set surpassed that of the majority of rare-level equipment. As an elder of the Blood Slaughter Guild, Wu Jiming had spent most of his life gathering the Shadow Set, never imagining that Lin and Mo, capable of summoning a psychic monster, would come into possession of it. Lin and Mo glanced at Wu Jiming's elder token, understanding that he had irrevocably severed ties with the Blood Slaughter Guild. The headquarters of the Blood Slaughter Guild was highly secretive. Even Wu Jiming, as an elder, only resided within a branch and was summoned individually by the guild leader for meetings. After taking stock of his spoils, Lin and Mo freshened up and lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. The real world was quiet in the dead of night, while the online realm buzzed with activity. Trending at number 1. Thousands of universities in Huaxia are commencing admissions. Statistics show that this year there are 60 million students. Trending at number 2. Didu University's Admission Day invites the War God Guild leader, Qi Yutian, along with the leaders of the Baihua Guild, Yi Jingshuang, and 3 other guild leaders. Trending at number 3. Wang Zhiyang. Yu Ruyun and a host of other prodigies confirmed their applications to Didu University. Who will become the first genius to enroll? All the trending topics revolved around university admissions. Huaxia does not have a unified college entrance examination. Each university sets its own admission criteria. The admission day lasts 2 days, providing high school seniors with 2 opportunities to apply to universities. This year, Didu University's admission day was highly anticipated, inviting 5 guild leaders, including Qi Yutian, the current leader of the War God Guild. The comment section was lively, filled with discussions about the upcoming admission day. An 18-year-old girl was tragically given up her seat by 10 burly men on the subway. Wow. Didu University's admission day is so grand this year. Even if I don't take the exam, I want to go see it. My girlfriend's diabetes led to my cavities. Impressive. Besides the master of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan, all 5 guild leaders are attending. Her moonlight fragrance is more alluring. So many prodigies applying to Didu University. It truly deserves its reputation as Huaxia's top university. Aside from the attendance of the 5 guild leaders, netizens were focused on the known geniuses applying to Didu University. A cursory glance revealed over 20 familiar names among them, such as Wang Zhiyong, who awakened the hidden class of Sun Messenger, and Yu Ruyun, a 4-attribute mage. Wang Zhiyong had reached level 44, making him the highest level known applicant this year. Lin Imo looked at Yu Ruyun's photo trending online, recalling that day in the leveling area outside Jinsha City when she and a level 90 archmage attempted to seize the frenzied behemoth from him. That level 90 archmage was likely an elder from the Mage Alliance, given that the Alliance's leader had taken Yu Ruyun as a direct disciple. The day after tomorrow was Didu University's admission day, and Lin Imo glanced at the teleportation ticket from Donghai City to Didu.it was reasonably priced, around 3,000. The high-speed rail ticket was even cheaper at 300. Now financially secure, Lin Imo decided to purchase the teleportation ticket outright. After all, taking the high-speed rail would take 3 to 4 hours, while teleportation would arrive in the blink of an eye. The next afternoon, at Qinling Yu's home, go for it, Lin Imo. Don't mess up your chance to get into Didu University. Aromas of delicious dishes wafted through the kitchen as Qinling Yu cheered him on. Don't put so much pressure on him. If he doesn't get in, he doesn't get in. If worst comes to worst, he can always go to Wudong University. Lu Weilan chimed in, busy preparing meals. She regarded Wudong University as a top-tier institution, noting that this year's admission standard was set at level 40 and above, allowing applicants to be accepted without examination. This meant that Lin Imo could simply fill out his personal information to enroll. Mom, Wudong University is light years away from Didu University. I know, it's just an alternative. If Lin Imo doesn't get into the provincial university, he'll have fewer regrets, Lu Weilan replied while bringing the prepared dishes to the table. Today was a family meal, while Shang Zhaoxue was busy simulating battles against monster beasts in the SSS-level simulation room of the Beidou Martial Arts Institute. Lin Imo, have your parents contacted you? Lu Weilan asked, continuously serving him food. No. Lin Imo shook his head. They really are something, not even asking about such an important event as their son's college admission. Lu Weilan commented, then began her usual round of reminders. When you get to Didu, don't cause any trouble, stay at the hotel, and go take the exam tomorrow. If you run short on money, just give me a call. After finishing lunch, Lu Weilan drove Lin Imo to the high-speed rail station. The admission days for various universities were about to begin, and the station was packed with parents and relatives sending their children off to take exams. If you don't get into XX University, don't come back. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. If you don't get in, hurry back home. Mom will make you something delicious. Such remarks echoed frequently throughout the high-speed rail station, as the overwhelming majority of candidates opted for high-speed rail, with only a few, like Lin Imo, choosing the teleportation array. As Lin Imo sat patiently on a bench waiting for the teleportation array to activate. Someone asked, which university are you planning to apply to? Yuntian University. Sigh. It's probably going to be tough. A level 23 warrior is still okay. With some effort, you might make it. Unlike me, I can only aim for a mediocre university and just drift through. Even if I graduate, finding a job is quite challenging. Some lamented while others remained optimistic. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent as a young man clad in black attire approached. It was Lu Changfeng, the only awakened hidden class of frenzied warrior in Donghai City. At level 37, it seemed he had been diligently leveling up. Lin Imo immediately recognized Lu Changfeng's level. 37 was enough for him to stand out among his peers. Moreover, as a hidden class frenzied warrior, He could easily defeat a level 40 warrior in a one-on-one duel. Lu Chengfeng's appearance stirred excitement, and as he settled into the teleportation area heading to Didu, it was highly likely he was also applying to the university. The commotion had not yet subsided when another recognized prodigy from Donghai City entered the teleportation area. Qin Yinjin, who awakened the dual attribute of Ice and Time Mage. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Yinjin strode confidently forward, raising an eyebrow upon spotting Lin Mo seated on the bench. Among the 40,000 high school graduates in Donghai City, only Lin Mo, Lu Chengfeng, and Qin Yinjian chose to apply to Didu University. Chapter 31. Top Scholar rewards the teleportation array activated, spinning Lin Mo into a whirlwind before he was transported to Didu. The sunlight was blinding, and the towering skyscrapers reached for the skies, with fashionable young ladies confidently showcasing their figures everywhere. So this is Didu. It's truly magnificent. Compared to our small city, it feels like a different world, so bustling. I can't even imagine how delightful it must be to live here. The grand high-speed rail station continued to see a steady stream of arrivals. Observing the splendor of Didu, they couldn't help but exclaim in these 2 days. Those traveling by high-speed rail or teleportation to Didu were primarily students attending exams. Didu not only boasted Didu University but also another 15 top-tier universities. The students arriving for examinations had a minimum level of 20.at the high-speed rail station exit. Lin Mo glanced at Qin Yinjin and Lu Chengfeng. Are you applying to Didu University as well? Lu Chengfeng initiated the conversation. His appearance was distinctive, with his left arm tightly wrapped in bandages. The frenzied warrior's left arm would mutate into a crimson hue, a defining characteristic of the class. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. Level 45 Summoner. Lu Chengfeng assessed Lin Mo's level. That level was quite impressive. After all, despite his arduous efforts in living in the leveling area outside the city, he had only reached level 37. Fortunately, Lin Mo was a summoner, Lu Chengfeng thought. Lin Mo applying to Didu University meant he was a competitor, with only 800 new students being admitted this year. The number of applicants soared to over 60,000. After a brief exchange, Lu Chengfeng took a taxi and left, while Lin Mo and Qin Yinjin had little to say to each other. At the hotel, Lin Mo queued to check in. With the admission day commencing, all hotels were fully booked, and some candidates had no choice but to sleep on the streets. Have you heard? This year, the prestigious Didu University has not only reduced its enrollment quota from 1,000 to 800, but has also raised the level requirements for applicants. To what level has it been elevated? To level 30. Oh no, doesn't that mean I'm doomed? I'm stuck at level 29. This is a disaster. As two candidates in line conversed, one, marked by a face full of freckles, wore a despondent expression. While every university has its own admission criteria, they all share a stringent rule. The minimum level requirement for candidates to top-tier universities typically require a level of 20, while second-tier institutions set theirs at 15. In previous years, the minimum level for Didu University was set at 25, a benchmark that stood unrivaled across all universities in Huaxia. Even the second-ranked Modu University only required a level of 20. Upon learning that this year Didu University's minimum requirement has been raised to level 30, the candidates in line wore looks of despair, with some opting to forego the check-in procedure altogether. After all, staying in a hotel for a day costs 300 to 400. With that money, one could enjoy a delightful barbecue instead, given they are unlikely to succeed in the exam. Lin Mo silently moved forward, just one person away from his turn. I'm a level 42 practitioner, said a young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings, suddenly turning to Lin Mo. Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. Thinking to himself, is this person unwell? Who asked you? Upon hearing the front desk staff, Lin Mo learned that the young man was named Iwuyo. Aren't you shocked? Iwuyo inquired, puzzled. He sought to elicit an incredulous reaction from Lin Mo, perhaps even a gasp of astonishment. What is there to be shocked about? Lin Mo retorted. What a fool, he mused, eager to check into the hotel and rest well. How dull. After completing his check-in, Iwuyo shook his head and approached the candidate standing behind Lin Mo. I am a level 42 practitioner, Iwuyo announced. Wow, big shot. Take me with you? Exclaimed the candidate, eyes wide in disbelief, confirming Iwuyo's level. Oh, how delightful, Iwuyo beamed, satisfied as he received a one notification and took the elevator upstairs. Level 42, a dual-class warlock and wind mage. Linimo not only recognized Iwuyo's level but also discerned his awakened professions. The Wind Mage was easy to comprehend, but the Warlock was a hidden profession known for its unpredictable combat style. Despite the possibility that Iwuyo might be somewhat eccentric, one could not deny his brilliance. He had reached level 42 in less than half a month after awakening. In his hotel room, Linimo lay on the bed and sent a message to his aunt, Lu Weilon, indicating his safe arrival. Beep beep beep, his phone rang, and it was Chun Lingyu calling. Linimo, Zhao Xue and I will arrive at Dihu University this afternoon. Don't get eliminated in the first round, Chun Lingyu exclaimed. She was unaware of the topics for this year's 3 rounds of exams, but given Linimo's displayed abilities, passing the first round should pose no significant challenge. Don't worry, Linimo replied, enjoying the view from the balcony. See you this afternoon. If I pass, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Chun Lingyu hung up at Dihu University, in a spacious and bright conference room. The senior leaders sat upright in the center. An elderly man of around 70 was resting his eyes. Principal, are we really setting the minimum level for applicants at 30 this year? Asked a middle-aged man seated at the leftmost position. He was Su Jijian, the vice principal of Dihu University, a level 182 shield bearer. All the senior leaders gathered to discuss the upcoming enrollment. ISNT 32 high? This year, we have 60,000 applicants. Before even starting the first round, we will eliminate over 50,000. Indeed, and the third round is exceedingly difficult. What if we end up with no new students? Principal, I suggest lowering the minimum level requirement back to the original 25. The school's leadership engaged in a heated debate, deeming the requirement of level 30 practitioners to participate in the exams excessively stringent. Has everyone finished speaking? The elderly man in the center croaked. Surveying the assembled leaders, better to have fewer than to have unworthy candidates. If no candidates pass all 3 rounds of examinations, we shall cancel the first-year admissions for this year, the elder stated. His name was Mao Fangji, the principal of Dihu University and one of the few living figures still referenced in textbooks. Mao Fangji enlisted at 16, and after 30 years of service, became one of the 8 marshals in the military. At 50, he transitioned from the army to Dihu University, becoming the principal of one of the top 3 universities on Blue Star. Mao Fangji's resume was simple yet remarkably illustrious. Having awakened a hidden profession as a shura, he had broken through to level 190 a decade ago. Are there any promising candidates this year? After a decisive conclusion, the school's leadership confirmed that the minimum level for tomorrow's enrollment would be set at 30. Yes, most of the talented candidates from Dihu and Modu are applying to Dihu University, including Wang Jiyang, the son of the Silent Killing Guild leader, Anju Ruyan, the personal disciple of the Mage Alliance's Grandmaster. Among others, Su Jijin listed off 7 or 8 names in succession. This year, there are even more prodigies than anticipated. I hope they won't disappoint me, Mao Fangji stated calmly. Principal, the rewards for the top 3 in the examination haven't been decided yet. What do you think would be suitable? Vice Principal Su Jijin inquired. You may decide the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place. However, the top scorer will receive a bespoke set of rare-grade gear. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in unison. A bespoke set of rare-grade gear for the top scorer, even Su Jijian, the level 180 shield-bearer vice principal, wore merely a fine-grade set, lacking only 1 piece to complete a rare-grade set. The key point is that it would be tailored. This implies that if the top scorer is a warrior, they would receive a set of rare-grade gear exclusive to warriors, and the same applies to other professions. Assembling a complete set is challenging enough. Obtaining one that suits one's profession is even more daunting. The principal is truly investing heavily. No wonder the exam difficulty is so extreme this year. The school leaders inwardly murmured, wishing they could participate in such a generous reward, but unfortunately, only those who awaken this year are permitted to compete. Chapter 32. Leading in level the following morning, Dihu University was bustling with activity. Not only were there applicants, but many citizens had also gathered. Today is the enrollment day at Dihu University, and the president of the War God Guild, the current leader of Huaxia, Qi Yutian, will be present. Of the 6 major guilds, Dihu University invited the leaders of 5. Dear candidates, you are currently at the east gate of Dihu University, announced a staff member using a megaphone. Dihu University is the largest university on Blue Star, covering an area of approximately 600 square kilometers. What? 600 square kilometers? That's larger than the city I live in. Dihu University is truly magnificent. No wonder it seems to stretch endlessly. Of course, It's one of the top 3 universities on Blue Star, though I must admit I am taken aback by its vastness. 60,000 candidates gathered at the 4 gates, aimlessly exploring the architecture of Daegu University. Among the crowd, Lin Mo followed along with the throng, keenly observing the passing second and third-year students. A level 60 warrior, a level 57 lightning mage, and a level 65 hidden class guardian warrior, all. Without exception, the upperclassmen he encountered were above level 50. They hurried past, engrossed in their own affairs, occasionally glancing at the new applicants. On the university's athletic field, the 60,000 candidates stood in neat rows. Greetings to all candidates. I am Su Jijian, the vice principal of Daegu University. On the stage at the front of the field, Su Jijian's voice rang out like a bell. Upon hearing this, all candidates turned their attention to Su Jijian. As a level 182 shield bearer, Vice Principal Su alone could bear the weight of a giant mountain. High-level shield bearers not only possess great strength, but their defense is unparalleled. It's hard to imagine anyone could breach Su's defenses. Is it true that this year, the minimum level for candidates must be 30? Those below level 30 are disqualified. The candidates murmured among themselves, some discussing the extent of Vice Principal Su's strength, while others debated the rumors circulating yesterday. Candidates below level May 30th leave. This year, the admission standard for Daegu University is set at above level 30, Su Jijian declared solemnly. As expected. Lin Mo observed Su Jijian on the stage. Rumors cannot arise from thin air. The facts confirm that Daegu University's assessment standards have indeed escalated in difficulty once more. As Su Jijian's words fell, the majority of candidates on the athletic field let out wails of despair. Just one level short. I'm so close to level 30. Has Daegu University gone mad? Where are all the practitioners above level 30? The awakening ceremony was only a few days ago. Damn. Looks like I'll have to apply to another university. The athletic field quickly became sparse as candidates below level 30 grumbled and departed. The number of candidates plummeted from 60,000 to less than 4,000 in an instant. And this was before the exam had even begun. Su Jijian felt a headache coming on. Would only a handful remain by the end? Daegu University has over 100 first-year mentors, and having 100 mentors for just a few students seems absurd. The remaining candidates filled out their information, and Su Jijian assured them, I will inform you of the content of the first round of exams shortly. The candidates who remained were all above level 30. Any one of them could easily gain admission to a top-tier university based solely on their level. Hearing Su Jijian's words, the candidates filled out their information under the mentors' inquiries. Tan Tianchun, B-level talent stealth, level 34, Lingfeng High School, Lingfeng City, Wanjing Province. Xiao Yinyan, A-level talent fire mage, level 36, Yunyansheng High School, Yunyansheng City. The mentors diligently recorded the candidates' detailed information, occasionally offering comments. Yunyan Province, Yunyan City, First High School. I recall this esteemed institution. Last year, 3 students from your city gained admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital University. Janlei, a dual attribute mage, possesses 2 A-grade talents. Quite impressive indeed. My friend. It seems we meet again. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Lin Mo turned to see Wuyo, whom he encountered at the hotel front desk yesterday. This fellow had somehow managed to position himself ahead of Lin Mo. Wuyo, easily recognizable with his golden hair and adorned with earrings, coupled with his distinctive voice akin to that of a duck, left a lasting impression on Lin Mo. It is your turn now, announced the middle-aged mentor with the name He Daqiang inscribed on his chest. Ahem, mentor, please do not be alarmed by my level and profession. Wuyo cleared his throat. He Daqiang frowned. He had already discerned Wuyo's level and profession, but the information required the candidate's city of residence and high school. Level 42. Wuyo declared proudly. Upon hearing the number, the expressions of the surrounding candidates varied greatly, with fewer than 4,000 candidates qualified to remain on the playground for the examination. Those above level 40 among them were well-known figures. Since Wuyo was not widely recognized, their astonishment was understandable. It wasn't just about the level. It also pertained to the profession, place of residence, and the high school attended. He Daqiang spoke in a calm tone. There is someone over there at level 44. You do not intimidate me. Wuyo glanced towards a young man standing aloof from the crowd, his expression indifferent as he crossed his arms. Level 44, hidden profession. Solar envoy. Lin Mo assessed the young man, realizing he was Wang Jiyang, the son of Wang Taihong, the current president of the Shadow Assassination Guild. Wang Jiyang's awakened hidden profession, solar envoy. bore similarities to Wei Qiming's moon goddess, allowing him to harness the powers of the sun and moon to enhance his abilities in combat. Wang Jiang was known to be the highest-level candidate applying to the Imperial Capital University this year, followed closely by the level 42 candidate, Yu Ruyun. Name, profession, and level, He Daqiang stated as he recorded Yi Wuyo's information. Lin Mo, Summoner, E-grade talent, level 45, from Donghai City, Wanjian Province, First High School, level 45. He Daqiang raised an eyebrow. Scrutinizing Lin Mo level 45, one level higher than Wang Jiang. How is that possible? He Daqiang, somewhat incredulous, checked Lin Mo's level and realized he was not lying. Holy smokes, you're level 45, Yi Wuyo exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. He finally understood why Lin Mo had appeared so composed yesterday. Being level 45 placed him 3 levels above Yi Wuyo, a clear case of boasting in front of a formidable peer. Yi Wuyo's outburst drew attention, and the announcement of a level 45 candidate resonated like thunder across the entire playground. Someone with a level exceeding that of Wang Jiang was truly remarkable. Could it be that a level 90 professional had aided his rapid ascension? Such a swift rise seemed implausible. No way, he is truly level 45. It was evident he was not a candidate who awakened this year. He must have falsified his age. Upon hearing of someone at level 45, Wang Jiang, who stood isolated in a clearing, raised an eyebrow, and the temperature around him surged as the power of the sun gathered within him. It is him. Gazing at the spotlighted Lin Mo, Yu Ruyun's beautiful eyes shone brightly. She too was astonished by Lin Mo's remarkable level, considering she had only recently reached level 42 with the assistance of an elder from the Mage Alliance just before the admissions day. In contrast, Lin Mo had already achieved level 45. Please show me your profession certification, Mentor He Daqiang requested. While age can be fabricated, a profession certification cannot. All certifications are issued by the official authority and contain anti-counterfeiting features. Upon examining Lin Mo's certification and confirming he was indeed a candidate who awakened this year, He Daqiang raised his head to scrutinize Lin Mo further. The vice principal will soon announce the contents of the first round of examinations. After saying this, He Daqiang proceeded to document the information of another candidate. Wow, he hasn't falsified his age. The mentor has seen his certification. In less than half a month's time since awakening, he had reached level 45. What an astounding rate of progress. Truly eye-opening. What profession could possibly be so powerful? A berserker? A warlock? Regardless, it must certainly be a hidden profession. Did you not hear him say it himself? He is a summoner. Wait, a summoner? Chapter 33. A further break through the playground. Once bustling with noise, swiftly descended into silence. The candidate named Lin Mo is a level 45 professional, surpassing even Wang Jiang, the son of the president of the Shadow Assassination Guild. Even more incredulous was the revelation of his profession. Summoner. Isani the summoner considered the weakest profession in the early stages. How could he possibly have attained such a high level? Wow, I thought he was like Wang Jiang with a hidden profession. Turns out he is merely a summoner, a level 45 summoner, feeling inferior to my level 36 warrior. The title of summoner echoed harshly, for among the 30 candidates above level 30, Lin Mo stood as the sole summoner. A level 45 summoner, Vice Principal Su Zhijian turned his gaze towards Lin Mo each year. The admissions process for the Imperial Capital University sees dark horses emerge. Yi Wuyo, with his dual professions as a level 42 warlock and wind attribute mage, was a prime example. What surprised Su Zhijian was that in less than half a month since the awakening ceremony, a summoner could achieve such rapid advancement. Had he been a warrior, rogue, or mage? While he would have been astonished, it would not have reached the level of shock he now felt. Vice Principal, there are a total of 3,420 candidates at level 30. The reporting mentor informed. Out of 60,000 candidates, only 3,420 remained before the examination had even begun. The elimination rate was indeed staggering. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a rain of blood began to fall, accompanied by the wails of the damned echoing throughout the playground. In an instant, the playground transformed into a hellish realm, with bloodied arms reaching upwards, severed limbs scattered everywhere. An elderly man, hair as white as snow, slowly approached the stage. The eager crowd of returning students and citizens of the Imperial Capital University buzzed with excitement. Children, I am Mao Fangji, the president of the Imperial Capital University. Mao Fangji surveyed the candidates below. Level 198, hidden profession, Shura. Lin Mo glanced at Mao Fangji on the stage. This president had reached level 190 a decade ago and had now achieved level 198, merely 2 levels shy of breaking through to the legendary status. Level 200 is the pinnacle for professionals, and until now, no one has managed to reach this level. Who dares to inspect my level? The air crackled with killing intent as Mao Fangji scanned the surroundings. Lower-level professionals cannot perceive the levels of higher-tier professionals. Only 2 individuals in all of Huaxia could discern his level without his notice. These 2 were the leader of the God of War Guild, Qi Yutian, and the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan. Mao Fangji's gaze fell upon Lin Mo. Their eyes met. Applause erupted in thunderous waves, each round more fervent than the last. The domain of Shura dissipated. Replaced by the domain of the God of War, the playground morphed into a battlefield of clashing steel and thunderous war cries, as candidates found themselves amidst a fierce confrontation. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, clad in the exclusive attire of the God of War Guild, materialized on stage. Level 199 warrior, Lin Mo gazed past Mao Fangji towards the middle-aged man. This man was none other than Qi Yudan, the leader of the God of War Guild and the current leader of Huaxia. Positioned beside him, from left to right, stood the leaders of the Shadow Assassination Guild, the 100 Flowers Guild, the Sky Shield Guild, and the Summoner Guild. The 5 guild leaders convened for the admissions day at the Imperial Capital University. Simultaneously, at Magic City University, the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan, arrived with 5 other leaders to grace the Magic City University playground. Mao President, why are there so few candidates this year compared to previous years? Is the Imperial Capital University declining? Inquired Yi Jingshuang, the president of the 100 Flowers Guild, with a smile, dressed in a palace gown and looking remarkably well-preserved. Her fair skin exuded elegance. This year, the admission standards have been raised slightly, Mao Fangji replied calmly. Only someone like President Mao would have such audacity, Wang Taihong, the president of the Shadow Assassination Guild, remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. In previous years, the number of candidates for the Imperial Capital University typically exceeded 30 or 40,000, peaking at 70,000. Yet this year, only slightly over 3,000 remained, all of whom were professionals above level 30. Seated at the center, Qi Yutian, with his square face and slender build, did not engage in the conversation, quickly focusing on the candidates above level 40. Upon noticing Lin Mo, the leader's gaze lingered momentarily. Let the examinations commence. Mao Fangji nodded to Vice Principal Su Zhijian. Su Zhijian stood up to announce the contents of the first round of examinations. First, congratulations to all of you for having the potential to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University, but remember, it is merely a possibility. The first round of examinations is quite simple. Su Zhijian clapped his hands. Dozens of teleportation arrays appeared in various corners of the playground. Stepping into the teleportation array will transport you to a place known as the Apocalypse Forest, where you must survive for 5 hours. The Apocalypse Forest is divided into 3 zones: the outer region with beasts at level 40, the middle layer with level 50 beasts, and the depths housing beasts with a minimum level of 60. Within 5 hours, you must slay 10 level 40 beasts, Su Zhijian elaborated. Upon hearing the rules for the first round of examinations, the more than 4,000 candidates stood frozen in shock. Slaying 10 level 40 beasts within 5 hours? Is this a joke? I'm only level 34. The Imperial Capital University seems disinterested in recruiting new students this year. Did I mishear? Or did the vice principal misspeak? Damn it, my life is at stake. I am not taking the exam. Is this year's examination truly this difficult? The candidates were terrified, and the second and third-year students of the Imperial Capital University were equally alarmed when they took the exam. The first round was nowhere near as challenging. Although they too had to slay 10 level 40 beasts, they were granted an entire day. 5 hours felt excessively short. As the candidates continued to grumble, the countdown had already begun. A figure swiftly dashed forward, stepping into the teleportation array. Wang Jiang was the first to enter the Apocalypse Forest. The moon hung like a wisp of smoke, with Yi Wuyo and other practitioners above level 40 trailing closely behind. Their task was not merely to slay 10 level 40 beasts, but to vanquish even more in order to accumulate points. After all, the entrance examination for the Imperial Capital University operates on a ranking system, with the top 3 receiving exceptionally generous rewards. Lin Mo strolled leisurely toward the nearest teleportation array, prompting the other candidates to grit their teeth and follow suit. Having finally met the admission criteria, They were unwilling to relinquish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The world spun, akin to the sensation of being transported from Donghai City to the imperial capital. The sky was bathed in a crimson hue, enveloping the dense forest below. The roars of beasts echoed deafeningly, while flocks of crows took to the air, causing a flurry of chaos. Let us form a team. Who among us can single-handedly defeat a level 40 beast? I am a level 36 second transformation warrior. Let us team up with a shield bearer and a priest. I am a level 32 fire attribute mage. A proposal to form a team quickly garnered unanimous agreement. Although this year the Imperial Capital University only admitted 800 students, meaning they were all competitors, most candidates realized that without teaming up, they would struggle to complete the first round of the examination. Unlike the previous instances in the Donghai City Instance Zone, the criteria for forming a team shifted from the height of one's talent to whether one had completed the second transformation quest. The combat prowess of a practitioner before and after the second transformation is a wholly different concept, and everyone yearned to team up with those who had undergone the transformation. Standing before the teleportation array, which resembled a bustling marketplace, Lin Amo stepped beyond the red line, officially entering the Doomsday Forest, a summoner daring to venture alone. What of it? Hurry, we still need a priest to complete our team before we set off. On the outskirts of the Doomsday Forest, a level 42 blood mantis obstructed Lin Amo's path. Its entire body was a deep crimson, and its scythe-like arms gleamed menacingly. The sound of its arms grinding against each other resonated like metal clashing. Lin Amo shook his head, his thoughts clear. If he were to engage in battle, it would be against the beasts deeper within the forest. The points from the peripheral beasts held no allure for him. However, since this blood mantis sought its own demise, it could hardly blame him. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Amo's shadow elongated infinitely and swiftly split apart. Hundreds of elite shadow soldiers were summoned. A volley of throwing darts ensued, and the blood mantis collapsed to the ground, transformed into a pincushion. Experience 4200, level 46, Lin Amo checked his level. Back on the day of the Beast Tide in Donghai City. After slaying the 70-level boss Abyssal Serpent, he had been just shy of leveling up. Now, having defeated the 43-level Blood Mantis, he successfully reached level 46. He opened his attributes panel. Lin Amo. Class. Summoner. Level. 46. Health. 12,000. Magic. 460,000. Agility. 4,000. Strength. 2,000. Mental power. 1,800. Constitution. 1,000. Talent. Summoner S-rank talent. Skills have no cooldown. Skills. Summon Shadow Legion, Shadow Legion General, Demon Whelpling, Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Spearman. With 460,000 magic points, summoning an elite Shadow Soldier consumes 100 magic points, meaning he could summon 4,600 elite Shadow Soldiers. Summoning the Shadow Legion General requires a bit more, consuming 10,000 magic points, while Tala and the Demon Whelpling cost 50,000 each. That will suffice. With hundreds of Shadow Soldiers clearing the path, Lin Amo ambled toward the Doomsday Forest, reminiscent of a leisurely tourist. Every beast he encountered along the way met an inevitable demise at the hands of his Shadow Soldiers. Chapter 34. Experience soars in the Imperial Capital University playground. The large screen flickered to life. The left side of the screen displayed the candidates' rankings, classes, and levels. A dazzling display of golden flames erupted, as the youth on the screen unleashed brilliantly colorful skills, effortlessly slaying dozens of level 40 beasts in the blink of an eye. Wang Zhiyong. This child is destined to be this year's top scorer at the Imperial Capital University, said Yi Jingshuang, the president of the 100 Flowers Guild. Merely minutes after entering the Doomsday Forest, Wang Zhiyong had already fulfilled the first round of examination requirements for advancement. Just low-level beasts, remarked Wang Taihong, president of the Hidden Kill Guild, his tone calm yet revealing satisfaction with his son's performance. Zhiyong had awakened the hidden class of Sun Envoy, making it almost certain for him to slay beasts below level 60 with ease. Tai Dingchong, president of the Shield Bearer Guild, spoke with a deep voice. The 6 major guilds stood united, collaboratively governing vast Huaxia, and the guild leaders were well acquainted with one another. Wang Zhiyong, son of the Hidden Kill Guild's president Wang Taihong, was someone they had watched grow up. The new disciple of the Grand Alliance leader is quite remarkable as well. It seems that the more attributes a mage awakens, the stronger they become. Yi Jingshuang observed the large screen. Moon Ruyun, adeptly wielding the four attributes of time, wood, thunder, and wind, released various skills with finesse. The time attribute skills controlled the beasts, while the thunder attribute served as the primary offense, with the other two attributes providing support. Though her speed in slaying beasts was not as brutish as Wang Zhiyang's, she was by no means to be underestimated. That young lady is quite intriguing. While the four guild leaders focused primarily on Wang Zhiyang and Moon Ruyun, the president of the Imperial Capital University turned his gaze toward Yi Wuyo. On the screen, Yi Wuyo, a dual-class warlock and wind attribute mage, was being pursued by a pack of level 40 shadow wolves. Utilizing the advantage of his wind attribute for swift movement, Yi Wuyo barely managed to evade the encroaching wolves. The air was thick with a green mist, visually resembling a noxious cloud emitted by Yi Wuyo. The shadow wolves, inhaling the green mist, experienced a gradual decline in health and a noticeable reduction in speed. It wouldn't be long before Yi Wuyo would dispatch this group of shadow wolves. With a warlock and wind attribute mage combination, this lad Yi Wuyo might just be the dark horse of this year's examination, commented Tai Dingchong. The unpredictable combat style of the hidden class warlock suggested that Yi Wuyo's skills were likely poison-related. With that green mist serving as compelling evidence, soon, the complete rankings appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. First place, Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Sun Envoy, 5,000 points. Second place, Moon Ruyun, level 42, 4 attribute mage, 4,800 points. Third place, Yi Wuyo, level 42, wind attribute mage, 4,500 points. Fourth place, Dang Jinian, level 40, rogue, 3,800 points. Yi Wuyo intentionally concealed his warlock class from his instructors, hence it did not display. The top 10 consisted entirely of practitioners above level 40, with a significant point gap starting from the fourth place. Wang Zhiyang is indeed formidable, level 44 and effortlessly dispatching level 40 beasts. The Sun Envoy is a hidden class, allowing him to continuously harness the power of the sun in battle. It seems there's little suspense left. Only Moon Ruyun holds a slight chance to contest for the top position. Over 4,000 candidates entered the Doomsday Forest via the teleportation array, filling the playground with onlookers. Upon seeing the rankings on the large screen, the crowd exhibited no surprise. Wang Zhiyang was already quite famous in the imperial capital, not only for being the son of the Hidden Kill Guild's president, but also for reaching level 44 at such a young age, far surpassing all other youthful talents. Since the first round of the examination commenced, Wang Zhiyang had firmly secured the top score, with only Moon Ruyun having a chance to surpass him. In the Doomsday Forest, shadow soldiers soared through the skies for reconnaissance, while hundreds of shadow soldiers forged ahead. Troll soldiers, armored shadow soldiers, sickle shadow soldiers, all 9 types of the Shadow Legion were summoned. With a swift motion, an elite troll soldier grasped a level 48 gold-eating rat, and blood rained down as the stout creature was crushed into a pulp. Lin Mo continued on his way with remarkable ease. Every beast he encountered met an inevitable fate. They were either shot into pincushions by the shadow soldiers or swatted dead by the troll soldiers. Not long ago, he had already completed the first round examination task of slaying 10 level 40 beasts. With a resounding roar, a lion's roar echoed through the air, as a multitude of dual-winged silver lions occupied a nearby valley. Dual-winged silver lion, beast, level 55, health 150,000, magic 150,000, agility 3,000, strength 10,000, mental power 4,000, constitution 20,000, active skills, crippling strike, shockwave roar, savage smash, claw assault. Upon witnessing such a multitude of dual-winged silver lions, Lin Mo's spirit soared. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured into the mid-level region of the Doomsday Forest, where these dual-winged silver lions were undoubtedly the most formidable adversaries. It was not merely their high-level or powerful skills that made them intimidating, but rather the fact that dual-winged silver lions are pack beasts. If 100 level 55 dual-winged silver lions charged at once, even a level 70 shield bearer would struggle to withstand them. For Lin Mo, however, he relished encounters with pack beasts, especially those of higher levels. Attack! Lin Mo commanded, and 4,000 elite shadow soldiers showcased their prowess. With a unified roar, the pack of dual-winged silver lions reacted. Unleashing a collective roar, a fierce gust of wind surged through the valley. The towering troll soldiers stood at the forefront, effortlessly bracing against the resistance brought forth by the shockwave roar. Without any ambiguity, It was yet another massacre. Lin Mo stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the resolution of the dual-winged silver lions before proceeding deeper into the forest. Having summoned the Shadow Legion for some time, Lin Mo gradually discerned the distinctive combat styles of each soldier type. The troll soldiers favored crushing their enemies into pulp, the shadow beasts relished devouring their foes whole, while the flying shadow soldiers displayed a penchant for a more twisted approach. They delighted in hurling near-defeated opponents from great heights to their demise. Experience 5500. Experience 5500. The notifications of experience gains flooded in, and Lin Mo secretly rejoiced at his decision to apply to the Imperial Capital University. Before long, he would ascend from level 46 to level 47, and upon reaching level 50, he would unlock the ability to summon new monsters, 300 meters away from the valley, within a cave. 5 candidates were chattering animatedly, engaged in a spirited debate. In my opinion, it would be prudent to lure the monsters one by one. Drawing out 3 or 4 dual-winged silver lions at once would be exceedingly difficult for us to withstand. Nonsense. We are all second transformation, level 36 professionals. Luring them one by one is a colossal waste of time. Ren Ziqiang, a 37-level warrior and one of the applicants for the Imperial Capital University, had no trouble finding 4 strong teammates after arriving in the Doomsday Forest, thanks to her second transformation warrior status. Not long ago, Ren Ziqiang discovered a horde of over 100 level 55 dual-winged silver lions within the valley, and after much discussion, everyone agreed to take action against them. Of course, this was not an impulsive charge, as such a reckless approach would lead to them being torn to shreds by the dual-winged lions in no time. Ren Ziqiang suggested that the team's shield-bearer attract the hatred of 1 or 2 dual-winged silver lions and then engage in a group assault once they had exited the territory of the lions. However, her teammate Zhuohongda was dissatisfied with the plan to attract just 1 dual-winged silver lion, insisting that their small team was more than capable of drawing 3 or 4. All right, Zhuohongda. We'll do it your way, Ren Ziqiang replied, feeling weary. There was no choice. After all, the team did have a stubborn member. She could only heed Zhuohongda's advice and instruct the shield-bearer to attract the hatred of 4 dual-winged silver lions directly. Roars echoed incessantly. Was that the wailing of the dual-winged silver lions? Ren Ziqiang pondered uncertainly. You must be mistaken. Unless one is an 80-level professional, it is impossible to single-handedly confront so many level 55 dual-winged silver lions. Zhuohongda shook his head. The wails grew increasingly intense, and Zhuohongda scratched his head. Could it really be? Let's go take a look, Ren Ziqiang decisively suggested, thinking they might have encountered powerful candidates. If that were the case, it would be perfect. They were in dire need of strong allies, and with 2 or 3 professionals above level 35 joining them, they might just be able to annihilate the entire horde of dual-winged silver lions within 5 hours. What on earth is that monster, chasing after a level 55 beast at level 46? The team members erupted in exclamations, witnessing the horrifying scene in the valley. A creature with limbs resembling those of a mantis was shredding the dual-winged silver lions into tiny pieces. Another winged monster cackled menacingly as it lifted a half-dead dual-winged silver lion into the air, only to hurl it away. The ground was littered with the corpses of dual-winged silver lions, all appearing to have been mercilessly tortured. Had the territory of the dual-winged silver lions been invaded by another group of formidable beasts? Be careful, Captain Ren Ziqiang warned, her body drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, over 20 black-clad monsters with glowing red eyes appeared behind them, their darts poised and ready. Seeing this, Zhuohongda attempted to take action, but fortunately, Ren Ziqiang stopped him just in time. No, they don't seem to intend to attack us. If you strike, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ren Ziqiang swallowed hard, eager to flee this perilous place. The 5 of them left, heart racing under the watchful gaze of the shadowy figures, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Damn, those monsters were truly intimidating. A level 44's aura felt like that of a level 60. I nearly had a heart attack. I thought I was seeing my great-grandmother. A figure appeared to emerge from the valley. The only female member of the team, a healer, exclaimed, "Don't joke around." Zhuohongda waved his hand dismissively. There really is someone? The shield-bearer teammate leaned in to see. Ren Ziqiang gazed at the mass of black-clad monsters and, recalling how the creatures had not attacked them, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. Could it be that they are monsters summoned by a summoner, rather than beasts? Chapter 35. The hunt begins. The recruitment events at various prestigious universities were in full swing. with the Imperial Capital University and the Magic City University particularly in the spotlight. The esteemed guests invited were telling of the significance, with the Imperial Capital University extending invitations to 5 presidents, while the Magic City University invited the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan, along with 5 alliance leaders. On the university's playground, a large screen displayed the real-time footage of the candidates. Wang Zhiyang, a hidden-class solar envoy, was wreaking havoc as he advanced toward the depths of the Doomsday Forest. Yu Ruyun, unwilling to lag behind, was swiftly clearing out the encountered beasts. Over 4,000 candidates were teleported to the Doomsday Forest from 10 different locations. As time passed, some previously unknown candidates came into public view. A skill that absorbed the blood of beasts to restore health and strength seemed to be the exclusive passive ability, Blood's Nourishment, of the Berserker class. Yet another hidden professional emerged. That candidate named Lu Chengfeng was quite formidable, effortlessly taking on level 45 beasts at level 37. Pointless. He still cannot compare to Wang Zhiyang, as Wang's score steadily widened the gap from Yu Ruyun. The tens of thousands of spectators in the playground were engrossed in discussion. The top 3 remained unchanged, but someone keenly noticed a shift in the ranking of the 10th place. 9th place, Shi Zhiji, level 40, Lightning Attribute Mage, 50,000 points. 10th place, Lin Mo, level 46, Summoner, 48,000 points. All the top 10 were professionals above level 40, yet Lin Mo's level stood out distinctly. A level 46 Summoner. Surely this is a mistake. I never expected a Summoner to break into the top 10, let alone at level 46. Is this for real? I can hardly believe it. The spectators gazed at the top left corner of the screen displaying the scores. Why has Lin Mo's name vanished from 10th place? He must have been overtaken by the candidates behind him. It's no big deal. At this comment, some spectators found it rather foolish, for aside from the top 3, the rankings frequently shifted. It was common for candidates to surge to a certain position only to be swiftly surpassed. Wait, Lin Mo has risen to 6th place. Someone pointed at the screen. In the previous moment, Lin Mo, who was in 10th place, had suddenly jumped to 6th with a score of 80,000 points. On the stage, the 5 presidents and the senior leaders of the Imperial Capital University turned their heads in unison. I distinctly remember that Lin Mo's level was 45 when he filled out his application, remarked Vice President Su Zhijian. He had a strong impression of Lin Mo, as he was the highest level candidate applying to the Imperial Capital University this year. This means Lin Mo was just shy of reaching level 46 before entering the Doomsday Forest, added Yi Jingshuang, the president of the 100 Flowers Guild. Upon hearing this, Wang Taihong, the president of the Hidden Kill Guild, interlaced his fingers. This candidate named Lin Mo is rather peculiar. We all know how challenging it is to level up during the early stages after awakening as a professional, especially for a summoner. Wang Taihong continued, to date, I have only encountered one individual who progressed through the early levels at such a rapid pace, and that was the leader of Huaxia, Qi Yutian, who sits in the center with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Can we switch to Lin Mo's footage? The usually taciturn president of the Summoner Guild, Wen Ziyuan, finally spoke up. Old one, you finally said something. I thought you had dozed off, Yi Jingshuang teased. Clad in a black robe that concealed him thoroughly, Wen Ziyuan scoffed. What I meant was that in the first round of assessments, there was not a single summoner professional, except for Lin Mo, Wen Ziyuan self-corrected. Prior to this, the president of the Summoner Guild had been feeling rather bored and had no inclination to chat with the other presidents. The top 10 candidates included warriors, mages, and shield bearers, but not a single summoner. Now, however, upon seeing Lin Mo ranked 6th, Wen Ziyuan, who had been on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up. President 1, please hold on for a moment. Vice President Su Zhijian interjected. If we wish to switch to a specific candidate's footage, we need to arrange for someone to handle it. It won't take long, just 2 or 3 minutes at most. He added, hurry up, Wen Ziyuan replied, directing his gaze at Mao Fangji. Mao Fangji, does your Imperial Capital University discriminate against summoners? The top 10 candidates all have footage, yet we have yet to see even a shadow of Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Vice President Su Zhijian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Despite the Summoner Guild being the weakest among the 6 major guilds, Wen Ziyuan was a level 193 summoner, possessing an extraordinary status and strength. President 1, Su Zhijian began to explain, but Wen Ziyuan interrupted him. I do not discriminate against summoners. I discriminate against you. Mao Fangji shot a glance at Wen Ziyuan. Vice President Su Zhijian, a level 183 shield bearer, was drenched in sweat, too frightened to even breathe. Humph, I should have known better than to pull you out of the pile of corpses 40 years ago. Wen Ziyuan said coldly. The other three presidents chuckled, accustomed to the banter between the two. Don't be so tense. Wen Ziyuan and I have been through thick and thin together, Mao Fangji reassured. Su Zhijian let out a long sigh. He had nearly had a heart attack from fright. A level 46 summoner with 80,000 points. It seems Linimo has slain quite a number of level 40 beasts, Wen Ziyuan mused aloud. Not only him, but several presidents were equally curious. After the second transformation, a level 40 summoner could summon 3 types of creatures: skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton spear soldiers. They were not surprised that level 46 Linimo could defeat level 40 beasts. Even a weak summoner would not be so powerless, however. The fact that he had managed to slay so many beasts in such a short time was indeed puzzling, considering that summoners had a long cooldown for summoning creatures and required a significant amount of mana. I am quite eager to see how he accomplished this. When Ziyuan removed his robe, revealing his true appearance. His complexion was pale, suggesting he was not in the best of health, and he occasionally succumbed to fits of coughing. In the Doomsday Forest, crows cawed ominously. A level 66 clawed underworld beast was indulging in its lunch, devouring a level 50 desert wolf. Upon catching the scent of humans, the 6-clawed underworld beast discarded the wolf leg it had been holding. Its appearance was peculiar, with 6 claws and its body enveloped in black stone. Here lies the heart of the Doomsday Forest. Linimo cast his gaze towards the 6-clawed nether beast charging at him. Deep within the Doomsday Forest, the minimum level of the monstrous beasts is 60, and they are abundant, each possessing its own territory. The summoned shadow soldiers vanished, and the 8 great shadow generals stood before Linimo. General Samo of the Troll Brigade, General Ika of the Armored Shadows, General Manny of the Mantis Legion. At long last, they could emerge and breathe in the fresh air. Ika, with skin of deep azure and sharp fangs, wore a sinister grin. They had been on standby, eagerly awaiting their master Linimo to summon them. I shall shatter everything in my sight. Samo cracked his knuckles. Each of the 8 great shadow generals possessed distinct personalities. Ika thrived on combat, while Samo craved destruction. Let the onslaught begin with you. With a mighty punch, Samo struck the 6-clawed nether beast. Bang, bang, bang. With Samo's staggering strength attribute of 300,000, the 6-clawed nether beast had no chance of resistance. Even though Samo's agility was comparatively lesser than that of the other 8 shadow generals, his strength and defense were unparalleled. Watching Samo ravage the 6-clawed nether beast, Linimo clapped his hands. Let the hunt commence. At your command. Chapter 36. The disparate style among other candidates. The acrid scent of charred corpses permeated the AIR.in. The Doomsday Forest. A level 63 Earth Ice Bear collapsed. Lifeless, golden flames spread, as Wang Zhiyang's expression remained cold. 190,000 points. This marked his 20th kill of a level 63 beast. As a hidden class solar envoy, Wang Zhiyang was adept in both close combat and the casting of spells. One class embodied the prowess of both a warrior and a mage. Moreover, he could restore his magical power through the power of the sun, rendering his exclusive skills far more destructive than those of a fire attribute mage. No one can surpass me now. Wang Zhiyang gazed at the lifeless Earth Ice Bear. During this year's enrollment ceremony at the Imperial Capital University, he had never regarded anyone with respect. Not even Yu Ru Yin, the disciple of the Mage Alliance's Grandmaster, who had awakened 4 attributes, was worthy of his concern. Thus far, in the depths of the Doomsday Forest, Wang Zhiyang had not encountered any other candidates. Savor my trail of energy, Wind attribute 2nd tier skill. Wings of Wind. Warlock 2nd tier skill. Delaying poison gas. Clad in yellow hair, Wu Yu leisurely strolled with a level 60 shape-shifting serpent. The shape-shifting serpent felt a sense of frustration, unable to keep up with the human before it. Upon catching a whiff of the green gas, it seemed enchanted, its serpentine body unwittingly following the green gas. The shape-shifting serpent's health slowly diminished until it collapsed. Lifeless Wu Yu stood with hands on his hips, a smug expression on his face, when suddenly he shivered. Several bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, a fierce wind howled, and vines erupted from the ground. Dressed in a white gown, Exuding an aura akin to an ancient glacier, Yu Yin successfully felled a level 62 beast. This woman is truly formidable. Yu grimaced in comparison to him. Yu Yan's efficiency in slaying beasts was vastly superior. This disparity stemmed from their respective classes. Warlocks are known for tormenting their foes, while mages rely on their awaken attributes. Among Yu Yin's 4 attributes lay the lightning attribute. Acknowledged as one of the most potent skills among mages. 130,000 points. You checked his score. 160,000 points. Yu Yin was dissatisfied. Proud and ambitious, she was determined to claim the title of this year's top candidate at the Imperial Capital University. Despite her high score of 160,000, Wang Zhiyang was likely to rank above her. Taking out a magical artifact to restore her magical power from her spatial ring, Yu Yin patiently awaited its effects. Mages, like summoners, are heavily reliant on their magical resources. As a 4 attribute mage, slaying a level 60 beast consumed a substantial portion of her magical power. Why are only those few candidates being shown? Where is Linimo? At the Imperial Capital University's playground, the Summoner Guild President Wen Jiyuan was visibly irritated. Are they truly neglecting to showcase Linimo, the summoner? Mao Fong turned to Vice President Su Zhijian. What is happening? Su Zhijian felt immense pressure, perplexed himself. Numerous drones had been deployed throughout the Doomsday Forest to follow the candidates, yet, despite the footage of others, Linimo had not made an appearance. Vice President, the drones following Linimo have all been destroyed, an instructor hurriedly reported. What? Su Zhijian sprang to his feet. The large screen displayed footage captured just before the drones were destroyed. A terrifying visage filled the screen, causing the faces of hundreds of thousands of spectators in the playground to change dramatically. What in the world is that frightful creature? It made me break into a cold sweat. Why air such alarming footage? With wings sprouting from its back, feet where its head should be, and eyes shaped like a V, it wielded a blood-dripping blade. The camera shifted, revealing hundreds of such monsters hovering in the air. With a swift motion, one of them caused the drones to shake violently, resulting in the footage disappearing. Are there flying beasts in the Doomsday Forest? Mao Fong inquired. The chief examiner Su Zhijian shook his head. No, considering that those below level 40 are ill-equipped to deal with flying beasts, I cleared all flying monsters before the examination began, Su Zhijian explained. Oh, so you mean they appeared out of thin air? Mao Fong's expression remained stoic, but Su Zhijian, familiar with his temperament, recognized that the principal was furious. How could there be such a grave error in front of so many guild leaders? What face would the Imperial Capital University have left? As he heard the instructor's hushed report, Su Zhijian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Principal, that group of flying beasts has vanished, Su Zhijian stated, prompting Mao Fong's expression to soften slightly. In the Doomsday Forest, a drone soared towards Linimo.it was no easy feat to capture footage of this young lad. President Yijing Shuang of the 100 Flowers Guild remarked with a smile. Is Lin Imo a summoner with S-level talent? President Taiding Chong of the Shield Guild speculated. They were intrigued by this candidate named Lin Imo, not only due to his impressive level of 46, but also because he had surged to 6th place. This year, a total of 15 million professionals had awakened, and among over 4,000 candidates in the Doomsday Forest, each was a renowned prodigy from their respective cities. The top 10 candidates were particularly outstanding, destined to become the pillars of China in the future. The drone hovered in the air, broadcasting Lin Mo's activities in the Doomsday Forest. President Wen Jiyuan of the Summoner Guild focused intently. His eye on the footage. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the ground. Roaring campfire ablazed in his left hand. He held a bottle of refreshing beverage. And in his right, he devoured a sizzling, oily cow leg. 2 shadow soldiers busily flitted about, expertly slicing meat from the beast's carcass to grill. If I'm not mistaken, that is the leg of a fierce sun bull. An audience member recognized the nearby beast's corpse. The fierce sun bull, ranging from level 60 to 65, is known for its flesh, which has substantial health restorative properties. The fierce sun bull is a treasure trove. Its horns can be used as crafting materials, while its meat has been known to fetch as high as 30,000 Huaxia coins per pound. Is Lin Imo really opting to feast rather than hunt beasts? It looks so appetizing. I can't help but salivate just watching the screen. Is this still the Imperial Capital University admission exam? Or has it turned into a food broadcast? The audience wore puzzled expressions. The exam has a time limit, and with half the time already elapsed, Candidates have 2.5 hours left to slay beasts. Although Linimo, with his 120,000 points, has secured his advancement to the next round, does he not desire a higher ranking? After all, the top 3 candidates receive generous rewards from the Imperial Capital University. Gulp, a spectator swallowed hard. There was nothing to be done. Linimo was simply enjoying his meal too much, making them all a bit envious. A level 64 beast, the fierce Sun Bull? President Tai Ding Chong furrowed his brow. He and the other 2 guild leaders believed Linimo had attained such a high score by accumulating kills of numerous level 40 beasts. Little did they expect that Linimo, at level 46, had actually slain the level 64 fierce Sun Bull. The camera shifted from a close-up to a wide shot, and the audience widened their eyes. Surrounding the beast's carcass, there were several dozen monster corpses beside Linimo. A level 60 giant soul ape, a level 62 ghost-faced spider, and even a level 66 blue-armored giant lizard. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's rank surged from 6th to 3rd, his score skyrocketing to 150,000 points. Chapter 37, Level 68 Elite Beast. Cave Rock Dragon. Where did all these level 60 beast corpses come from? Of course, it must have been Lin Mo's doing. Are we to assume the beasts collectively chose to end their lives? Be cautious. A monster is attempting to ambush Linimo. In the live broadcast, a creature with deep azure skin and clad in armor approached Linimo menacingly. The audience held their breath. Summoners possess remarkably low defense, rendering them as fragile as paper without their summoned creatures to protect them. The monster wore a sinister grin, wielding a long knife with drops of blood trickling from its tip. It's over. It's over. Linimo is going to be sliced in half. He deserves it. As a professional in a perilous location, he should be vigilant instead of indulging in barbecue. Is the Doomsday Forest a picnic spot? I can't bear to watch any longer. Can we switch to the footage of other candidates? As the monster stealthily approached Linimo from behind, the audience reacted in various ways. Some closed their eyes, unable to witness the impending bloody scene, while others scoffed at his predicament. Linimo was in the depths of the Doomsday Forest, a place teeming with level 60 beasts. If a beast were to strike at a vital area, no amount of health or physique would matter, especially since Linimo was a summoner. Master, the nearby beasts have been cleared. To the audience's astonishment, the creature knelt before Linimo, seemingly reporting something. That is a monster summoned by Linimo, President Wen Jiyuan of the Summoner Guild stated. The mystery was unveiled at that moment, when Jiyuan finally comprehended the reason behind Linimo's high score. Summoners can summon such monsters? Questioned Principal Mao Fong of the Imperial Capital University. He had fought against summoners before, but had never encountered such summoned creatures. No, unless they had slain a demon beast to obtain a summoner's exclusive skill book. When Ziyuan inhaled deeply, marveling at the uniqueness of Lin Mo's summoned creatures. Each profession possesses its own exclusive skill book, yet 2 conditions must be met. Firstly, the monster must be at least level 150 upon defeat. Secondly, the probability of obtaining the skill book is exceedingly low, approaching the realm of 0. Are you suggesting that Linimo vanquished a level 150 Saint-tier boss and subsequently acquired a summoner's exclusive skill book? The president of the 100 Flowers Guild, Yi Jingshuang, turned her gaze towards Wen Ziyuan. Old one, do you truly believe such words? When Ziyuan fell silent, he too found it implausible. Yet where could Linimo have learned the skill to summon such creatures? Upon hearing Ika's report, Linimo rose. The generals of the Phantom Brigade were more efficient than he had anticipated. In mere moments, they had eradicated the surrounding beasts. The Doomsday Forest was vast, and the number of beasts above level 60 was far from limited. Generals Terra, Lazo, and Barton of the Phantom Brigade reported in succession, the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion standing respectfully before Linimo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good heavens, Linimo can summon 9 different creatures. Where did he acquire such skills? Why, as a fellow summoner, am I unable to summon them? The monsters summoned by Linimo exuded a striking presence, an overwhelming aura. The audience gazed in awe at the generals of the Shadow Legion. General Barton of the Flying Shadow Legion soared through the air, his eyes glinting with ferocity. General Leisu of the Aberrant Legion bore fangs, emanating an imposing aura just by standing there. 9 different creatures? Even when Ziyuan, the president of the Summoners Guild, found it incomprehensible. How could a level 46 summoner summon 9 distinct creatures? What about their battle prowess? Tai Ding-cheng of the Heavenly Shield Guild inquired. His curiosity piqued. After all, No matter how flashy or impressive the summoned creatures were, their combat power was what truly mattered. In the footage captured by drones, Lin Mo led the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion forward. Trees were uprooted, and the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the Doomsday Forest. Bang, bang, bang. Massive claws created deep craters in the ground. Upon encountering 2 beasts, Lin Mo paused. The deeper one ventured into the Doomsday Forest. The stronger the beasts became, and now he was confronted by 2 level 68 elite beasts, the Burrow Rock Dragons. Any beast with dragon in its name is at least elite tier. And while the Burrow Rock Dragons are not true dragons in the conventional sense, they possess a trace of draconic blood within. Nevertheless, the Burrow Rock Dragons ruled the Doomsday Forest, and no beast dared to intrude upon their territory. Lin Mo found himself in a predicament, facing 2 level 68 elite beasts. Su Zhijian, the vice president of the Imperial Capital University, remarked, "Elite beasts are worlds apart from ordinary ones. Their health and attributes are significantly superior. At the same level, an elite beast can vanquish 10 ordinary beasts. If we just leave the territory of the Burrow Rock Dragons," the sophomore's director suggested. Beasts have a strong sense of territoriality. As long as Lin Mo circumnavigated their domain, the Burrow Rock Dragons would not attack him. "Oh, you see Lin Mo attempting to leave?" Mao Fangji interjected. "Surely he doesn't believe that the 9 level 46 creatures he summoned could defeat 2 level 68 Burrow Rock Dragons?" Su Zhijian's expression turned peculiar. Even if Lin Mo's summoned creatures were unique, and not the typical skeletal minions, the level disparity remained high in his view. It would be wise for Lin Mo to retreat. Burrow Rock Dragon, Beast Clan, Elite Beast, Level 68, Health 230,000, Mana 180,000, Agility 6,000, Strength 20,000, Spirit 4,000, Stamina 20,000, Skills, Dragon Breath, Mudslide, Reverse Scale Armor, Earthquake, Indestructible. The 2 Burrow Rock Dragons, one male and one female, were both level 68, towering over 100 meters. Their thick scales covered their massive bodies, and they regarded Lin Mo with a disdainful expression reminiscent of human arrogance. How dare a human with such a low-level trespass into their territory? To Lin Mo, the Burrow Rock Dragons were not mere beasts. They represented a treasure trove of experience. The experience gained from previously slaying a dozen level 60 ordinary beasts paled in comparison to what he would acquire from defeating these 2 Burrow Rock Dragons. "Eliminate them," Lin Mo commanded the generals of the Shadow Legion. "Dragons? I relish dragon meat." General Barton of the Troll Legion cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp sound. "They may not be true dragons, but the taste should still be exquisite." Lei Su extended his long tongue, his 5 fists clenched tightly. As the general of the Aberrant Legion, he possessed 5 arms, 2 on each side, with an additional one sprouting from his right shoulder. "Comrades, our master has issued a command. Let us vanquish them." Ik, wielding a long blade, charged forward first. Terra, not present, was the first commander of the Phantom Brigade, the strongest among the generals. Lin Mo truly dared to face these 2 elite Burrow Rock Dragons alone. Su Zhijian remarked, "Vice President, I have a question." The sophomore's director, Lu Qifeng, frowned repeatedly. "Speak." Su Zhijian replied, "It seems that Lin Mo's summoned creatures possess self-awareness. This isn't typical, is it?" Lu Qifeng scratched his head. Observing Lin Mo's summoned 9 creatures bantering cheerfully before the 2 elite Burrow Rock Dragons, which were 22 levels higher than them, he noted their apparent lack of fear. "Though I am not a summoner, I believe summoned creatures should lack self-awareness and require their summoners' control during battle." Lu Qifeng voiced his concern. This Su Zhijian was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Lu Qifeng's inquiry. "Surely you must be mistaken." No, he is not mistaken. The creatures summoned by Lin Mo indeed possess their own cognition, a capability reserved for summoners of level 100. Wan Ziyuan, president of the Summoners Guild, spoke hoarsely. The ability to possess such awareness is exclusive to level 100 summoners. The mentors on stage turned their attention to Wan Ziyuan in unison. Yet Lin Mo is merely a level 46 summoner, not a level 101. Chapter 38. Slaying dragons with a single strike. On the playground of the Imperial Capital University, the mentors fervently discussed the peculiarities of Lin Mo's summoned creatures, particularly focusing on the reason behind their self-awareness. When Ziyuan quietly chanted, summoning a skeletal general, "Shao Air, your subordinate is here." In the sunlight, the 193-level skeletal general responded respectfully. The mere appearance of the skeletal general captivated the mentors, who marveled at the power of Wenzuan's summoned creature. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it nearly rendered them breathless. This singular skeletal general could sweep away the majority of those present. Xiao Er was the name Wenzuan had given to this skeletal general. Observing the envious gazes of the Imperial Capital University mentors, Wenzuan let out a sigh. He was the foremost summoner in Huaxia, with strength that ranked among the best on Blue Star. Yet, what good was that? The Summoners Guild was the weakest of the 6 major guilds, and he was the only one struggling to hold it together. While the vice presidents of other guilds were all level 180 professionals, his own vice president was a mere level 172. It would not be long before Huaxia no longer had a Summoners Guild. Summoners above level 100 learn a skill called Enlightenment, allowing their summoned creatures to gradually awaken self-awareness. When Ziyuan glanced at Lin Mo on the screen, upon first learning this skill, the cognitive ability of the summoned creatures is akin to that of a 3-year-old child. But as their level increases, their cognition strengthens. The skeletal general he summoned, named Xiao Er, was a proficient tactician in battle. Yet Lin Mo was not a level 100 summoner. He was merely level 46. This is also a point of curiosity for me, when Ziyuan admitted. The creatures summoned by Lin Mo seem to exhibit clear articulation, suggesting a high level of intelligence. The battle has commenced, the audience exclaimed as the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion officially engaged the 2 Burrow Rock Dragons. Roar! The Burrow Rock Dragon swung its robust claws at the towering Samo. Heavenly Shielder's 4th tier skill. Indestructible. Heavenly Shielder's 4th tier skill. Cataclysm. Samo's veins bulged as he unleashed 2 consecutive Heavenly Shielder's 4th tier skills. Charging fearlessly toward the Burrow Rock Dragon and opting for a head-on clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding with dragon claws resonated dully as this general of the Troll Legion unleashed terrifying power, sending the Burrow Rock Dragon crashing to the ground. "I shall reduce you to minced meat," Samo proclaimed, mounting the Burrow Rock Dragon and unleashing a flurry of punches. Huh? This spectacle left hundreds of thousands of spectators dumbfounded. Is it not true that Lin Mo's summoned creatures possess such immense strength, causing the Burrow Rock Dragon to emit agonized cries? This brutality was akin to that of a humanoid bulldozer. The exhilaration was palpable, each punch striking true like a boxer in the ring. You deliver a blow, and I shall return it. Is this truly the power expected from a level 44 summoner? I would believe it if you said they were level 60. Samo's fighting style thrilled countless spectators, especially the Heavenly Shielders present, whose faces flushed with excitement. Why bother with ranged skills? A true warrior should engage in hand-to-hand combat. What a remarkable display. I initially thought it would be mere eye candy, Yi Jingshuang, president of the 100 Flowers Guild, remarked with a smile. The level disparity is too great. The Burrow Rock Dragon hasn't even unleashed its skills yet. Mao Fangji's murky eyes glimmered with intensity. Just as he finished speaking, the previously subdued Burrow Rock Dragon broke free, its furious roar echoing through the skies. The Burrow Rock Dragon unleashed its defensive skills. Reverse scale armor and indestructible, raising its stamina from 20,000 to 80,000. Dragon breath surged forth, sweeping across the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion. The searing dragon fire ignited a raging inferno, the extreme heat melting the solid rock. Observing the enraged Burrow Rock Dragon, Lin Mo shook his head. Even a level 70 Lord Boss, the Abyssal Demon Dragon, was no match for him, let alone the level 68 Elite Beast, the Burrow Rock Dragon. General Lei Su of the Aberrant Legion stood in front of Lin Mo, his body stretching like rubber. With a resounding boom, the dragon breath directed at Lin Mo ricocheted back towards the Burrow Rock Dragon. Unchanged, the dragon's eyes widened in horror as it realized that its formidable 80,000 physique, gained through skill enhancement, was rendered utterly ineffective. Any further assault would only deplete its health. The audience gasped in disbelief. Is this the level of control Lin Mo has over his summoned creatures? Who could possibly contend with him? The towering beast was already fearsome enough, its defense and strength terrifying. But this creature's ability to reflect the Burrow Rock Dragon's attack was simply outrageous. There was much to say, but it could be summarized in 2 words: utterly impressive. It was evident that the creature's attack reflection must have a limit, and the 68-level Burrow Rock Dragon had not reached this threshold. Principal Mao Fangji of the Imperial Capital University discerned the underlying implications. If any level of monster could be reflected, then Lin Mo would be invincible. Nevertheless, even so, it was an extraordinary feat. At least an 80-level monster's attack could barely withstand this move of Lei Su. Take this. Ik swung his blade at the Burrow Rock Dragon, executing the warrior's 4th-tier skill, Ghost Shadow Slash. A shadow zipped past, and the immense head of the Burrow Rock Dragon fell to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of blood. One strike to slay the dragon. Ik, drenched in dragon's blood, was exhilarated as he charged towards another Burrow Rock Dragon. Defeated a 68-level elite monster, Burrow Rock Dragon, experience 20,000. Leveling up quickly, Lin Mo glanced at the experience required for his next level. Indeed, to expedite his advancement, he needed to vanquish higher-level beasts. He pondered whether this was the deepest part of the Doomsday Forest or if even stronger monsters lurked within. In the midst of his thoughts, under the relentless assault of 9 Ghost Shadow Legion generals, both Burrow Rock Dragons met their demise. Kill, kill, kill. Ik, engulfed in sheer excitement, dismantled the Burrow Rock Dragon into pieces. The other 8 Ghost Shadow Legion generals joined in, feasting upon the spoils. As the sun hung high in the sky, the ground was soaked with blood, and the youth stood amidst the chaos. Surveying the devastation around him, 9 fierce-looking creatures, exuding a strong scent of blood, stood guard beside him. Was it really this easy to resolve? Goodness, who was the true monster here? Compared to the Burrow Rock Dragon, Lin Mo's summoned creatures appeared far more brutal. Look, Lin Mo has surpassed Urian in points. Rank 1. Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Sun Messenger, 270,000 points. Rank 2. Lin Mo, level 46, Summoner, 260,000 points. Rank 3. Urian, level 42, 4 Element Mage, 220,000 points. Rank 4. Yi Wuyo, level 42, Wind Element Mage, 200,000 points. In the upper left corner of the screen, Lin Mo's name stood out prominently, securely in second place with 260,000 points, just 10,000 points shy of overtaking Wang Zhiyang. Wang Zhiyang had slain 365-level elite monsters. The screen shifted to Wang Zhiyang's perspective, revealing white smoke rising as he eviscerated the 365-level elite monsters. The demon scorpions, compared to Lin Mo's ease, Wang Zhiyang, although not as beleaguered, appeared pale and unsteady. The battle against the 3 elite demon scorpions had drained a significant amount of his magical energy, forcing him to pause momentarily to recover. Oh dear, this year's top scholar from the Imperial Capital University seems to be in suspense. What suspense? It's obviously Wang Zhiyang, with his magical energy nearly exhausted. It's as if Lin Mo still has plenty left. Indeed, summoning such powerful monsters, especially 9, would have likely depleted Lin Mo's magical energy, while Wang Zhiyang, as the Sun Messenger, could recover much faster. Should Lin Mo continue on? Vice Principal Su Zhijin frowned. He shared the concerns of most spectators. Lin Mo was likely running low on magical energy, making it difficult to maintain the summons. If his energy were to be exhausted during the battle, the defenseless Lin Mo would surely fall prey to the monsters. Summoning the 9 Ghost Shadow Legion generals back to their resting space, Lin Mo snapped his fingers, and 2 figures appeared on either side before him. Master, the demon dragon is ever ready to serve you. My loyalty to my master is as steadfast and unwavering as a rock. The Ghost Shadow Legion Marshal Terra and the demon dragon made their entrance. Chapter 39. Group Fight? I excel at group fights. Lin Mo summoned 2 unprecedented creatures. The audience was left speechless, and the summoners present fell into deep contemplation. Why was there such a vast disparity among summoners? 11. To date, Lin Mo had summoned 11 creatures never before seen. How intriguing, spoke the Battle God Guild leader, Chi Yutian, who had remained silent throughout. His slender frame lacked the brawn typical of warriors, and his elongated phoenix eyes squinted slightly. Even without uttering a word, Chi Yutian commanded attention from his central position. The tens of thousands of spectators in the playground looked at him with admiration. Since becoming the leader of Huaxia, Chi Yutian had reclaimed most of the territory lost to the onslaught of monsters in just 5 years, followed by the issuance of numerous beneficial policies. Today, Huaxia thrived, regarded by both monster factions as the greatest obstacle to their conquest of Blue Star. The president also seemed intrigued by this young man named Lin Mo, Mao Fengji remarked. Chi Yutian had always been stoic, rarely showing interest in matters or individuals. The mere mention of interesting from his lips indicated that he had been quietly observing Lin Mo, albeit without participating in discussions. The two newly summoned creatures included a Psychic Master, a hidden class that was exceptionally difficult to awaken, and a dual-class Fire Element Mage and Warrior. Chi Yution's tone remained neutral, making it difficult to gauge his emotions. What? Upon hearing this, the mentors on stage exchanged incredulous glances, each sensing the extraordinary nature of the revelation. The Psychic Master, a hidden class, was exceedingly rare. Hidden classes were categorized into various tiers, with those awakened by figures like Principal Mao Fangji, such as the Shura, Sun Messenger, and Moon God Messenger, representing the pinnacle of hidden classes. Among these was the Psychic Master. A Psychic Master excels in combat using mental prowess, which is elusive and difficult to defend against. More often than not, one would not even realize they had fallen victim until it was too late. It seems that the two creatures summoned by Lin Mo are even more formidable than the earlier ones. Mao Fangji remarked, "Are there even stronger monsters in the Doomsday Forest?" he inquired, glancing at the chief examiner Su Zhijian. "Indeed." Su Zhijian nodded. "A 70-level Lord Boss." At this declaration, the four guild leaders frowned in unison. Was Su Zhijian out of his mind, expecting a group of 30-level professionals to slay a 70-level Lord Boss? The candidates of the Doomsday Forest were the future talents of Huaxia. Should that 70-level Lord Boss claim any of their lives, Su Zhijian would face dire consequences. Rest assured, this 70-level Lord Boss cannot leave its territory. It is a bloodworm. Sensing the murderous glares from the four guild leaders, Su Zhijian quickly explained, "Vice Principal Su has gone to great lengths to plan this year's entrance examination. The bloodworm is regarded as the apex among 70-level Lord Boss monsters," stated the president of the Tian Shield Guild, Tai Dingchong. "This is not merely due to its innate strength, but rather its unique skill. Rapid reproduction. Among the insect race within the demon species, the rapid reproduction rate is astounding, and the bloodworm is a prime example. Utilizing the skill, rapid reproduction, the bloodworm can spawn over 10,000 50-level elite monsters. The bloodworm larvae. This is why the bloodworm is deemed the pinnacle of power among Lord Boss monsters of the same level. Over 10,000 50-level elite bloodworm larvae. Even the 80-level Tian Shield warriors would feel their scalps tingle. This is the strongest beast in the Doomsday Forest. My intention is for candidates above level 40 to cooperate, but even so, it would be a daunting task," Su Zhijian concluded. "Regardless, the bloodworm cannot leave its territory, so it poses no threat to the candidates of the Doomsday Forest." Summoning the 9 Ghost Shadow Legion generals to their resting space, Lin Mo called forth Terra and the Demon Dragon. With only a few hours left in the examination, Lin Mo glanced at the wristband he wore. 260,000 points. The wristband served two purposes: to check scores and to automatically activate a defensive shield in the event of life-threatening danger, at which point an instructor would come to the rescue. The Doomsday Forest was fraught with peril, and the Imperial Capital University had naturally considered every aspect. Once activated, the defensive shield would signify the abandonment of the examination. As he ventured deeper, the monsters became increasingly scarce, yet the encounters were with elite beasts, all at least at level 60. A 63-level elite monster, the Bloodthirsty Wolf, blocked Lin Mo's path. "I'll handle this." The Demon Dragon eagerly volunteered, having previously seen Terra deal with the earlier monsters, leaving it with no opportunity to showcase its prowess. Finally encountering a 63-level elite monster, it was time to shine. The Bloodthirsty Wolf growled ominously, preparing to charge at the Demon Dragon, but as its wolf-like eyes narrowed, it suddenly turned and fled, trying to escape. The Demon Dragon transformed into its draconic form, soaring into the air and swiftly swallowing the fleeing Bloodthirsty Wolf whole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What was that sound? Lin Mo looked ahead. The mountains were teeming with a dark mass, emitting a strange squeaking noise. Thousands of 50-level elite bloodworm larvae. Atop the mountain sat a larger bloodworm. The 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodworm matriarch. Such a powerful beast existed in the Doomsday Forest? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. A 70-level Lord monster had a high probability of dropping rare-grade equipment, although he currently lacked for gear. No one would ever scoff at having an abundance of equipment. Moreover, defeating this bloodworm matriarch would allow him to level up to 47. Master, the bloodworm matriarch is confined and cannot leave this small mountain. Terra reported, Lin-Mo nodded. It is likely that the higher-ups at the Imperial Capital University, considering the overwhelming strength of the blood demon larva mother, feared for the safety of lower-level examinees, which led them to deliberately confine it. It seems that your intervention is no longer necessary, Lin-Mo remarked as he surveyed the countless blood demon larvae, addressing Terra beside him. What about the demon beasts? A young man, his body engulfed in golden flames, raised an eyebrow deep within the apocalypse forest. He had walked through without encountering many level 60 demon beasts. Where had all the level 60 demon beasts of the apocalypse forest gone? Observing the remnants of battle and the corpses of 2 burrow rock dragons, Wang Zhiyang pondered. Yu Ru Yin, Wang Zhiyang articulated with deliberation. Among the candidates applying to the Imperial Capital University, only Yu Ru Yin possessed the strength to slay those 2 burrow rock dragons. He had underestimated her, Wang Zhiyang considered. A gentle breeze swept in as a figure appeared opposite him. Have you cleared out all the demon beasts in the depths of the apocalypse forest? Yu Ru Yin assessed her surroundings. The two were unfamiliar with each other, locked in a silent stare without uttering a word. I must say, you two are quite impressive. It took me nearly breaking my legs to find a level 59 demon beast, and I can only scavenge your leftovers, Yi Wu Yu gasped, catching his breath. He was quite familiar, greeting the two with enthusiasm. I haven't slain many demon beasts. Yu Ru Yin shook her head. These 2 burrow rock dragons were not my doing, Wang Zhiyang declared. Then who else could it be? Yu Ru Yin responded coldly. It was neither Wang Zhiyang nor herself. While Yi Wu Yu lamented that he was reduced to scavenging their scraps, the three exchanged silent glances, preparing to depart in different directions to seek out demon beasts when a synchronized chirping sound captured their attention. Blood demon larvae? Yi Wu Yu questioned uncertainly. Such chirping sounds could only be produced by blood demon larvae. With so many blood demon larvae present, the level 70 boss, the blood demon larva mother, must be nearby. Wang Zhiyang swiftly dashed toward the source of the sound. If he could slay the level 70 boss, his score would soar ahead, rendering Yu Ru Yin's efforts in killing more level 60 demon beasts futile. Yu Ru Yin harbored a similar intention, utilizing wind-based skills in hopes of reaching the target before Wang Zhiyang. However, that was a level 70 boss. It was naive to think that they could tackle the blood demon larva mother alone. Cooperation was the only viable option. Yi Wu Yu found a stone to rest upon. None of the three stood a chance in a one-on-one with the blood demon larva mother. Only through collaboration could they hope to contend with it. Arise, shadow soldiers, Lin-Mo commanded decisively upon witnessing the thousands of blood demon larvae. If he were to encounter other level 70 boss beasts, he might devise strategies, but the blood demon larva mother was a different story. A brawl. Apologies, but my expertise lies in skirmishes. Summoning the demon dragon and Terra consumed 100,000 mana points, leaving him with 360,000. The 3,600 shadow soldiers were summoned at lightning speed. A dark mass of blood demon larvae loomed, mirrored by the dark assembly of Lin-Mo's forces. Chapter 40. The shadow soldiers on the brink of evolution. The colossal hourglass trickled slowly. Only 40 minutes remained of the 5-hour examination. In the live broadcast, viewers witnessed Wang Zhiyang, Yu Ru Yin, Yi Wu Yu, and Lu Qingfeng among the top-ranking candidates, making their way toward the level 70 boss, the blood demon larva. Now this is intriguing. Will they choose to collaborate in taking down the blood demon larva? Yet, collaboration seems inevitable. After all, who among them possesses the strength to take it down alone? The crucial rule states that whoever delivers the finishing blow to the demon beast will earn the points, leading to inevitable intrigue over who will claim the score should they work together. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. The sun shone brightly overhead, and it was now midday. The screen displayed Wang Zhiyang, cloaked in golden flames, leading the way, closely followed by Yu Ru Yin in her white dress. Yi Wu Yu, Pang Zhenrui, and other prominent candidates followed suit. Among them, Lu Qingfeng held the lowest level at merely 38. Yet none dared to underestimate him. Level 38. Lu Qingfeng was a hidden class berserker, his left arm crimson and splattered with the blood of demon beasts, resembling a figure of carnage. On the stage, university officials and 5 presidents sat with grave expressions. The examination was becoming increasingly riveting. The alluring woman, Yi Jing Shuang, president of the 100 Flowers Guild, remarked, "This examination seems to have been orchestrated cunningly by Chief Examiner Su Zhijian." Just as the audience speculated, who would claim the points for the blood demon larva if the candidates collaborated to slay it. Ultimately, it would lead to a web of intrigue. Lin Mo wouldn't dare to attempt a solo takedown of the blood demon larva. Would he? Mused Lu Qifeng, the second-year guidance counselor who had been closely monitoring Lin Mo moments ago. He had seen Lin Mo stride confidently into the lair of the blood demon larva with two newly summoned creatures. The creatures Lin Mo summoned were undeniably formidable. Earlier, the 9 generals of the Phantom Shadow Legion easily dispatched a level 68 elite demon beast, the Burrow Rock Dragon. Yet, the blood demon larva was a level 70 boss. The most powerful beast in the Apocalypse Forest. The disparity between a boss and an elite beast is a chasm even a child in elementary school could comprehend, with their combat power differing by dozens of times. He must be waiting for the other candidates to arrive, Vice Principal Su Zhijian speculated. The blood demon larva was bound and could not leave its territory, meaning Lin Mo only needed to remain outside the safety line. Indeed, one cannot. Liu Qifeng's sentence trailed off, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The screen was engulfed in darkness, swarming with level 50 elite blood demon larvae, and curiously, the area beyond the safety line was also shrouded in darkness. The 3,600 shadow soldiers stood in 2 rows, weapons pointed at the blood demon larvae. In the center of the path, a young man clad in black leisure wear strolled leisurely. To his left stood a creature with dark red skin and a tiger-like face. To his right, a robust creature with a dragon-s head. Attack! The young man commanded, and the 3,600 shadow soldiers charged at the blood demon larvae. The wind rustled, the chirping sounds harmonizing with the clamor of battle as the conflict officially commenced. Upon witnessing Lin Mo summon such a multitude of creatures once more, even the president of the Imperial Capital University, Mao Fengzhi, could no longer remain composed. In under 2 minutes, Lin Mo had summoned over 3,000 level 46 elite creatures. The white-haired, vibrant Mao Fengzhi remarked. It is common knowledge that any profession requires cooldowns to utilize skills. Initially, a summoner's summoning of skeleton creatures has a minimum cooldown of 2 minutes, and summoning a skeletal spear soldier takes even longer. All eyes on the stage converged on Wen Zhiyuan. Looking at me, want to help? Wen Zhiyuan shook his head, indicating that he too was baffled. Are we a bunch of old fogies unable to fathom the abilities of a mere child? Mao Fengzhi found this notion preposterous. He, at level 198 with a hidden profession as a Shura, was the esteemed president of the Imperial Capital University. Wen Zhiyuan, at level 193, was a summoner overseeing one of China's 6 major guilds. The other presidents were equally unable to discern Lin Mo's secrets. With an unfathomable reserve of mana, capable of rapidly summoning thousands of creatures, and the strength of the summoned creatures exceeding that of a standard summoner, this young man was truly formidable, Su Zhijian lamented. Could Lin Mo truly solo the level 70 boss, the blood demon larva? An instructor inquired. Lin Mo summoned level 46 elite creatures, yet he faced over 10,000 level 50 elite blood demon larvae. In terms of level and quantity, he held no advantage. In the Apocalypse Forest, within the territory of the blood demon larva, the level 70 boss, the blood demon larva mother, regarded the unexpected intruder, her antennae rubbing against each other in agitation. Annihilate them, the blood demon larva mother uttered in human speech, her inner turmoil palpable. Just yesterday, a human powerhouse beyond her reckoning had descended upon the Apocalypse Forest. That human had not slain her but had instead drawn a boundary, confining her within, leaving her and the larvae unable to escape this small hill. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but there was little she could do. The sight of Lin Mo's summoned Shadow Legion only fueled her fury. Could she not overpower a mere human summoner when she had been unable to contend with that formidable human? Upon hearing their mother's command, the blood demon larvae surged toward the Shadow Legion. Bang! Bang, bang! The tremendous commotion caused the stones on the ground to leap in rhythm, as 20 shadow soldiers charged forth. Unlike the elite shadow soldiers he had summoned, these were of the Lord level. After enduring extensive training under Lin Mo, these 20 shadow soldiers had evolved from elite to Lord level and were on the verge of breaking their shackles to ascend to king rank. Confronted with the half-meter-tall elite blood demon larvae, the shadow soldiers' eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Their master was so generous. Having just emerged from the summoning space, they were greeted with an all-you-can-eat feast. Indeed, in the eyes of the shadow soldiers, The thousands of blood demon larvae were a veritable buffet. With their gaping maws, the shadow soldiers devoured dozens of blood demon larvae in a single bite. As the larvae within their bellies were completely absorbed, the shadow soldiers advanced toward their next evolutionary stage. Congratulations, Master. After this battle, you shall possess 20 king-rank shadow soldiers, Terra proclaimed, as the commander of the Shadow Legion. He understood the terrifying potential of the shadow soldiers. With infinite evolution and growth, upon reaching a certain stage, the strength of the shadow soldiers could even surpass that of the generals of the Phantom Legion. I see it now. Lin Mo gazed at the blood demon larva mother atop the hill, a smile gracing his lips. The level 70 boss, the blood demon larva, was indeed powerful, yet its strengths lay not in its attributes. On the contrary, the blood demon larva's life force, mana, and various attributes were rather weak. The only formidable aspect of the blood demon larva was its ability to rapidly reproduce thousands of blood demon larvae. Once the blood demon larvae were eradicated, the solitary larva mother would be left to face her demise. While the 20 Lord-level shadow soldiers indulged in their feast, the other 8 soldier types were not idle either. The shadow warriors skillfully eviscerated the bloodthirsty demon larvae, while the soft shadow warriors tightly ensnared the creatures, suffocating them to death. Each strike of the armored shadow warriors was aimed at the heads of the demon larvae. The ground was strewn with the remains of these creatures as Lin Mo crossed the safety line and ventured into the hillside, edging closer to the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm. With the path cleared by the Shadow Legion, Chapter 41. I want them all. The shadow soldiers mercilessly harvested the lives of the demon larvae. The demon worm matriarch was bewildered. How could these thousands of 50-level elite larvae be so easily dispatched by the monsters summoned by that summoner? How could 50-level elites be outmatched by those of only 46 levels? As Lin Mo advanced step by step, protected by Terra and the demon dragon, the demon worm matriarch quivered in fear. Goodness, the creatures summoned by Lin Mo devoured the demon larvae one by one. Indeed, Lin Mo had a substantial chance of soloing the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm. The creatures summoned by Lin Mo seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Observing the retreating demon larvae, the audience displayed a myriad of expressions. Just moments ago, they were discussing whether the top 10 candidates would collaborate, yet here was Lin Mo, single-handedly taking on the challenge. Can you believe it? Su Zhijian, the vice president of the Imperial Capital University, wore a grim expression. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. This is not how I imagined it. Su Zhijian muttered to himself. He had pictured a dramatic scene where the top-ranking candidates would band together to slay the demon worm, followed by a series of cunning betrayals, culminating in one candidate stealthily surpassing Wang Zhiyang for the top score. That would have made for a cinematic moment. Yet, what was happening? A candidate was, in fact, soloing the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm. This candidate named Lin Mo was truly extraordinary. Su Zhijian lamented, realizing that the unfavorable news was that his imagined scenario could not unfold, while the good news was that the Imperial Capital University had recruited a prodigy capable of soloing a 70-level Lord Boss. The outcome remained uncertain. A bat flitted through the air, and Wang Taihong, the leader of the Hidden Kill Guild, interlaced his fingers. Wang Zhiyang and the other top-ranking candidates were approaching the territory of the bloodthirsty demon worm, and who would emerge victorious remained to be seen. At this moment, Lin Mo had surpassed Wang Zhiyang to claim the top rank, first place. Lin Mo, level 46, Summoner, 300,000 points, second place. Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Sun Messenger, 280,000 points, third place. Yu Ruyon, level 42, For Element Mage, 240,000 points, fourth place. Yi Wuyo, level 42, Wind Mage, 220,000 points. The situation in the first round of examinations had become exceedingly clear. Whoever among the top 10 candidates managed to slay the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm, would secure an unassailable first place. Master, other adventurers are also heading for the bloodthirsty demon worm on the mountainside. With the demon larvae dwindling in number, the demon worm matriarch attempted to turn the tide by expending a significant amount of magical energy to spawn more larvae. Lin Mo was more than eager for the demon worm matriarch to pursue this course of action. The 20 Shadow Eaters were on the verge of evolving into the king rank. Standing beside Lin Mo, Terra turned to gaze at several figures in the distance. I do not wish to be disturbed, Linimo declared. It was evident that the other adventurers Terra referred to were the top-ranking candidates. You and the demon dragon can entertain them. Understood, came the response. Why can't I hear the chirping of the demon larvae anymore? Wang Zhiyang halted his steps. Swish, 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 dozens of figures, including Yu Ruyun and Yi Wuyo, appeared before him. Let us collaborate, Wang Zhiyang. No matter how strong you are, you cannot solo the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm. Yi Wuyo extended an invitation, looking toward Wang Zhiyang, who radiated golden flames like a golden statue. Among them, Wang Zhiyang, the 44-level Sun Messenger, was the strongest, followed closely by the 42-level 4-element mage, Yu Ruyun, while the remaining candidates were of similar strength. I agree, said Shi Zhiji, a 40-level lightning mage, nodding. This was the best course of action unless they chose to abandon the attempt to slay the bloodthirsty demon worm. If you want to collaborate, go ahead, Wang Zhiyang scoffed. He had already discerned the intentions of the Imperial Capital University. The reason they selected the 70-level Lord Boss, the bloodthirsty demon worm, as the final trial in the Apocalypse Forest was due to the worm's relatively low attributes. Its strength lay in its ability to spawn thousands of demon larvae. If that were the case, he could leverage the Sun Messenger's exclusive skill, Sun Spirit Guardian, to swiftly ascend the peak and eliminate the demon worm matriarch. In other words, he did not require teammates. Upon hearing Wang Zhiyang's words, the arriving candidates exchanged uncertain glances. If Wang Zhiyang refused to cooperate, they stood no chance of defeating the bloodthirsty demon worm. Yu Ruyun, will you cooperate? Yi Wuyo, abandoning Wang Zhiyang, turned his gaze toward the second strongest, Yu Ruyun. Collaboration is possible, but who will deal the final blow to the bloodthirsty demon worm and secure the points? Yu Ruyun replied coldly. That was her main concern. She did not want to end up with nothing if someone stealthily claimed the kill at the last moment. Silence fell. Everyone harbored ulterior motives, scheming for point advantages, while the examination time dwindled. Children, you may leave. If you do not wish to perish, get out of my way. The roar of a dragon echoed. Terra and the demon dragon stood before the crowd. The atmosphere became tense, with dozens of candidates adopting combat stances, ready to spring into action. Race? Level, 46. King rank? Be careful, they are king rank bosses. A 46 level king rank boss. What nonsense is this? Aren't king rank bosses supposed to be at least level 100? Can you check the attributes of these two monsters? I can only see their levels and that they are king rank bosses. Shi Zhiji inquired. I see the same as you. So do I. Damn it. What skills do these two monsters possess? One candidate exclaimed in frustration. Panic swept through the crowd. A 46-level king rank boss was already astonishing. But even more alarming was their inability to discern the attributes and skills of these two creatures. The unknown is often the most terrifying. If one were careless, they might perish without understanding how. At the Imperial Capital University, the playground was filled with hundreds of thousands of stunned spectators. Was Linimo so confident as to send forth two summoned special monsters to thwart Wang Zhiyang and his companions, without fearing that the absence of these two special monsters would leave him vulnerable to a surprise attack from the demon worm matriarch? Setting aside confidence, could those two special monsters actually hold back Wang Zhiyang and his group? They were undoubtedly top-tier prodigies. This was getting interesting. Perhaps Lin Mo's greed would lead to the downfall of the two special monsters at the hands of Wang Zhiyang. The special monsters were a name bestowed by the audience upon Terra and the demon dragon. Should these special monsters be slain, the next summoning would take at least a week, and possibly even a month. It should be noted that this was the first round of admissions for the Imperial Capital University, and the candidates had two more trials to face. What a greedy move! Linimo truly underestimated Zhiyang. The leader of the Hidden Kill Guild, Wang Taihong, remarked. Just two 46-level special monsters. Wang Zhiyang alone could easily handle them without the need for any other candidates. Chapter 42. The Professional Card. Where did these two king rank bosses come from? Regardless of their origin, these are king rank bosses, and defeating them carries the chance of dropping legendary grade equipment, with rare grade being the least. Upon hearing the phrase legendary grade equipment, the expressions of dozens of candidates turned avaricious. Even Wang Zhiyang felt tempted. Let us defeat them first and then discuss how to divide the dropped equipment. Yi Wuyo proposed, quickly garnering agreement from the others. Kill me? Do you think you are worthy? Terra declared. The fourth-tier skill of the mentalist, mind control. Yi Wuyo's pupils faded. turning him into a puppet. Whoosh! In the next moment, Iwuyo soared into the air, casting a warlock spell, releasing green gas. His target was not Terra and the demon dragon, but the candidates present. He was under control. What the hell? Isn't he a wind mage? He deliberately concealed his warlock profession. Inhaling the green gas, Shijiji, the 40-level lightning mage, felt his body grow weak, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Just moments after their introduction, a teammate was transformed into an enemy. Yuruyun stepped forward, raising her staff and softly chanting, attempting to help Iwuyo regain control of his body. A time mage? Terra remarked calmly, her expression betraying no panic, perpetually exuding an air of strategic composure. Enough dilly-dallying, let us attack together. The top-ranking candidates encircled Terra and the demon dragon. Wang Ziyang gathered a basketball-sized golden fireball and hurled it at Terra, while Yuruyun unleashed a barrage of time, wind, lightning, and wood elemental skills. With his left hand ablaze, Lu Changfeng, a 38-level berserker, swung his blade at the demon dragon. 12 candidates, 3 hidden professions, and 1 4-element mage. The talents of the other candidates were either at the lowest A rank, having completed their second profession quests, or they had awakened as dual-element mages. Goodness, this scene was simply exhilarating. With so many prodigies besieging the 2 special monsters summoned by Linimo, they would either perish or be gravely injured. Who would have thought Linimo was so arrogant, believing that 2 special monsters could withstand the onslaught of 12 prodigious candidates? Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, and the expressions of the 12 candidates were filled with excitement. These 2 king-rank bosses were surely finished. Would they drop legendary grade equipment? Unlikely. Legendary grade equipment is not easily obtained, but rare grade is a certainty. I think we can start discussing how to allocate the 2 pieces of rare grade equipment. As the dust began to settle, a true dragon's roar reverberated through the AI. Is this all the strength you possess? The demon dragon, having transformed into its draconic form, flexed its sinews and produced a cacophony of crackling sounds. Confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. Terra, perched upon a massive boulder not far away, remarked. Not dead? Neither of the 2 monsters has perished. The 40-level examinees, who had been laughing and discussing the ownership of the spoils, instinctively retreated. With a roar, the demon dragon ascended into the air, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath upon the candidates below. Mentalist's 3rd-tier skill, battle intent fear. We should flee. These 2 king-tier bosses are too formidable. Indeed, survival is paramount. Do not be swayed. This is the battle intent fear cast by a mentalist, which will instill a sense of dread within us, Yuruyun cautioned. Wang Jiang stepped forward, temporarily shielding against the demon dragon's breath with the flames of the sun. I will handle this one. You all take care of the other king-tier boss, he declared to Yuruyun. Only he could contend with the demon dragon in its transformed state. The unique creature summoned by Linimo belongs to the dragon lineage. Observing the candidates engaged in a fierce struggle against Terra and the demon dragon on the screen, Su Zhijian spoke with conviction. Moreover, the demon dragon is not an ordinary draconic creature. It can switch between its dragon form and a human-dragon hybrid. President Wang, your judgment appears flawed. When Ziyuan interjected, he did not intend to target Wang Taihong. After all, one was the president of the Summoners Guild, and the other was the head of the Hidden Kill Guild. Though they had not interacted much privately, they could be considered friends. However, when Ziyuan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing Wang Taihong's assertion that Wang Jiyang alone could handle Terra and the demon dragon. President 1, as I've said, the outcome remains uncertain. Wang Taihong replied. A faint scent of gunpowder permeated the air, and the instructors on stage, along with the other 3 guild leaders, sensed that the atmosphere had turned tense. The chirping sounds had vanished completely. Atop the peak, surrounded by the Shadow Legion, Linimo gazed upon the 70-level Lord Boss, the blood demon larva, whose magical energy had been completely drained. Can you still spawn blood demon larvae? Linimo inquired. In this battle, he had only lost over 40 shadow soldiers, expending a mere 4,000 points of magical energy. As long as the summoned creatures did not perish in battle, their magical energy would be fully restored upon returning to the summoning space. For Linimo, it sufficed that the fallen were not Lord-level shadow soldiers, but rather King-tier shadow soldiers. 2046-level King-tier shadow soldiers stood ready, eager to continue devouring shadows and evolve into Emperor-tier shadow soldier, Master. Linimo, Level 46. King tier summon. Health 1.5 million. Magic 800,000. Agility 300,000. Strength 400,000. Mental power 150,000. Physique 500. 000. Skills: Shockwave, Gravitational Bite, Steadfast as a Mountain, Frenzied Strike. Passive skill: Devour, with 1.5 million health, coupled with 500,000 in physique. This amounted to a staggering 2 million health. This is the terrifying aspect of the infinitely evolving Shadow Soldiers. Merely standing still, high-level warriors would take ages to chip away at their health. Linimo commanded 20 such king-tier Shadow Soldiers. Moreover, there were another 100 Shadow Soldiers poised to evolve into Lord level. It wouldn't be long before they too ascended to King tier. Do not kill me. I can offer you a treasure coveted by your human profession, the Blood Demon Larva Queen uttered in human speech. Having depleted its magical energy, it could no longer spawn Blood Demon larvae and had no choice but to submit to Lin Mo's mercy. What treasure? Linimo inquired. You must first promise not to kill me. The Blood Demon Larva Queen stipulated. Remember, your life and death are now in my hands. You lack the standing to negotiate. Linimo waved dismissively at a Shadow Soldier. The Shadow Soldier presented its blade with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. Two giant troll soldiers firmly seized the Blood Demon Larva Queen. With a flash of cold light, it let out a piercing scream, helplessly watching as Linimo severed its antennae. My patience is limited. Linimo placed the blade against the Blood Demon Larva Queen's head. With a slight exertion, this 70-level Lord Boss would meet its demise at his hands. I know of a secret realm where a profession card drops 100. The Blood Demon Larva Queen pointed towards its lair. Inside lies a teleportation scroll leading to the secret realm, and clearing it will grant you a profession card. A profession card, as the name implies, can awaken a new profession upon use. The value of a profession card rivals that of legendary equipment, perhaps even surpassing it. According to the Blood Demon Larva Queen, passing through the secret realm it spoke of would yield a profession card for awakening a new class. Chapter 43. Was it all summoned by him? The countdown for the first round of examinations stood at 10 minutes. Deep within the Apocalypse Forest, the intensity of the battle had left the surroundings in disarray. Trees were uprooted, the ground scorched, and the surface riddled with craters. The demon dragon, in its true dragon form, loomed above, gazing down at the panting candidates. Aside from you, who possesses some semblance of strength, you are all utterly insufficient. The demon dragon bared its pristine teeth, its claws directed at Wang Jiang, who had been entangled in combat for some time. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo and the others felt their veins throb. Yet they had no grounds for rebuttal. After all, the demon dragon spoke the truth. 246-level king-tier bosses, with Wang Jiang single-handedly holding off the demon dragon while the 11 of them besieged Terra. Among those besieging Terra, Yu Ruyun exerted the most effort, barely managing to restrain the mentalist Terra with the peculiarities of her time attribute. Master should be finishing up soon. Let me play with them a little longer. Terra stated. Master, play a little longer? The 12 candidates were all bewildered by Terra's words. What was Linimo doing? The examination was about to conclude. He needed to eliminate the Blood Demon Larva Queen promptly. If he could slay the Blood Demon Larva Queen, Linimo would secure an absolute advantage in the subsequent rounds. This is driving me mad. The audience stood on tiptoe, straining to glimpse the large screen. However, Linimo had summoned too many Shadow Soldiers, preventing even 3 drones from capturing the scene accurately. Atop the peak, Linimo received the teleportation scroll from the Shadow Soldiers. The scroll was intricately etched with ancient patterns. Resembling an antique, Tio accessed the secret realm within the Blood Demon Larva Queen's mouth. Not only was the teleportation scroll required, but also the approximate location of the secret realm. The scroll had distance limitations. Using it recklessly would not allow entry into the realm. I did not deceive you, did I? The Blood Demon Larva Queen spoke weakly, its antennae oozing blood. Where is the secret realm located? Linimo questioned. Near the Celestial Prison Gate, the Blood Demon Larva Queen replied, seizing the opportunity to rapidly spawn a 50-level Blood Demon Larva. Squeak. None noticed this Blood Demon Larva, which nimbly slipped into a crevice. The Celestial Prison Gate, a city at the border of Huaxia, derived its name from its perilous terrain. Die, foolish human profession. The Blood Demon Larva Queen exclaimed with glee, as the spawned larva lunged at Lin Mo's neck. It did not deceive Lin Mo. By using the teleportation scroll to reach the celestial prison gate, one could enter the secret realm. Clearing the secret realm guaranteed a profession card. Yet this teleportation scroll originated from an elder of the insect race belonging to the demon tribe. Should it be lost, the queen's life would be forfeit. Having delayed for so long using the teleportation scroll, the blood demon larva queen awaited this moment. If the summoner perished, the summoned creatures would also meet their demise. The blood demon larva lunged at Lin Mo's neck, but before it could bite, a king-tier shadow soldier seized it and stuffed it into its mouth. The shadow soldier belched contentedly and licked its lips. Eyeing the blood demon larva queen, "I had no intention of killing you. It was you who sought death." Lin Mo shook his head, and in the fearful gaze of the blood demon larva queen, a king-tier shadow soldier opened its gaping maw, defeated the 70-level Lord Boss blood demon larva. Experience points 300,000. Acquired 10 rare-grade materials. Dragon burial stone. Acquired rare-grade equipment. Frost cold fan. Upon receiving the successful defeat notification, all elite-level shadow soldiers leveled up from 46 to 47. As the countdown reached 0, the first round of examinations at the Imperial Capital University officially concluded. Hundreds of thousands of spectators held their breath, staring at the rankings displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. First place, Lin Mo, level 47, Summoner, 450, 000 points. Second place, Wang Jiyang, level 44, Sun Envoy, 280, 000 points. Third place, Yu Ruyun, level 42, 4 Attribute Mage, 240, 000 points. Fourth place, Yi Wuyo, level 42, Wind Attribute Mage, 220, 000 points. Lin Mo, in first place, boasted a staggering 170,000 point lead over second place Wang Jiyang. Observing Lin Mo's 450,000 points securely atop the leaderboard, the audience appeared dazed. They had anticipated the emergence of an underdog in this year's Imperial Capital University admissions examination, but never imagined that this dark horse would overshadow Wang Jiyang. The son of the current Hidden Kill Guild leader, as well as Yu Ruyun, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance. How much? 450, 000 points. Once Lin Mo successfully passes the next 2 rounds, he will undoubtedly secure a spot in the elite class. By the heavens, Lin Mo not only summons monsters, he himself is a monster. Although the point gap was substantial, Wang Jiyang still had the potential to make a comeback. It would ultimately depend on the performance in the following 2 rounds. On stage, the president of the Imperial Capital University, Mao Fong, rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair. "Zhijian, what was the highest score obtained in the first round of examinations in previous years?" The first round of examinations at the Imperial Capital University always took place in the Apocalypse Forest, though the time limits varied each year. 380, 000 points. Su Zhijian pondered briefly before responding. The candidate who achieved 380, 000 points was named Sun Mingyu, who had since become a 95-level rogue and the youngest elder of the Rogue Guild. Unlike Lin Mo, Sun Mingyu had undergone a 24-hour examination, while Lin Mo had reached 450, 000 points in just 5 hours. If given the same amount of time, Lin Mo could easily flatten the Doomsday Forest with the help of thousands of shadow soldiers. The admissions at the Imperial Capital University always have their dark horses. But this year's contender is truly exceptional, remarked Yijing Shuang. Her statement bore 2 meanings. First, Lin Mo had outperformed all others to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, and second, his profession was that of a summoner. Over the years of attending admission fairs, Yijing Shuang had never witnessed a summoner candidate attract such widespread attention. Recall the candidates from the Doomsday Forest. The second round of examinations will commence in half an hour, announced Mao Fongji. The 5-hour countdown may have reached 0, yet for the candidates deep within the Doomsday Forest, the ordeal was far from over. If it comes to worst, let us retreat. We must be cautious not to lose our lives here. Indeed, slaying these 2 royal tier bosses is exceedingly difficult, and even if we succeed, we gain no points. I'd rather make my escape than face you. Among the candidates engaged with the Demon Dragon and Terra, some began to waver, not due to Terra's skill, battle intent fear, but rather the realization that they were simply outmatched by these 2 royal tier bosses. Instead of squandering time here, it would be wiser to conserve energy for the upcoming exams. "It appears your morale is faltering," remarked the Demon Dragon as it clashed with Wang Jiyang. Solar Envoy's 4th tier skill, Raging Flame Conflagration, Wang Zhiyang launched another attack, channeling the power of the sun into a fearsome golden fire lion that lunged at the demon dragon. He was determined to vanquish the demon dragon, for it was a royal tier boss, and defeating it could yield legendary equipment. The demon dragon retaliated with a blast of dragon breath. Boom, boom, boom. Synchronized footsteps resounded, and Wuyo and company turned to see their hopes dashed. Over 1,000 level 47 elite monsters had appeared, evidently there to assist the two royal tier bosses. Damn it, just moments ago we were contemplating retreat. And now it's too late to escape. Crap, if we wish to survive, we can only activate the defensive shield, but doing so would mean forfeiting the examination. I truly am an utter fool. Having already passed the first round? Why couldn't I simply stay in the mid-level area instead of risking it here? The candidates surrounding Terra and the demon dragon lamented their predicament, unwilling to abandon their hopes of passing the examination. Why are you attacking my summoned creatures? The shadow soldiers stood tall, and upon the arrival of their master, Terra and the demon dragon flanked Lin Mo summoned creatures. Did he conjure all these level 47 elite monsters and two royal tier bosses? Chapter 44. What a grand gesture. Gazing at Lin Mo standing at the forefront of the Shadow Legion, flanked by Terra and the demon dragon, the candidates who had been on the verge of despair were struck by lightning. Summon creatures, he summoned all these elite level 47 monsters? Isn't that the summoner guy? Wuyo recognized Lin Mo, for he was the highest-ranked candidate applying to the Imperial Capital University this year. What the hell, level 47? Wuyo exclaimed. Wasn't Lin Mo level 45 before the examination began? How did he suddenly leap to level 47? The pace of his advancement was astonishing. Wang Zhiyang had slain numerous level 60 beasts and was still only level 44. His summoned creatures? The candidates present were at a loss. 9 different types, all elite level monsters, alongside 2 unique royal tier monsters. They had faced Terra and the demon dragon and understood the terror they embodied. Lin Mo? Lu Qingfeng inhaled deeply. Being the only one present who recognized Lin Mo, both hailed from Donghai City, and on the day of awakening, Lu Qingfeng had witnessed Lin Mo conquer the hell-level dungeon. Why are you attacking my summoned creatures? Hearing Lin Mo's words, the candidates' lips twitched. According to the regulations, candidates were not permitted to attack one another, including the summoned creatures of summoners. Before Terra had controlled Wuyo, one candidate had already engaged Terra. Golden flames blazed, and the elements of time, lightning, wind, and wood surged wildly. Wang Zhiyang surveyed Lin Mo and the Shadow Legion behind him, his thoughts a mystery, if he was correct. The level 70 Lord Boss, the bloodsucker demon worm, had already perished at Lin Mo's hands, which meant his top-ranking position was in jeopardy. I was unaware that these were your summons, Wang Zhiyang stated before turning to depart, silently committing Lin Mo's appearance to memory. All candidates were to return to the arena within half an hour. The second round of examinations was about to commence. The announcement echoed from all directions, and over 4,000 candidates in the Doomsday Forest heard it clearly. Those aiming for high scores were few, with many being around level 30, upon hearing the announcement that the examination had concluded. Candidates' emotions varied widely. Some knelt in frustration. I was just one level 40 beast away from advancing to the second round. Just give me a bit more time, I beg you, a little more time. A level 35 warrior candidate in the outer area pleaded, having been on the verge of slaying a level 42 beast, yet his wristband no longer displayed any scores. Some rejoiced while others despaired. As candidates who met the examination requirements laughed and walked towards the nearest teleportation array, the Imperial Capital University, over 4,000 candidates returned to the arena. Under the refracted sunlight, a shadow stretched infinitely. Just as Lin Mo emerged from the teleportation array, he felt countless gazes converge upon him. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, the mentors, the principal, and the 5 presidents seated on the stage shared the same sentiment. The president of the Summoner Guild, Wen Ziyuan, stood and applauded, soon followed by a wave of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Lin Mo, Lin Mo. The crowd chanted Lin Mo's name, despite having no prior knowledge of the youth. Yet this did not hinder their admiration for the one who ranked first with a score of 450,000, surpassing a multitude of prodigies. What is happening? After a grueling 5-hour battle, the candidates felt dazed, questioning whether they had misheard. Should it not be Wang Zhiyang and Urian being called? Upon glancing at the leaderboard displayed on the screen, they were even more bewildered. First, Linimo. Level 47, Summoner, 450, 000 points. Second. Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Solar Envoy, 280, 000 points. Third. Yu Ruyan, level 42, Quad Element Mage, 240, 000 points. Fourth. Yi Wuyo, level 42, Wind Mage, 220, 000 points. Lin Mo's score soared far above that of the second place Wang Zhiyang. Linimo? Who is he? What the hell? His score is over 10 times mine. 450, 000 points. Had all the beasts in the Doomsday Forest been exterminated by Linimo? No wonder he hadn't encountered any level 60 beasts. Witnessing Lin Mo's astounding score of 450, 000, the candidates felt utterly demoralized. Each of them had been top talents in their respective cities, believing they were not far from the elite. Yet now they grasped the stark distinction between mere talent and exceptional genius. Particularly as Linimo, this extraordinary genius, was someone they had never heard of before. Aside from Linimo, the focus of the crowd shifted to Wang Zhiyang in second place and Yu Ruyan in third. Just a summoner, Wang Zhiyang mused. Even if Linimo was somewhat different from ordinary summoners, a summoner was still a summoner. Wang Zhiyang was confident he could defeat him in a lightning-fast strike before Linimo summoned any creatures. As for Linimo soloing the level 70 Lord Boss, the Bloodsucker Demon Worm, Wang Zhiyang believed he could achieve that too. It was nothing extraordinary. Ranking first. Among the many candidates, a pair of beautiful eyes silently observed the center of attention. Linimo Qin Yinran wore a complex expression. Having scored 160,000 points, she ranked 70th, successfully advancing to the next round. This score and rank surpassed most candidates. Furthermore, as a 38th level mage specializing in space and ice attributes, she had a significant chance of progressing through the subsequent rounds. What Qin Yinran had not anticipated was that not only did Linimo advance, but he also claimed the first position. Was parting ways with Linimo the wrong decision? Qin Yinran pondered. On the stage, the principal of the Imperial Capital University, Mao Fangji, turned to the president of the 100 Flowers Guild. Yi Jingshuang, I shall trouble you. President Yi, Mao Fangji stated, a mere trifle. Yi Jingshuang replied, lightly tapping her staff. The 7th tier priest skill, revitalization of all things. In an instant, the arena radiated a dazzling green light, as if dancing sprites flitted into the bodies of the candidates. This high-level priest restored the health, mana, and all attributes of over 4,000 candidates to full capacity with a mere gesture. Is this what a high-level priest is capable of? Linimo gazed at Yi Jingshuang. The president of the 100 Flowers Guild. It is no wonder why a team must include a priest. This recovery is incredibly powerful, instantly replenishing his mana. The candidates checked their wristbands. Those with scores below 10,000 could leave. The vice principal, Su Zhijian, stood in the center of the stage and announced, 2/3 of the 4,000 candidates have vanished, leaving precisely 400. The remaining candidates did not bask in the joy of advancement. This year, the Imperial Capital University only admitted 800 new students, meaning 600 more would be eliminated. First, congratulations on your successful advancement. Before announcing the second round of examinations, I will first disclose the rewards for this year's top 3 and the top 100 candidates. Su Zhijian declared. This was at the principal's behest, with the simple aim of igniting the candidates' desire for high scores. What rewards for the top 3? Linimo felt curious about what the Imperial Capital University would bestow upon the top 3. First, the top 100 candidates will each receive an exquisite grade piece of equipment, with the quality of the equipment increasing with their rank. Upon hearing this, the top 100 candidates' eyes gleamed. All equipment varies in quality, and among exquisite grade equipment, the price of a warrior's weapon far exceeds that of defensive gear. The main event was upon them, as Su Zhijian produced a bow that radiated a purple glow from his spatial ring. The third place reward is a rare level equipment, the Shadow Strike Bow. Shadow Strike Bow, rare level, active effect, unerring shot. Increases hit rate by 30, causing a bleeding effect on the enemy that lasts for 30 minutes. Shadow Teleport, instantly teleport to any location within 100 meters. Passive effect, Strength 2000, Agility 2500. Upon seeing Su Zhijian wielding the Shadow Strike Bow, both the rogue and warrior candidates swallowed hard. This equipment was perfectly suited for their respective professions. The rogue coveted the active skill, Shadow Teleport, while the warrior was enticed by the substantial strength boost of 2000, in contrast to the other candidates' excitement. Lin Mo exhibited a more subdued reaction. He already possessed more than a dozen pieces of rare-level equipment, and the Shadow Strike bow held little utility for him. Su Zhijian's announcement that the second-place winner could select any rare-level equipment from the Imperial Capital University's treasure vault sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. While the Shadow Strike bow was indeed commendable, it was virtually useless for mages, shield-bearers, and priests. Being able to choose any rare-level equipment from the vault meant one could easily find something well-suited for their class. Next came the reward for the top scorer. Su Zhijian cleared his throat, his voice resonating like a bell. The top scorer's reward is a tailor-made rare-level set. A rare-level set? Lin Mo perked up, and the eyes of the 4 guild leaders on stage gleamed with excitement. Principal Mao's generosity was astonishing, offering a rare-level set as the top scorer's reward. Chapter 45. Did he just walk in? Upon hearing the mention of the set, the 1,400 candidates and the hundreds of thousands of spectators held their breath. The words rare-level set spoken by Vice President Su Zhijian sent shockwaves through the audience. The president of the 100 Flowers Guild, Yi Jingshuang, glanced at Principal Mao Fangji. What a tremendous gesture from Principal Mao! This sentiment echoed among the other 3 guild leaders. Any rare-level set held a value comparable to legendary-level equipment, as assembling a complete set was exceedingly challenging. In other words, Principal Mao had effectively bestowed multiple rare-level pieces that, once combined, could trigger a qualitative transformation as the top scorer's reward. A rare-level set? Lin Mo's interest was piqued. He was already adorned in a fine-level set named Shadow. Although it was fine-level, its attribute enhancements far surpassed the rare-level equipment, the Shadow Strike bow, previously presented by Su Zhijian. If fine-level equipment could be so formidable, one could only imagine the power of a rare-level set. Upon learning of the rewards for the top 3 and the top 100, the 1,400 candidates seemed to be invigorated. Filled with zeal, a tailor-made rare-level set. Wang Jiang could hardly contain the solar energy surging within him. Such a high-tier set could only be donned by elders of the Hidden Kill Guild who were level 150 or above. It shall be mine. Wang Jiang's pupils flickered with golden flames. No wonder, the teacher urged me to apply to Imperial Capital University, Yu Rian mused. This year, Imperial Capital University had invited 5 guild leaders to attend. With only the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, her teacher Wei Ziyuan, present at the enrollment ceremony for Magic City University. The education provided by Magic City University for mages was no less than that of Imperial Capital University. Now, Yu Rian understood why her teacher, Wei Ziyuan, had encouraged her to apply to Imperial Capital University. The reward for this year's top scorer is indeed a rare-level set. Lin Mo, Wang Jiang, Yi Wuyo. Yu Rian focused on the formidable contenders for the top position, particularly on Lin Mo and Wang Jiang. The content for the second round of examinations was straightforward. Clear a level 30 dungeon. Su Zhijian announced the exam content. I was terrified, thinking it would be a level 40 dungeon. This round of tests, as the vice president said, is far too simple. Indeed, after the storm comes the rainbow. A level 40 dungeon would pose some difficulty for me, but a level 30 dungeon is a piece of cake. Right? Oh, I'm going to get into Imperial Capital University. The candidates cheered with excitement, as clearing a mere level 30 dungeon was exceedingly easy for them. Is it really that simple? Lin Mo glanced at Su Zhijian on stage. Su Zhijian waved his hand, and the large screen turned towards the candidates. There are a total of 4 levels of dungeons: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. You may choose the normal dungeon, but after this round, the top 500 will be eliminated based on scores. The jubilant candidate smiles froze. In other words, out of 1,400 candidates, only 900 would advance to the third round. The scores for clearing dungeons vary. Normal and hard yield 50, 000, and 100,000 points respectively, while Nightmare grants 200, 000, and Hell offers 400,000 points. To advance, one must choose a higher difficulty dungeon. Otherwise, they risk falling behind in scores and facing elimination. Can we form teams? A candidate inquired. If teams were allowed, perhaps they could attempt the Nightmare difficulty dungeon? No. Su Zhijian shook his head. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. No team formation is allowed. I only have 20,000 points. To advance, I must choose the hard dungeon. Who would dare choose the normal level when the monsters in the hard dungeon are all level 40? Candidates began to discuss amongst themselves what difficulty dungeon to choose, and the notion of the normal level was met with disbelief. Among the 1,400 candidates, only the top 20 could confidently advance. However, in pursuit of the rewards for the top 3 and top 100, they were unwilling to settle for merely clearing the normal level dungeon. Vice President Su is quite devious. The audience engaged in spirited discussions as the second round of examinations vividly illustrated the significance of scores. It not only sowed doubt among the candidates but also created suspense around the top scorer, second place, and third place. Currently, Lin Mo had 450,000 points, while if Wang Jiang cleared the Hell level dungeon, he would easily surpass him. The Hell dungeon features monsters of level 60. Lin Mo received the introductions for the various difficulty dungeons distributed to the candidates in the normal dungeon. Monsters are level 30, and so forth. In the Hell dungeon, they are level 60. Amidst the clamor of the playground, Wang Jiang was the first to stand in line for the Hell level dungeon. The tailor-made rare level set shall be mine. Wang Jiang brimmed with fighting spirit. He was arrogant, never placing his peers in high regard. Even before applying to Imperial Capital University, he had already considered the top position as his own. Coupled with the generous rewards for the top scorer, he was determined to choose the Hell level dungeon to surpass Lin Mo and reclaim the #1 spot. The first candidate to choose the Hell level dungeon has emerged. I had already anticipated that Wang Jiang would do this. He is certainly not one to accept being second. Yu Ruyan and Yi Wuyo also opted for the Hell level dungeon. Where is Lin Mo? The audience turned their gaze to the corner of the playground, where Lin Mo sat, seemingly unmoving. What does Lin Mo mean by this? Is he not planning to choose the Hell level dungeon? If Wang Jiang and the others clear it, he will plummet from 1st to 4th place. Summoners struggle to clear the Hell level dungeon without summoning monsters in advance. It's likely Lin Mo will choose the hard level dungeon. How boring. I thought Lin Mo would choose the Hell level dungeon. Hearing the spectators' discussions beyond the fence, Lin Mo yawned. He was simply sitting in the shade to avoid the sun. With 3 to 4 minutes remaining for candidates to decide in the second round of examinations, how could they say he was being cowardly? Upon arriving at the line for the Hell level dungeon, Lin Mo nodded at the instructor. Oh, Lin Mo did not choose the hard level dungeon. Instead, he selected the Hell level dungeon just like Wang Jiang and the others. The audience erupted with excitement. This meant that the rankings for the top 3 were no longer certain. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. As Yu Ruyan discreetly scrutinized Lin Mo, she had some unresolved issues with him. During the completion of their second transfer task, both had obtained the item, Behemoth Heart. However, Lin Mo had managed to kill the level 60 Lord Boss, the rampaging behemoth, before her, causing Yu Ruyan to delay in completing her second transfer task. Otherwise, she would have been a 43 level 4 attribute mage by now, instead of 42. Buddy, are you sure you want to choose the Hell level dungeon? Be careful of being torn apart by the level 60 monsters as soon as you enter, Yi Wuyo kindly reminded him. The Doomsday Forest at least has a safe zone, allowing summon masters ample time to summon their monsters. Dungeons are different. Upon entering, they are immediately attacked by monsters, and a momentary lapse could lead to a fatal blow. Moreover, if one encounters a life-threatening situation in the Doomsday Forest, they can activate a defensive shield. In a dungeon, no one will come to your aid. Since I'm here, I might as well see what it's like, Lin Mo replied. Yi Wuyo, that I think you are simply desperate for that rare level set. While I want it too, it's nearly impossible with those two around, Yi Wuyo remarked, referring to Wang Jiang and Yu Ruyan. After making their choices, the candidates moved to the Imperial Capital University's dungeon area. Under a shroud of thunderclouds, thousands of ancient towers loomed. On the way, Lin Mo noticed several students from Imperial Capital University. Boom! Thunder rumbled as Vice President Su Zhijian orderly directed the candidates into the dungeon. I am Lu Qifeng, the second-year director. Follow me, said Lu Qifeng, a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leading Lin Mo and the others to the innermost Hell-level ancient tower. There are a total of 10. You may choose any one of them. Lu Qifeng gestured towards the 10 ancient towers, all of which were Hell-level. Lin Mo approached the nearest tower, and the staff entered a password to unlock the tower door. Candidate Lin Mo, your profession is summoner. You have 5 minutes to summon your monsters, the staff announced. Can we summon monsters in advance? Yi Wuyo's face twitched. This changes everything, as he had personally felt the power of the 2 king-tier bosses summoned by Lin Mo. It made sense to allow summon masters some time to prepare. After all, one couldn't just let them enter a dungeon and be immediately attacked by monsters. No need, Lin Mo replied, striding confidently into the ancient tower. Bang! The tower door closed. Yi Wuyo, Wang Ziyang, and Yu Ruyan exchanged a glance, both feeling the mutual confusion and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Yi Wuyo scratched his head vigorously. gesturing towards the tightly sealed entrance of the ancient tower. He just walk in like that. Chapter 46. A bold idea at noon. The sun blazed fiercely, sending ripples through the air. Yet this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers at the Imperial Capital University. The annual enrollment day had arrived, and universities opened their gates for public viewing. With an expansive area of 600 square kilometers, Imperial Capital University attracted nearly millions each year, eager to unveil the mysteries of the foremost university in Huaxia. The instance zone was particularly lively, filled not only with seasoned students of Imperial Capital University but also with a plethora of visitors keenly observing the admissions examinations. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds loomed overhead, with thousands of ancient towers standing resolute. Standing at the entrance of the nightmare-level instance, Lu Chengfeng clenched his fists, watching Lin Emo confidently stride towards the hell-level instance not far away. As a level 38 berserker, he knew he lacked the strength to conquer the hell-level instance. Unless he reached level 40, have I fallen so far behind Lin Emo? Lu Chengfeng grumbled inwardly. Before applying to Imperial Capital University, he was recognized as the top genius of Donghai City, even receiving a personal visit from Mayor Gu Yaohua. Yet now, it appeared that Lin Emo had a better chance of gaining admission to Imperial Capital University. Has Lin Emo lost his mind? Lu Chengfeng's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Lin Emo boldly enter the ancient tower. A summoner entering an instance without summoning monsters first. Was he underestimating the beasts? Frankly speaking, a summoner would struggle against a priest even barehanded. Their summoned creatures were their greatest reliance. He just walked in like that? Wu swallowed hard. The eyes of the onlooking seasoned students and the crowd were wide with astonishment. Unable to comprehend Lin Mo's intentions, why hadn't he summoned monsters beforehand? The staff had already cautioned Lin Emo. Doesn't he actually think that the instance zone at Imperial Capital is like the low-level instance zones of ordinary cities? Does he? The first level of the hell-level instance houses monsters no lower than level 60. I think I hear screams. Could it be that Lin Emo has already been torn to shreds? Principal, should we open the ancient tower to check? Watching Lin Emo enter the hell-level ancient tower alone, the expressions of the council members turned slightly alarmed, and Vice Principal Su Zhijian hurriedly spoke up. After all, it was not easy to recruit a promising summoner, only to discover that he lacked common sense. A level 60 hell-level instance is not something one can recklessly enter. A faint trace of bloodlust seeped into the ancient tower. Catching the attention of Mao Fong, whose eyes flickered, Lao 1, how long is the cooldown for your summoning skill at level 47? Mao Fong first gestured for Su Zhijian to refrain from opening the tower, then turned to Wan Zhiyuan, the president of the Summoner Guild. 30 seconds to summon an elite-level skeleton spearman. Wan Zhiyuan pondered before responding. Then you were far behind Lin Emo in your youth. Within the first layer of the hell-level ancient tower, 20 level 47 king-tier shadow soldiers let out chilling laughter. Wolf fur littered the ground, and blood dripped slowly from the walls. The first layer of the hell-level ancient tower was occupied by a horde of level 60 ironback wolves, around 30 to 40 of them, who stood no chance against the king-tier shadow soldiers. The sounds of gnashing echoed as the 20 king-tier shadow soldiers greedily absorbed the nutrients from the ironback wolves. Experience 6,000. Experience 6,000. Each wolf slain granted Lin Emo an experience boost of 6,000. It was all too simple. Lin Emo found it utterly dull. This layer of beasts didn't even require the intervention of the Ghost Shadow Legion General, Terra, or the Demon Dragon. The king-tier shadow soldiers could easily handle it. As he watched the 20 king-tier shadow soldiers tear the ironback wolves apart, Lin Emo conceived a daring idea. This audacious thought was to evolve one of the king-tier shadow soldiers into an emperor-tier shadow soldier. The monsters summoned by a summoner are classified into several ranks: ordinary, elite, lord, king, emperor, and saint. Only when a summoner reaches level 100 can they summon king-tier monsters, and emperor-tier requires level 120. Yet the shadow soldiers defy this rule. Capable of infinite evolution and growth, all the shadow soldiers began feeding the beasts to Xiao Wu. Lin Emo commanded. Xiao Wu was the first shadow soldier he had summoned, boasting the highest attributes among all the shadow soldiers and the greatest potential for a rapid advancement to emperor tier. Upon receiving Lin Mo's order, the shadow soldier named Xiao Wu danced with excitement, opening its mouth wide in anticipation of its companion's offerings. Damn it, the beasts on the first layer are that powerful? Iwuyu cried out as he was pursued by the Ironback Wolves. After unleashing a series of wind-based spells and sorcery skills, Iwuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Warlock was a hidden class, lacking high burst damage skills, he could only gradually whittle down the beast's health with poison. Meanwhile, Wang Zhiyong and Yu Yin smoothly dealt with the monsters on the first layer and advanced to the second. Outside the instance zone, the crowd was a sea of faces. The admissions process at Imperial Capital University had reached a fever pitch, with the 4 hell-level ancient towers drawing immense attention. Who would be the first to reach the second layer? It must be Wang Zhiyong. The Solar Envoy is the pinnacle of hidden classes, while Yu Yin, the 4-attribute mage, falls just short. I actually believe Yu Yin might be faster than Wang Zhiyong. Let us not forget that among her 4 attributes, the lightning attribute is widely recognized as the most powerful. Why is everyone discussing these two? Isn't Lin Mo at the top of the rankings? Lin Mo probably died on the first layer. He entered without summoning monsters. It lit up. Almost simultaneously, the second layer of the ancient tower where Wang Zhiyong and Yu Yin stood illuminated, signifying that they had completely dealt with the first layer of beasts. Lin Mo's ancient tower lit up as well. He didn't die. Perhaps he has some life-preserving equipment? The second layers of the 3 hell-level ancient towers glowed, with the monster levels rising from 60 to 65, and their numbers increasing accordingly. To the audience's surprise, Lin Mo, whom they had assumed dead on the first layer, had successfully advanced to the second layer. The jungle was dense, rustling sounds filled the air. Lin Mo surveyed the second layer of the ancient tower, where over 40 level 65 golden-back mantises awaited. Boom, boom, boom. Each step taken by the towering king-tier shadow soldiers caused the ground to tremble. The group of golden-back mantises, resembling small mountains, stood bewildered. With 1.5 million health points and an additional 500,000 physique, who exactly was the real monster here? With their low intelligence, driven purely by the instinct to kill. The golden-back mantises lunged at a shadow soldier. Physique minus 200. Physique minus 200. The shadow soldier looked down at the golden-back mantis scratching it, and with a single slap, it crushed one instantly. Lin Mo could hardly contain himself. Over 40 level 65 golden-back mantises rushed in, overwhelming even the defense of a king-tier shadow soldier. With physique depleted, the shadow soldier still boasted an impressive 1.5 million health points. Xiao Wu, it's time to eat. Lin Mo instructed the shadow soldier named Xiao Wu. Like a well-oiled assembly line, the king-tier shadow soldiers battered the golden-back mantises to near death before feeding them into Xiao Wu's mouth. The mantises vanished into Xiao Wu's belly, disappearing in the shadows. Once again, they devoured over 40 level 65 beasts. Xiao Wu's health surged to 1.8 million, progressing towards becoming an emperor-tier shadow soldier. The third layer, the fourth layer, the hell-level ancient tower where Lin Mo resided, illuminated every 2 to 3 minutes. By the time he reached the fifth layer, Wang Zhiyong and Yu Yin were still stuck at the third layer, completely unaware that Lin Mo was on the verge of completing the instance. Chapter 47. Clearing the hell-level instance at Imperial Capital University, 2 students clad in uniforms entered through the east gate. So many people. Yu glanced around, seeing throngs of visitors touring the school. You should be more concerned about your cousin Lin Mo's progress. Shang Zhaoshui remarked. Originally, she and Yu had planned to accompany Lin Mo for the exam. But unforeseen circumstances delayed their arrival until the afternoon. I couldn't get through on the phone. He's probably still taking the exam. Yu speculated. President, Vice President. As the two approached the east gate, dozens of students in uniforms rushed up to them. Each wore a badge emblazoned with the character Shangyu, their levels averaging around 55. The leading student was a chubby boy, a level 57 guardian, who greeted Shang Zhaoshui and Yu with a beaming smile. How is the admissions examination progressing? Are there any candidates suitable to join our club? Shang Zhaoshui inquired. She and Yu had established a club named Shangyu at Imperial Capital University, and the individuals before them were its members. We're in the second round, President. There's a candidate named Lin Mo who is simply extraordinary. The chubby boy exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Lin Mo's name. Shang Zhaoshui turned to Yu. President, do you have any idea how incredible Lin Mo is? He has only recently awakened and has already surpassed level 47. At first, I thought a level 47 summoner was nothing special. Anyone familiar with the class understands, but who would have guessed that the monsters he summoned are more powerful than the last? He soloed a level 70 Lord Boss, the Blood Demon Worm. The chubby boy grew increasingly animated. And there's more. Linamo can summon 2 King-tier boss monsters. King-tier, Yun Ruiqi. The Linamo you speak of is the cousin of Chen Lingyu. Shang Xiaoshui interjected. Linamo is the vice president's cousin? Yun Ruiqi's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of the Shangyu club members behind him. Chen Lingyu was left in a daze, gazing at the scoreboard displaying the rankings. First place, Linamo, level 47, Summoner, 450, 000 points. What? Her astonishment morphed into shock as Chen Lingyu pointed at the scoreboard. Xiaoshui, did you see? Linamo is currently in first place. Chen Lingyu exclaimed with excitement. She had anticipated that Linamo would pass the first round of examinations, but never imagined he would score so high. This year's applicants for Imperial Capital University were renowned talents, primarily the offspring of prominent families from the Imperial Capital and Magic City, such as Wang Zhiyang, Yu Ruyan, and Wei Yuning. In the eyes of Chen Lingyu, it is only natural for Linamo to rank within the top 100, while a position within the top 50 is a delightful surprise. After all, the demon dragon summoned by Linamo has engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the level 59 Judgment Warrior, Shang Xiaoshui. The fact that he secured the first position was beyond her expectations. My cousin, Linamo, is my cousin, Chen Lingyu said with an air of pride. The vice president is impressive, and my cousin Linamo is incredible. Yun Ruiqi exclaimed excitedly. If the vice president's cousin were to join our club, would we still be at the mercy of those petty members from the Flying Dragon Club? Upon hearing the name of the Flying Dragon Club, Shang Xiaoshui's expression darkened. Her close friend, Chen Lingyu, often teased her about being the victim of backstabbing, and Shang Xiaoshui was well aware of her tendency to trust others too easily, which often led to betrayal. Capital University encourages students to form clubs, and there are numerous benefits to joining one. For instance, teaming up to slay monsters is far more effective with club members than with strangers. Moreover, completing second and third tier quests can be a collaborative effort. As the more people involved, the greater the strength. The Shangyu Club once held the title of the strongest club in their sophomore year, with President Shang Xiaoshui being exceptionally generous, frequently assisting club members without charge. However, she had been betrayed once again, this time by Shi Linghui, her second-best friend after Chen Lingyu. As a core member of the club, Shi Linghui secretly incited the majority of the members to join the Flying Dragon Club, which led to the gradual decline of the Shangyu Club. Let's discuss it again once Linamo has been accepted into Capital University. What is the content of the second round of assessments? Shang Xiaoshui inquired. The challenge involves a dungeon, and Linamo has chosen the Hell level, a level 60 Hell dungeon, indeed. Let us go and take a look. In the dungeon area of Capital University, the audience was packed tightly. It lit up. The ancient tower where Linamo is located has lit up again. Isn't the light in the ancient tower malfunctioning, turning on every 2 to 3 minutes? Linamo had already advanced to the 5th level, while Wang Zhiyang and Yu Ruyan were still struggling with the beasts on the 3rd level. The audience gasped at the frequent illumination of the ancient tower. Linmo's speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that they could hardly believe it. The older students from the 2nd and 3rd years raised their eyebrows. These upperclassmen were all at least level 50, with the highest being level 70. Is it truly that smooth? One 3rd-year student remarked. He himself could clear the Hell level dungeon, averaging 10 minutes for the first 3 levels. In contrast, Linamo illuminated the lights in just 3 to 4 minutes on the first 3 levels, surpassing his speed as a level 65 warrior. The 5th level features level 60 elite monsters, so Linamo should require some time, the examinees speculated. They were regulars in the Hell level ancient tower, knowing the first 4 levels were populated by ordinary beasts, while the 5th level began with elite monsters. Just as they finished speaking, the ancient tower on Linmo's 6th level lit up. No way. Does Linmo's ancient tower have no beasts? How can his progress be so swift? What a joke. Our university's dungeon area has never had such an issue. Some examinees felt that these 2nd-year students were even more formidable than them. Especially Linamo, who was astoundingly monstrous. Some 2nd-year students wore solemn expressions. They had outlasted the 4th-year students, believing they could finally assert dominance over the 1st-year newcomers. Yet, Linamo, Wang Zhiyang, and Yu Ruyan were all exceptional talents, fully capable of turning the tables on the 2nd-year students. In the 6th level of the ancient tower, the roar of bears resounded deafeningly. Over 50 level 65 elite beasts, silver ring blood-scaled bears, stood tall. Upon seeing the leading shadow soldier Xiaowu, the silver ring blood-scaled bears fell silent. with 1.9 million health points and 900,000 physique. What kind of monster is this? As the shadow soldier Xiaowu was about to evolve into a royal tier, it roared, causing the silver ring blood-scaled bears to tumble to the ground. Only 2 levels remain. Lin Emo approached the stairs. The hell-level ancient tower consists of 8 levels, and clearing all 8 levels would signify victory. Lin Emo was not concerned about whether he could clear it, but rather whether he could allow Xiaowu to evolve into a royal tier shadow soldier before clearing it. Another ruthless slaughter ensued. As the silver ring blood-scaled bears were taken down one after another by the shadow soldiers, the strength of the beasts on this level was decent enough. Upon reaching the 7th level, Lin Emo barely maintained his focus. Level 70 elite beasts, ice and snow giant lizards. Unfortunately, their numbers were scant. Only 10 upon discovering the intruder, the ice and snow giant lizards unleashed icy spikes at Lin Emo. The shadow soldiers took all the hits, the sharp ice spikes striking them with no effect whatsoever. Seizing one ice and snow giant lizard, the shadow soldiers swiftly knocked it unconscious and began the onslaught. The powerful attacks from the ice and snow giant lizard were akin to mere basic attacks against the shadow soldier, while the shadow soldier's basic attacks were equivalent to spellcasting. With a resounding crack, the light of the 8th level of the hell-level ancient tower illuminated, and Lin Emo, who had been crushing his way through, showed no urgency to leave the dungeon. The first royal tier shadow soldier was born. Upon checking Xiaowu's stats, Lin Emo discovered that not only had its health points and other attributes significantly increased, but it had also gained a remarkably formidable skill. Shadow Soldier, Owner, Lin Emo, Level 47, Royal Tier Summon, Health 2. 6 million, Magic, 1 million, Agility, 400,000, Strength, 500,000, Mental Strength, 100,000, Physique, 1 million, Skills, Unheavenly Barrier, Shockwave, Gravitational Bite, Steadfast as a Mountain, Furious Strike, Passive Skill, Devour. Gazing at the attributes of the only royal tier shadow soldier, Lin Emo felt a surge of excitement. With 2.6 million health points combined with 1 million physique, that equates to 3.6 million health. A single punch from the shadow soldier can inflict 500,000 points of damage, truly transforming a basic attack into a formidable strike. The royal tier shadow soldier brought Lin Emo more than just surprises. It also acquired a highly extraordinary skill named Unheavenly Barrier. Unheavenly Barrier, exclusive skill of the shadow soldier, Crumbling World, summons a sandstorm covering a radius of 20 miles, inflicting a 70 slow effect on all targets within the area, dealing 50,000 damage per second. Impenetrable, physique increased by another 1 million, with 100 damage reflection upon enemy attacks. Note, I shall bestow upon you endless torment. So, wearing the reflective armor means attacking me is tantamount to self-harm. Lin Emo glanced at the second effect of the Unheavenly Barrier, Impenetrable. The royal tier shadow soldier's health and physique already reached 3.6 million, and Impenetrable adds an additional 1 million physique. Furthermore, with a 100 damage reflection effect. It is utterly astonishing. If someone inflicts 100,000 damage on the shadow soldier, the attacker would also lose 100,000 health or physique. Crumbling World offers both area damage and control effects, slowing all targets within 20 miles by 70 and dealing 50,000 damage per second. Is this what a royal tier shadow soldier is like? Lin Emo looked at Xiaowu, who was playfully acting cute, and despite its evolution to royal tier, the shadow soldier was anything but adorable. Soon, a vision appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of royal tier shadow soldiers casting the Unheavenly Barrier skill together would render all enemies within 1,000 miles unable to move. Suffering continuous attacks from the sandstorm every second, the mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. Having commanded the shadow soldier to return to the summoning space for rest, Lin Emo stepped into the teleportation array and emerged outside the ancient tower. This time, the scrutiny he faced was even greater than during the first round of assessments. Outside the dungeon area, throngs of people gathered. Upon seeing Lin Emo standing at the entrance of the hell-level ancient tower, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt into waves of applause. Wow, Lin Emo, it's him again. The first examinee to clear the hell-level dungeon has appeared. Goodness, Lin Emo completed it in less than half an hour. Faster than the third-year students. Wang Jiang was just 2 levels away. While Yu Ruyan and Yi Wuya were still on the 5th level, it would take at least another hour for the 3 of them to clear it. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Hell level dungeon. You have earned 400,000 points, the staff announced, eyeing the immaculate Lin Mo incredible. Having worked in the dungeon area of Capital University for several years, he had witnessed numerous students challenge the Hell level dungeon. These students ranged from level 60 to level 70 to beyond that. Any higher-level professionals clearing it would not yield significant benefits, as the experience gain would be minimal. A level 47 professional clearing the Hell level dungeon in less than half an hour was utterly unheard of. Are you injured? A level 60 priestess, around 24 or 25 years old, approached Lin Mo. Her name was Zhang Miaohan, the captain of the rescue team responsible for treating injured examinees in the dungeon. Do I look like I'm injured? Lin Mo replied, impressive. You are far superior to those second and third-year students. They all sustain injuries to varying degrees when clearing the Hell level dungeon, with some even nearly losing their lives inside. Confirming that Lin Mo had no injuries, Zhang Miaohan expressed her admiration. The big screen refreshed with the scores once more. First place, Lin Mo, level 47, Summoner, 850, 000 points. Second place, Wang Xiang, level 44, Solar Envoy, 280,000 points. Third place, Yu Rian, level 42, 4 Tribute Mage, 240, 000 points, 850,000 points, a staggering 570,000 points ahead of second place Wang Xiang. The crowd collectively gasped, realizing that Lin Mo's score firmly secured his position as the top candidate. 850,000 points. Unless Wang Xiang could raise his score from 280,000 to 680,000 by clearing the Hell level dungeon, it could already be announced that this year's top candidate for Capital University admissions was Lin Mo. That's exceedingly terrifying. I calculated that 150,000 points would guarantee admission to Capital University, and Lin Mo's score is equivalent to 5 times that. However, the content of the third round of assessments remained uncertain. Currently, the rankings of Lin Mo, Wang Xiang, and Yu Rian held a slight air of suspense, with the lowest reward being a piece of rare-grade equipment. Rare-grade equipment, a coveted treasure sought after by countless professionals. As time trickles away, candidates gradually emerge from the challenging and nightmarish dungeons. Upon seeing Lin Mo's astonishing score of 850,000 points, the other candidates rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Goodness! The echoes of national pride resounded. Candidates gazed at their scores, which ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands, and then back at Lin Mo's 850, 000, lost in deep contemplation. The light signaling the completion of the Hell-level ancient tower flickered on, and Wang Zhiyang was teleported out. I must be the first to clear it. Wang Zhiyang surveyed his surroundings an entire hour. As a level 44 hidden class Sun Messenger, he had completed the Hell-level dungeon in just 1 hour. In Wang Zhiyang's eyes, no one could match this speed. Not Yu Ruyin, nor the dual-class Awakened Wind Mage and Sorcerer, Yi Wu Yu. As for Lin Mo, just a fool, Wang Zhiyang mused. He had misjudged Lin Mo, initially thinking him a formidable rival in the competition for the top spot, only to see Lin Mo enter the Hell-level dungeon without a second thought. Was such behavior anything but foolish? The first layer's demon beast was a level 60 diamond wolf, easily capable of slaying a defenseless level 47 summoner. After a prolonged silence without spotting Lin Mo, Wang Zhiyang assumed he had perished within the dungeon. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Hell-level dungeon. You earn an additional 400,000 points, the staff announced. Do you require a rescue team's priest to treat your injuries? They inquired. Not necessary, Wang Zhiyang shook his head. He had expended magic points, which could be swiftly replenished by absorbing solar energy. Impressive. You emerged from the Hell-level dungeon unscathed, just like Lin Mo. Wang Zhiyang glanced at the staff, then at the large screen. First place, Lin Mo, level 47, Summoner, 850, 000 points. Second place, Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Sun Messenger, 680, 000 points. Third place, Yu Ruyin, level 42, 4 Element Mage, 240, 000 points. Lin Mo cleared it too. He had finished half an hour ago. Waiting on the playground for the second round of examinations, Wang Zhiyang's face twitched. No wonder he hadn't heard applause upon clearing. Lin Mo had surpassed him in the Hell-level dungeon. No one would applaud the second-place finisher. Only the first would be remembered. Emerging from the dungeon, Yu Ruyin appeared somewhat disheveled, her magic points depleted and her arms scratched by a demon beast. Fortunately, she had successfully cleared the dungeon, her score rising to 640,000 points. However, Seeing her score increase yet her rank unchanged, she silently regained her magic points, awaiting the final examination. She still had a chance to turn the tide, not only for the title of top scorer but more importantly, for that bespoke rare grade set. Help! Help! Save me! The battered Iwuyu crawled out of the ancient tower, his health hanging by a thread at just 404 points. Among the four, he was the most miserable, nearly losing his life in the hell-level dungeon. Yijing Shuang from the 100 Flowers Guild, witnessing this, cast a spell, and Iwuyu's pale complexion gradually regained color. Let us see what Vice Principal Su has in store for the final examination. Yijing Shuang remarked. With 1,400 candidates initially, only 900 remained after eliminations, meaning another 100 would be cut. After some conversation, Yijing Shuang learned that the final examination seemed to involve a challenge arena. Observing the defiance etched on Wang Zhiyang's face, Yijing Shuang knew that if the rankings were to be determined through the arena, he would undoubtedly choose Lin Mo as his opponent. The hidden class Sun Messenger challenging the summoner in the arena. Previously, Yijing Shuang would have shown little interest. However, having witnessed Lin Mo's performances in the first two rounds, even she, the president of one of the 6 major guilds in Huaxia, couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 49. Am I being treated as a soft persimmon? A gentle breeze rustled, and leaves fell with a soft rustling sound in the playground of the Imperial Capital University. The 1,400 candidates, rejuvenated by group healing, anxiously gazed at the ranking displayed on the large screen. 900 candidates were eliminated. 820.0. I've advanced. Damn it. I was just one short. I'm ranked 901 and eliminated. Curse it. Had I known scores were this crucial, I should have killed a few more demon beasts in the Apocalypse Forest. Some individuals raised their fists in excitement, while others lamented with their heads in their hands. The eliminated candidates reluctantly exited the playground, casting envious glances at those who continued to compete. They still had the opportunity to attend university, with enrollment lasting 2 days, but they could no longer apply to the Imperial Capital University. For them, gaining admission to any university was a breeze. Some didn't even need to take exams for direct recruitment. Yet, this was the Imperial Capital University, the dream institution for countless individuals. Observing the departing candidates, the audience felt a wave of sympathy. Those who advanced to the second round were all prodigies from various cities. It was simply a harsh reality. Congratulations on successfully participating in the final examination. Are you satisfied with your rankings and scores? Vice Principal Su Zhijian announced from the stage. Upon hearing this, the lower-ranked candidates felt a tightening in their chests. It was known that this year, the Imperial Capital University had reduced its enrollment quota, which meant that at least another 100 would be eliminated in the final round. Not satisfied, most candidates shouted. Some felt their rankings were too low and that they could improve, while those ranked lower shouted even louder, determined to exert every ounce of effort. Having come this far, none wished to be eliminated. Very well, the final examination will be an arena competition. Su Zhijian addressed the 900 candidates in the playground. The rules are simple. Candidates ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher, and the winners will earn corresponding points. After announcing the final examination rules, the candidates rubbed their hands in anticipation. The suspense was not yet over. Especially for those ranked lower, as long as they succeeded in their challenges, they could turn the tide. Each candidate has only one opportunity. If you win, you can continue challenging, but if you lose, your current score will be your final result. Su Zhijian added, if there were unlimited chances, the competitions would drag on indefinitely. Quickly, candidates began to scout for opponents, stepping onto the arena under the watchful eyes of their mentors. Lin Mo. Wang Zhiyang's eyes gleamed with intensity, his golden pupils narrowing. If he could defeat Lin Mo, he would surpass him and claim the title of top scorer for this year's Imperial Capital University admissions. Not only Wang Zhiyang, but many also harbored thoughts of challenging Lin Mo among the top 3 candidates. Wang Zhiyang was a hidden class sun messenger. Yu Ru Yin wielded the powers of time, wind, lightning, and wood as a 4-element mage, while Lin Mo, despite his staggering level, was merely an awakened summoner. Compared to Wang Zhiyang and Yu Ru Yin, Lin Mo was undoubtedly the most vulnerable opponent. Have I become a soft persimmon? Feeling the multitude of hostile gazes, Lin Mo smiled at the corners of his mouth. I challenge you. Iwuyu jumped forward, pointing at Wang Zhiyang, memories of Wang Zhiyang's ruthless slaughter of demon beasts in the Apocalypse Forest flashing in his mind. Iwuyu glanced at Yu Ru Yin, recalling the terrifying power of her lightning skills. Di Wuyu stole a glance at Lin Mo. He had once been controlled by Terra, the despair of losing control over his body still fresh in his memory. Damn it! Iwuyu cursed under his breath. Let us just go with the flow. Even though the arena won't endanger our lives, who would willingly take a beating knowing they can't win? I am challenging Iwuyu, announced the 5th-ranked lightning mage, Shi Jiji. Realizing the opportunity was limited, he decided to secure a win against Iwuyu first. You want to challenge me? Iwuyu rolled up his sleeves. Can't beat those 3, but you think you can beat me? Iwuyu followed Shi Jiji onto the arena, instantly causing a stir. After all, this was a match between the 4th and 5th ranked candidates, far more thrilling than those ranked lower. Lin Mo. Wang Zhiyang was brimming with fighting spirit, and before he could speak, Yu Ruyin interjected. I want to challenge Lin Mo. So do I. Wang Zhiyang followed closely behind. Both wanted to challenge Lin Mo. Vice Principal Su Zhijian approached upon seeing the situation. According to the rules, lower-ranked candidates may only challenge higher-ranked candidates. If both of you wish to challenge Lin Mo, one must either forfeit or Yu Ruyin must first defeat Wang Zhiyang, Su Zhijian stated. Forfeit? Yu Ruyin shook her head. She desired not merely the title of top scorer but the rare grade set awarded to the top scorer. It seems we'll have to fight first. Yu Ruyin looked at Wang Zhiyang to be why defeating Wang Zhiyang first, and then Lin Mo. Her score would secure her the top position. Very well, then I'll ensure you lose your chance to challenge. Wang Zhiyang gathered golden flames in his palm and then extinguished them with a fist. Watching the two depart, Lin Mo shrugged. He didn't mind who he fought. It didn't matter who won or lost between the two, as he would ultimately emerge victorious. Wang Zhiyang and Yu Ruyin were about to take the arena. Goodness, this match will be far more exciting than Iwuyu's. Lin Mo's score was so high. Why weren't they challenging him? It seemed both wanted to challenge Lin Mo, but due to the rules, only the victor could challenge further. The audience looked at Lin Mo with pity. Despite being ranked first, he was treated as a soft persimmon, with the 2nd and 3rd rushing to take him on. Lin Mo watched with amusement as other matches unfolded. For now, no one was challenging him. The top 20 candidates had each found their opponents, and the outcome between Wang Zhiyang and Yu Ruyin was yet to be determined. Bang, bang, bang. This was the duel between a level 33 warrior candidate and a level 34 shield bearer candidate. They exchanged blows evenly matched. Ultimately, the level 34 shield bearer emerged battered but victorious, rising in rank from 850th to 790. I made it. Haha, I'm in the Imperial Capital University. Ignoring his injuries, that candidate knelt, laughing joyfully towards the heavens. The audience, captivated by the match, erupted in applause and cheers. After a while, Lin Mo made his way to the center of the playground, where the crowd surrounding the arena was thick, with layers of spectators. The heightened interest was undoubtedly due to Wang Zhiyang and Yu Ruyin. President Wang, your esteemed son is about to engage in a contest with Yu Ruyin. This was proclaimed by Mao Fangji, the president of the Imperial Capital University. The 5 presidents engaged in conversation turned their gazes towards the center of the arena. Their interest in the majority of candidates vying for supremacy in the playground was minimal. As high-ranking professionals, they could discern the outcome merely by a glance at the candidates' professions and levels. However, these two were exceptional. Firstly, their awakened professions were extraordinary. One was a solar envoy, and the other a 4-element mage. Additionally, their identities were unique. Wang Zhiyang was the son of Wang Taihong, the president of the Hidden Kill Guild, while Yu Ruyin was a direct disciple of Wei Zhiyuan, the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance. I place my bets on Zhiyang, declared Taiding Chong, the president of the Heavenly Shield Guild, in a serious tone. Wang Zhiyang possesses the hidden profession of Solar Envoy and is 2 levels higher than Yu Ruyin. Do not forget that child Yu Ruyin awakened with the Time Element, and Time Element mages are not easily dealt with, countered Yijing Shuang, offering a differing perspective. Among mages, aside from the 5 primary elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the other elements can strictly be considered hidden professions. Particularly, the awakening probabilities of time and space elements are exceedingly low, and the Mage Alliance treats those who awaken these attributes as treasures. Let us observe how they fare. Each possesses their own advantages, Mao Fangji interjected. As the discussion unfolded, the contest began, and in an instant, a tempest arose at the center of the arena. Yu Ruyin took the initiative, unleashing her wind element skill against Wang Zhiyang. Chapter 50. The contest of top scholars in the arena's center. Yu Ruyin brandished her staff and launched the first strike. Wind element, Tier 3 skill, Gale Blade. Vine element, Tier 3 skill, Wisteria Entanglement. Thunder element, Tier 4 skill, Lightning Flash. She unleashed 3 skills of different elements in quick succession, and the howling winds caused the onlookers to sway. Hundreds of blue dagger-shaped wind blades hurtled towards Wang Zhiyang. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Wang Zhiyang's legs, while a massive bolt of thunder descended from the heavens with a ferocious crack. The fluidity of her skill execution was remarkable. Even a level 50 heavenly shield would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Do you think the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance took Yu Ruyun as a disciple for no reason? Historically, no one has ever awakened as a 4-element mage, and Yu Ruyun possesses an S-class talent. By the heavens, could Wang Zhiyang be reduced to cinders? The spectators grimaced as they witnessed Yu Ruyun's devastating assault. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resounded deafeningly, and thick black smoke billowed from the arena. The golden flames were blinding as Wang Zhiyang emerged from the smoke. Dusting himself off, "Is this truly all your capabilities? I expected more from you," Wang Zhiyang remarked. The vines that had ensnared his legs were reduced to ashes by the golden flames, and he managed to block all the wind blades and thunder with a barrier he conjured. Not a scratch. Yu Ruyun gazed incredulously at the unscathed Wang Zhiyang. She had not anticipated that her strike would be so effortlessly deflected. As the sun sank lower in the sky, casting its golden glow upon the earth, Wang Zhiyang began his counterattack amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Solar Envoy, Tier 3 skill, Holy Fire Tread. A lion of fire, imbued with solar power, let out a low roar, the heat causing the air to crackle audibly. The fiery lion charged towards Yu Ruyun, golden flames spreading to engulf the entire arena. The Solar Envoy truly embodied the pinnacle of hidden professions, with skill power surpassing that of a fire element mage by a considerable margin. The volatility and destruction are indeed the hallmarks of fire and thunder element mages, Mao Fangji noted, closely monitoring the contest. These two elements are universally acknowledged for their high damage output, and Wang Zhiyang's solar power surpasses them all. How can a firefly compare to the blazing sun? Proclaimed Wang Taihong, the president of the Hidden Kill Guild. The fire element mage is akin to a firefly, while Wang Zhiyang's solar power is a blazing sun. The disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yu Ruyun, unable to hold back, prepared her ultimate move. Seeing that her attacks from the lightning, wood, and wind elements had failed to inflict damage on Wang Zhiyang, Yu Ruyun unleashed her trump card. Time element, Tier 4 skill, Time Duplication. Lin Mo observed the arena, astonished as 6 identical Yu Ruyuns suddenly appeared. Thunder element, Tier 4 skill, Lightning Flash. The 6 Yu Ruyuns simultaneously executed the lightning flash. This being her final gambit. Should she fail, she would have no choice but to concede. The immense bolts of thunder rained down relentlessly, each strike eliciting a sharp crack from Wang Zhiyang. Futile, abandon your struggle. Wang Zhiyang scoffed, transforming into a golden fire figure, braving the onslaught of thunder. What did 6 thunder element Tier 4 skills matter? His solar power could both attack and defend, ensuring his eternal supremacy. A golden fireball coalesced in his palm as Wang Zhiyang hurled it towards Yu Ruyun. Boom. The duplicates vanished, and Yu Ruyun clutched her abdomen, spitting blood as she staggered to the edge of the arena. I concede, she stated calmly. With her magic depleted, she no longer had the means to continue battling Wang Zhiyang. Wang Zhiyang triumphs, earning 150,000 points, while Yu Ruyun loses her qualification to challenge. The referee announced. The scoreboard shifted once more. First place, Lin Mo, level 47, Summoner, 850, 000 points. Second place, Wang Zhiyang, level 44, Solar Envoy, 830, 000 points. Third place, Yu Ruyun, level 42, 4-element mage, 640, 000 points. The audience, having witnessed the entire match, remained in a state of disbelief. Yu Ruyun is so powerful yet could not best Wang Zhiyang. She even unleashed 6 Tier 4 lightning skills simultaneously. The spectators were thoroughly entertained. Indeed, Wang Zhiyang proved to be slightly more formidable. The Solar Envoy profession is absurd. Its skill power is impressive, but its defense is equally monstrous. Oh my. Wang Zhiyang is merely 20,000 points shy of surpassing Lin Mo. Could it be that this year's top scholar of the Imperial Capital University is Wang Zhiyang? The audience's eyes were fixed on the leaderboard, anticipating that Wang Zhiyang would undoubtedly challenge Lin Mo after all. With only a 20,000-point difference, the rewards for the top scholar and the second place are vastly different. As Yu Ruyun exited the arena to recuperate, Wang Zhiyang, brimming with fighting spirit, gazed at Lin Imo. Lin Imo, it is your turn. Wang Zhiyang, standing in a position of superiority, declared. With Yu Ruyun eliminated from contention, her score remained fixed at 640,000 points, leaving Lin Imo as the sole contender for the top 3. Would Lin Imo forego the challenge? He had no choice but to engage. There was no option for refusal. In my view, he might as well concede. If Yu Ruyun could not defeat Wang Zhiyang, how could Lin Imo? Wang Zhiyang, riding high on his momentum, deemed Lin Imo as a worthy adversary. For the rewards for the second place were enticing. One could select any rare-grade equipment. Both the onlookers and the senior students of the Imperial Capital University turned their attention to Lin Imo. After witnessing Wang Zhiyang's prowess, they believed Lin Imo would not stand a chance. Will Lin Imo accept this challenge? Queried Xing Zhaoxue. Of course not, Chen Lingyu asserted confidently. Having grown up alongside Lin Imo, she understood her cousin's character all too well. Losing was acceptable, but conceding was simply not in his nature. As the examination drew to a close, the only uncertainty that remained was between the first and second places. 900 candidates were once again whittled down by 100, leaving 800 successful entrants to the Imperial Capital University. In the center of the arena, Lin Imo faced Wang Zhiyang, who stood opposite him. Do not fret about injuring your opponent. Give it your all. Vice President Su Zhijian personally took on the role of referee. Lin Imo, you have 5 minutes to summon your creatures. Summoners are unlike other professions. They require time to summon their beasts prior to combat. Thus, they are always allotted preparation time before entering dungeons or arenas. No need. Lin Imo indicated that he was ready to commence immediately. Are you certain? Your opponent is not a beast but a solar envoy with a hidden profession, Su Zhijian cautioned. The dynamics of battling between professionals are fundamentally different from slaying beasts. This confrontation was pivotal in the contest for the top scholar. Wang Zhiyang would not show mercy. Absolutely, Lin Imo affirmed with a nod. Seeing Lin Mo's determination, Su Zhijian ceased further comments, directing Wang Zhiyang to retreat to the far left of the arena while Lin Imo took his position on the far right. The arena provided by the Imperial Capital University was vast, with the two standing 50 meters apart. As Su Zhijian activated the arena's protective mechanisms, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 51. Will the fight continue? The sun was nearing its descent, casting a crimson hue across the playground. This signaled the impending conclusion of the Imperial Capital University's annual admissions examination. Millions of spectators gathered outside the university grounds, eagerly awaiting the emergence of this year's top scholar. The strongest candidate and the most enigmatic candidate were finally set to clash. The president of the 100 Flowers Guild, Yi Jingshuang, remarked, referring to Wang Zhiyang as the strongest and Lin Imo as the most mysterious. After 2 rounds of examinations, the summoner profession of Lin Imo left even the high-ranking guild presidents perplexed. Lin Imo had once again declined to summon creatures in advance, opting instead to confront Wang Zhiyang directly. Tai Ding Chong of the Heavenly Shield Guild furrowed his brow. He recalled clearly that during the second round of examinations, Lin Imo had also refused to summon creatures beforehand. Perhaps he possesses some other means? Mao Fangji speculated. On the arena, the protective devices activated, enveloping the 3 within. Vice President Su Zhijian signaled for the battle to commence. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. This time, Wang Zhiyang did not wait for his opponent to make the first move. Instead, he initiated the attack. He aimed to conclude the battle before Lin Imo could summon his 2 King-tier boss creatures. Solar Envoy, Tier 2 skill, Golden Radiance. The blinding golden light compelled onlookers to instinctively avert their gazes. Whoosh! In the span of 50 meters, Wang Zhiyang teleported directly in front of Lin Imo, aiming a strike at his face. This blow, if landed, would surely induce a concussion. What astonishing speed! Sheng Zhaoxue gasped in awe. Wang Zhiyang's speed was akin to that of a spatial mage's teleportation skill, leaving Lin Imo scarcely any time to react. It's over, declared Sheng Zhaoxue. Who could have anticipated that the competition would conclude before it even began? Fortunately, Vice Principal Su Zhijian would likely intervene to halt Wang Zhiyang. Otherwise, Lin Imo might have found himself confined to a hospital for 10 days, or even half a month. The ferocity of the punches was palpable as Wang Zhiyang momentarily froze, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the demon dragon before Lin Imo bang. The demon dragon revealed its pristine white teeth, delivering a powerful blow that sent Wang Jiang staggering back. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the arena as the demon dragon cracked its knuckles, launching a relentless assault upon Wang Jiang. But it was not yet over. The creature summoned by Lin Mo thwarted Wang Jiang's deadly strike. Didn't he even blink? When did Lin Mo summon that creature? How formidable! The tides of battle have shifted. The audience was fixated on the stage, terrified of missing any detail. The demon dragon exuded the formidable pressure characteristic of a royal tier boss upon its entrance. Summoning a royal tier creature at the speed of light. When Ziyuan, the president of the Summoners Guild, could no longer contain his excitement. He had suspected during the first round of the exam in the Apocalypse Forest that Lin Mo possessed the ability to summon creatures without cooldown. And indeed, it was as he had suspected. This young man must join the Summoners Guild. When Ziyuan slammed his hand on the table, having not lost his composure in such a manner for quite some time. The ability to summon creatures without cooldown was said to exist only in legends, yet here it was in reality. On the arena, the highly skilled demon dragon took the initiative, forcing Wang Jiang into a defensive posture. Lin Mo leisurely observed the combat competition. Crack, with a flick of its tail, a gash appeared on Wang Jiang's face, his gaze darting towards Lin Mo at the edge of the arena. As long as I am here, do you still dare to plot against my master? The demon dragon scoffed. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jiang found himself utterly powerless, no match for Lin Mo's summoned creature. Of course, for that was a royal tier creature, level 47 was equivalent to a level 70 lord boss. The question remained. When did Lin Mo summon that creature? It was as if it had materialized out of thin air. The dynamics of the arena shifted rapidly. Any discerning observer could see that in close combat, Wang Jiang was far from a match for the demon dragon. Lin Mo, you have provoked my wrath. Wang Jiang bellowed at that moment. He was in a pitiful state, his clothes tattered and covered in the marks of the demon dragon's claws, blood smeared across his face. The Sun Messenger's exclusive skill, Unyielding Sun. From a distance, the setting sun infused Wang Jiang with formidable power. His expression contorted in agony as his body swelled like a balloon, his level soaring from 44 to 54 in an instant. What the hell? What skill did Wang Jiang just use? The Unyielding Sun, an exclusive skill of the Sun Messenger, temporarily elevated his level by 10, but with dire side effects. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise. Was Wang Jiang truly willing to risk it all against Lin Mo? The audience was genuinely terrified, witnessing Wang Jiang's complete descent into madness. Summon another royal tier creature. I want you to witness your summoned creature perish before your very eyes. Wang Jiang raved. One is enough, Lin Mo replied calmly, showing no sign of concern despite Wang Jiang's level increase to 54. You dare to challenge me? The demon dragon soared into the air, shifting to its true dragon form. Its claws were like those of an eagle, its belly like that of a mythical creature, a colossal being, over 100 meters in length, obscured the setting sun as the demon dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. The dragon's roar echoed mightily. Lin Mo had summoned yet another royal tier creature capable of transforming into its true dragon form. One Ziyuan, the president of the Summoners Guild, was even more exhilarated. Summoning a royal tier creature at level 47 was thought impossible. Yet it seemed entirely reasonable in Lin Mo's case. After all, this young man was shrouded in mystery. The outcome was about to be revealed. Prepare to meet your end, Wang Jiang shouted, gazing up at the demon dragon. Vice Principal Su Zhijian would intervene at a critical moment to protect both him and Lin Mo from mortal harm, but would not shield Lin Mo's summoned creature. He intended for Lin Mo to pay the price. The inability to summon special creatures in a short time was the best choice. The Sun Messenger's 5th tier skill, Annihilating Flame. A torrent of black dragon breath surged forth, and the demon dragon, unyielding, met it head-on. The clash of black and golden flames intertwined. Ultimately, the golden flames succumbed, yielding to the black dragon breath that engulfed Wang Jiang entirely. On the stage, Su Zhijian stood beside Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang coughed violently, collapsing to the ground, his level plummeting from 54 to 44. Forgive me, father. I have disappointed you, Wang Jiang murmured softly. Lin Mo approached Wang Jiang. Hundreds of shadow soldiers appeared, their armored forms advancing alongside Lin Mo. Following them were the flying shadow soldiers, claw shadow soldiers. 3,000 shadow soldiers, accompanied by 9 generals of the Shadow Army, led by Commander Taladen, made their entrance. Huh? When did Lin Mo summon so many creatures? 3,000 level 47 elite monsters. It felt as if Lin Mo alone could challenge all the candidates vying for admission to the Imperial University. Let us not forget the 2 royal-tier creatures. That one capable of transforming into dragon form had just triumphed over the level 54 Wang Jiang. Oh my heavens, from now on, if anyone dares to claim that summoners are weak, I shall be furious. Summoners are indeed formidable. The dragon-headed, human-bodied demon dragon stood to Lin Mo's left, while Talayden positioned himself on the right, their ranks bolstered by the summoned shadow army. Lin Mo gazed at the beleaguered Wang Jiang rising from the ground. Would you care to continue the fight? Chapter 52. The Valedictorian Award Ceremony. As night descended, lights illuminated the streets. Shadow soldiers surrounded the arena, their crimson eyes fixated on the critically endangered Wang Jiang. Had it not been for Vice Principal Su Zhijian's timely intervention, Wang Jiang would have perished in the demon dragon's dark breath. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down Wang Jiang's face as he surveyed the shadow soldiers encircling him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Mo. I concede. Wang Jiang uttered, lowering his head. A profound silence enveloped the scene as the audience regarded Wang Jiang's voluntary surrender. No one had anticipated such a conclusion. This was the Wang Jiang who had awakened the top hidden profession, the Sun Messenger, and had recently triumphed over the 4-element mage, Yu Ruyan, with ease. After activating the skill Unyielding Sun, Wang Jiang's level had surged to 54. Yet he still could not overcome the demon dragon. It is worth noting that the demon dragon was merely one of the special creatures summoned by Lin Mo, accompanied by the Shadow Army, Talayden, and the 9 generals of the Shadow Army. Applause erupted from millions of spectators as their gazes converged upon the upright figure of Lin Mo on the stage. The valedictorian of the Imperial University had emerged. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. The thunderous applause and cheers echoed, establishing Lin Mo as the undisputed star of the night. What an impressive achievement, Lu Chengfeng remarked enviously. He had gained admission to the Imperial University, even landing a spot in the elite class, yet he felt dwarfed by Lin Mo's accomplishments. As the valedictorian, Lin Mo was sure to be a focal point for nurturing by the Imperial University, perhaps even receiving personal guidance from Principal Mao Fangji. I still can't believe it, Qin Yinran murmured, still incredulous. Just half a month prior, Lin Mo had been ridiculed by the entire school during the awakening ceremony, and now he had become the valedictorian of China's foremost university. Qin Yinran's expression was complex. Had they not broken up, Lin Mo's status as valedictorian would have undoubtedly afforded her considerable resources at the Imperial University. Yu Ruyan, Yi Wuyo, and other top 10 candidates gazed at Lin Mo in a daze, their hearts swirling with envy, jealousy, and various other emotions. The rankings on the large screen remained unchanged, yet Lin Mo's score soared from 850. 000 to 1, 050, 000, first place. Lin Mo, level 47, Summoner, 1, 050, 000 points, second place. Wang Jiang, level 44, Sun Messenger, 830, 000 points, third place. Yu Ruyan, level 42, 4-element mage, 640, 000 points. The older students watching swallowed hard. They had all endured the Imperial University examination, and in their recollections, the highest score achieved in previous years had barely reached 800,000 points. That senior was currently in a prestigious position, serving as a core elder of the War God Guild. A score of 1,050,000 had shattered the historical record for the Imperial University, and Lin Mo's name was destined to be etched into the annals of the school's history. The 5 guild presidents and Principal Mao Fangji arrived at the arena to collectively present the valedictorian award to Lin Mo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Resplendent fireworks exploded in the air as the 5 guild presidents and Mao Fangji simultaneously unleashed their domains, enveloping the entire venue. The domain of the War God Guild president, Qi Yutian, was particularly domineering. The sounds of clashing metal resonated powerfully, transporting over 1 million spectators to the heart of an ancient battlefield. This year's valedictorian awards ceremony for the Imperial University was truly grand, and the individual bestowing the award to Lin Mo was none other than the current leader of China, Qi Yutian. Lin Mo glanced at the 5 esteemed guild presidents standing beside him. "Do not be nervous, young one. You are the star of the evening," Yi Jingshuang said with a cheerful smile. Lin Mo nodded, feeling no anxiety. The other presidents appeared relatively calm, but the gaze of Wen Ziyuan, the president of the Summoners Guild, towards him was somewhat peculiar. This gaze was difficult to articulate. It held appreciation, yet also a hint of ambiguity. "Greetings, Lin Mo," Wen Ziyuan said. "Hello, President Wen," Lin Mo replied. At that moment, Wen Ziyuan was itching with anticipation, eager for the awards ceremony to conclude, so he could invite Lin Mo to join the Summoners Guild, and no matter what demands Lin Mo made, he would comply. The 5 guild presidents presenting the award to Lin Mo was an unparalleled honor. After all, Lin Mo was the valedictorian. Such recognition was warranted. Were they to bestow awards upon the 3rd and 2nd placers? Alas, the Grand Master of the Mage Alliance was not present. It would have been truly remarkable had all 6 guild presidents been in attendance. The audience expressed their regret. As the conversation unfolded, the elements in the air surged wildly, and a portal to another dimension opened, through which emerged a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire. This man appeared to be in his late 40s, exuding an air of refined elegance, with a staff in his hand that shimmered with a golden glow, a level 199 gold element mage. Lin Mo assessed the man's level and profession, recognizing him as none other than Wei Ziyuan, the current Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance. Standing behind Wei Ziyuan were 5 individuals, all of whom were level 190 mages, each a leader within the Mage Alliance. Wei Ziyuan, having stepped through the portal, cast his gaze upon the large screen displaying rankings. Upon spotting the top 3, his brows furrowed, particularly at the score of Lin Mo, a name that was evidently unfamiliar to him. He had not anticipated such a ranking prior to his arrival. "Greetings, Grandmaster Wei." The 4 presidents, excluding the leader of Huaxia, Shi Yutian, spoke with utmost respect, while Wang Taihong, standing beside Shi Yutian, subtly shifted his position. "Has he arrived?" Shi Yotian's voice was gravelly. "Indeed, this place is far livelier than Magic City University." Wei Ziyuan nodded in agreement. He had hurriedly traveled from Magic City to the Imperial Capital, eager to discover who the top student of this year's Imperial Capital University was. Initially, he had expected it to be either his beloved disciple, Yu Ruyan, or Wang Zhiyang. He never imagined it would be a name he had never heard before. The 6 presidents of Huaxia have gathered at Imperial Capital University. Goodness, Lin Mo must be feeling quite prestigious now. The 6 presidents have the power to shake the blue star with a mere stomp. The assembly was indeed extravagant, and Lin Mo's fortune drew envy from many. If only I could shake hands with the presidents, I would be delighted for 2.5 years. Shoo. The award ceremony is commencing in the presence of countless spectators and students from Imperial Capital University, the president of the Warlord Guild, Shi Yutian, and the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan, proclaimed in unison. Lin Mo has secured the title of the top student at Imperial Capital University. Boom. Fireworks, applause, and cheers erupted in a ceaseless wave. "Is it over?" Wen Ziyuan inquired. "Yes, it is over," Su Zhijin replied. As for the rare grade set awarded to the top student, the principal would personally present it to Lin Mo the following day. The 2nd and 3rd place winners, as well as the top 100, were gradually receiving their rewards. Although the audience had yet to disperse, the ceremony for the top student had concluded. "Lin Mo, come with me," Wen Ziyuan urged with impatience. "Huh?" Lin Mo was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. He had made plans to celebrate with his cousin that evening. "Wait," a chilling voice interrupted. Wang Taihong, the president of the Hidden Kill Guild, blocked Lin Mo's path. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as a bat flitted through the air. Wang Taihong stood before Lin Mo, obstructing his way. "Are you here to settle scores with me?" Lin Mo pondered, recalling how he had just sent Wang Taihong's son, Wang Zhiyang, to the infirmary in a hurry. It was likely that Wang Zhiyang was still lying in a hospital bed, with his health attributes recoverable, yet his external injuries would take longer to heal. Zhiyang has always been arrogant, never taking anyone seriously. This setback is, in fact, a blessing. "I must thank you," Wang Taihong remarked. "Thank you for beating your son?" Lin Mo's expression was peculiar, though Wang Taihong's reasoning was not entirely unreasonable. "Would you care to join the Hidden Kill Guild? I guarantee that within 3 years, you will reach level 100. Wang Taihong laid bare his true intentions and made his promise. "Wang Taihong, you." Wen Ziyuan hesitated. Aware of the many spectators present. As the president of the Summoner Guild, he had to be vigilant regarding his words and actions in public. However, upon hearing Wang Taihong's offer, Wen Ziyuan's face visibly flushed. He raised his hand and summoned a level 193 skeletal general. Wang Taihong, do you wish to duel with me? Chapter 53. Ah, am I the principal? The air was thick with tension as the two guild leaders faced off. Wang Taihong, what do you mean? Lin Mo is a summoner. He should join the Summoner Guild. Wen Ziyuan boldly declared, using Wang Taihong's full name, a sign of great seriousness. Who decided that an awakened individual must join a specific guild? Lin Mo, the doors of the Hidden Kill Guild are always open for you. Wang Taihong countered, caressing the bat perched on his shoulder. With no cooldown for summoning monsters and the ability to summon formidable creatures, along with an unfathomable reserve of magical energy, he could not afford to let such a talent slip away. Joining a guild does not conflict with attending university. After all, the Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance's prized disciple, Yu Ruyan, also applied to Imperial Capital University this year. Is Old Wang and Old One about to brawl over Lin Mo? The other presidents exchanged peculiar glances. This is a rare spectacle, but Lin Mo's potential warrants such contention. Lin Mo, are you dating anyone? Yi Jingshuang, the president of the 100 Flowers Guild, took Lin Mo's hand, inquiring warmly, reminiscent of a kind elder at home. I just broke up, Lin Mo replied candidly. What's going on? Just now, weren't these presidents all aloof? Why are they suddenly so enthusiastic after the audience has dispersed? That's because your ex-girlfriend didn't cherish you. If you ask me, you should find a girl in the priest profession. They're gentle, virtuous, and good at managing a household, right? Yi Jingshuang prompted gently. Why 100 Flowers Guild is filled with such girls, all beautiful and well-endowed. Many girls want me to introduce them to potential partners. Yi Jingshuang feigned a sigh, lamenting the plight of the single women in her guild. If you bring this up, I might just perk up. Most awakenings of the priest profession were female, and the 100 Flowers Guild was renowned for its abundance of beauties. President Yi, don't call me president. Call me aunt, Yi Jingshuang corrected, commencing her introduction of the single girls in the 100 Flowers Guild to Lin Mo. Yi Jingshuang. What are you up to now? Wen Ziyuan, who had been at odds with Wang Taihong, realized just in time that Yi Jingshuang was about to reap the benefits. Seeing the three presidents vying for Lin Mo's attention, the instructors from Imperial Capital University struggled to suppress their laughter. Their faces flushed with amusement. This is too entertaining. President Yi is even employing beauty tactics, eagerly hoping Lin Mo will join the 100 Flowers Guild. Lin Mo, your awakened profession is summoner. The Summoner Guild is your best choice. Wen Ziyuan interjected hastily, don't listen to Wen Ziyuan's nonsense. I reiterate, join the Hidden Kill Guild, and I will ensure you break through to level 100 within 3 years. Wang Taihong tempted. This is quite troubling. So many girls have yet to find boyfriends. Yi Jingshuang sighed dramatically. Lin Mo, is it possible to join 3 guilds simultaneously? Please, allow me to speak with Lin Mo first. An elderly man wielding a staff suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the elderly figure, Mao Fong became uneasy. Kong Jingfu, why aren't you staying at Magic City University? What brings you to Imperial Capital University? Mao Fong questioned, his sense of crisis heightened. Kong Jingfu, the principal of Magic City University. A level 196 mage with 3 attributes. I am here solely for Lin Mo. Otherwise, why would I bother with an old fossil like you? Kong Jingfu replied matter-of-factly. After the admissions at Magic City University concluded successfully, Kong Jingfu had been prepared to rest when he received news that an extraordinary candidate had emerged at Imperial Capital University, shattering the historical highest score with 1,050,000 points. Kong Jingfu was immediately unsettled. The two universities had always been at odds. If Lin Mo were to enroll in Imperial Capital University, would Magic City University ever have a chance to rise again? Is there another expert? Lin Mo inquired, turning to the principal of Magic City University, Kong Jingfu. This child is quite the handsome one. Lin Mo, would you be willing to be specially recruited into Magic City University? Kong Jingfu beamed. I've heard that the top student at Imperial Capital University receives a custom-made rare grade set. I can offer you that. Plus, Kong Jingfu pondered for a moment, 2 teleportation scrolls leading to a secret realm. The revelation left the entire assembly in shock. These scrolls led to a realm filled with countless opportunities, and the first successful completion would yield substantial rewards. Kong Jingfu not only offered Lin Mo teleportation scrolls as part of his proposal, but generously provided 2 at once. Showcasing his sincerity, the mention of 2 teleportation scrolls made the instructors from Imperial Capital University swallow hard. If given the chance, they would gladly switch allegiances to Magic City University. Lin Mo approached Kong Jingfu. He too possessed a teleportation scroll, and he was guaranteed to receive a professional card upon successful completion. Since this was a special recruitment, there was no need to waste time on examinations. With his abilities, joining either university was inconsequential. Kong Jingfu, you're truly shameless. Mao Fang's face twitched. He had been enjoying the spectacle when Kong Jingfu suddenly appeared, demanding 2 teleportation scrolls. In the midst of this lively competition, the 2 university principals and 3 guild leaders were vying for Lin Mo's allegiance. One sought to have Lin Mo join their university, while the other wished for him to join their guild. Qi Yutian, the president of the Warlord Guild, rarely displayed embarrassment as the Warlord domain isolated the award stage, preventing the audience from witnessing the commotion above. After observing the chaos, Qi Yutian coldly watched, curious as to how long the guild leaders would continue their antics. Ahem! A cough broke the tension. Before long, the coughs continued, prompting Lu Mushin, the leader of the Thunder Alliance within the Mage Alliance, to furrow his brows. Grandmaster, are you feeling unwell? Lu Mushin inquired. Cough, cough. Wei Ziyuan coughed while glancing at Lin Mo. Lu Mushin appeared momentarily stunned before a realization dawned upon him. Lin Mo, would you have an interest in joining the Mage Alliance? Mages and summoners were once united over a century ago. Are you also stirring things up? Qi Yutian remained indifferent. This is quite amusing. I haven't felt this entertained in a long while, Wei Ziyuan remarked, observing the perpetually stern-faced Qi Yutian, who maintained an air of authority as the leader of Huaxia. Wei Ziyuan felt fortunate that he had not seized power in Huaxia back in the day, having lost to Qi Yutian. Otherwise, he would be unable to muster a smile, merely staring coldly at the several guild leaders and their subordinates who were making a ruckus. Ultimately, this farce concluded with the 4 characters Qi Yutian Cheng He Ti Tong, as 4 guild leaders and 5 leaders of the Mage Alliance lingered reluctantly behind Qi Yutian. Mao Fangji, you have some nerve. Kong Jingfu's bloodshot eyes were filled with frustration, having relinquished the chance to recruit Lin Mo into the Magic City University. Mao Fangji, in a fit of madness, directly promised Lin Mo 6 teleportation scrolls to the secret realm, along with a rare set of equipment suitable for summoners. Not only that, but from now on, Lin Mo would also enjoy free access to the instance zones at the Imperial Capital University. With a plethora of enticing additional incentives, do you really think you can snatch students from me, Mao Fangji? If provoked, I, the principal, shall hand Lin Mo over myself. Mao Fangji's words were astonishing. Lin Mo? What? Me, the principal? Chapter 54. Identity revealed me, the principal. Soon Lin Mo realized that these were merely the reckless words of Mao Fangji. The school rivalry reached a conclusion, and Lin Mo ultimately chose the Imperial Capital University. Mao Fangji did not dally, directly retrieving 6 teleportation scrolls from his spatial ring and thrusting them into Lin Mo's hands. Each scroll was marked with a destination, to be used with caution. The red teleportation scrolls should only be activated after reaching level 80 and entering the corresponding secret realm. The now composed Mao Fangji reminded him, embodying the authoritative demeanor familiar to the students. Lin Mo, should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit my office at any time, he said, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Although he had made significant sacrifices for Lin Mo, he felt it was well worth it. If such a prodigy were to be snatched away by Kong Jingfu, how could the Imperial Capital University maintain its dominance over the Magic City University? With the question of which university to attend resolved, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the 4 guild leaders and the 5 leaders of the Mage Alliance. Another dilemma arose. Which guild to join? Yijing Shuang wore an expectant expression, as if to say the 100 Flowers Guild was filled with beauties, ready to introduce him to potential partners. Wen Ziyuan's piercing gaze believed Lin Mo would choose the Summoner Guild. If pressed, he might even relinquish the position of guild leader to Lin Mo, just as Mao Fangji had. Of course, that was not the case for now. Lin Mo would need to reach at least level 160 to consider becoming a guild leader. But being a candidate for the next guild leader was certainly within reach. A swarm of bats flew by, and Wang Taihong displayed a beaming smile. He cared little that his son had been thoroughly beaten by Lin Mo. As long as Lin Mo could join the Hidden Kill Guild, and one of the 5 leaders of the Mage Alliance, it felt akin to selecting a consort. Lin Mo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, if he were to choose a consort, he would undoubtedly select Yijing Shuang, the leader of the 100 Flowers Guild. There was no need to worry about offending them, for he had the backing of the God of War Guild's leader. Chi Tian, I haven't quite decided yet, Lin Mo replied, realizing for the first time that summoners could join other guilds. He had initially prepared to leave with Wen Jiyuan, but Wang Taihong had directly promised to elevate him to level 100 within 3 years. Although Lin Mo believed he could achieve that in no more than 6 months on his own, upon hearing his words, the 4 guild leaders breathed a sigh of relief. The absence of a choice was, in itself, the best choice, indicating they still had a chance to compete. What on earth are the guild leaders discussing with Lin Mo that it takes so long? The top scholar awards ceremony concluded, and the audience dispersed. That evening, there was a fireworks display in the suburbs of the imperial capital, and most of the audience had gone to watch the fireworks. Chen Lingyu and Shang Xiaoshui waited on the playground for Lin Mo to emerge, preparing to celebrate over dinner together. However, after waiting for over half an hour, the 6 guild leaders were still conversing with Lin Mo on the award stage. Due to the isolation of the God of War domain from external perception, they could not discern the true situation within. I just can't understand, Chen Lingyu remarked. Those are the 6 guild leaders, each of whom is an elite professional exceeding level 190. Even if Lin Mo had become the top scholar of the Imperial Capital University, there would be no need to delay for so long. The God of War domain has disappeared, Shang Xiaoshui noted. At that moment, the award stage was empty, with all the guild leaders having vanished, leaving only Lin Mo behind. Congratulations, top scholar. Tonight's expenses are on me, Chen Lingyu proclaimed cheerfully. She genuinely felt happy for Lin Mo. After all, he was her only cousin. What did the guild leaders discuss with you? Chen Lingyu inquired with curiosity. Although Shang Xiaoshui said nothing, she perked up her ears to listen intently. Oh, nothing much. They just insisted that I join their guilds. Annie said she would introduce me to potential partners, and President Wang promised to level me up to 100 within 3 years. Lin Mo summarized what had transpired on the award stage. Really, Aunt E? The dignified leader of the 100 Flowers Guild would introduce you to partners? Chen Lingyu rolled her eyes. She had a senior sister working in the 100 Flowers Guild, who had told her that President E was very serious in private. On one occasion, her senior sister had witnessed President E scold her prized disciple Qiu Jing to tears, sobbing for an entire afternoon. Unless pigs can fly, I doubt President E would ever introduce a partner to you. I think you're just too excited. Why not mention that the principal is stepping down for you? Chen Lingyu teased. You heard that? Lin Mo was taken aback. His cousin was so impressive that she could overhear what Mao Fangji had said. Absolutely, you're just overly excited, Chen Lingyu replied. Dismissing Lin Mo shrugged. He was merely speaking the truth, and whether Chen Lingyu believed him or not was irrelevant. Where shall we dine? Lin Mo asked. It's already booked. Just follow me. They headed to a Sichuan restaurant named Wang on the 4th floor of a shopping mall in the city center of the imperial capital. It was precisely mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with customers, all engaged in lively conversations, mostly about the recently concluded admission examination at the Imperial Capital University. A buddy just came from the Imperial Capital University. This year's Top Scholar Award ceremony was incredibly grand, with all 6 guild leaders presenting the award to Lin Mo. Wow, Lin Mo is this year's top scholar. I had previously thought it would either be Wang Zhiyang or Yu Yin. Who would have thought? If it weren't for the Imperial Capital University's admissions, I wouldn't have known who Lin Mo was. Oh my gosh, Lin Mo! Someone excitedly shouted, pointing at Lin Mo as he walked in. This is bad, Chen Lingyu thought to herself. In the next instant, the patrons surrounded Lin Mo. Could I get your autograph, Lin Mo? I saw you defeat Wang Zhiyang in a one-on-one battle with the monster you summoned. Lin Mo, I'm also from Donghai City. Let's take a photo together. Hold on, who said we should take a photo? Lin Mo greeted the guests with a smile, wondering how a mere examination had turned him into a celebrity. In the eyes of the patrons, Lin Mo was far more famous than any star. He was the top scholar of the Imperial Capital University, with an unlimited future ahead, as more and more people gathered for photos and autographs. Chen Lingyu pulled Lin Mo toward the pre-booked private room. The guests, realizing this, refrained from following, as it would be impolite to do so. Who are they? Lin Mo asked, looking at the 7 or 8 individuals in Imperial Capital University uniforms seated in the private room. They are all members of the club that Shang Xiaoshui and I established, Chen Lingyu explained. Hello, I am Kong Yao Zhu. The early arrivals introduced themselves in turn. Yun Rui Qi, a key member of the Shangyu Club, said the chubby Yun Rui Qi, a level 58 shield bearer. Greetings, senior, Lin Mo greeted each person. Chun Ling Yu had mentioned that she and Shang Zhaoshui established a club called Shangyu at the Imperial Capital University. During the new year, Lin Mo had inquired about the club, but Chun Ling Yu had appeared dejected and did not respond, leading him to believe it had disbanded. Little did he know, the club was still active. Although the number of members was rather scarce, totaling just 10 including the president and vice president. In contrast, the most renowned club at the Imperial Capital University, the Flying Dragon Club, boasted thousands of members, making the Shangyu Club seem rather meager by comparison. "Let's eat. I'm starving." Chun Ling Yu urged the waiter to bring the dishes. "Lin Mo, you've become famous overnight. Discussions about you are everywhere on social media." Yun Ruiqi remarked. Indeed, in reality, discussions about Lin Mo were rampant across various social platforms. "Let me see," Chun Ling Yu said, pulling out her phone. The top trending topic read, "Top 3 results of the Imperial Capital University admissions announced. 3rd place, Yu Ru Yin. 2nd place, Wang Zhiyong. 1st place, Lin Mo." The second trending topic read, "Who is Lin Mo?" The third, breaking, Lin Mo's identity exposed. The mysterious summoner who saved millions of residents in Donghai City. All 10 of the top trending topics were about Lin Mo, causing Chun Ling Yu to feel as though she barely recognized the name Lin Mo anymore. Wait a minute, the mysterious summoner who saved millions of residents in Donghai City? Chun Ling Yu glanced at the rapidly rising trending topic, which was about to surge from 3rd to 1st. Not long ago, a beast tide had descended, simultaneously attacking 30 cities, including Jinsu City and Tianyue City. Among these was Donghai City, which, unlike the other cities that suffered varying degrees of destruction, was the only city that successfully repelled the beast tide at its gates. This was thanks to a mysterious summoner who summoned over 4,000 powerful monsters to turn the tide. Opening the comments section, Chun Ling Yu saw a comparison image of the monsters summoned by Lin Mo and those summoned by the mysterious summoner. They were identical. "Lin Mo, you were that mysterious summoner?" Chapter 55. A night of revelry. The news of Lin Mo becoming the top scholar of the Imperial Capital University spread rapidly. Discussions about Lin Mo flooded various social media platforms. And upon clicking the top trending topic, one could see a photo of Lin Mo alongside the 6 guild leaders on the awards stage. The likes surged into the hundreds of millions, and the comments reached tens of millions. "She is like an angel, always soaring above. Who says summoners are weak? Summoners are amazing. Lin Mo is the best proof. I'd marry him, and it's not like you're into married women." I watched the entire ceremony live. When the 2 guild leaders announced Lin Mo as the top scholar, over 1 million spectators chanted his name in unison. It was truly a spectacular sight. The sentiment expressed is that the top student from the prestigious Daijing University could justifiably be regarded as the national champion. Had the college entrance examination system remained in place, Lin Mo would undoubtedly be the uncontested national top scorer. Enthusiastic netizens fervently discuss Lin Mo's awakening as a summoner. According to surveys conducted on past top scorers of Daijing University, Lin Mo is the sole individual to achieve this honor through the summoner profession. Furthermore, he shattered the historical highest score with an astounding 1,050,000 points, setting 2 unprecedented records. Consequently, many netizens opine that the title of top scorer at Daijing University could easily be redefined as the national top scorer. Daijing University is the foremost institution in Huaxia, which indeed qualifies it as a national champion, though the college entrance examination system was abolished 3 decades ago. As investigations delve deeper, astute netizens keenly observe that the monsters summoned by Lin Mo bear an uncanny resemblance to those summoned by a mysterious summoner in Donghai City. For instance, the armored figure wielding a battle blade is merely distinguished by a subtle change in armor color from black to dark red. The most striking similarity lies with the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion, who were responsible for vanquishing the level 70 boss, the Abyssal Serpent. Following this revelation, a significant uproar ensued online. Breaking, Lin Mo's identity exposed as the mysterious summoner who valiantly saved millions of residents in Donghai City. The fervor surrounding this news has even eclipsed Lin Mo's achievement of being the top scorer, particularly since he genuinely saved the lives of over 10 million residents. Without Lin Mo, the current Donghai City would not exist. The costly dungeons and urban infrastructure would have been completely obliterated by the beast tide. In a private room, an array of delicious dishes tantalizes the taste buds of those present. Upon hearing Lin Mo confirm that he is the mysterious summoner, Chun Ling Yu's mouth slightly agape, she inquires, "What else are you hiding from me?" After a moment of processing, she asks again, Who would have imagined that the guardian deity spoken of by the residents of Donghai City is none other than Lin Mo? A mere recent high school graduate. I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Lin Mo shrugs nonchalantly. Chen Yu. This is indeed true. Had it not been for the netizens uncovering this secret and propelling it to trending status, she would never have believed Lin Mo was that enigmatic summoner. This implies that Lin Mo possessed the strength to solo a level 70 boss at merely level 40. Sheng Xiaoxue was the first to contemplate this, once again marveling at Lin Mo's terrifying prowess. Even as a hidden class awakened judgment warrior, she could not possibly achieve such feats, perhaps having a chance only upon reaching level 60 to learn new skills. Meanwhile, the streets of Donghai City erupt in jubilation, with firecrackers ringing out, creating a celebratory atmosphere akin to the festivities of the new year. Congratulations to Lu Chengfeng for successfully enrolling in Daijing University. Congratulations to Qin Yanran for successfully enrolling in Daijing University. Banners unfurl and flutter in the air, with a larger banner rising prominently to capture attention. Congratulations to Lin Mo for achieving the top score of 1,050,000 at Daijing University. Today marks a day of celebration for the residents of Donghai City, as not only have 3 individuals gained admission to Daijing University, but Lin Mo has also claimed the title of top scorer. Thanks to Lin Mo, this inconspicuous city in Wanjing province has surged into the limelight. Mayor Gu Yaohua took to the streets to celebrate with the citizens, having just returned from a provincial meeting. Previously overlooked during such meetings, he now finds himself the envy of other mayors. The provincial governor lauded Donghai City's impressive defense against the beast tide, instructing him to share his experiences with other mayors. Just as Gu Yaohua began to speak, a weighty piece of news nearly overwhelmed him. This year, Donghai City has 3 students admitted to Daijing University, with Lin Mo from the first high school securing the top score. Not only is Gu Yaohua excited, but even the provincial governor stumbles over his words in excitement. Huaxia comprises 30 provinces, with Wanjing province ranking in the middle tier. In previous years, the best score achieved by a high school student from the province at Daijing University was 5th place. This individual was also from Donghai City, Lin Mo's cousin, Chen Yu. During the meeting, Gu Yaohua's smile was so broad it seemed to split his face, looking at the other mayors as if he were speaking down to them. Mayor Lu, how many students from your city were admitted to Daijing University this year? Mayor Zhang, how did you know the top scorer at Daijing University is our Lin Mo? Truly delightful. Now, as Gu Yaohua reflects on it, he cannot help but chuckle. Learning that Lin Mo's parents work away from home and that his only relative is his aunt, Lu Weilan, Gu Yaohua leads several city officials to knock on Lu Weilan's door. Every year, when students from the city gain admission to Daijing University, Gu Yaohua personally delivers his congratulations. Creak. Lu Weilan, celebrating with her husband, opens the door and quickly ushers them in. Mayor Gu. Indeed, 2 years ago your daughter, Chen Yu, was admitted to Daijing University, and this year your nephew, Lin Mo, has become the top scorer, truly a cause for celebration. Jiu Yaohua places the gift he carries on the table. Lu Weilan feels a bit reserved. Standing before the mayor of Donghai City, however, when discussing her nephew Lin Mo, she becomes more talkative. 2 years prior, Gu Yaohua visited her home to celebrate her daughter Chen Yu's admission to Daijing University. This year, not only Gu Yaohua, but also other city leaders, including Li Xian, the overall head of the dungeon district in Donghai City, have come. This demonstrates the significance they place on Lin Mo. Lin Mo is a hero, the guardian deity of Donghai City. Without him, Donghai City would not exist, Gu Yaohua declares as he hands Lu Weilan a bank card. This contains 5 million. It is a token of gratitude from the residents of Donghai City to Lin Mo. Please, Mrs. Lu, convey it to him. What hero and guardian deity? Lu Weilan feels a sense of awe, still unaware that Lin Mo is that mysterious summoner. This is 5 million, enough for an ordinary person to comfortably live the rest of their life. Previously, Mayor Gu's visits merely involved delivering gifts and fruits. You can ask your nephew Lin Mo. He'll fill you in, Gu Yaohua says with a smile. After bidding farewell to Gu Yaohua, Lu Weilan turns to her husband, Chen Yongkong. What did Mayor Gu mean by that? How did Lin Mo become our city's hero and guardian deity? I don't know. Chen Yongkong replies, his expression bewildered. He had been working at the factory when a co-worker informed him of the good news. Overjoyed, Chen Yongkong decided to skip work to celebrate with his wife, having long been eager to enjoy a bottle of fine wine they had saved for years. Not long after, Lu Weilan learns the truth from a neighbor and stares blankly at the bank card left by Gu Yaohua. She initially thought it was a reward from the city for Lin Mo's achievement as the top scorer, not realizing the underlying reason. 0.5 million is not nearly enough. Even 10 million would feel insufficient. Lu Weilon has heard that the city's dungeon district cost billions to construct. If the beast tide had breached it, those billions would vanish in an instant. It was Lin Mo who prevented the beast tide, sparing the dungeon district from destruction. That night, Donghai City rejoices. Congratulations to Lin Mo for achieving the top score of 1,050,000 at Daijing University. Banners flutter in the wind, clearly visible from any location. Chapter 56. Shengyu Society. Lin Mo, my junior, you are truly a hidden gem. I watched the video of your 9 summoned special monsters attacking the Abyssal Serpent, and I was so excited I nearly flung my data cable across the room. Chortled the chubby Yun Ruichi, as a shield bearer. He often fantasizes about defeating world-class bosses single-handedly to earn fame and recognition. Consequently, he frequently wakes from dreams with a silly grin, leading his roommates to suspect he is dreaming of something unspeakable. Upon witnessing the video of the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion slaying the Abyssal Serpent, Yun Ruichi was utterly ecstatic. Isn't this just like my fantasy of awakening as a summoner? Commanding legions to vanquish demons and save countless lives? Come on, you wouldn't have completed your second advancement quest without my and Sheng Xiaoshua's help. It takes forever to defeat a level 50 boss. Chen Lingyu retorted. Yun Ruichi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The atmosphere was congenial, and the members of the Shengyu Society were quite amiable. After a satisfying meal, Sheng Xiaoshue shot a glance at Chen Lingyu. I almost forgot to mention this, Lin Mo. Why don't you join the society that Xiaoshue and I founded? Chen Lingyu suggested. Lin Mo turned to Sheng Xiaoshue. He knew his cousin well. She had been too disinterested to even accept the role of class monitor during elementary school. How could she possibly have the leisure to co-found a society with Sheng Xiaoshue? Thus, it was clear that Sheng Xiaoshue was the true leader of the society, while Chen Lingyu, being genuinely friendly with her and sufficiently powerful, held the position of vice president. Is there even a need for your society to exist? Lin Mo inquired. With only a handful of members, around 10, the Shengyu Society seemed entirely dispensable to him. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Sheng Xiaoshua's expression dimmed. Junior Lin Mo, our society once boasted 300 to 400 members, but it's all thanks to that vile Shilinghui that we're on the verge of disbandment. Yun Ruichi grew increasingly agitated, thumping the table in frustration. The other members echoed his sentiments, their faces flushed with indignation at the mention of Shilinghui. Why is there a story behind this? After hearing Yun Ruichi recount the events leading up to the current situation, Lin Mo sipped his orange juice. His cousin had mentioned that Sheng Xiaoshue was a victim of betrayal. This assertion was undoubtedly accurate. Sheng Xiaoshue had initially been backstabbed by 3 summoners, nearly losing her life in the process. After 2 years of hard work, she had finally established a commendable-sized society, only to be betrayed by her close friend, Shilinghui. From a thriving society of 300 to 400 members, only a pitiful few dozen remained. As Shilinghui had incited the majority to join the Flying Dragon Society. Is this meaningful? Lin Mo asked once more. It is. Establishing a society and university is merely the first step of my grand plan, and it's the most crucial step. I aspire to create an organization that rivals the 6 major guilds. Sheng Xiaoshue revealed her ambition to Lin Mo. Chen Lingyu, Yun Ruichi, and others looked at Lin Mo expectantly. I can join your society, but I require a substantial quantity of rare-grade items, specifically dragon burial stones, Lin Mo stated. After slaying numerous boss-level foes, Lin Mo had discovered that each time yielded dragon burial stones. The level 60 boss, the frenzied behemoth, dropped the most, an impressive 30 stones, while the abyssal serpent, despite being 10 levels higher, only dropped ten.as for the Zonglong stone. It is intended to unlock the sealed Emperor's Fall, and he has a strong premonition that absorbing 30 or 40 more Zonglong stones will allow the Emperor's Fall to unlock new effects. Do you have legendary equipment? What do you need Zonglong stones for? Chen Lingyu inquired. Legendary equipment dropped by defeating demons requires the fusion of Zonglong stones to trigger their true attributes and effects. Not as if Lin Mo possesses legendary equipment, right? Is that even possible? Lin Mo recalled the legendary equipment, the Annihilation Battle Axe, which dropped from the world-class boss, the Dark Dragon. Although it was indeed legendary, it only provided a meager boost of 3,000 points to strength. Even rare equipment offers over 2,000 points of strength enhancement. Had Chen Lingyu not mentioned it, he would have been unaware. Given this, he found himself in greater need of such items. I don't have any Zonglong stones, but the school has issued a task for clubs above A rank, and completing it will yield 50 Zonglong stones, Shang Xiaoxue stated. The reason this task can only be undertaken by clubs is that it requires the defeat of a level 100 King Tier boss. Only clubs of A rank or higher at the Imperial Capital University have a chance to take down a level 100 King Tier boss. We will set out tomorrow, Lin Imo declared. All right, Shang Xiaoxue nodded. Understanding that Lin Imo was implicitly agreeing to join the Shengyu Club, we leave tomorrow? The succinct exchange left Yun Weiqi somewhat astonished. He was aware of the task, but could their group really defeat a level 100 King Tier boss? The Infernal Thunder Beast? President, this is a level 100 King Tier boss, not a Lord Tier, Yun Weiqi said cautiously. The club, including Lin Imo, had a total of 11 members. Among them, Chen Lingyu was the highest level at 60. A space attribute mage. Next was President Shang Xiaoxue, a 59-level hidden profession judgment warrior. The remaining members ranged between levels 55 and 58, all having awakened conventional professions. This lineup might stand a chance against the level 100 Lord Tier boss. But taking on a King Tier boss was exceedingly perilous. A slight misstep could lead to their demise at the hands of the Infernal Thunder Beast. You need not worry. I have a plan. Shang Xiaoxue reassured him. As long as Lin Imo agreed to join the club, she had no qualms about spending a significant sum to hire senior students to assist in defeating the Infernal Thunder Beast. Taking the Imperial Capital University uniform emblazoned with the characters for Shengyu from Shang Xiaoxue, Lin Imo stored it in his spatial ring. After finishing the last of the orange juice in his cup, Lin Imo and his companions returned to the Imperial Capital University. Lin Imo, this is the boys' dormitory, Yun Weiqi said, parting ways with Shang Xiaoxue and Chen Lingyu at the school entrance and pointing towards a row of villas. Not bad, right? Yun Weiqi remarked. Unlike other universities, all students at Imperial Capital University reside in villas. This was unavoidable, as the campus spanned an impressive 6,000 square kilometers. The principal, Mao Fangji, had a simple philosophy. It was imperative for students to eat well and live comfortably. However, should one indulge in excess, the consequences of failing the final exams could be severe, ranging from being held back to outright expulsion. Under Yun Weiqi's guidance, Lin Imo arrived at his own villa. The villa was 3 stories tall, with a living room on the first floor, sleeping quarters on the second, and an open-air balcony on the top level, perfect for gardening and sunbathing. After bidding farewell to Yun Weiqi, Lin Imo reclined on the plush bed in the master bedroom. The villa was furnished with everything one could need, from a refrigerator and color television to a toothbrush and toilet paper. All brand new and waiting for their new owner to unbox. The level 100 King Tier boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast. Lin Imo recalled Shang Xiaoxue mentioning the task to obtain 50 Zonglong stones. Taking advantage of the journey to the Beast Zone, he planned to see if he could elevate his level to 50 before venturing into the secret realm within the maw of the Blood Demon Worm. Completing the secret realm would grant him a profession card, a reward too enticing to resist. The profession card is a coveted item for all practitioners, even surpassing legendary equipment. After all, who wouldn't want an additional profession? Whether it be a warrior or a rogue, or any other profession, dual-class practitioners naturally hold an advantage in combat. Lin Imo formulated a plan in his mind. First, he would use the Zonglong stones to unlock the new effects of the Emperor's Fall, simultaneously raising his level to 50, and then obtain a profession card through the secret realm to awaken a new profession. As the moon set and the sun rose high, Lin Imo completed his morning routine and arrived at the Summoner Teaching Building. Along the way, upperclassmen regarded him with curiosity, for they were witnesses to his recent achievement as the top scorer. Naturally, thoughts of the unique creatures he summoned filled their minds. I in the Summoner Teaching Building. Following the signs, Lin Imo settled into an empty classroom. Am I truly the only new summoner this year? Lin Imo mused, his expression one of disbelief, suddenly realizing he was the sole freshman in the Summoner Academy. You must be Lin Imo, a middle-aged man of slightly plump stature entered the room. I am He Junqian, the director of the Summoner Academy. Greetings, Director He. Yes, our Summoner Academy is unlike others. We only have a little over 50 students. So you will be attending classes alongside your seniors, He Junqian explained, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Only a little over 50 students? Lin Imo exclaimed, taken aback. This was rather pitiful compared to other colleges, where first-year classes alone boasted 100 or 200 students. The entire Summoner Academy, with its total student body, was fewer than the first-year students in other faculties. Quality over quantity. Strength lies in strategy. He Junqian remarked that he felt awkward, fearing Lin Mo might think he had taken a wrong turn by entering the Summoner Academy. Students at Imperial Capital University could freely choose their faculties. Just days prior, dozens of rogue students had opted to attend the Warrior Academy. Although warriors and rogues are different professions, this is Imperial Capital University, where students excel and mentors are naturally exceptional. It would be disheartening if a genius summoner like Lin Mo were to transfer to another faculty. No, I must show Lin Mo a thing or two, He Junqian resolved, determined to keep Lin Mo at the Summoner Academy. AS students continued to arrive. The classroom remained sparse. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our new student. Lin Mo. After taking attendance, He Junqian announced. The applause that followed was sparse, with upperclassmen glancing towards Lin Mo seated in the front row. A bald upperclassman, at level 55, shook his head at Lin Mo. Take my advice and run. This place isn't for the faint of heart, the bald man whispered. Why don't you run then? Lin Mo inquired. I have no one to take me. If I could transfer to another academy, I would have done so long ago, the bald man lamented. Lin Mo. Chang Mingyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Pay attention. He Junqian accurately threw chalk at the whispering Chang Mingyu. Last class, I mentioned that mental strength is particularly crucial for summoners. Summons below level 100 lack cognitive abilities, requiring the summoner to control them in battle. The only voice in the classroom was that of He Junqian. The stronger the mental fortitude, the easier it is to control the summons. Conversely, if one's mental strength is weak, it matters not how many monsters one summons. As He Junqian spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. Chang Mingyu. Why not compete with Lin Mo? The students in attendance instantly perked up. Unlike ordinary summoners, Lin Mo's summon creatures were of a different caliber, and they were eager to observe closely. Director, I'm feeling unwell today, Chang Mingyu protested, his expression reluctant. What are you afraid of? A level 55 summoner can't possibly lose to a level 47. He Junqian was exasperated. Use the combat techniques I taught you recently to demonstrate the prowess of our Imperial Capital University Summoner Academy to Lin Mo. He Junqian urged Chang Mingyu to stop stalling and proceed to the practical training area downstairs. In the spacious area below, Lin Mo faced Chang Mingyu, the level 55 summoner. While the upperclassman yawned through He Junqian's lecture, Lin Mo was engrossed. Knowledge about mental strength had never been touched upon by his high school teachers. Lin Mo, forgive my rudeness. Chang Mingyu clasped his hands together and then began to softly chant, summoning a skeletal shield soldier. Under the sunlight, Lin Mo's shadow elongated and split, a ghostly soldier quietly appearing behind Chang Mingyu. What the? Chang Mingyu felt a chill down his spine, raising his hands in surrender, afraid to make any rash moves. If the ghostly soldier were to strike with its dagger and sever his artery, even 1,000,000 hit points would be futile. What on earth? In the blink of an eye, he summoned a creature. The surrounding upperclassmen gaped in astonishment. Lin Mo's summoning speed was astonishing. Before Chang Mingyu could even start summoning, he was already under control. What kind of fight is this? In a life-or-death duel, Chang Mingyu would have died 1,000 times over. He Junqian's mouth twitched. He had intended for the upperclassmen to showcase their skills to Lin Mo, but it had turned into Lin Mo showcasing his prowess instead. Lin Mo, please wait for Chang Mingyu to finish summoning before you engage, He Junqian said, rubbing his nose. All right, Lin Mo nodded. 10 minutes later, Chang Mingyu stood surrounded by over 100 elite skeletal warriors and 50 elite skeletal shield soldiers. Lin Mo, let us go. Chang Mingyu's confidence surged. Although Lin Mo summoned creatures quickly and uniquely, he held an 8-level advantage. With such a significant level difference, he believed he could defeat Lin Mo. Finally, the summons were ready. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, and with a swift motion, he summoned over 100 armored shadow soldiers. Ahem! He Junqian pretended to cough to draw attention. Classmates, pay attention to Chang Mingyu's battle strategy. Lin Mo's summoned creatures are formidable, but as long as the skeletal shield soldiers can withstand the onslaught, Chang Mingyu can continuously summon lower-level skeleton soldiers to wear down Lin Mo's summons. He Junqian elaborated confidently. Director, something seems off, an observing upperclassman remarked. What seems off? He Junqian turned his head. There are skeletal frames everywhere. A multitude of armored shadow warriors unleashed a singular onslaught that utterly shattered the skeletal monstrosities summoned by Chang Mingyu. Even the skeletal shield soldiers, renowned for their defensive prowess, could not withstand a single strike. The blades were razor-sharp, and under the scrutinizing gaze of countless armored shadow warriors, Chang Mingyu trembled in fear. He Junqian felt a flicker of panic. This outcome was starkly different from the script he had envisioned. He had imagined Chang Mingyu employing a tactic of sheer numbers to exhaust Lin Imo, yet before he could finish his thought, Chang Mingyu had already been defeated. Lin Imo, do you not need to exert mental control over your summon entities during battle? He Junqian inquired. The generals of the 9 Shadow Legions, Terra, and the Demon Dragon were a different matter entirely, as they were king-tier bosses. Lin Imo had summoned what were clearly conventional creatures, akin to skeletal soldiers and warriors that could be summoned en masse for a brief duration. Yet, during the offensive of the armored shadow warriors, Lin Imo merely stood by and observed, his mental energy showing no signs of fluctuation. Is it necessary? Lin Imo retorted. All along, he had only needed to issue commands to the Shadow Legion without ever needing to exert mental control. He Junqian. This revelation left him utterly speechless. Mastering the use of mental energy is a crucial lesson for summoners, and it appeared that Lin Imo had never needed to learn it. The question arose, how would he teach Lin Imo in the future? Lin Imo, follow me. An aged voice resonated as Mao Fangji suddenly appeared. Greetings, Principal. The crowd respectfully greeted upon seeing Mao Fangji. Observing the 2 retreating figures, the older students vaguely speculated that the principal sought Lin Imo for the purpose of bestowing upon him the honors of a top scholar. A rare level set. Oh heavens, I have yet to even gather a complete fine-grade set. What are you comparing yourself to? I barely possess 2 pieces of fine-grade equipment. How exasperating it is to see others thrive while I struggle. Is it a competition for misery? I can barely afford a meal. Well, you still have your merits. How was your first day of classes? Mao Fangji queried as they reached an unnoticed corner. It was satisfactory, Lin Imo replied. That's good to hear. Yesterday, I rummaged through the school's treasure vault and ultimately selected 2 rare level sets suitable for you. Mao Fangji gazed at the new student he had painstakingly recruited. Lin Imo was eager to try them on, sensing that the principal had 2 sets for him to choose from, though he was uncertain about the effects and attribute enhancements of these rare level sets. Choose, Mao Fangji said, presenting the 2 rare level sets to Lin Imo. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance arose. As the 2 rare level sets materialized, the sealed Emperor's fall within Lin Mo's spatial ring emitted a sharp, piercing sound. How audacious, to dare snatch something from my grasp! Mao Fangji fumed, glaring at the levitating Emperor's fall. The Shura domain unfolded, with Mao Fangji ensuring Lin Mo's protection as a crimson barrier enveloped him. Completing these actions, Mao Fangji drew forth a crimson broadsword. The clash of the sword against Emperor's fall resonated with a series of crisp sounds. What is happening? Lin Imo stood bewildered, the situation seeming absurd. Yet it was undeniably true. The sealed Emperor's fall was now engaged in combat with the 198 level principal, who had awakened the hidden class of Shura, and they fought fiercely, neither yielding to the other. Chapter 58. The Gentleman's Society. The sky was awash in a blood-red hue as Mao Fangji wielded the scarlet broadsword, clashing violently with Emperor's fall. You, a formidable individual, ought to refrain from hiding in the shadows. Lest you lose your dignity, Mao Fangji called out from a distance. The fact that he could exchange blows suggested that the sword's owner was at least a warrior of level 195. He was familiar with the powerful warriors of China at level 195, who would come unprovoked to stir trouble at the Imperial Capital University. No one responded to Mao Fangji's inquiry, as Emperor's fall unleashed an astonishing force aimed at him. Under the crimson barrier, Lin Imo pondered. So, Emperor's fall is battling the principal. This equipment was extracted from the forehead of the world-class boss, the Dark Dragon, which perished at his hands. Emperor's fall was shrouded in enigma. It could not be inspected for quality and remained in a sealed state. As Lin Imo glanced at the 2 rare level sets, he discerned the issue. One set was named the Brave Valor set, while the other was called the Boundless Set. At that moment, the Boundless set in his hands was radiating intense heat. Boundless set, quality, rare level, status, sealed, active effects, invincible defense. Automatically triggers a barrier upon being attacked, granting a 10-second invulnerable state. Fatal binding, ignores level and profession, restraining the enemy for 20 seconds, with the number of targets dependent on the user's level. Passive effects, health 100, 000, mana 100, 000, agility 80, 000, strength 80,000. Note, this is not my ultimate form. Such high enhancements to health and mana. Is a rare level set truly this impressive? Not only are the enhancements remarkable, but the two active effects are equally astounding. First, the invincible defense, which renders him invulnerable for 10 seconds. During this time, no one can inflict damage upon him. Then there's fatal binding, which ignores level and profession to restrain the enemy for 20 seconds. Meaning that regardless of how high the level or powerful the profession, it is of no consequence, and the number of targets can be increased based on the user's level. Lin and Mo turned to examine the Brave Valor set, and in comparison to the Boundless set, it seemed rather ordinary. The health, mana, and other attribute enhancements barely broke the 10,000 mark, and its active effects paled in comparison. In Lin Mo's understanding, the attributes and effects of the Brave Valor set were what one would expect from a rare level set. Conversely, the Boundless set resembled a legendary level set. Was it attempting to nudge him towards choosing the Boundless set? Lin and Mo glanced at Emperor's Fall, which was locked in combat with the principal. If I have grievances with you, we could find a remote wilderness to settle it, without needing to involve the innocent. Mao Fangji spoke to the air, visibly irate. As a level 198 Shura, he was not intimidated by the sudden appearance of Emperor's Fall. But being at Imperial Capital University, any misstep could lay waste to hundreds of miles around. He was constrained by the circumstances and could only contain Emperor's Fall, preventing the students from being drawn into the fray. Once Lin and Mo donned the Boundless set, Emperor's Fall, entangled with Mao Fangji, vanished as if it had never existed. Principal. In swift succession, numerous high-ranking officials from Imperial Capital University arrived, their expressions grave as they utilized their domains to shield the teaching buildings behind them. With Mao Fangji present, their priority was to protect the students and the structures. Principal, who dares to act so brazenly against you in the school? Su Zhijian, the foremost among them, inquired. A sword. As for its owner, I am uncertain, Mao Fangji replied, conducting a thorough search of the Imperial Capital University under the Shura domain, yet failing to uncover anyone lurking in the shadows who had engaged him in battle. Do not let me catch you. Mao Fangji's gaze was piercing as he approached Lin and Mo. Have you made your choice? Yes, I have chosen the Boundless set. Lin and Mo nodded, returning the Brave Valor set to Mao Fangji. Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, the university officials gathered around him. Lin and Mo, while the Boundless set does offer superior attribute enhancements compared to the Brave Valor set, you are actually more suited to the latter. Vice Principal Su Zhijian kindly advised. The Brave Valor set possesses an active skill called instant teleportation, akin to a spatial mage's gate of space, allowing transport to any location within a 10-mile radius. This is an excellent survival skill, perfectly fitting for fragile classes such as summoners, mages, and priests that require protection during battle. Is the enhancement merely slightly higher? Lin and Mo mused, suspecting the vice principal might be suffering from poor eyesight. To illustrate the disparity, the Brave Valor set provided an increase of merely 9,000 to health, while the Boundless set boasted an enhancement of a staggering 100,000, an over 10-fold difference. Opting for the Boundless set is also commendable. Active defense can withstand 3 attacks from a level 100 profession, and high-level binding can control an 80-level profession for 2 seconds, presenting 2 active effects. Another female school leader voiced a differing opinion. Aren't the active effects of the Boundless set, invincible defense, and fatal binding? What are active defense and high-level binding? Lin and Mo realized that due to the presence of Emperor's Fall, the attributes and active effects of the Boundless set had undergone alterations. Otherwise, there would be no rationale to explain the vast difference in effects and attribute enhancements between the two sets. Mao Fangji, upon witnessing this, refrained from making further comments, securing the Brave Valor set before departing. This was Lin Mo's own choice, one he had no authority to interfere with, thus solidifying the rewards for the top 3 and the top 100 candidates at Imperial Capital University. The arriving school officials promptly followed in Mao Fangji's footsteps. With the area now deserted, Lin and Mo retrieved Emperor's Fall from his spatial ring. Emperor's Fall remained unchanged, still inscrutable in quality and sealed in status. As he made his way back to the Summoner Academy, Lin and Mo encountered a group of students clad in Imperial Capital University uniforms loitering at the entrance. They were not summoners, chattering animatedly about something. Lin and Mo is here, someone exclaimed loudly. In an instant, they surrounded Lin and Mo, their faces beaming with friendly smiles. Junior Lin and Mo, would you be interested in joining our society? We are in dire need of talent like you. What a ridiculous name for a society. It sounds utterly cliché. It pales in comparison to the lawless society. Here we go again, Lin Imo replied, feeling exasperated. However, societies and guilds were two entirely different matters. At Imperial Capital University, any student could apply to establish a society, resulting in a plethora of societies, while guilds required the slaying of monsters to obtain guild tokens on the first day of school. The top 10 candidates were highly sought after by various societies, especially the top 3, Lin Imo, Wang Zhiyang, and Yu Ru Yin. Currently, only Lin Imo had not publicly declared allegiance to any society. A young man, approximately 23 or 24 years old, adorned with the characters gentleman emblazoned on his chest, approached. Upon seeing the young man, the older students retreated in deference. By heavens, the president of the Gentleman Society. Mu Hongda personally invites Lin Imo? Some scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as an attempt to lure Lin Imo into their society. Fleeing swiftly, Lin Imo found himself greeted by Mu Hongda, the charismatic president of the Junzi Society. With a warm smile, Mu addressed Lin, extending an invitation for him to assume the role of vice president, promising that upon his graduation next year, Lin would take the helm of the society. This unexpected proposition left the senior students present momentarily stunned. How could someone dare to compete with the Junzi Society, especially with such an enticing offer that Lin Imo could hardly refuse? Accepting this role would instantly elevate Lin to a prominent figure at the prestigious Imperial Capital University. Lin Imo, a level 75 warrior, regarded the refined Mu Hongda with intrigue. He had heard of the Junzi Society, ranked third at Imperial Capital University, boasting over 100 members. The society's members were all at least level 60, and Mu was quite well known, rumored to have single-handedly taken down a level 90 boss at the age of 70. Lin Imo, my dear junior, what do you think of this offer? Mu inquired, brimming with confidence in his invitation. With only a year left before his graduation, Mu had meticulously charted his future course, intending to establish a guild and expand his influence. Who could be more suited to inherit the Junzi Society than Lin Imo, the top scorer of this year's admissions? Lin would undoubtedly attract a continuous influx of exceptional talent to the guild. Propelling it to greatness, however, Lin Imo politely declined, stating, I have already joined the Shangyu Society. Mu's expression shifted as he recognized the name of Shang Zhao Shui's society. He frowned, knowing her ambition but also her tendency to trust too easily, which had led to the decline of the Shangyu Society. What a pity, Mu sighed, realizing that Shang Zhao Shui had beaten him to the punch. He had genuinely hoped for Lin Imo to be his successor. Very well, I won't take up more of your time. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I still have some influence at Imperial Capital University, Mu said, unfazed by Lin Mo's refusal, even offering his contact information. The onlookers were incredulous. How could Lin Imo possibly turn down such an opportunity? They couldn't fathom why he would prefer the Xingyu Society over the Junzi Society, especially when he could step into the role of vice president and soon thereafter, president. Meanwhile, two senior members of the Filong Society swaggered into the crowd, a scrawny level 57 rogue standing before Lin Imo. You must be Lin Imo here as the Filong Society badge. Put it on, commanded Lu Guanyu, who was chewing on a toothpick. He instructed Lin to head to the school's society hall to apply for membership, making it clear that refusal was not an option. The Filong Society was notorious for its bullying and intimidation tactics, leaving other smaller societies in distress. The seniors were baffled. Why would the Filong Society adopt such a brutish approach toward Lin Imo? Especially given his status as the top scorer, such aggression could easily backfire, prompting Lin to reject their overtures outright. What if I refuse? Lin Imo replied, not taking the badge from Lu Guanyu at that moment. A shadow split and emerged. A creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, Terra, glared at the members of the Filong Society. Humph, I see you're itching for a fight. Lu Guanyu growled, rolling up his sleeves, ready to attack. But then a sharp reprimand rang out. Who allowed you to treat our university's top scorer with such disrespect? A stunning woman, adorned with vibrant attire and an alluring fragrance, struck Lu Guanyu across the face. Forgive my oversight. Please excuse my rudeness, Lin Imo, she said, her tone sweet yet commanding. Lin Imo observed the farcical performance with disdain. He had seen such theatrics far too often. The woman, a level 60 rogue, was none other than Shi Linghui, the vice president of the Filong Society, infamous for her treachery against Shang Zhao Shui. Apologize to Lin Mo. Shi ordered coldly. I'm sorry. Lin Mo, I shouldn't have acted that way, Lu Guanyu mumbled, still nursing his cheek. Is the performance over? Lin Mo remarked, finding their antics tiresome. He would rather scroll through his phone than waste time on their charade. Shi feigned calmness. I can't seem to comprehend your words. Lin Mo, her thoughts raced, realizing their poorly executed act had been exposed too soon. Lin Mo, you are indeed strikingly handsome, befitting this year's top scorer. Shi attempted to change the subject, inching closer to him. Do you smell something? What scent? Lin Mo responded. Roast chicken, he replied, eliciting laughter from the crowd, as Shi's heavy perfume was likened to the aroma of roast chicken. Lin Mo, you're being disrespectful. Join the Filong Society, and I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. But if you dare refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless, Shi threatened, discarding all pretense. As two level 57 members of the Filong Society approached Lin with ill intentions, Lu Guanyu added, a good beating will set him straight. If he still refuses, we'll just beat him a few more times. Suddenly, chaos erupted as Lu Guanyu inexplicably struck his own partner instead of Lin Mo. I can't control my body, Lu exclaimed, horrified, as he realized he was being manipulated like a puppet. The scene turned chaotic. With Lin Mo grinning at the spectacle, I heard you wanted me to take a beating. Did I misunderstand? As the commotion unfolded at the entrance of the Summoner Academy, onlookers were left bewildered, unsure whether to intervene or simply enjoy the show. Lin Mo, you must stop this. You'll face consequences for this brawl, Shi cried, blood trickling from her lips, her once pristine appearance marred by bruises. Was that not what you wished for? Lin Mo teased, recalling the vivid image of the university's courtyard bustling with life, now disrupted by the absurdity of their antics. Although Shi Linghui indeed leads a dissolute personal life, frequently engaging in improper relationships with male members of the society, many members of the Shengyu Society defected to the Filong Society due to their ambiguous ties with her. I am a fool. I am indeed a fool, and a great one at that, Lu Guanyu exclaimed, slapping himself. I am a roasted chicken, Shi Linghui hissed through clenched teeth. Classmate, do you understand the situation with those three? An older student who had just arrived at the playground inquired. Perplexed, I'm not sure. Perhaps they are unwell, Lin Mo replied with a sunny smile as he sat on the steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver needles of concentrated mental energy pierced the foreheads of Shi Linghui, Tan Luan, and Lu Guanyu, breaking Terra's control over them. President, Shi Linghui stumbled towards a silver-haired man. Level 65, hidden class. Mentalist, Lin Mo gazed at the silver-haired man. President, it's Lin Mo. The monsters he summoned have taken control of us. Shi Linghui glared resentfully at Lin Mo. I had my suspicions, Ling Yuni remarked, his expression unreadable as he strode directly towards Lin Mo. An invisible wolf of concentrated mental energy lunged at Lin Mo. And upon witnessing this, Terra conjured a fierce tiger to counter it. The roar of the tiger echoed as it firmly subdued the wolf, eviscerating it. Ling Yuni halted, focusing his gaze on Terra. Shang Zhaoxue does not deserve such talent. Ling Yuni pondered. Lin Mo controls them? Observing Ling Yuni approach Lin Mo, the older students on the playground pieced together the unfolding events through Shi Linghui's words. Isn't Shi Linghui a level 60 rogue? How could she fall prey? This is utterly pathetic. 2 level 57s and 1 level 60 rogue cannot defeat a level 47 summoner. After all, Lin Mo can summon 2 king-tier boss monsters, an older student remarked. Under normal circumstances, any practitioner of the same level would have a distinct advantage over a summoner, especially since Shi Linghui is a level 60 rogue. Yet, this is Lin Mo, who defies the norms of summoners. After all, no one has witnessed a level 47 summoner capable of summoning king-tier bosses, let alone 2. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the older students watched Ling Yuni approach Lin Mo. The humiliation suffered by Shi Linghui and the others was not only a blow to their pride, but also to Ling Yuni, the president of the Filong Society. Lin Mo, are you certain you wish to stand against me? Ling Yuni declared. President, stop wasting time. Just control him so I can have my fun, Lu Guanyu exclaimed vehemently. Just moments ago, he experienced the most humiliating moment of his life, to shout in front of thousands of classmates that he is a fool. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could dismantle Lin Mo right then and there. Ling Yuni turned to Lu Guanyu. Lu Guanyu knelt, clutching his neck, his face turning ashen. When did I need your guidance? Ling Yuni retorted, and the released Lu Guanyu gasped for breath, shaking his head hastily. Lin Emo, I know you are Chen Lingyu's cousin, but you cannot allow this connection to lead you astray. Can you? Ling Yuni looked down at Lin Emo from his elevated position, his voice laden with charm. This is a trait of the mentalist. Their words easily evoke affection in others. A powerful mentalist can effortlessly stir a person's emotions with just a few statements. However, standing beside Terra, Lin Emo remained unaffected, rendering Ling Yuni's tactic futile. Chen Lingyu's cousin? Sure, Ling Hui's expression shifted, her face displaying a mix of technology and ruthlessness. This indicates that Lin Emo has indeed joined the society she once belonged to. And as a core member, Shengyu Society, Sure Ling Hui uttered those 4 words. Join the Filong Society, and I can provide you with everything you desire. Ling Yuni gestured towards Sure Ling Hui. As long as you are willing. I can make her your plaything, or find a woman even more beautiful than her. Ling Yuni's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Lin Emo. Sure Ling Hui's countenance darkened, yet she still managed to force a smile she deemed alluring towards Lin Emo. Then step aside. I shall become the president of the Filong Society, Lin Emo stated. Ling Yuni frowned. Lin Emo, this is not a time for jesting. Ling Yuni's patience waned, and he conjured a long spear of concentrated mental energy, hovering above Lin Mo's head. Didn't he say that everything I desire can be granted to me? Now I wish to become the president of the Filong Society. Is such a simple request too much? Lin Emo shook his head. Your sincerity is lacking. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Urgent footsteps approached. A multitude of students bearing the words Filong emblazoned on their chests gathered on the playground. Level 56 shield bearers, level 58 warriors, level 60 rogues. Over 1,000 members of the Filong Society had been summoned by Ling Yuni. Ling Yuni, what are you planning? The space gate opened, and dozens of members from the Shengyu Society, including Shang Xiaoxue and Chen Lingyu, emerged. Shang Xiaoxue fixed a steely gaze on Ling Yuni, her aura as a level 59 judgment warrior radiating power. Ha, this is your cousin's society, a mere handful of people. How pitiful. Ling Yuni dismissed Shang Xiaoxue's presence. Now look at the members of the Filong Society behind me. They were once members of the Shengyu Society who ultimately forsook the darkness to serve under me. You are a clever individual. You should make the wise choice. Shang Xiaoxue felt powerless. Ling Yuni spoke the truth. She had no grounds for rebuttal. Who said there were only 10 members in the Shengyu Society? Lin Emo rose to his feet. Under the sunlight, 5,000 shadow soldiers stood in perfect formation, resembling an army. The glory of the master is my glory. I am willing to dedicate everything to my master. The 9 shadow generals brandished their weapons in unison, directing their fierce gazes towards the 1,000 members of the Filong Society behind Ling Yuni. A massive dragon sword, with the demon dragon in its true form poised to unleash its breath. Bang, bang, bang. 20 King-tier shadow soldiers made the ground tremble with each step. Their leader, Royal-tier shadow soldier boasting 2.6 million health points, opening its gaping maw now. Whose side has the greater numbers? Lin Emo fixed his gaze on Ling Yuni. Chapter 61. S-rank missions, so many monsters? The onlookers at the playground were agog, their eyes alight with excitement as they beheld the 5,000 elite shadow soldiers, impeccably disciplined and ready for action. Lin Mo's ability to summon monsters at lightning speed was no longer a secret, yet they could not help but marvel. After all, commanding an army of thousands is a dream for every youthful heart. Royal tier, Lin Emo summoned a royal tier monster. The attention was drawn to the small figure at the forefront of the shadow soldiers. Its 2.6 million health points and status as a royal tier monster made it an object of fascination. In common understanding, a level 40 summoner could at most summon elite tier monsters. The previous summons of Terra and the Demon Dragon, both King tier, had already astounded everyone, and now another royal tier monster. Only a level 120 summoner could summon a royal tier monster. How could Lin Emo, at level 47, achieve this? Feeling the weight of countless crimson gazes upon him, and witnessing the demon dragon soaring overhead, poised to unleash its breath, the members of the Filong Society behind Ling Yuni grew anxious. Can we contend with the monsters summoned by Lin Emo? Someone asked. Though the members of the Filong Society were all at least level 50, with many at level 60, the sight of the shadow soldiers left them trembling in fear. There was simply too much pressure. Even if they could win, what would it matter? If Lin Mo's summoned creatures fell, he could simply call them forth again. It was merely a matter of expending magical energy. If they fell or were injured, they would either need to seek a healer or end up in the hospital for weeks. Linimo, it seems you are resolute in opposing me. Ling Yuni narrowed his eyes. He indeed did not dare to strike Linimo. This was the Imperial Capital University, and the consequences of a large-scale society battle would be dire. Expulsion would be the least of his worries. In severe cases, he could end up in prison. Opposing me will be the most regrettable decision of your life. Ling Yuni issued a final warning before departing. President, are we just going to let Linimo go? Shi Linghui protested. Assemble all society members above level 60 for a meeting. Ling Yuni did not respond to Shi Linghui's question. With so many members in the Filong Society, Shi Linghui was not the only one above level 60. Her management skills were why Ling Yuni had appointed her as vice president. 138 members above level 60. That is the foundation of the Filong Society's dominance at Imperial Capital University. I'll arrange it immediately. Shi Linghui pulled out her phone, knowing the president would not easily let Linimo off the hook. Did Ling Yuni and the members of the Filong Society merely walk away? Would they rather confront Linimo, with that 2.6 million health points royal tier monster ready to wreak havoc? The seniors in their 4th year could do nothing against Ling Yuni. The fact that Linimo, a newcomer, had managed to put him in a difficult position was impressive. As they watched Ling Yuni lead the members of the Filong Society away in defeat, the older students on the playground gave Linimo a thumbs up. Well done. No one at Imperial Capital University disliked the Filong Society. Their actions had been too vile. There was a time when a well-known student completed a quest to slay a level 60 elite beast, happily bringing its fangs to claim a reward. Yet, the Filong Society brazenly blocked him at the school gate, stealing the fangs right out from under him. Countless such incidents had occurred, leading students to privately refer to the Filong Society as the Vile Society. But due to their sheer numbers, they could only swallow their indignation. What a refreshing sight! Yun Ruichi exclaimed, his expression animated. Linimo accomplished what he had longed to do but dared not attempt, publicly humiliating Ling Yuni and the Filong Society. Today, the Flying Dragon Society has undeniably lost face. First, the vice president, Shi Linghui, shouted on the playground, declaring herself a roast chicken. Then, the president, Ling Yunin, was scared away by Linimo in front of 1,000 society members and numerous senior students. Members of the Rain Society wore smiles, as Linimo had given them a chance to gloat. Ling Yunin was not one to let this go easily. He was likely brewing some malicious plans. Shang Zhaoxue remarked, Linimo, why is that creature an emperor-level beast? Chen Lingyu pointed at the emperor-level shadow beast, Xiao Wu, while the other shadow beasts were at the king level. Only Xiao Wu held the emperor rank. Because they can evolve infinitely, Linimo succinctly replied, summoning a regular-level shadow beast. So adorable. Chen Lingyu's eyes sparkled. The unevolved shadow beast seemed to possess an inexplicable allure for women, as Chen Lingyu, much like Wei Qianming, held the shadow beast affectionately. She would stroke its belly and pat its head, finding it increasingly endearing as it bared its teeth. In contrast, Shang Zhaoxue was uninterested in the shadow beast, her focus instead fixated on Lin Mo's statement about infinite evolution. Infinite evolution. Are you suggesting that the shadow beast could break conventional limits and evolve to the saint level, or even world-class monsters? Shang Zhaoxue's voice quivered slightly at the mention of world-class monsters. Once a shadow beast reaches the world-class level, unless Linimo suffers a fatal attack, it would be invincible. Linimo nodded. Infinite evolution can certainly lead to world-class status. This is also the reason I prioritize nurturing the shadow beasts. Whoa? Yun Ruichi swallowed hard, sweating as he gazed at the shadow beast in Chen Lingyu's hands. The vice president finds it cute now, but will she still think so once it evolves into a world-class creature? Let's head to the mission hall to accept a task. We depart this afternoon, Shang Zhaoxue announced. She was well-informed and had rushed to the society members upon learning that Ling Yunin was causing trouble for Linimo in the playground. However, there was even more explosive news. President Mu Hongda of the Gentlemen's Society personally invited Linimo to join and promised him the position of vice president. Both the Gentlemen's Society and the Flying Dragon Society are classified as S-level societies. But Mu Hongda only recruits students above level 60, while the Flying Dragon Society has a mixed bag of members. Upon hearing of the enticing offer from Mu Hongda, Shang Zhaoxue thought it was over. A society membership can be relinquished at any time. If she were Linimo, she would undoubtedly leave the Rain Society without hesitation to become the vice president of the Gentlemen's Society. Yet, Lin Imo never even mentioned it, which deeply touched Shang Xiaoxue. Although she was clueless as to why Lin Imo needed the rare grade item, the Dragon Burial Stone, the immediate priority was to swiftly accept the task of slaying the level 100 king-level boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast, to ensure Lin Imo could obtain the Dragon Burial Stone as soon as possible. This would also serve as her way of repaying Lin Imo for joining the Rain Society. At the Imperial Capital University Mission Hall, students streamed in and out, while the entrance was bustling with students holding signs, calling out for teammates. The signs detailed the profession and level requirements for team members. Upon entering the mission hall, Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to the S-level tasks. S-level task: slay the level 100 king-level boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast, and obtain its complete head. Reward: 50 rare-grade Dragon Burial Stones. Requirements: A or S-level society with the president or vice president at level 60 or above. Glancing at the task requirements, Lin Imo realized Shang Xiaoxue had not deceived him. This task could indeed only be accepted by an A-level society, and the Rain Society fit the bill perfectly. Tasks are classified by levels, and the same applies to societies at Imperial Capital University. Lin Imo spotted the name of the Gentlemen's Society on the large screen. An S-level society ranked third among many. President Shang, are we certain we want to accept the task of slaying the Infernal Thunder Beast? A staff member inquired. Upon hearing the name of the Infernal Thunder Beast, students in the mission hall turned their attention to Shang Xiaoxue. I must remind you that while the Rain Society is an A-level society, it consists of only 11 members. Given your strength, attempting to slay the Infernal Thunder Beast would be tantamount to seeking death. Failure to complete a task incurs penalties, the most common of which is a deduction of credits. Credits are vital at Imperial Capital University. Losing all credits would prevent one from receiving a diploma, akin to expulsion. Except, Shang Xiaoxue declared without hesitation. The task has a time limit of 7 days. Good luck. The staff member handed the task approval to Shang Xiaoxue. You really went ahead and accepted it? Shang Xiaoxue was keen on keeping the Rain Society within the ranks of A-level societies. If she remembered correctly, apart from Chen Lingyu, no member of the Rain Society was above level 60. Surely they could not expect Chen Lingyu alone to take down the level 100 king-level boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast. The few S-level tasks available prompted Shang Xiaoxue to accept this one, and students in the hall paused to watch. This S-level task had been posted in the mission hall for quite some time, yet no society had dared take it on. The reason was simple: the Infernal Thunder Beast was not easily vanquished. It was a level 100 king-level boss. Only societies like the Gentlemen's Society and the Flying Dragon Society stood a chance against it. Moreover, it would come at an extremely painful cost. Additionally, the task's reward seemed somewhat lackluster: 50 rare-grade Dragon Burial Stones. Dragon Burial Stones are crucial for unlocking the attributes of legendary-grade equipment, but the catch is that one must possess legendary-grade equipment first. Such equipment is entirely in the hands of top-tier powerhouses. For these students, possessing even a few pieces of rare-grade equipment is commendable. After accepting the task to slay the Infernal Thunder Beast, Shang Xiaoxue exited the mission hall. 7 level 70 professionals had been waiting for a while and approached Shang Xiaoxue as she arrived. This is He Hampong, a level 74 warrior, and Ming Yaojia, a level 72 shield bearer. Shang Xiaoxue introduced them one by one. President, I genuinely thought you were leading us to our demise. It seems we have some upperclassmen to assist. Yin Ruichi remarked. With these 7 upperclassmen on their side, the probability of slaying the Infernal Thunder Beast and completing the task had significantly increased. Even if they were to fail the task, they need not fear death in the beast's territory. Other members of the Rain Society breathed a sigh of relief. How much did it cost? Lin Imo inquired. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Imo did not believe these 7 seniors would kindly assist them in completing the task. 2 million each, Shang Xiaoxue replied. This was the only method she could conceive to slay the Infernal Thunder Beast. 2 million, meaning Shang Xiaoxue spent a total of 14 million. There's no need to spend that money. You may leave, Lin Imo stated bluntly. Upon hearing Lin Imo's words, He Hampong, the leading senior, spat out his toothpick. Are you joking with us? Lin Imo, do you think you can slay a level 100 king-level boss with this group of level 50 professions? He Hampong mocked. Are you paying or not? If not, don't waste our time. Another senior said impatiently. If Lin Imo wished to seek death, that was his choice. It had nothing to do with them. The 7 seniors exchanged glances, and the members of the Rain Society looked to Shang Xiaoxue for guidance. Shang Xiaoxue took a deep breath. Listen to Lin Mo. You may leave. Shang Xiaoxue declared. Damn. Shang Xiaoxue, don't you have any concept of the strength of a king-level boss? Who cares? If they want to seek death, let them. The 7 seniors dispersed in a huff, leaving the members of the Rain Society bewildered. Those who do not wish to go may stay. I will not force anyone. Shang Xiaoxue and Chen Lingyu stood beside Lin Mo. And after a moment of hesitation, Yun Weiqi followed suit. To Shang Xiaoxue's relief, the remaining 8 members chose to accompany them into the beast territory. Lin Mo, do you have confidence? Chen Lingyu quietly asked as they made their way to the high-speed rail station. She had been taken aback by Lin Mo's earlier words. With so many level 70 professionals offering help, to refuse them seemed unthinkable. Just as Hampeng had said, with their strength, attempting to slay the infernal thunder beast was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Now, they had no choice but to rely on Lin Mo, as his summoned creatures were special. Perhaps they might stand a chance against the infernal thunder beast. I alone am sufficient, Lin Mo replied calmly. What use is 14 million? There's no need to squander that money hiring seniors. Upon hearing Lin Mo's confident tone, the members of the Rain Society fell silent. Was he truly enough? No one deemed Lin Mo weak. On the contrary, they believed he was incredibly strong. At level 47, he could summon a multitude of creatures at lightning speed, including an Emperor-level monster. Yet, the Infernal Thunder Beast was a level 100 King-level boss, possessing multiple area of effect lightning skills that could decimate Lin Mo's summoned creatures in an instant. The atmosphere grew tense, and Shang Xiaoxue gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, pondering if there were any other strategies to accomplish the task. After much contemplation, she found no breakthrough solutions and could only place her hopes on Lin Mo, much like Chen Lingyu. The Infernal Thunder Beast has a fixed spawn location in the beast territory. Though Shang Xiaoxue was unaware of its exact position, only its general direction. Lin Mo, this should be your first time venturing into the beast territory, correct? Shang Xiaoxue inquired. Yes.in the realm of the beast zone. Should you find yourself perplexed, do not hesitate to seek our counsel. Yun Weiqi shall provide you with unwavering protection. As the name suggests, the beast zone is a habitat for the mystical creatures. A perilous domain unlike the relatively safe instance zones and leveling areas beyond the city. Within the instance zones and outer leveling territories, the mortality rate is minimal. However, the beast zone presents an entirely different scenario. One can never anticipate the type of beast that may emerge. It is entirely possible to encounter an 80-level Lord Boss, or even one of 100 levels, without warning. Lin Mo, observe closely. Your senior shall ensure your safety. The 58-level Guardian, Yun Weiqi, flexed his muscles. How does your defensive capability compare to that of the giant Shadow Soldier? Lin Mo inquired. Both the giant Shadow Soldier and the Guardian excel in defense, and Lin Mo wished to draw a comparison with the formidable Yun Weiqi. Images of the brawny giant Shadow Soldier flashed through Yun Weiqi's mind. Their defensive prowess should be comparable, but as for strength, Yun Weiqi's confidence began to wane. Damn it, in comparison to the giant Shadow Soldier, I feel utterly inadequate. Lin Mo's summoned 47-level, elite giant Shadow Soldier was more than sufficient, rendering Yun Weiqi's protection unnecessary. Chapter 63. Urgently summon your friends back at the high-speed railway station. Shang Xiaoxue purchased 11 tickets for the teleportation array leading to the beast zone. They were to embark on a journey to Bian City, situated at the border of Huaxia, a crucial frontier city for repelling the beastly tribes. A 100-level king-tier boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast, regularly spawns near Tianlang City, though the precise location remains undisclosed until their arrival. Lin Mo, in the beast zone, aside from us, do not place your trust in anyone else. While waiting for the teleportation array to activate, Shang Xiaoxue deemed it essential to enlighten Lin Mo with pertinent knowledge. The beast zone is fraught with peril. However, what is even more fearsome than the beasts is the treachery of mankind. There, no laws bind the inhabitants, and instances of murder and treasure theft are rampant. At times, even allies cannot be trusted. Shang Xiaoxue worried that Lin Mo, lacking experience, might fall victim to financial deception, but losing one's life is the gravest matter. Fear not, Lin Mo is quite astute. Unlike you, who has fallen victim to betrayal, Chen Lingyu attempted to lighten the mood. Since Lin Mo had declined the assistance suggested by Shang Xiaoxue, the journey was marked by somber expressions. The teleportation array is about to activate, Shang Xiaoxue announced. The group entered the array, and after a dizzying whirl, Lin Emo opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. The sky was overcast, and an air of solemnity permeated the city. Tianlang City was devoid of civilian life. With military vehicles traversing the streets, soldiers, fully equipped, bore serious expressions as they swiftly inspected their gear. Tianlang City stands as the first line of defense against the onslaught of beasts against Huaxia. Should this city fall, the beasts would invade the plains unopposed. Beyond the city gates lies the beast zone, Shang Xiaoxue stated. In truth, she had only ventured into the beast zone a handful of times, typically leveling up in the relatively safe instance zones and outer territories. Proceed, the city guard commanded, confirming the identities of Shang Xiaoxue and her companions as students of the Imperial Capital University. Lin Emo, do not be anxious. I shall protect you. Yun Ruiqi swallowed hard, retrieving a shield emanating a blue glow from his spatial ring. It seems you are more anxious than I. Lin Emo chuckled softly. Even before the gates opened, Yun Ruiqi was already on high alert. As the gates swung wide, a faint scent of blood hung in the air, and the sight before them was profoundly unsettling. Corpses. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, both human and beast, while vultures feasted upon the decaying remains. Yet, before they could indulge, a 40-level netherhawk swooped down, snatching a vulture and devouring it whole. Welcome to the beast zone. Here, whether man or beast, the weak become fodder for the strong, Shang Xiaoxue remarked. No sooner had she spoken than a shadow soldier tore the 40-level netherhawk apart, causing a shower of blood and feathers to rain down. Indeed, Lin Emo nodded. Adapted rather swiftly, I see, Shang Xiaoxue thought to herself, having expected Lin Emo to be overwhelmed by such gruesome sights. When she, Chen Lingyu, and other club members first entered the beast zone, they had been similarly affected. Chen Lingyu had nearly lost her lunch. In stark contrast, Lin Emo exhibited no signs of fear, only excitement. President, where is the general location of the 100-level king-tier boss? The infernal thunder beast? Yun Ruiqi inquired. Shang Xiaoxue pointed southwest. Let the vice president open a portal for us, Yun Ruiqi suggested. Chen Lingyu, being a space attribute mage, recognized the perilous nature of the beast zone and deemed it prudent to resolve matters swiftly. However, Yun Ruiqi cunningly intended for Chen Lingyu to create the portal at a longer distance, potentially avoiding the infernal thunder beast or distancing themselves from its territory. This way, he could justify ending their expedition to the beast zone, accepting a minor deduction in credits rather than risking their lives here. What's the purpose of opening a portal? Before Chen Lingyu could respond, Lin Emo bent down to pick up the ordinary equipment dropped by the slain 40-level beast. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Ordinary equipment can fetch a decent price. What? All of them are dead? Yun Ruiqi exclaimed. All the beasts outside Tianlang City had been eradicated by the shadow soldiers summoned by Lin Emo. There were easily over 140-level beasts, all of which had been turned into experience points for Lin Emo. What a splendid place, Lin Emo marveled. Forget the instance zones and outer leveling territories. They pale in comparison to the beast zone. Here, the beasts are not only numerous but also of higher levels, tailored perfectly for me, with 5,000 shadow soldiers and 9 generals from the Shadow Legion, including Terra and the Demon Dragon. Lin Emo summoned them all. No need for a portal. They would charge straight ahead. The shadow soldiers forged a path, and Lin Emo strode purposefully toward the southwest. This? Yun Ruiqi observed Lin Emo, who had unwittingly wandered over 100 meters away from the group, before turning to Shang Xiaoxue its, as if Lin Emo has returned home to the beast zone. Yun Ruiqi commented in contrast to their anxious expressions, fearful of a sudden beast ambush. Lin Emo appeared relaxed and carefree, even taking the time to admire the scenery. Stay close to Lin Emo, and do not forget your duty to protect him. Shang Xiaoxue reminded. Who is to protect whom remains uncertain, Yun Ruiqi retorted. With Lin Emo commanding 5,000 shadow soldiers, did he truly need protection? Experience gained for defeating a 50-level diamond python, 5,000. Experience gained for defeating a 56-level elite thunder lion, 6,700. Experience gained for defeating a 60-level elite crimson bear spider, 7,500. The shadow soldiers left no trace of life in their wake. A deluge of experience notifications rang in Lin Mo's ears as they ventured deeper, encountering increasingly powerful elite beasts. By noon, observing Lin Emo tirelessly slaying beasts, Shang Xiaoxue stepped in front of him. Let us take a break. You must be hungry, and they might not endure much longer. Shang Xiaoxue stated. Yun Ruiqi and the others nodded absently. We cannot secure a kill. It is utterly impossible. Along the way, every beast they encountered had perished at the hands of the shadow soldiers, leaving them without a single kill to gain experience. Vice President, could you ask Lin Mo to leave us a few beasts? One member lamented. Chun Lingyu sighed, unable to compete with the shadow soldiers, having spent the entire morning merely observing them slay beasts. Level 48, Lin Mo checked his level, having just reached level 47 yesterday. He had leveled up again today. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to level 50, unlocking new skills to summon other creatures. Level 40 grants access to Terra and the Demon Dragon. Who might he summon with the new skill at level 50? Lin Mo was filled with anticipation. I am feeling a bit hungry as well. Lin Mo halted. Who? Shang Xiaoxue peered into the nearby bushes. While the club members tensed and assumed battle stances, no need to be alarmed. We only wish to borrow some water, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard said as he emerged from the underbrush, followed by 5 or 6 other professionals. Their levels ranged from 50 to 65, suggesting they were a team dedicated to hunting beasts. Borrowing water is permissible, but maintain a safe distance between us. Shang Xiaoxue replied, tossing a water pouch to the man who introduced himself as Huang Wenbin. Huang Wenbin drank heartily from the pouch before passing it to his teammates. Thank you so much. Huang Wenbin produced a stack of 100 yuan bills from his spatial ring, choosing to toss it toward the overly cautious Shang Xiaoxue. What a strange occurrence. We haven't encountered a single beast along the way. Friends, have you encountered any beasts? One of Huang Wenbin's teammates, a 55-level warrior, inquired. Yun Ruiqi, Shang Xiaoxue, and Chen Lingyu exchanged glances, all eyes on Lin Mo. None. Shang Xiaoxue replied, wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with Huang Wenbin. It seems something significant has transpired in the beast zone. Huang Wenbin also opted to rest, maintaining a 50-meter safety distance from Shang Xiaoxue's camp. This way, should danger arise, they could look out for each other. Though Huang Wenbin noted Shang Xiaoxue's heightened wariness, is that a creature summoned by a summoner? The earlier inquisitor asked, having noticed the shadow soldiers standing beside Lin Mo. That startled me. I've never seen such summoned entities. Time to eat, time to eat. Lin Mo, did you bring any food? Chen Lingyu asked, offering him a piece of compressed biscuit. Essential rations for a venture into the beast zone, as one could never know how long they might be stranded, like Huang Wenbin's group, who nearly suffered dehydration. I don't eat. Lin Mo shook his head, handing a spatial ring to a shadow soldier. Go ahead. Over 100 shadow soldiers vanished from sight. What a spoiled brat, a teammate of Huang Wenbin's muttered while munching on a compressed biscuit. Shang Xiaoxue furrowed her brow. Being excessively picky is hardly a commendable habit. One must recognize that this is the beast zone, where merely having something to eat is a stroke of fortune. After spending some time together, Lin Mo did not appear to be the type who was pampered and spoiled. Cooking? He summoned monsters to prepare the meal. Goodness gracious. Members of the Shangyu Society widened their eyes, and Huang Wenbin, along with his teammates, stared in astonishment. They beheld dozens of ghostly shadow soldiers extracting kitchen utensils from their spatial rings, donning aprons, and commencing with culinary preparations. Before long, the hundreds of ghostly soldiers who had disappeared returned, bearing various animal carcasses and fresh vegetables. A delectable array of dishes was laid out on the table. Braised pork, oil-braised shrimp, steamed base, shredded potatoes with green peppers. Lin Mo sat comfortably in his chair. Relishing his lunch, Chun Lingyu glanced at the unappetizing rations in her hand, then at the sumptuous feast before her. Bring me a pair of chopsticks too, she declared, feeling justified in taking a seat at the table. Lin Mo was her cousin, after all, so she could say such things, while Shang Xiaoxue and the others could only watch with envy as they drooled. Lin Mo, could you let me have a bite? Yun Ruiqi shamelessly piped up. Find your own seat. Lin Mo nonchalantly picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. The ghostly soldiers had greatly improved their culinary skills. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, tender and fragrant. Paired with a mouthful of rice, it was simply delightful. Dining lavishly in the beast zone, Huang Wenbin and his teammates were left dumbfounded. Little brother, could I also have some rice and dishes? Huang Wenbin tossed a stack of 100 yuan bills over. 1 bowl of rice costs 10,000. 5 for a vegetable dish, and a meat dish is 100,000. Lin Mo replied without looking up. Huang Wenbin exclaimed, even 5-star hotels in the imperial capital aren't this expensive. 6 bowls of rice, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 meat dish. No, 2 vegetable dishes will suffice. Huang Wenbin tossed over several more stacks of bills, nearly salivating with greed, while his teammates drooled profusely. Confirming the amount was sufficient, Lin Mo commanded the ghostly soldiers to deliver the food. As Huang Wenbin took his first bite of rice, a satisfied expression spread across his face. And soon he had devoured everything he had purchased for a staggering 16,000. I advise you not to proceed further. There are thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths residing in the valley ahead. Satiated and content, Huang Wenbin cautioned. Their current predicament stemmed from being chased by hundreds of diamond mammoths, which had caused them to lose their spatial rings used for water storage during their escape. Thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths? Lin Mo set down his chopsticks and headed towards the valley Huang Wenbin had mentioned. That little brother lacks courage. Hearing about the diamond mammoths, he turned to flee. One of Huang Wenbin's teammates chuckled. No, he is heading towards the diamond mammoths. Hurry and call your friend back. If you delay, he will be trampled into a pulp by the diamond mammoths. Chapter 64. Soloing thousands of level 70 elite beasts quick. Quick, call your friend back. Huang Wenbin urged, frantic. The valley was indeed home to thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths. Even level 100 lord bosses would not dare to trespass into their territory. The diamond mammoths, level 70 elite beasts, were nearly flawless aside from their sluggish movements. Their attributes in health, strength, and defense rivaled those of level 90 elite beasts. They had only just escaped from the clutches of the diamond mammoths and were acutely aware of their terror. Although Lin Mo had cost him 16,000, Huang Wenbin still felt grateful to him. Being able to enjoy a hot meal in the beast zone was a rare luxury, especially since Lin Mo's team had even provided them with water. What surprised Huang Wenbin was that, despite knowing her companion was heading to certain doom, Shang Xiaoxue, who appeared to be the team leader, remained calm as she picked up a piece of spicy chicken. Can Lin Mo handle it? Chen Lingyu inquired. She knew that Lin Mo's summoned shadow soldiers were exceptionally powerful, but the sheer number and level of the thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths still concerned her as his elder cousin. If he has chosen to go, he must have confidence, Shang Xiaoxue replied, setting down her chopsticks. If we encounter danger, you must immediately use the space gate to cover our retreat. One must always have a contingency plan. A lesson imparted by her grandfather. Chen Lingyu, a space attribute mage, understood the many uses of the space gate, whether for long-distance teleportation or quick escapes. Understood, she said, preparing her staff. Shang Xiaoxue took the lead, flanked by mages and priests in the center, while warriors, shield-bearers, and rogues occupied the rear and sides. What do these young ones mean by following that person to certain death? Wei Ruixiang remarked. Huang Wenbin's brow was furrowed. To be honest, he was equally puzzled as to how these youngsters dared such a thing. Follow them, Huang Wenbin decisively commanded. Brother Huang, we just escaped from the diamond mammoth herd. Wei Ruixiang, a 64-level warrior and Huang Wenbin's second-in-command, wore a conflicted expression. Let us not forget our purpose for entering the beast zone. Upon hearing this, the teammates gritted their teeth and followed Huang Wenbin. Damn it, let's go for broke. Amidst swirling sands, Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the valley. Huang Wenbin was indeed correct. Thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths dwelled here. At that moment, the diamond mammoths lounged lazily in the sun, their sharp tusks glistening like spears under the sun's rays. A prolonged rumbling sound echoed through the valley as the herd noticed Lin Mo. 5,000 elite shadow soldiers appeared out of thin air. Led by the royal-grade shadow soldier, Xiao Wu, who stood at the forefront. Shadow Legion, charge. Thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths versus 5,000 level 48 elite shadow soldiers. The unique skill of the shadow soldiers. Heavenly Barrier, the only one to evolve into a royal-grade shadow soldier, Xiao Wu, unleashed the skill, raising its physical prowess from 1 million to 2 million. With an additional 2.8 million health points, it boasted a total of 4.8 million health. The skill Heavenly Barrier, collapse of heaven and earth was activated, and a sandstorm enveloped the valley, with meteors raining down and striking the diamond mammoths with precision. The already slow-moving diamond mammoths found it nearly impossible to navigate through the tempest. Bang, bang, bang. Several diamond mammoths besieged Xiao Wu, triggering the indestructible counterattack effect. The 10,000 damage dealt to Xiao Wu, with its impressive 2 million physicality, felt like mere tickles, yet it was lethal to the diamond mammoths. The diamond mammoths could not comprehend why their attacks on this colossal being resulted in their own injury. With the space gate open and ready for escape, Shang Xiaoxue watched the unfolding scene. Lost in contemplation for a long while. Counterattack. Lin Mo's royal-grade shadow soldier could retaliate when attacked, and counterattacks were a skill exclusive to shield bearers. In the valley, Xiao Wu led the charge, while the shadow soldiers followed suit. Engaging in fierce combat with the diamond mammoth herd, swoosh, 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 thousands of flying shadow soldiers unleashed lasers from above, continuously inflicting damage on the diamond mammoths. Armored shadow soldiers wielded their blades, effortlessly piercing into the bodies of the diamond mammoths, twisting their blades as the ghostly soldiers lay in wait, ready to deliver lethal strikes when they detected a diamond mammoth with low health. Without Lin Mo's commands, the 9 types of shadow soldiers cooperated seamlessly, each fulfilling its role so effortlessly. Yun Weiqi pointed at the shadow soldiers slaughtering the diamond mammoths in the valley, especially the massive shadow soldiers, who withstood the diamond mammoths' attacks with ease. Was this truly a level 48 summon? Even a level 70 shield bearer couldn't match their defensive prowess. Shang Xiaoxue looked at Lin Mo with a complex gaze. It was worth noting that Lin Mo was only level 48. Yet he could solo thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths. What would happen when he reached level 50? Would he be able to solo a level 100 lord boss? Goodness, the diamond mammoth stood no chance against his summons. Huang Wenbin's team arrived a bit late. Wei Ruixiang, the 64-level warrior, wore a vacant expression. Just over half an hour ago, these diamond mammoths had chased them in desperation, and now they were being hunted down by Lin Mo's summons. Hundreds of armored shadow soldiers blocked their path. Though they did not speak, Huang Wenbin was certain that if they dared to take a single step forward, these fully armed shadow soldiers would undoubtedly launch an attack. The shadow soldiers understood Lin Mo's intentions. They recognized who were friends and who were foes. The likes of Shang Xiaoxue and Qin Lingyu were of no concern to the shadow soldiers. But Huang Wenbin was different. Do not act rashly, Huang Wenbin cautioned his teammates. The usually hot-headed Wei Ruixiang complied, standing still. Had it been before, he would have disregarded these armored shadow soldiers, considering them mere level 48 elite monsters, while he himself was a 64-level warrior. However, witnessing the shadow soldiers relentlessly pursuing the diamond mammoths within the valley, he felt it was wise to keep his distance. Brother Huang, that fellow is quite peculiar, Wei Ruixiang remarked, referring to the enigmatic Lin Mo who summoned the shadow soldiers. There were countless oddities about him, too many to count. The most memorable aspect was Lin Mo's ability to cook, and he did so exceptionally well, rivaling the chefs of 5-star hotels. This was not merely his observation. His teammates echoed similar sentiments, praising the delicious dishes. I've noticed, Huang Wenbin nodded. This is advantageous. We can head directly to the Infernal Thunder Beast respawn point without taking detours and quickly regroup with the guild leaders. Huang Wenbin mused. 40 minutes later, the last diamond mammoth let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Experience 9,000. Experience 9,000. Is this truly level 49 now? Shang Xiaoxue remarked. Having slain thousands of level 70 elite diamond mammoths, Lin Mo had progressed from level 48 to level 49. Lin Mo's leveling speed is astonishing, Yun Ruiqi enviously exclaimed. Though he was 2 or 3 years older than Lin Mo, after a morning's time, he had grown accustomed to referring to him as Mo Gu rather than Lin Mo or Lin Mo the Junior. It is only natural for Lin Mo to level up, given that every beast we've encountered in the beast zone has perished at his hands. In addition to these diamond mammoths, Qin Lingyu noted, having cancelled the space gate to conserve mana. I'm nearing level 50. Lin Mo checked the experience points needed for his upgrade. Only half remained. Chapter 65. Learning New Skills. I'm almost at level 50. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Shang Xiaoxue took a deep breath, while Qin Lingyu's mouth slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. The expressions of the members of the Shangyu Society varied as they gazed at the shadow soldiers who had upgraded to level 49 in the valley. Following the summoner, Brother Mo is likely the highest level practitioner among the awakened professions in Huaxia this year, Yun Ruiqi remarked. At 18, he had only reached level 40 as a sky shielder, with just 3 or 4 months until the new year. Lin Mo was already nearing level 50, Shang Xiaoxue nodded. The enrollment ceremony at the Imperial Capital University had only recently concluded, and she still found herself comparing Lin Mo to Wang Jiang, who had secured second place on the list. As the son of the president of the Hidden Kill Guild, Wang Jiang's leveling speed was impressive, having reached level 44 during the enrollment exam. At that time, Linimo was already 2 levels ahead of him, and now he surpassed him by a full 5 levels. The key point was that Linimo had no background, meaning he could only rely on himself to level up. Unlike Wang Jiang, who had the assistance of the guild's elders. "Hey, little brother, can you make your summons clear a path?" Huang Wenbin inquired. They were constantly watched by the armored shadow soldiers and dared not speak too loudly. With Lin Mo's command, the shadow soldiers parted to create a pathway, and Huang Wenbin let out a sigh of relief. "Little brother, you must be from the Imperial Capital University," Huang Wenbin speculated at such a young age and with such a high level. Only the Imperial Capital University could nurture such a genius. Indeed, Shang Xiaoxue replied, gripping her great sword. Still wary of Huang Wenbin, "I applied to the Imperial Capital University as well, but unfortunately, I was eliminated in the second round." Huang Wenbin lamented, "Brother Huang, we should hurry over. The Infernal Thunder Beast is likely close to being defeated by the President and the others. A level 100 Royal Tier boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast?" Shang Xiaoxue focused on the main point. "Yes, we belong to the Changhang Guild, and the other members are currently besieging the Infernal Thunder Beast." When the Changhang Guild was mentioned, Wei Ruixiang spoke with pride, making it seem as though the guild was quite renowned. In reality, Shang Xiaoxue had never heard of this guild. "If you manage to slay the Infernal Thunder Beast, I am willing to offer 20 million for its head," Shang Xiaoxue declared. The mission hall had issued a task primarily to obtain the head of the Infernal Thunder Beast. Slaying it was secondary. 20 million. Huang Wenbin realized he had underestimated this group of students from the Imperial Capital University. "I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult the president." Huang Wenbin pondered for a moment. The Changhang Society sought to defeat the Infernal Thunder Beast for the equipment and items it might drop. The head of the Infernal Thunder Beast held no value for them, and with Shang Xiaoxue offering such a high price, Huang Wenbin believed the president would likely agree. "That's wonderful that way. We can complete the S-rank mission," Chun Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. Completing an S-rank mission meant Linimo would receive 50 Dragon Burial Stones, and the Shangyu Society would remain in the A-rank society tier, allowing its members to earn credits and securing a bright future for everyone. "Did you all come to the Monster Zone specifically to hunt the Infernal Thunder Beast?" Wei Ruixiang asked, astonished. The entire Changhang Guild, led by their level 90 warrior president, could barely contend with a level 100 royal tier boss. How could a mere dozen or so of Shang Xiaoxue's group, with only one level 60 practitioner among them, have the audacity to hunt the Infernal Thunder Beast? That's not important. What matters is whether we can reach an agreement, Shang Xiaoxue replied. Suddenly, a prolonged trumpet of an elephant echoed through the narrow valley. And after receiving no response, the trumpet grew increasingly frequent. A beast towering over 30 meters, encrusted with diamonds and possessing tusks extending 10 meters, appeared in the valley. Diamond Mammoth King, Demon Clan, level 100, Lord Tier Boss, health 2 million, mana 800, 000, agility 20,000, strength 1 million, spirit 100,000, stamina 200 million, active skills, Shattering Charge, Mammoth Petrification, Earth Split, Heaven Shattering Strike, Reversal of the Sandstorm. A level 100 Lord Boss, the Diamond Mammoth King. "Run, run," Wei Ruixiang, who had previously mocked Lin Mo, turned and fled. "Is this still my home? Where have my family members gone?" The Diamond Mammoth King displayed a human-like expression of confusion, then gazed at the corpses of its kin strewn across the ground. Rumbled. In an instant, the Diamond Mammoth King's eyes turned crimson, unleashing multiple skills like Earth Spike and Reversal of the Sandstorm, intent on shredding the murderer of its kin into pieces. "Run! This Diamond Mammoth King has gone mad," Huang Wenbin shouted. Thousands of its kin lay dead before it. It was only natural for the Diamond Mammoth King to go berserk. In stark contrast, Lin Mo, Shang Xiaoxue, and Chun Lingyu stood calmly in place. "Lin Mo, if you slay this Diamond Mammoth King, you'll reach level 50, Shang Xiaoxue said, gripping her rare-grade long sword tightly. Her implication was clear. They should jointly attack the Diamond Mammoth King, allowing Lin Mo to deliver the final blow to gain experience. Chun Lingyu raised her staff and began to chant, absorbing the Diamond Mammoth King's skill, Reversal of the Sandstorm, into a spatial portal. A level 100 Royal Tier boss was too formidable, but a level 100 Lord boss still offered a chance. Yun Ruiqi, confidently shouldering his shield, gazed at the rampaging Diamond Mammoth King. Lin Mo waved his hand to Shang Xiaoxue and the others. Are you planning to solo it? Shang Xiaoxue asked uncertainly. What else? Lin Mo retorted. It's merely a level 100 Lord boss. We can team up, but it's unnecessary. A portion of the Shadow Soldiers vanished, and the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion, Terra, and the Demon Dragon were all summoned by Lin Mo. A mere sandbag dares to bark? The Demon Dragon sneered. With a combined health and stamina of up to 4 million, the Diamond Mammoth King appeared to it as nothing more than a punchback. Transforming into its true dragon form, the Demon Dragon lunged at the Diamond Mammoth King. Chop, chop, chop. I will dismember it into 8 pieces. The general of the Shadow Legion, IKA, exclaimed with utmost excitement, grasping the Diamond Mammoth King's tusks with both hands. The general of the giant Shadow Soldiers, Samo, forcefully slammed the Diamond Mammoth King to the ground. It seems we won't need to intervene, Chen Lingyu remarked. I almost forgot Brother Imo can summon special creatures. Yun Ruiqi placed his shield into his spatial ring. The term special creatures referred to the royal tier summons like Terra and the Demon Dragon, while the Shadow Soldiers were standard monsters that could be summoned in bulk. Just how many creatures can he summon? Huang Wenbin, who had turned back halfway, furrowed his brows upon realizing something was amiss. A level 48, soloing a level 100 Lord boss, the Diamond Mammoth King? Is this still a normal human? Under Terra's control, the Diamond Mammoth King was rendered immobile as dragon breath surged forth, and the 9 generals of the Shadow Legion pummeled it relentlessly. Soon, the Diamond Mammoth King's stamina of 2 million was depleted, and its health visibly plummeted. You have defeated the level 100 Lord boss, Diamond Mammoth King. Experience 500,000. You have obtained 7 rare-grade items, Dragon Burial Stones. You have obtained rare-grade equipment, Azure Sky Armor. You have obtained fine-grade equipment, Ice Peak Axe, level 50. Lin Mo had no interest in examining the equipment dropped by the Diamond Mammoth King and immediately opened his skill panel. Skills available for learning. Summon Elite Skeleton Shield Soldier. Skills available for learning. Summon Royal Tier Dark Mage Knife Dragon. Skills available for learning. Summon Royal Tier 5 Element Mage Old Man. Chapter 66. Obeying the Master's Holy Ordered. AT level 50. I can summon the Knife Dragon and Old Man. Lin Mo fought to suppress his excitement as he learned the new skills. I am delighted to serve you, my master, the slender Knife Dragon, adorned with ancient runes on its face, proclaimed. Old Man will clear all obstacles for you. The white-haired, bespectacled old man appeared, wielding a staff. Huang Wenbin and his teammates stood speechless at the sight of the 2 summons Lin Mo had conjured. Brother Huang, does a level 50 summoner summon an elite skeleton shield soldier? Wei Ruixiang inquired. It seems. Perhaps. Likely. Huang Wenbin rubbed his face vigorously. He wasn't a summoner, but he understood some basic knowledge. The order of summons for a summoner was Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Spear Soldier, Skeleton Shield Soldier, and Skeleton Archer. Upon completing the second transfer mission, summons would evolve from standard to elite. Lin Mo's summons were neither Skeleton Shield Soldiers nor elite. They were Royal Tier. Lin Mo, you summoned 2 Royal Tier creatures again? Chen Lingyu observed the Knife Dragon and Old Man with curiosity. Elements swirled in the air, indicating that these were 2 Mage-class summons. I've summoned the Knife Dragon and Old Man. Lin Mo grinned. What he needed most were Mage-class summons. Aside from the Flying Shadow Soldiers capable of ranged attacks, the other units, including the Shadow Generals, were all warriors. Terra was a mentalist, while the Demon Dragon held dual professions as a Fire Element Mage and Warrior. Knife Dragon, Master, Lin Mo, Dark Mage, Royal Tier, Level, 50, Health, 100,000, Mana, 2 million, Agility, 150,000, Strength, 200,000, Spirit, 600,000, Stamina, 100,000, Skills, Dark Condensation, Endless Torment, Curse of Doom. Reversal of Extremes, Instant Annihilation. Hidden Profession, Dark Mage. Among mages, hidden professions include space, time, wind, thunder, and others. The Dark Attribute Mage is a rare and top-tier hidden profession. The Knife Dragon, with a staggering 2 million mana, boasted over a dozen exclusive skills of the Dark Mage. This is merely level 50. Once the rank is elevated, the Blade Dragon will unlock the opportunity to learn new skills. Among the myriad of abilities, the Curse of Doom has piqued Lin Mo's interest. Curse of Doom, 5th tier skill of the Dark Mage, Doom Mark. Upon successfully striking the target shall be plagued by misfortune. facing a string of calamities until their demise. Note: misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. This indeed holds some intrigue. Lin Mo contemplated the skill description. In essence, as long as he strikes his target, that target will encounter nothing but ill luck, such as sipping cold water and choking, or stepping in dog excrement upon leaving the house. Who knows, one day they might even fall asleep and have the entire building collapse upon them, leading to their untimely death. Quite satisfactory. Lin Mo was pleased with the blade dragon he had just summoned. Old man, master, Lin Mo. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5-element mage, royal tier, level, 50, health, 150,000, mana, 2,800,000, agility, 300,000, strength, 400,000, spirit, 1 million, physique, 100,000, skills, solar flame impact, rushing waves, core of earth shatter, sacred crown of verdant branches, pain suppression. The old man's stats eclipsed even those of the blade dragon, with 2,800,000 mana and 1 million spirit. Alongside an astounding 40 skills, Lin Mo felt somewhat dazzled. Urian was merely a 4-element mage, while the old man was a 5-element mage, mastering spells to an unparalleled degree, 2 royal tier summons, one a dark element mage, the other a 5-element mage. Shang Xiaoxue was at a loss for words to describe Lin Mo. Is this truly a creature that a summoner can conjure? It's as if a perverse genius has opened the door for another perverse genius, Yun Ruichi remarked. Tailor, old man, demon dragon, blade dragon. The 4 royal tier summons encircled Lin Mo. Without the shadow soldiers, these 4 could take on the level 100 royal tier boss, the Inferno Thunder Beast, single-handedly. Miss Shang, do you still wish to purchase the head of the Inferno Thunder Beast? With the crisis averted, Huang Wenbin approached $20 million. I only want the head of the Inferno Thunder Beast, Shang Xiaoxue stated. Then let us regroup with the guild leader. Huang Wenbin covertly observed the blade dragon and the old man summoned by Lin Mo. Pondering when the Imperial Capital University had produced such an extraordinary talent, as the group journeyed together, Shang Xiaoxue gradually lowered her guard against Huang Wenbin. Roar. Beastly roars echoed through the air, and countless bolts of lightning as thick as barrels rained down. A massive creature, radiating with thunder, resembling a dragon yet not entirely one, unleashed a series of furious roars. Its size was akin to that of a small mountain, its appearance somewhat dragon-like, yet adorned with a pair of crimson wings. This beast was none other than the level 100 royal tier boss, the Inferno Thunder Beast. Ants, you pitiful ants! The Inferno Thunder Beast, in agony, spoke in human tongue, relentlessly striking down the thousands of adventurers attacking it with bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. At the forefront, over 50 level 70 shield bearers strained under the assault, their shields on the verge of shattering, their life force dwindling. For 2 days, over 1,000 members of the Changhong Guild had besieged the level 100 royal tier boss, the Inferno Thunder Beast. Everyone, let us intensify our efforts. It has only 1.2 million health remaining. The leading level 90 warrior, the guild leader Wan Qingqi, exclaimed. Hearing Wan Qingqi's words, the guild members were filled with renewed vigor. If they could slay this level 100 royal tier boss, each would at least receive 2 million in rewards. If a legendary piece of equipment were to drop, they would be set for life. Bang! Wan Qingqi thrust his spear into the Inferno Thunder Beast, causing its health to decrease once more. Since you wish for my demise, then perish alongside me, the Inferno Thunder Beast bellowed. Thunder attribute forbidden spell, Thunderfall Desolation. Bang, bang, bang. Gray lightning shattered the defenses erected by the level 70 shield bearers. The Changhong Guild's mages, caught mid-incantation, looked up in horror as the gray lightning descended. In an instant, hundreds were reduced to ashes. The guild leader Wan Qingqi's pupils constricted. He wished to intervene against the Inferno Thunder Beast, but found himself powerless in such a short time. He could not breach the barrier the Inferno Thunder Beast had conjured. This was the Inferno Thunder Beast's last-ditch counterattack. If they could withstand this onslaught, they would be able to slay the level 100 royal tier boss. Bang, bang, bang. Gray lightning ravaged the members of the Changhong Guild, all shield bearers above level 70 gasping for breath. Their health reduced to merely 100 points. Guild leader, we can't hold on any longer. Wan Qingqi's expression turned frantic as he exerted all his strength against the Inferno Thunder Beast's barrier. The barrier merely cracked, but did not shatter. Looks like I will be the last one laughing. The Inferno Thunder Beast flapped its crimson wings. Ji Dingyuan, level 72 shield bearer, elder of the Changhong Guild. It's still not enough? Despair washed over Ji Dingyuan as he lay on the ground. His legs had been severed by the gray lightning, and he was left with only his right arm capable of movement. Abandoning all hope, Ji Dingyuan pulled out his wallet, gazing at the photo of his family of three. I do not wish to die. My daughter has just started elementary school. Ji Dingyuan's voice broke with emotion. The gray lightning loomed ever closer as Ji Dingyuan clutched the photo tightly and closed his eyes. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion resounded, and Ji Dingyuan instinctively tensed his body. Not dead? A colossal shadow loomed before him. Ji Dingyuan beheld the creature that had shielded him from the fatal blow. What manner of creature is this, and why has it chosen to save me? A multitude of questions flooded Ji Dingyuan's mind. Thousands of shadow soldiers raised their shields to ward off the gray lightning, while Lin Imo, witnessing the Inferno Thunder Beast casting its forbidden spell, turned to the Blade Dragon and the old man. Eliminate it. Obediently following their master's command, the Blade Dragon and the old man intoned in unison as they hovered in the air. Exclusive 5th-tier skill of the Dark Mage, Instant Annihilation. A hexagram flickered, wails of the damned echoed, and in an instant, the area within 10 miles felt as though it had descended into hell. The old man chanted incantations, consecutively unleashing 5 different attributes of 5th-tier mage spells. Metal attribute 5th-tier spell, Golden Rainbow Piercer. Fire attribute 5th-tier spell, Scarlet Lotus Sacred Flame. Wood attribute 5th-tier spell, Leaf Storm. The Inferno Thunder Beast howled in agony, unable to continue casting the forbidden spell, Thunderfall Desolation. Who are these two? Observing the immense damage inflicted upon the Inferno Thunder Beast by the Blade Dragon and the old man, Ruan Qingqi, the guild leader of the Changhong Guild, wore a befuddled expression. The skills of these two level 50 mages surpassed the cumulative damage dealt by their entire day's assault on the Inferno Thunder Beast. Chapter 67. Encountering the Blood Fiend Guild again, dark clouds gathered, and the scene before them resembled the apocalypse. The earth lay in ruins, billowing black smoke rising. Under the onslaught of the Blade Dragon and the old man, the level 100 royal tier boss, the Inferno Thunder Beast emitted cries of torment. Why are these two ants so powerful? The Inferno Thunder Beast writhed, attempting to evade. Its proud crimson wings were already a bloody mess. Truly formidable. Ruan Qingqi, the guild leader of Changhong, marveled. He had never witnessed such an incredible level 50 mage. Furthermore, the two possessed starkly contrasting auras. The tattooed mage exuded a dark energy, while the bespectacled mage radiated righteousness. If they were characters in a drama, one would surely be the villain while the other played the hero. Old goat, darkness is the true path. I shall ensure I slay this beast before you do. The Blade Dragon proclaimed, striking the Inferno Thunder Beast with another devastating blow. Oh dear, Blade Dragon, you are rather overconfident. It seems old man must teach you a lesson. The old man retorted defiantly, unleashing a series of 5-element mage spells. The two were locked in a friendly rivalry, each believing their spellcasting prowess exceeded the other's. Who could slay the Inferno Thunder Beast first would claim victory over the other. Two level 50 mages debating over who would be the first to slay the level 100 royal tier boss. The Inferno Thunder Beast? This sounded utterly ludicrous to Shang Zhaoxue, Chen Lingyu, and the members of the Changhong Guild who had been saved by the shadow soldiers. Yet, witnessing the prowess of the Blade Dragon and the old man, they found it entirely plausible. Their casting of 5th-tier mage spells was astonishingly swift. Meng Xingyan, a member of the Shengyu Society, level 57 fire attribute mage. It is common knowledge that casting any spell requires an incantation. This is the most fundamental principle. Yet the Blade Dragon and the old man hardly uttered a chant, flinging 5th-tier spells at the Inferno Thunder Beast as if they were mere trifles. Lin Imo is truly an anomaly. Is it any wonder his summoned creatures are equally extraordinary? With the Shadow Soldier Legion and so many royal tier summons, perhaps Lin Imo truly could solo the Inferno Thunder Beast. Shang Zhaoxue remarked. Chen Lingyu nodded in agreement. The recently summoned duo of royal tier creatures fit perfectly with Lin Imo's strategy, with the Demon Dragon and the Shadow Soldier Legion holding the front line while the Blade Dragon and Old Man unleashed their spells from behind. Guild leader, are you all right? Huang Wenbin supported the exhausted Ruan Qingqi, who could barely stand. Upon hearing Huang Wenbin's account, Ruan Qingqi's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying that the two mages who saved our brothers and are on the verge of slaying the Inferno Thunder Beast are all Lin Mo's summons? Indeed, Huang Wenbin affirmed with a nod. Ruan Qingqi gazed gratefully at Lin Mo. Not far off. Guild leader, they wish to pay 20 million for the head of the Inferno Thunder Beast. What do you think? Forget the head. They can have several pieces of the equipment that drop, Ruan Qingqi declared. He had not anticipated the Inferno Thunder Beast to retaliate so fiercely before its demise, even casting a thunder attribute forbidden spell. Had it not been for Lin Mo's timely intervention, at least 2/3 of their Changhong Guild's members would have perished here. All right, I will convey this to them. Huang Wenbin approached the observing Sheng Xiaoxue. 800,000, 600,000, 300,000. Under the relentless barrage of spells from the Blade Dragon and the Old Man, the Inferno Thunder Beast's health was dwindling precariously. I cannot make that decision, Sheng Xiaoxue stated. Although she holds the title of president of the Shengyu Society, it is Lin Mo who has vanquished the Infernal Thunder Beast. In other words, she is merely the nominal leader of this team. While true authority lies firmly in Lin Mo's hands, the rare-grade equipment and items that were dropped can be disregarded, but the Dragon Burial Stone and the head of the Infernal Thunder Beast must belong to us. Lin Mo spoke with an undeniable tone. He desperately needed the Dragon Burial Stone to unlock the Sealed Emperor's fall and had no interest in rare-grade equipment. No problem. Huang Wenbin quickly agreed. Fearing that Lin Mo might change his mind. Master, someone is planning to act from the shadows, Terra said, standing beside Lin Mo's shadow. Upon hearing this, the president remarked that the person coming to our rescue is a level 50 summoner. A level 50 summoner? I know Lin Mo. He is the top scorer in this year's Imperial Capital University admissions, having defeated a level 44 Sun Envoy in a one-on-one battle. The surviving members of the Changhong Guild retreated to a safe distance, whispering amongst themselves as they observed Lin Mo, clad in a black tracksuit. Suddenly, hundreds of hidden assassins surged forward, their daggers plunging into the arteries of the fatigued Changhong Guild members who had endured numerous battles. Be careful, assassins are attempting to assassinate us, Ruan Qingqi screamed in alarm, but even though the Changhong Guild members were on guard, they were powerless to resist. With a roar, the demonic dragon transformed into its true dragon form to shield Lin Mo. While the royal-grade shadow soldiers stood at the ready, dozens of giant shadow soldiers who were attacking the Infernal Thunder Beast turned back, forming a wall around Lin Mo. They are members of the Blood Slaughter Guild, Sheng Xiaoxue exclaimed. With over 100 level 70 assassins and dozens of leaders above level 80, there was no other guild in Huaxia, aside from the official Hidden Kill Guild, that could boast such a number of high-level assassins. Upon hearing the name Blood Slaughter Guild, the members of the Shengyu Society displayed expressions of panic. They had never heard of the Changhong Guild, but the Blood Slaughter Guild was renowned. This guild exclusively recruited assassins, boasting immense strength, second only to the 6 major official guilds. The Blood Slaughter Guild? Lin Mo recalled various past grievances. He had long-standing enmity with the Blood Slaughter Guild, and he never anticipated encountering their members here. Eliminate them, leave none alive, commanded a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a fierce gaze, named Chang Lichuan, an elder of the Blood Slaughter Guild and a level 89 assassin. He had come to the Beast Zone under orders to slay the level 100 royal-grade boss, the Infernal Thunder Beast. Chang Lichuan had arrived 2 days prior, patiently waiting for the Infernal Thunder Beast to be on the brink of death, ready to reap the rewards. Now that the time was ripe, it was time to ensnare their prey. With over 100 level 70 assassins and 10 level 80 guild elders, perhaps the Changhong Guild members could have fought back if they were at full strength. However, they were now facing an overwhelming slaughter. President, is that Bai Yufei? Yun Weiqi pointed at a young man in Imperial Capital University attire standing beside Chang Lichuan. Upon hearing that command to kill them all, the members of the Shengyu Society felt a deep despair. With so many high-level assassins, along with dozens of level 80 Blood Slaughter Guild elders, they were no match for the sudden appearance of the Blood Slaughter Guild members. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Weiqi recognized a familiar face. It is him. Sheng Xiaoxue confirmed. Bai Yufei, a senior student at Imperial Capital University and a level 72 assassin. Among the fourth-year students, Bai Yufei was considered outstanding, yet his reputation was rather dubious. Half a year ago, he had teamed up with several level 65 students to venture into the Beast Zone, but he was the only one to return. All his teammates perished there. This incident had caused quite a stir, leading the court to dispatch personnel to interrogate him, but the matter ultimately faded away. What astonished Sheng Xiaoxue was that Bai Yufei had joined the Blood Slaughter Guild instead of opting for the official Hidden Kill Guild. Is there any chance we can persuade Bai Yufei to spare us? Yun Ruiqi rekindled the desire to live. I'll give it a try. Chapter 68. Is this a fake? You bastards, beasts, Ruan Qingqi cursed loudly. His eyes bloodshot. As a level 90 warrior, he could still hold his own against 5 level 80 assassins at his peak. But now his health and mana were critically low. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates fell victim to the long-planned ambush by the Blood Slaughter Guild members. With a swift motion, the level 72 Bai Yufei gleefully harvested the lives of Changhong Guild members one after another. Yufei, after you kill the Infernal Thunder Beast, take its head to complete the quest. And then give me the reward of 50 Dragon Burial Stones, Chang Lichuan instructed. He was referring to an S-level quest issued by Imperial Capital University for its students. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Guild held Bai Yufei in high regard, as he was a standout among the talented students of the university. Rest assured, Elder Chang, I will not disappoint, Bai Yufei replied, wiping the blood from his dagger. Bai Yufei, do you remember me? Sheng Xiaoxue emerged from the protective ranks of the giant shadow soldiers. Is that you, Sheng Xiaoxue? Bai Yufei's eyes gleamed with greed as he appraised the curvaceous figure of Sheng Xiaoxue. Among the prominent figures at Imperial Capital University, Sheng Xiaoxue ranked quite high. The Shengyu Society she founded had once enjoyed great prestige, attracting many talented students from the university and almost becoming an S-level society. Spare us and the members of the Changhong Guild, and we will relinquish the Infernal Thunder Beast to you. Sheng Xiaoxue offered. Though she despised the look in Bai Yufei's eyes, she felt compelled to lower her head under the current circumstances. Heh, so you do have a time when you need to plead? Bai Yufei replied sarcastically. Are these people students of Imperial Capital University? Chang Lichuan expressed interest, noticing that none of them were assassins, and shook his head. The Blood Slaughter Guild only recruited assassins. Other professions were not accepted. You may state your demands, Sheng Xiaoxue said, her expression impassive. With enough money, one could move mountains. As long as the Blood Slaughter Guild spared them, she was willing to offer a rare-grade piece of equipment as payment. Oh, Chunlingyu is also here, Bai Yufei said, licking his cracked lips. If you want me to spare you, you and Chunlingyu will have to accompany me for a night. Before he could finish, Chang Lichuan exploded in fury. You seek death. Kill the level 100 royal grade boss, Infernal Thunder Beast. Experience 700,000. Receive 20 rare grade items, Dragon Burial Stones. Receive legendary grade equipment, Undead Warhammer. Receive rare grade equipment, Hurricane Staff. No. The voice of the Infernal Thunder Beast soared to the heavens as, under the relentless assault of the Shadow Soldiers and 9 Shadow Generals, the final blow was dealt by Old Father, completing the kill. As Lin Mo absorbed the massive experience points, Chang Lichuan seethed with rage. He was only 600,000 experience points away from reaching level 90, but someone had beaten him to the kill of the Infernal Thunder Beast. Legendary grade equipment. The blinding golden light caused everyone to halt their actions, their breaths quickening. The defeat of the Infernal Thunder Beast had yielded a legendary grade piece of equipment. Now it is your turn, Lin Mo stated. The Shadow Soldier Corps, the 9 Shadow Generals, the Knife Dragon, and Old Father all turned in unison. Having focused entirely on the Infernal Thunder Beast, Lin Mo finally had time to turn his attention to the Blood Slaughter Guild members. Kill that summoner. Chang Lichuan exclaimed in exasperation, his heart stopping at the sight of the legendary grade Undead Warhammer. Experience can be gained by slaying beasts, but legendary grade equipment does not drop so easily. Hundreds of level 70 Blood Slaughter Guild members and 10 level 80 elders charged towards Lin Mo. It seems we must join forces, the Knife Dragon assessed the situation. Summoned creatures always place their master first, even if he was reluctant to cooperate with Old Father. There are times when we must join forces. If only Trulu were here, Old Father lamented. If his disciple Trulu were present, he wouldn't need to team up with the Knife Dragon. And one more thing, I will lead while you support. Old Father instructed. The black and white lights intertwined as the Knife Dragon and Old Father began to chant softly. Yun Ruiqi, protect Lin Mo. Sheng Xiaoxue charged forward with her great sword, decisively abandoning her negotiations with Bai Yufei. Bai Yufei's intentions were quite clear. For the Blood Slaughter Guild to spare them, she and Chunlingyu would have to become mere playthings. This was an impossibility for Sheng Xiaoxue. Go, Lin Mo commanded Terra and the demonic dragon. The tiger-headed, human-bodied Terra stepped forward, third-tier skill of the mentalist. Battle intent fear. All members of the Blood Slaughter Guild fell into a daze, nearly unable to hold their weapons. A holy grade monster. One of the Blood Slaughter Guild members screamed. Gazing at the Shadow Soldier, Little Five, originally a royal grade entity, Little Five appeared to him as a holy grade being. Moreover, 5,000 soldiers from the Shadow Soldier Corps collectively evolved from elite to lord level. The 9 Shadow Generals, the Demonic Dragon, Old Father, and the Knife Dragon all advanced from royal to emperor grade. Why can his summoned creatures evolve collectively? Bai Yufei's expression was one of shock. The members of the Shengyu Society beside Lin Mo were equally bewildered. Bang. The holy grade Shadow Soldier, Little Five, stomped down on a level 72 Blood Slaughter Guild member. The member turned pale, trembling as he gazed up at Little Five, whose health reached an astonishing 10 million, his fighting spirit shattered. Experience 8,000. Fake, don't be deceived. They Haven T collectively evolved, Chang Lichuan said, engaging with the demonic dragon. Although the immense level disparity meant the demonic dragon was not Chang Lichuan's match, holding him at bay was effortless. Fake. Upon hearing Chang Lichuan's warning, the Blood Slaughter Guild members struggled to regain their fighting spirit. Yet, the pressure from the royal grade monsters was overwhelming. Even knowing it was a ruse, they dared not confront it. Is this the power of a mentalist? Chen Lingyu gazed at Terra summoned by Lin Mo, who had frightened off hundreds of high-level assassins with a single skill. Experience 8,500, experience points 9,000. Defeating the professionals also grants experience, and a multitude of notifications echoed in Lin Mo's ears. The battle raged on. Under Chang Lichuan's frantic reminders, the members of the Blood Slaughter Guild struggled to a standstill against the Shadow Soldiers. Eliminate him first, ignore those summoned creatures. Chang Lichuan's ire was directed squarely at Lin Mo initially. He had dismissed Lin Mo and his fellow students from the Imperial Capital University, but now it seemed he had miscalculated. A level 50 summoner, whose summoned monsters could actually retaliate against them. Especially the demon dragon that had transformed into its true dragon form, leaving Chang Lichuan momentarily at a loss. The collective evolution of the Shadow Legion was a ruse. But what of this? Lin Mo murmured softly. Darkness and light merged into one. As the Blade Dragon and the old man simultaneously opened their eyes, the air crackled with the frenzy of fire elements. The temperature soaring to an unbearable heat, and a massive fissure gaped open in the ground, spewing forth torrents of red magma. Fire attribute forbidden spell. Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath. Chapter 69. The 8 Great Demons. A conflagration ignited over a radius of 100 miles, as the earth trembled and red magma erupted forth. A forbidden spell. A fire attribute forbidden spell. Chang Lichuan's scalp prickled as he fixed his gaze on the Blade Dragon and the old man hovering in the air. What manner of creature was summoned by that summoner from the Imperial Capital University? A royal rank was one thing, but to wield a forbidden spell. The power of a forbidden spell is immense. Only a level 100 mage can cast it, and such spells are exceedingly rare. Most are held within the Mage Alliance in Huaxia. Many level 100 mages, despite their capability, lack the means to acquire a forbidden spell. A level 50 mage casting a forbidden spell? Not only was Chang Lichuan dumbfounded, but also the president of the Changhong Guild, Ruan Qingqi, who found it utterly incomprehensible. It was simply impossible. Fire attribute forbidden spell. Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath. The Blade Dragon and the old man spoke in unison, as a crimson dragon descended, casting its gaze upon the members of the Blood Slaughter Guild below. Roar. The Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath enveloped the area, and before the members of the Blood Slaughter Guild could utter a single cry, they were obliterated. The Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath persisted for a full 10 minutes. The ground melted away, giving rise to a continuous flow of magma. White smoke obscured the sky, a mushroom cloud billowing upwards. Chang Lichuan, a level 89 rogue, with disheveled hair and a dazed expression, surveyed the surroundings. They're all dead. Every last member of the Blood Slaughter Guild he led perished at the hands of a level 50 summoner. Cough, cough. Bai Yufei, covered in ash and dirt, crawled out from the ground, having expended 3 rare grade items to withstand the forbidden spell. Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath. Even so, he had nearly succumbed to the flames. All dead? Bai Yufei could hardly believe it. Over 100 level 70 rogues and dozens of 80 level elders, none had survived. Only he and Chang Lichuan remained. Clinging to life. As he beheld the approaching shadow soldiers, Bai Yufei fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Bang, bang, bang. Please don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life. Blood streamed from his forehead as he pleaded. He regretted joining the Blood Slaughter Guild, lamenting his past actions. Half a year ago, he had indeed slain the students from the Imperial Capital University who had teamed up with him. His greed had led him to poison his teammate in a desperate bid to claim a rare-grade item. Although he had managed to brush off the inquiries of the investigators, the court had never ceased its investigation. This ultimately resulted in his failure to pass the Hidden Kill Guild's review, forcing him to join the Blood Slaughter Guild. You deserve to die the most. Lin Emo first glanced at Qin Lingyu, then cast a disdainful look at the kneeling Bai Yufei, while he was preoccupied with dealing with the Purgatory Thunder Beast. Shang Xiaoxue had been negotiating with Bai Yufei, who had audaciously proposed that Shang Xiaoxue and Qin Lingyu offer their bodies in exchange for their lives. The sound of blades scraping against the ground pierced the air as the shadow soldiers raised their weapons high. Bai Yufei's head fell to the ground. Shang Xiaoxue coldly observed the disconnection of Bai Yufei's head from his body. In truth, Lin Emo was quite easy to deal with, a classic case of being soft-hearted rather than hard-headed. During their time in the monster region, other guild members had hesitated to approach Lin Emo, feeling too embarrassed to ask him to let some monsters attack them. Only the unabashed Yun Weiqi had unabashedly addressed him as Emogu, offering him massages and back rubs. Lin Emo had simply ordered the shadow soldiers to drag the severely weakened monsters with dwindling health before Yun Weiqi, as for the Changhong Guild members. President Ruan Qingqi had suggested that the equipment dropped from the Purgatory Thunder Beast could be shared with Lin Emo. Lin Emo had graciously declined the equipment, requesting only the rare-grade item. Dragon Grave Stone IT was the members of the Blood Slaughter Guild who had truly provoked Lin Emo, ultimately paying with their lives. By heavens, the forbidden spell has turned this place into a volcano. Yun Weiqi exclaimed. The fire attribute forbidden spell, Annihilation Flame Dragon Breath, had transformed a 10-mile radius into a volcanic wasteland. This left the water attribute mages in the guild feeling quite uncomfortable, while the fire attribute mages seemed to revel in the spectacle. Thank you, young brother, for saving us. Your kindness shall not go unthanked. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. President Ruan Qingqi of the Changhong Guild, a level 90 warrior, expressed his gratitude. The once thriving Changhong Guild, which had boasted 1,000 members, now numbered only a little over 400. Even so, Ruan Qingqi was thankful that without Lin Emo, they all would have perished. Thank you. The fortunate survivors of the Changhong Guild struggled to their feet. Bowing deeply to Lin Emo. Monsters may be slain again, but a life lost is truly irretrievable. Lin Emo, what attributes does the legendary equipment you obtained possess? With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Lingyu had clearly witnessed Lin Emo slay the level 100 royal rank boss, the Purgatory Thunder Beast, which had dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Let us take a look later. Lin Emo retrieved the Imperial Fall. A shadow soldier knelt before him, presenting Chang Lichuan's spatial ring with both hands. Inside Chang Lichuan's spatial ring were many valuable items, 4 rare-grade pieces of equipment and numerous rare-grade items. Additionally, he wore a fine-grade set called Blood Spike Point 30 rare-grade Dragon Grave Stones. Lin Emo rummaged through the spatial ring, discovering 30 rare-grade Dragon Grave Stones. These Dragon Grave Stones were valued at around 2 to 300 million. Shang Xiaoxue remarked. For them, rare-grade items like Dragon Grave Stones were somewhat lackluster, as they lacked legendary equipment. However, for those possessing legendary equipment, they were worth their weight in gold. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Lingyu inquired. Noticing Lin Emo melding over 50 Dragon Grave Stones into a sword. Lin Emo had just acquired a piece of legendary equipment. Surely he would fuse the Dragon Grave Stones into that. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Imperial Fall, infused with a plethora of Dragon Grave Stones, emitted a clear chime, its blade becoming adorned with a multitude of intricate and enigmatic ancient patterns. Has the seal vanished? Lin Emo examined the attributes of the Imperial Fall. Imperial Fall Sword. Quality. Status. Sealed. Active effects. Boundless mana. Permanently increases mana by 100 times. Ignore rules. Level increases to 90, lasting for 2 hours. Note. The might of this sword grows fiercer with each strike. Seeing that the Imperial Fall remained sealed, Lin Mo's brow furrowed in concern. Having expended over 100 rare-grade dragon grave stones, he still could not fully unseal the Imperial Fall, however, upon noticing the newly added active effect. Ignore rules. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This meant he could directly elevate his level from 50 to 90, a staggering increase of 40 levels, while this boost would only last for 2 hours. It was more than sufficient to resolve the ongoing battle. The members of the Changhong Guild retreated in an orderly fashion, but as Ruan Qingqi walked, a shiver ran down his spine, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. They were too late. They could not save the Purgatory Thunder Beast. A sharp female voice rang out, and while she spoke thus, her tone bore no regret, but rather a sense of schadenfreude. You never intended to save it, did you? After all, your territory is so close to the Purgatory Thunder Beast's domain. Even after 2 days, you still hesitated, wanting the Purgatory Thunder Beast to die so you could annex its territory. No matter, just hand over those human professionals who killed the Purgatory Thunder Beast to the elders. They won't blame me. Bang, bang, bang. The magma surged with each step, and Ruan Qingqi collapsed onto the ground before the 2 royal rank bosses before him. Is the heavens conspiring against me? Ruan Qingqi felt as if his heart had turned to ash above. A massive bat of dark golden hue soared past, snatching a member of the Changhong Guild from the ground and lifting him into the air to drain his blood. In no time, the guild member was reduced to a mere husk, carelessly thrown into the magma. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A serpent with 9 heads and crowned like a phoenix twisted and slithered with incredible speed, effortlessly strangling the Changhong Guild members attempting to flee. 2 more royal rank bosses had arrived. 2 level 120 royal rank bosses. Wasn't this the territory of the Purgatory Thunder Beast? Why had 2 level 120 royal rank bosses appeared? Damn it. Just when they escaped the wolf's den, they fell into the tiger's lair. They needed to run as far as possible. The members of the Changhong Guild scattered in chaos, completely devoid of the will to resist. They had barely survived against the level 100 royal rank boss, the Purgatory Thunder Beast. How could they stand against 2 level 120 royal rank bosses? Lingyu, quickly cast the Gate of Space, Sheng Xiaoxue urged. Only Chen Lingyu could save them now. Casting the Gate of Space was their only hope for survival. The space within a 10-mile radius had been sealed off. Chen Lingyu's expression grew grim as she struggled to expend magic. Yet the Gate of Space showed no signs of manifesting. 2 level 120 royal rank bosses? Lin Mo gripped the Imperial Fall in his hand, directly breaking through from level 50 to 90. All the shadow soldiers vanished. The 8 fathomless, deep green doors swung open from the heavens, revealing the mountain demon Bagong, the sky demon Shimu, and the wind demon Xiaofeng. Ultimately, the moon demon Zhoulan emerged, flanked by the fire demon Shangzhu. Esteemed Master, what are your commands? Chapter 70. When did summoners become so formidable? Son, it seems you have been summoned by the Master before me. The 8 great demons stood before Lin Mo, with the resplendent Zhoulan on the left and the dragon-headed Shangzhu on the right. The blood-eyed, muscular Shangzhu cast a gaze upon the demon Xiaolong. Father, you remain as robust as ever, the demon Xiaolong remarked. Lin Mo observed the father-son duo, whose relationship could be succinctly encapsulated in 8 characters: paternal affection and filial piety, love entwined with conflict. Initially, the demon Xiaolong sought to resurrect Shangzhu, but after turning dark, he altered his intentions. It could be said that there was a familial bond, albeit a tenuous one, while opinions on Shangzhu varied widely. Level 90. Chen Lingyu gazed at Lin Mo, having just broken through to level 50. Lin Mo now evidently stood as a level 90 summoner. What do you mean level 90? Yun Ruiqi was bewildered, astonished by his inability to discern Lin Mo's level. As for Chen Lingyu, she could monitor his status freely since Lin Mo had removed the restrictions on her. That sword. Sheng Xiaoxue keenly perceived that the sword was the source of Lin Mo's rapid ascension to level 90. No wonder Lin Mo was indifferent to the legendary equipment he had acquired, opting instead to infuse vast quantities of dragon burial stones into that sword. However, the effect was undeniably outrageous. Legendary equipment could hardly rival such absurdity. Perhaps only a legendary set could compare. Summoning 8 special monsters once more? Sheng Xiaoxue scrutinized the 8 great demons. When her gaze lingered on Zhoulan, an inexplicable trepidation surged within her, akin to an ant gazing up at an unshakable colossal tree. Yet, Zhoulan's attributes and class were shrouded in mystery, known only to be a royal tier summoning. Not only that, but all 8 summoned special creatures were royal tier as well. It must be noted that Lin Mo had yet to undergo his third job change. Once he completed his transition tasks, Shang Xiaoxue dared not continue her thoughts. Zholan, Master, Lin Mo, Moon God Envoy, Royal Tier, Level 90, Health 2 million, Mana 9 million, Agility 1 million, Strength 2 million, Spirit 6 million, Physique 4 million, Skills, Moon Condensation, Vast Desolation Shackles, Chaos Sovereign, Frenzied Curse of the Cold Moon, Illusionary Dance of the Blade. The Moon God Envoy? This profession reminded Lin Mo of Wei Qianming, who had also awakened as a Moon God Envoy. The other 7 great demons were dual-classed as mages and warriors. I wished to relish the pleasure of vanquishing it alone. Zholan set his sights on the level 120 royal tier boss, the Night Bat King. Son, allow your father to teach you the art of combat. Shangzhu approached the level 120 royal tier boss, the 9-tailed phoenix crown python. The 6 great demons crossed their arms, grinning sinisterly, ever vigilant in safeguarding Lin Mo's safety. Lin Mo, can they succeed? Chun Lingyu inquired anxiously. After all, those were 2 level 120 royal tier bosses. Despite Lin Mo's sudden elevation to level 90 and the summoning of 8 royal tier entities, there remained a 30-level disparity between the summons and the royal tier bosses. You ought to ask how long that bat and python can endure, Lin Mo replied. Not to mention Zholan and Shangzhu, any one of the 8 great demons could easily contend with those 2 level 120 royal tier bosses. As the Night Bat King cast its gaze upon Zholan, who floated towards it, it recalled how every year, numerous human adventurers invaded its territory, including many summoners. The Night Bat King had previously slain a level 110 summoner, whose summoned skeletal general had been utterly ineffective. I shall drain you until you are but a desiccated husk. The Night Bat King flapped its wings, unleashing a wind attribute 7th tier skill, Annihilation Blade. Whoosh, 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 the Annihilation Blade descended like a tempest, yet Zholan, adorned in opulent blue and red garments, remained unperturbed. With a mere flick of a finger, the Night Bat King's fierce assault dissipated into the ether. Utilizing the Moon attribute exclusive skill, Moon Transformation, the sun and moon coexisted, a full moon rising high. An endless stream of lunar essence flowed into Zholan, elevating its level from 90 to 100. The moon? The members of the Shengyu Society, who huddled close to Lin Mo in fear of being caught in the fray, were bewildered. How could a moon appear in broad daylight, and a full moon at that? The summoning entity fighting the Night Bat King was the Moon God Envoy, Shang Xiaoxue noted. The Moon God Envoy and the Sun Envoy were both hidden professions. During the recruitment at the Imperial Capital University, when Lin Mo faced off against Wang Jiang, the latter had also employed a Sun Envoy exclusive skill to forcibly raise his level by 10. Such skills were exclusive to these 2 professions. Hence they were regarded as top-tier hidden classes. Does every summon of Brother Mo possess such prowess? Yun Weiqi expressed his envy. If all summoners were as formidable as Lin Mo, why were they regarded as the least respected profession? With Zholan elevated to level 100, it commenced an unending torment upon the level 120 royal tier boss, the Night Bat King. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground as Zholan ruthlessly dismembered the Night Bat King. Wings, claws, limbs. Such a gruesome spectacle compelled even the members of the Changhong Guild to kneel and retch. For Zholan, slaying the Night Bat King was not the crux. It relished the process of torment. In stark contrast to Zholan's elegance in battle, Shangzhu displayed a more straightforward brutality. Under Shangzhu's command, the molten magma from the forbidden spell coalesced into a dark red armor. Clad in this armor, Shangzhu engaged the 9-tailed phoenix crown python in a brutal melee. How dare a mere python leap before me? Who grants you the audacity? Shangzhu thundered, raining blows upon the 9-tailed python. A level 90 royal tier summon overpowering a level 120 royal tier boss? The president of the Changhong Guild, Ruan Chengqi, wore a look of disbelief. When did summoners become so powerful? Discovering the 2 level 120 royal tier bosses, Ruan Chengqi felt as though all hope had been extinguished, sinking to the ground in resignation. Who could have anticipated that Lin Mo would suddenly ascend from level 50 to level 90, summoning monsters that overwhelmed the Night Bat King and the 9-tailed python? Ruan Chengqi had heard of the Imperial Capital University, renowned for its gathering of geniuses, the top university in China. Yet Lin Mo was simply too extraordinary. His genius was almost unfathomable at that moment. Linimo appeared far more terrifying in his eyes than those two level 120 Royal Tier bosses. Kill the level 120 Royal Tier boss, Nightbat King. Experience 800,000. Acquired 20 rare grade items, Dragon Burial Stones. He acquired rare grade equipment, Rainbow Staff. Acquired rare grade equipment, Blood Crow Battle Armor. The Nightbat King had perished, or more accurately, it had taken its own life. It could no longer endure the torment inflicted by Jolan. Preferring death to a life of suffering, the defeat of the Nightbat King yielded no legendary equipment, only 2 pieces of rare grade gear. Son, have you learned? Shangzhu tossed the critically wounded nine-tailed python to the ground. The demon Xiaolong, arms crossed, was equally capable of performing as well, if not better, than Shangzhu at level 90. Was the battle truly concluded in under 5 minutes? Chen Lingyu observed the nine-tailed python, its health barely above 100. In such a state, even a level 1 warrior could easily slay it. From the moment Linimo summoned the 8 royal tier special creatures to the battle's conclusion, not even 5 minutes had elapsed. Are there any other royal tier bosses like you nearby? Linimo inquired. He deliberately spared the nine-tailed python to ascertain if there were more royal tier bosses in the vicinity. After consecutively defeating the Infernal Thunder Beast and the Nightbat King, Lin Mo's level surged to 51. Chapter 71. Do summons also vie for affection? Under the watchful gaze of the 8 ancient demons, the critically wounded nine-tailed python trembled and feared. It was acutely aware that the creatures before it were all Lin Mo's summons. I must ask, will you spare my life? The nine-tailed python queried. No, Lin Mo replied, his refusal firm and resolute. However, should you fail to cooperate, I shall have Jolan treat you most hospitably. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed python's scales bristled. Its eyes filled with dread as it glanced at Jolan, who hovered ominously in the air. Just moments prior, its companion, the Nightbat King, had met a gruesome end at Jolan's hands. There is also a level 120 royal tier boss, the Earth Ape, nearby. We all answer to the Elder Council, the nine-tailed python stated. The demon race is a vast one, controlling 1/3 of the territory of Blue Star. Within this race, there exists a hierarchy, and the nine-tailed python, along with the recently slain Nightbat King and Infernal Thunder Beast, are all classified demons. The Infernal Thunder Beast was besieged by the Changhong Guild. Being neighbors, the nine-tailed python should have come to its aid. Yet, driven by a desire to expand its territory, the nine-tailed python chose to wait until the Nightbat King and the Infernal Thunder Beast had perished before intervening. You possess quite the cunning mind, Lin Mo remarked. The nine-tailed python flicked its tongue, transforming into a humanoid form with a serpentine body. They call you master. I too can be loyal to you, the nine-tailed python offered, a desperate plea for survival. Witnessing the exposed nine-tailed python, Chun Lingyu's face flushed crimson as she turned away, feigning interest in the scenery. What a thunderous display! Yun Weiqi exclaimed, his eyes wide. The human-faced, serpent-bodied nine-tailed python was exceptionally alluring. A paragon of both beauty and physique. Yun Weiqi wiped away a trickle of blood, exclaiming in awe, I have served many demon elders, all of whom were quite pleased. Would you care to indulge in an experience? Master? The nine-tailed python coiled around Lin Mo, exhaling warmth. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Wretched creature, do you deem yourself worthy to serve the master? This statement is not made by the demon of the mountains, Bagong, who shares a solid camaraderie with his sisters, but rather by the water demon, Basha. With a swift motion, she struck the nine-tailed phoenix crown python, transforming herself into a human form beside Lin Mo. Wow! Yun Weiqi exclaimed once more. The nine-tailed phoenix crown python, with its human face and serpentine body, was already strikingly beautiful, yet Basha surpassed it, delicate where needed, grand where necessary. Her beauty and physique eclipsed the nine-tailed phoenix crown python by several leagues. Could Lin Mo's summons exhibit jealousy? This was bewildering for Shang Xiaoxue. Summons are eternally loyal to their conjurer, prioritizing their needs above all else. Yet, a jealous summon like Shang Xiaoxue was a first for him to witness. Lin Mo was truly fortunate, not needing to seek out a spouse. Yun Weiqi was filled with envy. If only he possessed a summon like Basha, he could lounge in bed at home every day. I'm afraid you might suddenly bite me, Lin Mo remarked. Before the nine-tailed phoenix crown python could plead for mercy, The cursed blue energy forcefully propelled it into the air. Bang. Blood rained down. Defeated a level 120 King tier boss. Nine-tailed Phoenix Crown Python. Experience 800,000. Acquired 20 rare grade items. Dragon's Gravestones. Obtained rare grade equipment. Golden Purple Bell. Acquired rare grade equipment. Twilight Bow. Linimo had once again slain 2 level 120 King tier bosses. Ruan Qingqi, the president of the Changhong Guild, was in a daze, wondering how it seemed Linimo was dispatching King tier bosses as effortlessly as one would a chicken. Yun Ruiqi scampered over, presenting 6 space rings to Linimo. Brother Imo, here are all the belongings of the Blood Fiend Guild members that I collected, Yun Ruiqi declared. This was one of the few tasks he excelled at. Choose a few, Linimo nodded. Ah, isn't this inappropriate? Yun Ruiqi swallowed hard. The space rings contained numerous rare grade equipment, including several suitable for the Aegis class. There was even a nearly complete set of excellent grade gear, missing only the belt. If you don't want them, then find out. No, Brother Imo, I want them, Yun Ruiqi replied bashfully. Ugh, how nauseating. The members of the Shengyu Society looked on with disdain yet filled with envy towards Yun Ruiqi. Their relationship with Linimo was not particularly close. While Yun Ruiqi, with his audacity, had managed to bond with him. They resolved to improve their relationship with Linimo henceforth. You should select a few as well, Linimo suggested to Chen Lingyu. He, then I shan't hold back, Chen Lingyu replied eagerly. Clattering, mountains of equipment and items were strewn across the ground as Yun Ruiqi and Chen Lingyu began to select. The two were not greedy, each choosing a piece of rare-grade equipment. Yun Ruiqi chose a shield, while Chen Lingyu selected a staff. As Linimo prepared to stow the spoils back into his space ring, he suddenly felt a powerful craving from the Emperor's Fall. What does this mean? Linimo picked up a piece of excellent grade equipment. It was swiftly consumed by the Emperor's Fall. It's not absorbing Dragon's Gravestones anymore, but equipment instead. Linimo recalled the 2 active effects of the Emperor's Fall. Boundless mana. Permanent increase of 100 times to mana. Ignore rules. Level increase to 90. Duration of 2 hours. It seemed that to unlock the 3rd active effect, he needed to allow the Emperor's Fall to absorb equipment. Brother Imo, what are you doing? Yun Ruiqi inquired, perplexed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's sword absorbed all the equipment. This was worth billions. Still not enough. Amidst the astonishment of Yun Ruiqi and the others, Lin Mo retrieved a vast amount of equipment from his space ring. With dozens of rare-grade items, buzzing, an Emperor character appeared on the hilt of the Emperor's Fall, with falling quickly taking shape. It was as if everything had reverted to square one. Linimo surveyed the now empty space ring. All previously acquired equipment had been absorbed by the Emperor's Fall, leaving only a few legendary grade items behind. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The Emperor's Fall, having absorbed a massive quantity of equipment, was on the brink of unlocking its 3rd active effect. Defeat the King-tier boss from the mouth of the 9-tailed Phoenix Crown Python. Linimo commanded the 8 great demons. They eagerly volunteered for battle, having been cooped up in the summoning space for too long, thirsting for combat. Ultimately, the demon of heaven, Shimu, leveraging its speed advantage, flew into the territory of the Earth Ape. Before we return, I wish to break through to level 60, Shang Xiaoshu had discussed with Linimo. She had been stuck at level 59 for quite some time, and wished to reach level 60 to accompany Chen Lingyu to the secret realm. You're the president. It's your call? Linimo replied indifferently. Then I shall return once I break through to level 60. Unbeknownst to her, Linimo had already become the core of this team, to the point where she felt the need to consult him on all matters. Soon after, Shimu returned, and Linimo received the notification regarding the defeat of the level 120 King-tier boss, Earth Ape, followed by the equipment drops being absorbed by the Emperor's Fall. 2 hours passed in an instant. The experience card for the 8 great demons expired, and the next summoning would have to wait 5 days. With his level rising, he would no longer rely on the Emperor's Fall's active effects, enabling him to summon the 8 great demons at will. Chapter 72. Crisis in the Society. Oh dear, how many times have I said this? The attribute you awaken is not crucial. What matters is how to skillfully deploy your abilities in combat. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. A level 60 elite demon beast, the Gale Lion, was gradually losing its breath. The fire element mage, Meng Xing'an, level 57, shrank his head, fearing his father would scold him. Oh, how I wish Tulu were here. He would certainly understand my words. I apologize, father. The knowledge you impart is simply too profound. Meng Xing'an scratched his head. Not far away, the blade dragon scoffed. What a fool. Despite the old goat's detailed explanations, he still fails to grasp them. The blade dragon grumbled, nearly unable to bear the sight. This was the second day of Sheng Xiaoxue and her companions in the Demon Beast Zone. The task of defeating the Purging Thunder Beast and obtaining its skull had been completed. After some discussion, Sheng Xiaoxue intended to break through to level 60 before leaving the Demon Beast Zone, and the process was going smoothly. It wouldn't be long before she succeeded. On one occasion, society member Meng Xing'an, while combating a demon beast, could not help but seek guidance from his father. Initially, Sheng Xiaoxue and Meng Xing'an paid little heed. Considering themselves students of the Imperial Capital University, which boasted the finest mentors in teaching vocational practitioners. How much understanding could a summon possess? However, as they listened, Meng Xing'an was left bewildered. His father's insights into mages far exceeded those of the university instructors. Following his father's combat guidance, the level 57 Meng Xing'an could easily take down level 65 elite demon beasts without expending much mana. The mage members of the Shengyu Society gazed in awe. Pleading for the old man to impart his combat wisdom, Linimo, your summon is simply astonishing, completely overturning my perception of space element mages. Chen Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. Just learn, Linimo yawned. Typically, he would not summon shadow soldiers. But Terra, the demon dragon, the blade dragon, and his father were always on standby. These four rarely communicated, each belonging to a different faction. Terra preferred the company of shadow soldiers and shadow generals, while the demon dragon enjoyed solitude, and the blade dragon looked down upon the old man. Flee, demons and monsters, flee. The level 51 old man effortlessly dispatched a level 70 elite demon beast, leaving the mage members of the Shengyu Society awestruck. Is it possible to combine fire element skills like this? Goodness, the golden element skill the old man used feels entirely different from mine. It's so much stronger. If the old man were to teach at the Imperial Capital University, there would certainly be no empty seats. It was said that high-level mages could charge 300,000 to 400,000 for a single class, and the old man would likely command 700,000 to 800,000. The members of the Shengyu Society eagerly took out paper and pens, fearful of missing any details. Additionally, one important matter. The old man wanted tea. I'll brew it. Get lost. I'll brew it. The old man loves the tea I make. Watching the society members vie to please the old man, Sheng Xiaoxue wiped the blood from her greatsword. She had never seen them so eager to learn. However, the knowledge the old man shared was indeed worth listening to. Even captivating her, a judgment warrior. Let us head back, Sheng Xiaoxue stated. She had successfully broken through to level 60 and learned the exclusive skill for judgment warriors, Soul Piercer. This skill allowed her to swiftly approach enemies and execute multiple lethal attacks. As a judgment warrior, she was already skilled in close combat, and utilizing Soul Piercer was like adding wings to a tiger. Linimo, are you sure you don't want to accompany us to the secret realm? Chen Lingyu inquired on the way back. Initially, she hadn't intended for Linimo to join them due to the inherent dangers. One misstep could lead to death, however. It now seemed they would become a liability. As Linimo was capable of soloing level 120 king tier bosses, I won't be going. I intend to explore other secret realms. Linimo shook his head. The teleportation scroll he obtained from the Blood Fiend magic worm had yet to be utilized, and the rewards for clearing this dungeon were far more bountiful than those described by Chen Lingyu. Clearing it would guarantee a profession card drop, and profession cards were coveted items that all practitioners dreamt of. Exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Wasn't clearing this dungeon more enticing than others? At the Imperial Capital University, in the task hall, the corpse of a demon beast lay at the entrance, drawing the attention of passing students. Under the sunlight, a boy clad in white attire stood proudly at the spot. The boy was quite famous at the Imperial Capital University, being Wang Zhiyang, who had recently secured the second highest score in the admissions exam. Wang Zhiyang has reached level 46. I recall he was only level 44 during the entrance exam. Goodness, that's rapid progress. He must have slain numerous demon beasts in the Demon Beast Zone. A level 46 solar envoy. Once he reaches level 50, his strength will rise to a new echelon. The older students passing by expressed their astonishment. Zhiyang, your performance in defeating the level 100 king tier boss, the Netherworld Demon Tiger, was commendable. You truly deserve the title of this year's admission's second place. Gao Chenliang remarked with a smile. He is the president of the Qinliang Society, a level 75 warrior. The Qinliang Society is an S-rank association at the Imperial Capital University, and Wang Zhiyang is currently a member. Among the S-rank missions released by the task hall is one that involves slaying the level 100 royal tier boss, the Netherworld Demon Tiger, to obtain its hide. During the collaborative assault on the Netherworld Demon Tiger by the Society members, Wang Zhiyang displayed remarkable valor, earning high regard from Gao Chenliang, who is the president. Wang Zhiyang maintained a stoic expression. The term runner-up sounded particularly grating to him. He needed to hasten his level advancement to surpass Lin and Mo in the shortest time possible, at level 46. He was just one level shy. Wang Zhiyang mused, recalling that Lin and Mo had reached level 47 on the day the admission exams concluded. Upon submitting the task, Wang Zhiyang heard a familiar voice, none other than the Lin and Mo he had been yearning for. Without hesitation, he instinctively checked Lin Mo's level. The task hall was bustling with activity, and Lin Mo's group attracted considerable attention. The reason was simple. Yun Ruiqi was hoisting the head of the Purgatory Thunder Beast on his left shoulder while carrying the dismembered body of the level 120 royal tier boss, the Night Bat King, in his right hand. Wasn't that Yun Ruiqi from the Xinyu Society? Goodness, he was carrying the corpses of 2 royal tier bosses. Look at Lin Mo's level. He has broken through to level 51. Someone exclaimed. How many? The task hall erupted into chaos as Lin and Mo and his companions became the center of attention. Firstly, the Xinyu Society had indeed succeeded in slaying the level 100 royal tier boss, the Purgatory Thunder Beast, and had also brought back the body of the level 120 royal tier boss, the Night Bat King. Secondly, Lin Mo's leveling speed had surpassed even that of Wang Zhiyang. Having advanced from level 47 to level 51, a level 51 practitioner, this rank already exceeded that of 90 of the second-year students at the Imperial Capital University. Gazing at Lin and Mo, the focus of discussion, Wang Zhiyang's eyelid twitched as he turned to leave. Zhiyang, the task rewards haven't been allocated yet, President Gao Chenliang called out. Forget it. Congratulations on completing the S-rank task of slaying the Purgatory Thunder Beast. Here are your rewards. The staff handed 50 rare-grade items, the Dragon Burial Stones, to Sheng Zhaoxue. Sheng Zhaoxue promptly passed the Dragon Burial Stones to Lin and Mo. President Sheng, the president of the Flying Dragon Guild, Ling Yuni, has challenged your Xinyu Society. Please gather at the school arena at 2 p.m. sharp, a staff member reminded. Sheng Zhaoxue's expression changed. I knew Ling Yuni wouldn't let it go easily, Chen Lingyu remarked. With countless societies at the Imperial Capital University, conflicts frequently arose between them, prompting the school to permit arena battles under the supervision of mentors to resolve disputes. After all, it is said that leaving a line of friendship ensures future encounters are amicable. The losing society must announce its dissolution, which undeniably forces them into a dire situation. Hence, it had been a long time since any society had engaged in arena battles at the Imperial Capital University. President Sheng, the Flying Dragon Guild recently added 6 senior students who were mentalists, each at least level 80. The staff reminded 0.6 awakened hidden class seniors, each at least level 80. Damn. Ling Yuni clearly intends to force the president to dissolve the society. Yun Ruiqi cursed. At the entrance of the task hall, upon receiving the news, Ling Yuni led several members of the Flying Dragon Society inside. Upon seeing Lin and Mo at level 51, Ling Yuni was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, what if he is level 51? For Lin and Mo, I specifically recruited 6 level 80 mentalists to deal with that summoning creature with crimson skin and a tiger's head, Ling Yuni declared. Lin and Mo, last time you humiliated my subordinate in front of so many people. This time it's my turn. Whether it was a one-on-one confrontation between the presidents or a group battle between the societies, he was fully confident of victory. Chapter 73, Group Battle. The Flying Dragon Society is set to engage in a society battle with the Xinyu Society this afternoon. Students in the task hall looked at Ling Yuni, who stood in opposition to Lin and Mo. There was a long-standing feud between these two societies. Firstly, the vice president of the Flying Dragon Society, Shi Linghui, was once the best friend of Sheng Zhaoxue. Akin to sisters, however, Shi Linghui betrayed Sheng Zhaoxue, leading a significant number of Xinyu Society members to defect to the Flying Dragon Society. Without Shi Linghui's betrayal, the Flying Dragon Society could not have developed so rapidly. Now, Ling Yuni still intended to target Sheng Zhaoxue, wishing to force her to dissolve the Xinyu Society. Interestingly, Ling Yuni did not gaze at Sheng Zhaoxue, but instead fixated on Lin and Mo. It was worth noting that Sheng Zhaoxue was the president of the Xinyu Society. Why was he so intent on staring at Lin Mo? Could it be due to that incident on the playground? Someone speculated. I don't understand. What incident? It was when Shi Linghui forced Lin Mo to join the Flying Dragon Society. And when he refused, a scuffle broke out, leading Shi Linghui and two other members of the Flying Dragon Society to shout that they were fools on the playground. That incident has been circulating wildly on the school forum. You didn't know? Now I remember. Later, Ling Yuni lifted the control Lin Mo had over Shi Linghui's summoning creature, and in front of everyone on the playground, Lin Mo once again rejected Ling Yuni's invitation to join the Flying Dragon Society. No wonder Ling Yuni was fixated on Lin Mo. It turned out he was not targeting the Xinyu Society but Lin Mo. The older students suddenly understood, feeling a pang of sympathy for Sheng Xiaoxue. The Xinyu Society was already on the brink of collapse. Having barely completed the S-rank task to secure their A-rank society status, they were now being forced into dissolution that very afternoon. We should leave, Sheng Xiaoxue said, her complexion ashen. The society was incredibly important to her, as the S-rank tasks issued by the school required an A-rank society to undertake. If the Xinyu Society were to dissolve, all her hard work would go up in smoke. Exiting the task hall and arriving at an open space, the members of the Xinyu Society wore glum expressions. After Lin Mo joined the society, they had been filled with hope, envisioning growth and glory under the leadership of their president and Lin Mo. Yet, before they could dream for long, they were doused with cold water. President Yun Ruiqi hesitated. I will challenge Ling Yuni one-on-one, Sheng Xiaoxue declared. There are two rules in society battles. One is a duel between the presidents to determine the victor, and the other is a group battle. The latter was automatically disregarded by Sheng Xiaoxue. The Flying Dragon Society boasted over 1,000 members, while the Xinyu Society, including her, had merely 11. Achieving victory in a group battle would be akin to scaling the heavens. You seem to have forgotten something. Compared to the other society members who were sighing, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor. I know you can summon countless shadow soldiers at lightning speed, but in a group battle, Ling Yuni will undoubtedly target you first. Do not forget that he specifically sought out 6 level 80 mentalists. Sheng Xiaoxue replied. She had considered the group battle, as Lin Mo's speed and strength in summoning monsters were formidable. Yet, those 6 level 80 mentalists were not to be underestimated. She was well aware of the terror mentalists could wield, with Terra serving as the best proof. Little girl, do not compare me to those worthless mentalists. Terra's voice was magnetic, possessing a peculiar charm that easily garnered trust. As the leader of the Shadow Legion, Terra's skills were unparalleled. Her 5th-tier skills rivaled even those of the 6th or 7th tiers. Why not give the group battle a try? Chen Lingyu suggested. The odds of Sheng Xiaoxue winning against the level 65 Ling Yuni, while she was only level 60, were slim. It was possible that from the very start of the match, Sheng Xiaoxue would be forcibly controlled. Lin Mo, however, was indifferent. He had joined the Xinyu Society primarily because his cousin, Chen Lingyu, was present. With the 50 rare-grade dragon burial stones already in hand, if Sheng Xiaoxue's stubbornness led to the society's dissolution, he could always establish his own society. Then it shall be a group battle, Sheng Xiaoxue resolved. She unconditionally trusted Lin Mo, just as she had decisively agreed when Lin Mo had previously refused her assistance from older students. As for why she felt this way, Sheng Xiaoxue could not quite articulate. Perhaps it was simply because Lin Mo was her good friend Chen Lingyu's cousin? The news of the impending battle between the Flying Dragon and Xinyu societies spread like wildfire, stirring discussions throughout the Imperial Capital University, even catching the interest of the mentors. In the teaching building, footsteps echoed in the corridor as Vice Principal Su Zhijian entered the principal's office. Principal, the Flying Dragon Society. Su Zhijian's eyelid twitched as he observed the middle-aged man seated opposite Mao Fangji, the Grand President. Su Zhijian's body tensed, wondering when the Grand President, Qi Yutian, had come to the office. Mao Fangji seemed to be discussing something with Qi Yutian, and a list lay on the desk. Su Zhijian cast a glance and noticed that the names on the list were all outstanding new students recruited this year, with Lin Mo's name at the top. What has happened with the Flying Dragon Society? Mao Fangji inquired, placing the list into the drawer, his expression remaining perpetually neutral. Qi Yutian turned his gaze towards Su Zhijian, feeling the immense pressure of being scrutinized by two of the world's top powerhouses. Su Zhijian recounted the situation regarding the impending society battle. The higher-ups at the Imperial Capital University placed great importance on societies, particularly those ranked A and above. Societies functioned similarly to guilds, and each year, The school conducts level evaluations of these societies, distributing rewards based on their rankings. How intriguing! Mao Fangji focused on Lin Mo, now at level 51, as well as the Xinyu Society's achievement in slaying the level 100 Royal Tier boss. The Purgatory Thunder Beast. Lin Mo's leveling speed is quite astonishing. This is good news for us, Mao Fangji remarked. Level 51. He only became a practitioner last year and has just reached level 50. With some time left before the new year, it is likely that Lin Mo could break through to level 60 before the festivities. Although Sheng Xiaoxue has awakened a hidden class as a judgment warrior, her strength is insufficient to slay the Purgatory Thunder Beast, Qi Yutian stated solemnly. Are you suggesting that someone is assisting Sheng Xiaoxue? Su Zhijin replied, recalling that before the Xinyu Society ventured into the Monster Beast Zone, Sheng Xiaoxue had sought help from several senior students. However, Lin Mo had ultimately declined their assistance, meaning they had no reinforcements. The Grand President implies that Lin Mo was the one who killed the Purgatory Thunder Beast, as well as that level 120 Royal Tier boss, Mao Fangji concluded. But Lin Mo is only level 51. Su Zhijin instinctively retorted, no practitioner at level 51 could possibly contend with the Infernal Thunder Beast, unless 3,000 or 4,000 individuals collectively besiege it. After a moment of contemplation, Mao Fang stood up to adjust his attire. Su Zhijin's mind raced, conjuring images of the shadow soldiers summoned by Lin Mo. The 9 shadow generals, along with Terra and the demon dragon. It indeed seemed plausible. Su Zhijin's resolve began to waver. Lin Mo was no ordinary summoner. At level 40, he could summon over a dozen king-tier monsters, and even a royal-tier beast. Qi Yutian gazed out at the bustling crowd on the playground. The club battle between the Flying Dragon and the Storm Rain had commenced. Chapter 74. The Frenzied Shadow Soldiers. Today was overcast, with dark clouds looming and fine droplets of rain cascading from the sky. Over 1,000 members of the Flying Dragon Club entered the playground, led by Ling Yuni, whose expression was one of arrogance. Beside him stood the vice president, the level 60 rogue Shi Linghui, along with 6 level 80 mentalists. Don't forget our agreement, a senior with a horse-like face remarked. Once this is accomplished, the money will be transferred to your bank accounts immediately. Ling Yuni nodded. To counter the terror summoned by Lin Mo, he had truly spared no expense. The 6 level 80 mentalists each commanded a reward of 1.5 million, totaling 9 million. If Sheng Xiaoxue opted for a group battle, these heavily paid mentalists would immediately assail Lin Mo, aiming to render him incapable of combat in the shortest time possible. If feasible, they would reduce Lin Mo to a state of dementia. Ling Yuni articulated his demands. The horse-faced senior frowned. Have you lost your mind? If the school discovers this, we're finished. Rest assured, we will maintain a consistent narrative. It won't be discovered. After all, conducting mental attacks on an enemy is a primary method of our profession. Ling Yuni asserted. The horse-faced senior remained silent. I'll add another million. All right. Ultimately, the horse-faced senior succumbed to temptation, agreeing to Ling Yuni's plan to unleash the 8th tier skill, Mental Spike, upon Lin Mo should this skill strike true. Practitioners with lower mental fortitude would either faint or, in severe cases, become imbeciles. Lin Mo, this shall be the price you pay for rejecting me. Ling Yuni sneered. If he could not possess Lin Mo, he would ensure his destruction. After all, with Chun Lingyu present, Lin Mo could never join the Flying Dragon Club. In stark contrast to the numerous Flying Dragon members, the Storm Rain Club was pitifully small. With only 11 members, including the president and vice president, Sheng Xiaoxue glanced at the opposing Ling Yuni, with the level 120 instructor Zai Zhixing standing between them. Will the outcome be determined by the club leaders, or a group battle? Zai Zhixing inquired of Sheng Xiaoxue. The Challenge Club has the right to choose. This is a rule established for student-formed clubs at the Imperial Capital University. Group battle, Sheng Xiaoxue replied. Prior to this, she had conferred with Lin Mo and Chun Lingyu. You both can attack freely without concerns. I will keep watch from the sidelines. Zai Zhixing produced a staff from his spatial ringed, ASA level 120 wind attribute mage. He was more than capable of managing such a minor affair. Should any student face a life-threatening situation during the battle, Zai Zhixing would intervene and blow that student out of the playground. Any student expelled from the playground would be unable to continue participating in the club battle. Group battle, and Sheng Xiaoxue has chosen not to duel Ling Yuni? Did Sheng Xiaoxue believe Lin Mo's summoned entities were sufficiently strong and numerous? Yet Ling Yuni had specifically brought in 6 level 80 mentalists as assistants. Those mentalists would undoubtedly target Lin Mo first. It was perplexing. In my view, a duel between the club leaders would have been better. Although that still left Shang Xiaoxue with slim chances of victory, the playground was crowded with onlookers, both seniors and freshmen alike. Club battles at the Imperial Capital University were rare, especially between S-class and A-class clubs. Wang Jiang, Yu Ruyan, Yi Wuyo, and other top 10 candidates were all present, observing Lin Mo, who stood at level 51, with a variety of expressions. Begin. With a command from the level 120 instructor Zai Jixing. This club battle, marked by a stark disparity in strength, officially commenced. Over 1,000 members of the Flying Dragon Club surged toward the members of the Storm Rain Club, with the tank-class shield warriors leading the charge, while mages quietly began chanting to prepare their spells. With a swift motion, Lin Mo summoned 5,000 shadow soldiers, immediately equalizing the numbers on both sides. Shadow Legion, charge! Upon witnessing Lin Mo's shadow soldiers, members of the Flying Dragon Club hesitated, their eyes filled with trepidation, particularly the royal tier shadow eater known as Xiao Wu. Merely gazing upon them was an overwhelming experience. Through relentless evolution in the monster zone, Lin Mo had amassed 500 king-tier shadow eaters. The ghostly soldiers launched their throwing knives with precision, targeting vital areas such as throats, foreheads, and chests. What are you dawdling for? Either charge or defend. Zai Jixing shook his head and raised his hand, blowing over 20 members of the Flying Dragon Club out of the playground. Had he not acted, there would have been over 20 corpses lying on the ground. Perhaps this isn't so bad, thought the students and instructors watching as members of the Flying Dragon Club were expelled from the playground. Lin Mo's summoned shadow soldiers instantly shifted the tide of battle. Amidst the seasoned and coordinated shadow soldiers, the members of the Flying Dragon Club found themselves utterly powerless. Even the mages had yet to cast their spells before being ambushed and controlled by the stealthy ghostly soldiers, resulting in even more members being expelled from the playground. Senior Ming, do not forget the promise you made to me, Ling Yuni remarked, concentrating his mental energy into a large blade aimed at Shang Xiaoxue. It was a matter of club leader against club leader, club members against club members. He intended to personally defeat Shang Xiaoxue to establish dominance for the Flying Dragon Club. Ming Weicheng, the level 80 mentalist with the horse-like face, appeared somewhat reluctant, yet he prepared to unleash the 8th tier skill, Mental Spike. As a member of the Flying Dragon Club, he was naturally qualified to participate in this club battle. The 6th level 80 mentalists acted in unison. Their mental energy coalesced into various ferocious beasts, instinctively lunging toward Lin Mo. Among these mental constructs, 2 spikes of mental energy were mixed in, one following its companion, while the other circled around, attempting to stab Lin Mo from behind. Even if the instructor noticed, it would be too late for him to intervene and prevent the backstab. Be careful, Shang Xiaoxue warned Lin Mo as she contended with Ling Yuni. The Judgment Warrior struggled to maintain a stalemate with Ling Yuni, and upon witnessing the mentalists unleashing their skills, she hurriedly cautioned Lin Mo. In the teaching building, within the principal's office, Qi Youtian's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he observed Ming Weicheng casting the 8th tier skill. Mental Spike. Principal Mao, is this the university you manage? Qi Youtian's tone was calm, yet to Mao Fangji, it felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, though they were only one level apart. And Qi Youtian had merely awakened an ordinary warrior class while Mao Fangji had awakened a hidden class. The disparity in their strength felt insurmountable. Total President, I will investigate this matter afterward. Mao Fangji stated. He and Qi Youtian could easily discern the anomalies. The senior Ming Weicheng was unlike the other mentalists, as his skill was aimed explicitly at rendering Lin Mo an imbecile. This contradicted the very purpose of club battles, which was to enhance students' combat experience rather than result in fatalities. If Lin Mo were to become an imbecile, how would that differ from death? Zai Jixing is a step ahead, seeking to shield Lin Mo from the mental spike. Mao Fangji raised an eyebrow. A blinding golden light erupted from Lin Mo. The active effect of the infinite set. Invincible Defense, activated, effortlessly withstanding the attacks from the 6th level 80 mentalists. For the next 10 seconds, Lin Mo was in an invincible state. Master, he wishes to bring about your demise, Terra remarked, glancing at Ming Weicheng. You want me dead? Lin Mo surveyed the 6th level 80 mentalists, the shadow soldiers, the 9 shadow generals, Terra, and the demon dragon. All summoned entities stared coldly at Ming Weicheng. Thud. A member of the Flying Dragon Club struck a ghostly soldier, only for that ghostly soldier to draw a throwing knife. The target of the attack was not the assailant but rather Ming Weicheng. The active effect of the infinite set, Deadly Bind, triggered, and 5 beams of black light materialized. "I can't cast my skills," exclaimed one of the level 80 mentalists. "Neither can I," his companion replied nervously. Deadly Bind ignores any level and profession, restraining the enemy for 20 seconds. The number of targets increases with the user's level. At this point, Linimo, at level 51, could select 5 targets. Only one of the 6 mentalists was not ensnared. Just as he prepared to act, Terra stepped forward. The Shadow Soldiers and 9 Shadow Generals charged madly toward Ming Weicheng. What the hell? The monsters summoned by Linimo have gone berserk, all rushing toward Ming Weicheng. The Shadow Soldiers, willing to sustain injuries, aim to eliminate Ming Weicheng. The 6 mentalists had inexplicably chosen Ming Weicheng as their target. He must have done something to provoke their wrath. The students outside the playground were left in shocked. At that moment, the Shadow Soldiers and all summoned entities focused solely on one individual, Ming Weicheng. Bound and panic-stricken, Ming Weicheng could only stand there, awaiting his demise. "Stop!" Instructor Zai Zhixing admonished. A gust of azure wind sought to envelop Ming Weicheng. "Monsters, begone! Monsters, begone!" Walls of fire soared, thick earth rose, and water curtains unfurled. Layers of barriers thwarted the azure wind Zai Zhixing attempted to conjure. Zai Zhixing turned to his father, and despair washed over him. Without his azure wind to shield Ming Weicheng, faced with such relentless assaults, Ming Weicheng's fate was sealed. Dismemberment, Chapter 75. Dark Attribute Forbidden Spell. The night enshrouded. Countless shadows surged toward Ming Weicheng. No one understood what had transpired. They only witnessed the Shadow Soldiers charging furiously toward Ming Weicheng. Now, even the instructor, the level 120 wind attribute mage Zai Zhixing, could not save Ming Weicheng. 20 seconds were more than sufficient for the Shadow Soldiers to tear Ming Weicheng to shreds. At a critical juncture, a long sword descended from the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. Ming Weicheng, who had already soiled himself in terror, wore an expression of relief after the calamity. He had survived. The suddenly appearing sword had shielded him from all assaults. Subsequently, Ming Weicheng was uncontrollably lifted into the air, slowly drifting toward the playground's perimeter. Attempting to flee, Linimo snapped his fingers. The demonic dragon seized Ming Weicheng, who was on the verge of escaping the playground. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Ming Weicheng crashed heavily to the ground, spewing blood profusely. Not a single bone in his body remained intact. The unexpected sword did little to halt the onslaught. The demonic dragon savagely ravaged Ming Weicheng. "The power of the set," Chi Yutian remarked. "But wait, the Wuji's set can only bind one target at most. Yet Linimo has imprisoned 5 students." Mao Fangji frowned. The rare-grade Wuji's set was something he had personally entrusted to Linimo, and he was well aware of its 2 active effects. The other effect granted Linimo invincibility for 10 seconds. Chi Yotian's gaze sharpened. This meant that even he could not inflict harm upon Linimo within that span. "Isn't this a power exclusive to legendary grade sets?" interjected Vice Principal Su Zhijian, despite being a level 182 shield bearer. He had yet to assemble the rare grade set, still missing a belt. However, his set was of exceptionally high quality, nearly approaching legendary status, hence the difficulty in completing it. Effects that grant invincibility are typically the domain of legendary sets. In the face of Su Zhijian's bewilderment, even Mao Fangji, the president of Imperial Capital University, found himself unable to provide an answer. "It's still quite difficult to win," Mao Fangji stated. The 20-second binding period had elapsed, and the 5 level 80 mentalists regained their full strength. Unless the creatures summoned by Linimo could defeat them, winning the club battle would be a formidable challenge. On the playground, upon witnessing that Ming Weicheng had not perished, Mentor Zai Zhixing breathed a sigh of relief. Had a fatality occurred under his supervision, he would have willingly resigned without the higher-ups needing to intervene. Mentors at Imperial Capital University enjoyed exceedingly high status, with salaries and benefits envied by colleagues at other institutions. "Linimo, it's about time," Zai Zhixing inquired. Though Ming Weicheng had survived under the onslaught of the demonic dragon, he was left bloodied and barely breathing. As for the individual who had intervened to protect Ming Weicheng, Zai Zhixing assumed it was President Mao Fangji, given that the president allowed Lin Mo's summoned demonic dragon to act thus. Coupled with the earlier frenzy of the Shadow Soldiers, Zai Zhixing surmised the reason. Ming Weiqing must have made a threatening move against Lin Mo while he was inattentive. Otherwise, the shadow soldiers had no reason to be so enraged, preferring to ignore the members of the Flying Dragon Club, attacking them in favor of eliminating Ming Weiqing. The methods of mentalists were unpredictable. It was far too easy to render an enemy oblivious or even lifeless. Whoosh! The demonic dragon flung the barely alive Ming Weiqing out of the playground. Upon hearing his wails, the onlooking students turned away in distress. Damn, Lin Mo is ruthless. Well, at least Lin Mo spared Ming Weiqing's life and didn't kill him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This time Ming Weiqing will surely have to spend at least half a year in the hospital, wasting a full 6 months. Within the playground, the 5 mentalists expressed their relief. Fortunately, Ming Weiqing attracted the attention of Lin Mo's summoned creature. Had we been in a binding state, we would all have been eliminated, one mentalist remarked. That brain-dead Ming Weiqing. The skills we deployed would have only rendered Lin Mo incapacitated. He foolishly attempted to use an 8th-tier skill, and his mental spike was aimed right at Lin Mo's forehead. His master was in mortal danger, so the summoned creature would undoubtedly go berserk. Forget him. Let us quickly deal with Lin Mo and win the club battle. After all, we were paid for this. A beast of concentrated mental energy roared, surrounding Lin Mo from 5 different angles. Terra faced the assault of 5 level 80 mentalists alone, in an unnoticed corner. Dao Long and Old Father exchanged banter. Old Goat, this time I lead while you support, Dao Long declared as he unleashed his skills. Oh, you wish to impress the master, do you? Old Father replied. That is fine, but I loathe you calling me Old Goat. From now on, no more of that. All right, Old Goat. The black and white beams of light intertwined, merging Dao Long and Old Father into one. The elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged violently. An increasing number of members from the Flying Dragon Club were forcibly ejected from the playground, some expressing their frustration while others pounded the ground in anger. Why is the situation worsening? Ling Yuni, engaged in battle with Shang Xiaoxue, frowned. He had underestimated her strength and even more so Lin Mo as summoned creatures. The level 60 Judgment Warrior, Shang Xiaoxue, exhibited superb swordsmanship, compelling him to defend using his mental energy. It should be noted that there was a 5-level gap between them. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Lin Mo's summoned creature was even more exaggerated, with thousands of members from the Flying Dragon Club, including over 100 level 60 members, being continuously flung out of the playground. What are you all doing? Ling Yuni directed his gaze at the 5 level 80 mentalists battling Terra. Its just a level 51 royal tier summoned creature. How have you not dealt with it yet? Min Xiujia, a level 80 mentalist, upon hearing Ling Yuni's words, nodded in agreement with his companions. Lin Mo, my fellow student, I advise you to concede. Min Xiujia said. He could not comprehend Lin Mo's line of thought. What was the purpose of continuously having Terra defend? Lin Mo, you wouldn't want your summoned special creature to perish, would you? Min Xiujia swiftly drew upon his internal magical energy, while 4 companions placed their hands on his shoulders. A formidable mental force enveloped the playground. The onlooking students outside the playground simultaneously experienced nausea, dizziness, and a sense of impending doom. My head. It's unbearable. Members of the Shangyu Club groaned in anguish, with those of weaker mental fortitude repeatedly striking their heads in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Protected by Terra, Lin Mo remained unscathed. The 9th-tier skill of the mentalist, Mental Ray. Min Xiujia condensed a visibly palpable milky white light. Anyone who gazed upon this light experienced severe mental disturbance, their expressions blank as hallucinations ensued. Using a skill of a higher tier, Mentor Zai Zhixing's expression turned to one of astonishment. The level 80 Min Xiujia, with the aid of his 4 companions, had executed a 9th-tier skill, just as Zai Zhixing hesitated to declare the outcome. The Azura domain enveloped the playground. President Mao Fangji of Imperial Capital University signaled for him to supervise personally, prompting Zai Zhixing to withdraw. Lin Mo, you should be able to sense the terror of the mental ray. Concede, Min Xiujia gasped for breath. The combined effort of 5 level 80 mentalists barely allowed for the execution of this 9th-tier skill. Once the mental ray detonated, Lin Mo would have no place to hide. 9th-tier skill? Lin Mo stepped forward, facing the mental ray head-on. Let us see how your 9th-tier skill compares to my forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Where did that come from? Min Xiujia was left speechless, wondering if Lin Mo had lost his mind. Monsters, quickly retreat! Monsters, quickly retreat! The dark light engulfed the white light as Dao Long, holding his staff, and Old Father simultaneously chanted incantations with solemn expressions. The blackness silently blanketed the entire area while chilling screams echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Countless skeletal heads, emitting black flames and shrieking in terror, plummeted from the sky in all directions. The streets and alleys of the imperial capital were filled with bewildered expressions as they gazed up at the giant skeletal head. Descending like a mountain, the demon clan is attacking. Dark attribute forbidden spell. Night enveloping heaven. Dao Long and Old Father spoke in unison. The power of the forbidden spell far exceeding ordinary imagination, enveloping not just the playground but extending to all land within 100 miles of Imperial Capital University. Chapter 76. Reckoning. The overcast sky turned to utter darkness, plunging the area into endless blackness. This is bad. Lin Mo's summoned creature has unleashed a forbidden spell. Protect the students. The power of a forbidden spell is immense. A moment's negligence could obliterate the entire school, but ISNTA forbidden spell only castable by a level 100 mage. Lin Mo is clearly only level 51, witnessing the apocalyptic scene unfolding. The observing mentors sprang into action to shield the students. Is this still a club battle? A forbidden spell has been unleashed. For the mentors, the immediate priority was to protect the students and the school buildings, preventing Lin Mo's summoned creature's forbidden spell from annihilating the entire institution. A forbidden spell, and a dark attribute one at that. Mao Fangji scrutinized Old Father and Dao Long. His awakened profession, Azura, was not that of a mage. Thus he too could not fathom why a level 51 summoned creature could execute a forbidden spell, especially one of the dark variety. What in the world is this? Min Xiujia, casting the 9th tier skill, Mental Ray, appeared frantic, while the 4 companions beside him turned pale. After all, the primary target of the forbidden spell was none other than them. As the unavoidable force drew closer, Min Xiujia felt a sense of disorientation. Great-grandma? He saw his great-grandmother beckoning. I concede, Min Xiujia hastily declared. Whoever wants this money can take it. I certainly don't want it. I'll just refund Yun Weiqi later. I also concede. The 4 level 80 mentalists shouted louder than the last. Fearing the supervising mentor hadn't heard, the Azura domain unfolded, with Mao Fangji wielding a crimson broad blade, facing the forbidden spell. Night enveloping heaven. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The blade energy surged like giant waves, cleaving towards the skeletal heads that loomed over the ground, engulfed in black flames. Mentor Zai Zhixing felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness the president had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of managing such a situation. Though a level 120 wind attribute mage, he possessed the ability to cast a forbidden spell, yet he lacked a forbidden spell of his own. All forbidden spells in Huaxia were controlled by the Mage Alliance. Such a skill was not something one could simply possess. The collaboration of Old Father and Dao Long in casting the forbidden spell was executed at an astonishing speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. Light returned as tiny droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. Mao Fang's voice was hoarse as he first cast his gaze upon the 2 royal tier summoned creatures that had unleashed the forbidden spell. Ultimately fixing his eyes on Lin Mo, the Shengyu Society emerged victorious. As he looked skyward, Mao Fang, now at level 198 and awakened as a Shura class, regarded the Blade Dragon with indifference. This was merely one of the dark attribute forbidden spells he had mastered. As his level increased, even a powerhouse like Mao Fang would not dare to confront his forbidden spells head-on. Damn. I merely came to enjoy the spectacle and nearly lost my life. If the principal had not intervened, Lin Mo's summoned creatures would have surely reduced the area within 100 miles to rubble. Woe is me, I was terrified to death just now. Outside the playground, students continuously patted their chests, bearing expressions of having survived a catastrophe. Although the primary targets of the forbidden spell were not them, the sheer force of the residual energy was sufficient to obliterate all. Members of the Flying Dragon Society lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of water. With the forbidden spell already cast by Lin Mo's summoned creatures, how could they possibly contend with him? What a joke. Did they not hear the principal declare Shengyu Society the victor? I have not lost. I refuse to accept defeat. Ling Yunyi's expression was frenzied. his heart bleeding at the thought of the Flying Dragon Society he had painstakingly built being on the verge of disbandment. The root of it all was Lin Mo. It was he who declined to join the Flying Dragon Society, who openly provoked its authority, and who, through sheer strength, brought the Flying Dragon Society to its impending dissolution. "I will kill you!" Ling Yuni, drained of magical energy, charged at Lin Mo with the ferocity of a tiger. Observing the desperate Ling Yuni, there was no need for Mao Fong to intervene. Terra, from afar, tightened her grip around Ling Yuni's neck. "Fighting in a state of rage is not a wise habit," Terra remarked. Ling Yuni's face flushed crimson as he gasped for breath, struggling like a drowning person. Bang! Ling Yuni fell heavily to the ground, panting as he glared at Lin Mo with a mix of sorrow and fury. "We won!" Members of the Shengyu Society danced with joy, and Yun Ruiqi, in a fit of excitement, nearly leaned in to kiss Lin Mo, only to hit the brakes upon seeing the red-eyed shadow soldier. Though uncertain whether the shadow soldier summoned by Lin Mo would take offense, the earlier frenzy of the shadow soldier had left a profound impression on Yun Ruiqi. Rather than caring for his own safety, he charged recklessly toward Ming Weicheng, intent on tearing him apart. "We won! We won!" Chen Lingyu exclaimed happily as Shang Xiaoxue approached Lin Mo with gratitude in her eyes. In this battle, she had done little but restrain Ling Yuni. 6 level 80 mentalists, and over 1,000 members of the Flying Dragon Society had all been defeated by Lin Mo alone. With the conclusion of the society battle, the Shengyu Society emerged victorious, leading to the immediate disbandment of the Flying Dragon Society. Lin Mo, basking in the limelight, stood in stark contrast to the despondent Ling Yuni, leaving the onlookers outside the playground in astonishment. Who would have guessed that the Shengyu Society would win, especially when it was evident that they were inferior to the S-rank Flying Dragon Society in both leadership strength and member count? "Lin Mo is truly formidable," Iwuyo commented, feeling only a slight thrill at Lin Mo's prowess. In contrast to Iwuyo, Wang Jiang and Yu Rian held differing sentiments. Has Lin Mo truly grown this powerful? Wang Jiang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh as blood oozed. He had believed that surpassing Lin Mo's level and forcibly raising his own by 10 levels with the Sun Messenger's exclusive skill would secure his victory over Lin Mo. Yet now, the gap between them seemed to widen further, a reality Wang Jiang found hard to accept. He would not permit anyone of his generation to surpass him, no one at all. Dark Attribute Forbidden Spell. Yu Ruyan reflected on the Dark Attribute Forbidden Spell, Knight's Embrace, unleashed by the Blade Dragon. The teacher had once stated that dark attributes are the most challenging for a mage to awaken. This forbidden spell was so rare that even the Mage Alliance did not possess it, yet Lin Mo's summoned creatures could wield it, and that too at just level 51. A dark attribute mage. A 5-element mage. Yu Ruyan glanced at her father and the Blade Dragon, feeling a sense of helplessness. She found herself no match for either of Lin Mo's summoned creatures, let alone the countless shadow soldiers. Was it a misfortune or a blessing to live in the same era as Lin Mo? Yu Ruyan sighed. With the announcement of the Flying Dragon Society's disbandment, its members began to remove their badges. Henceforth, the Imperial Capital University would no longer have this society, and the students outside the playground erupted in applause upon hearing the news. "Shan Qingqi, do you still remember me? 3 months ago, you took advantage of your position as a member of the Flying Dragon Society to beat me up. Damn you, Ting Muchuan. You promised we would share the spoils upon returning from the Beast Zone, yet you went back on your word and left me with nothing. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution is delayed, Luo Yujing. You never expected this day to come, did you?" Hearing the voices of the students outside the playground, the members of the Flying Dragon Society felt both guilty and fearful. They had committed too many wrongs, and now that their society was disbanded, those they had once bullied were coming to settle scores. Chapter 77. Entering the secret realm, we lost, and the society is disbanded. The drizzle turned into a downpour as Shi Linghui allowed the rain to drench her, murmuring, "Mo Gu, allow me to shield you from the rain. Does it really require the shadow soldiers for such a small task?" Yun Ruiqi offered earnestly, raising a large umbrella to shield Lin Mo from the rain. "Father, let me help you with the umbrella," Meng Xing'an scampered over, despite not being taken as a disciple by his father. However, he had learned how to fight and effectively utilize skills in the Beast Zone. ASA level 57 Fire Attribute Mage. Under his father's guidance, he had eliminated over 30 members of the Flying Dragon Society with a single 5th-tier skill. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. 5,000 elite black-clad soldiers, the demon dragon, and Terra stood firm, their formation unyielding despite the torrential rain. They maintained strict military discipline, awaiting Lin Mo's next command. "Why did you betray me?" After the celebration, Shang Xiaoxue approached Shi Linghui. Shi Linghui, and Chun Lingyu had once been the best of friends, akin to sisters, sharing everything with one another. Shang Xiaoxue believed she had treated Shi Linghui well, even gifting her 2 rare-grade pieces of equipment suitable for a rogue. Yet what had Shi Linghui done? Not only was she ungrateful, but she had also led a large number of Shengyu Society members to defect to the Flying Dragon Society. "Sister, ha, did you truly consider me a sister?" Shi Linghui's expression twisted, filled with resentment. "If you truly regarded me as a sister, why is the society named Xingyu and not Shangling or Shanghui? And why is Chun Lingyu the vice president and not me? I am clearly more adept at management." Shi Linghui exclaimed hoarsely. "So you betrayed Xiaoxue over this?" "Linghui, had you only spoken up back then, I would have surely relinquished the vice president position to you. The society's name meant nothing to me, and it mattered even less to Xiaoxue," Chun Lingyu explained. She had never been fond of or skilled at management. It was only after Shang Xiaoxue established the society that they had come to know Shi Linghui. "You think too much, Linghui. What good does it do to say these things now? It is too late." Too late. Shi Linghui collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Shang Xiaoxue, standing at 178 centimeters tall, allowed the rainwater to mix with her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. A barrier enveloped Chun Lingyu. "Lingyu, you are frail. Do take care not to catch a cold." Shang Xiaoxue ignored Shi Linghui. "Let's go." "Lin Mo, this matter is not over," Ling Yuni declared. "The society has disbanded, but others still remain at Imperial Capital University. There will surely be an opportunity for revenge." A barely perceptible black light infused into Ling Yuni's body, and a strange smile appeared on the Blade Dragon's face. "I will be waiting," Lin Mo replied calmly. "Humph," Ling Yuni scoffed, turning to leave. The rain poured even heavier. After taking just a few steps, Ling Yuni suddenly sensed something amiss. As a mentalist, he possessed the unique ability to sense danger before it arose. Yet he could not pinpoint what felt wrong, cautiously observing the shadow soldiers summoned by Lin Mo. "Damn it." Ling Yuni, caught off guard, stepped on a banana peel and slipped. "Shit," he cursed, getting up and feeling a wave of foul odor assault him. Ugh, dog's hit. He had slipped right into a pile of it. This caused everyone to burst into laughter, especially the members of the Shengyu Society. Is Ling Yuni truly this unfortunate? The banana peel was one thing, but there is usually no dog poop on the playground. Ha ha ha, Ling Yuni even took a sniff to confirm if it was dog poop. Serves him right. The members of the Flying Dragon Society are not good people. And their leader, Ling Yuni, is no gem either. Dark Attribute Mage's 5th-tier skill. Curse of Misfortune. Lin Mo nodded at the Blade Dragon. This skill was particularly special. Once struck, the target would be plagued by misfortune until they met their demise. During the society battle, Ming Weiqing had likely been instigated by Ling Yuni to render him a fool. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Ming Weiqing, who bore no grudge against him, to act in such a manner. Therefore, Lin Mo could not let Ling Yuni off the hook. Watching Ling Yuni limp away, Lin Mo stretched leisurely. He genuinely wished to see how Ling Yuni would meet his misfortune, and he suspected it would not be long before he found out. Today, the rain in the imperial capital fell particularly heavily, and in a nearby shopping mall, Shang Xiaoxue celebrated the victory in the society battle with her members. "Mogu, I was utterly amazed when your summoned father and the Blade Dragon unleashed their forbidden spells." "Those are true forbidden spells," Yun Weiqi exclaimed. "The strength of mage classes lies in their ability to wield powerful skills. Among them, forbidden spells are the ultimate aspiration of all mages, and even the weakest forbidden spells can wreak havoc within a 50-mile radius. While the Blade Dragon's forbidden spell covered over 100 miles, Mogu, I raise a glass to you." Yun Weiqi downed a glass of juice in one go. "President, many people now wish to join our society, including several third-year students above level 60. Indeed, President, shall we accept them or not?" a member inquired. "The club has just concluded its activities, and many newcomers, including second- and third-year students, are fervently applying to join the Shengyu Club. What do you think, Lin Mo?" Shang Xiaoxue inquired, having now developed the habit of seeking Lin Mo's opinions. All former members who had defected from the Shengyu Club were promptly rejected. applicants would undergo rigorous screening and evaluation, with a priority placed on recruiting and nurturing newcomers, Lin Mo stated. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Shang Xiaoxue concurred. Those who defected previously are certainly not worth considering. They are merely opportunists. Furthermore, prioritizing the recruitment and development of newcomers is an excellent strategy, as the third and fourth year students will graduate soon. Lin Mo, why not let you take the position of vice president? Chen Lingyu suggested. Absolutely not. Shang Xiaoxue rejected the idea. If you wish, the president's role can be handed over to you. Just as the members believed Shang Xiaoxue intended to shatter the harmonious atmosphere, she astounded everyone with her words, "At present, the Shangyu Club is flourishing. Should Shang Xiaoxue desire, she could effortlessly recruit 1,000 members in an instant, elevating the club from an A level to an S level within a mere 6 months. I asked the S level club to be handed over to Lin Mo. That seems quite agreeable," Lin Mo mused, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. He hardly had the time to manage a club. Wouldn't it be more delightful to venture into the monster zone to level up? In any world, strength is the ultimate truth. What use is it for the Filong Club to have thousands of members when a single forbidden spell could easily resolve matters? The school awards S-level clubs each year. I'll relinquish my share to you, Shang Xiaoxue declared, fully aware that the current reputation of the Shangyu Club was largely due to Lin Mo. As its president, she could depart, but Lin Mo must never leave. Whatever, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. The celebration banquet continued, and Lin Mo purchased a teleportation ticket from the imperial capital to Tianlao Pass online. It was time to venture into the secret realm where one could obtain a 100 reward for a profession card from the bloodthirsty magic worm. Are you also heading to Tianlao Pass? Lin Mo? Chen Lingyu inquired. What do you mean? Shang Xiaoxue and I are going to the secret realm tomorrow. It's very close to Tianlao Pass, in the adjacent city of Xinguang, Chen Lingyu explained. Tianlao Pass and Xinguang City are critical border defenses in Huaxia against the invasion of demons. Situated merely 100 kilometers apart, it seems your secret realm is not the same as ours, Shang Xiaoxue remarked, delicately savoring her meal. She initially contemplated expressing concern that it might be too dangerous for Lin Mo to venture alone into the secret realm. But she refrained. After all, how could one expect such a coincidence? Each secret realm is a unique existence, with teleportation scrolls scattered across the world. The number of teleportation scrolls to a secret realm is uncertain. There could be just one or potentially hundreds. Setting off tomorrow? Chen Lingyu asked. Yes, Shang Xiaoxue and I are too. I hope we all successfully navigate the secret realm, Lin Mo replied, raising his milk tea. Cheers! The next morning, at the high-speed railway station of the Imperial Capital University, the station remained as it always had, bustling with passengers boarding high-speed trains, while those using the teleportation array were notably few. After all, the price difference between the two modes of transport was tenfold. Upon hearing that the teleportation array to Tianlao Pass was about to commence, Lin Mo waved at Chen Lingyu and the others nearby. Be cautious in the secret realm, Chen Lingyu advised. Vice President, perhaps you should be more concerned about us, Yun Ruiqi suggested. This time, 5 of them were heading to the secret realm, representing the strongest combat forces of the club, excluding Lin Mo, of course. Alas, if only Mo Gu could join us, Yun Ruiqi lamented, watching Lin Mo's departing figure. We cannot always rely on Lin Mo, Shang Xiaoxue asserted. She was not implying that Lin Mo was inadequate, but if they continued to depend on him, they would inevitably devolve into a state of lethargy. Outside Xinguang City, confirming the precise location of the secret realm, Shang Xiaoxue retrieved a teleportation scroll intricately carved with ancient patterns from her spatial ring. Hold hands and remember not to get lost in the secret realm, Shang Xiaoxue cautioned before shattering the teleportation scroll. In a flash of white light, the 5 successfully entered the secret realm. While Lin Mo executed the same action, creak, creak, a company of over 60 armored soldiers patrolled the city gates. Who goes there? The captain barked, scrutinizing the 5 peculiar individuals before him. Upon seeing Shang Xiaoxue, the captain fell silent, but upon glancing at Yun Ruiqi, his expression turned curious, wondering why someone would dye their hair a grand motherly gray. Upon noticing Chen Lingyu and sensing the faint magical elements in the air, the captain's expression shifted to one of alarm. Kill her. What the? Why are they suddenly attacking? Yun Ruiqi exclaimed, hastily drawing his shield to defend himself. These ancient soldiers are targeting Lingyu and Xing'an. You two be careful, Shang Zhaoxue quickly identified the issue at hand and directly confronted the strongest among them, namely the leader of the soldiers. The streets were bustling with vibrant nightlife, with individuals clad in ancient attire scattered about. In the Hongxing building, a heavily made-up woman in flowing silks flirted from the second floor. "Come play, dear oh my, Lu Gu. It's been ages since you last visited. Xiao Cui has missed you dearly." On the third floor, a voice called out, "Ladies, come forth to entertain our esteemed guest." A meteor streaked down from the sky. Bang. Lin Emo surveyed the scene before him. "Brother, can you handle 3 at once?" Lin Emo dusted off his clothes and stood up. Thankfully, he wore the Jisuit, which provided high attribute bonuses. Otherwise, he would have been immediately flattened. On the bed lay a middle-aged man with a black mole on his mouth, looking as though struck by lightning, alongside the 3 women beside him. "Continue. I shan't interrupt," Lin Emo remarked. Not long after, Lin Emo returned to inquire, "What are your charges?" The startled middle-aged man, nearly in tears, replied, "Brother, can I call you brother?" "Farewell," Lin Emo responded, leaping out the window, as there was a throng of people at the entrance. Strolling down the street, Lin Emo surveyed his surroundings. "Where have I ended up?" Lin Emo confirmed that he had entered a secret realm resembling an ancient city-state. But what precisely his purpose was remained a mystery. Chapter 78. For attributes S-level talent mage, the lively and bustling streets were lined with stalls selling an array of goods, snacks, clothing, household items, and more. The air was filled with a faint scent of cosmetics, and Lin Emo felt completely out of place among these ancient people. Eye in their eyes, he was a peculiar figure clad in outlandish attire, holding a glowing brick that, astonishingly, could even speak. Lin Emo stowed away his phone, realizing its only utility in the secret realm would be to check the time. Ignoring the strange glances from the local inhabitants, Lin Emo entered an inn named Tianfu, intending to enjoy a meal while gathering useful information. "Welcome, esteemed guest," a young attendant, a towel draped over his shoulder, greeted him with a beaming smile, quickly wiping down the table and chairs before Lin Emo could sit. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Emo scanned the interior. The inn appeared quite busy, with patrons still dining long after the meal hour. "I'll order one of each of your signature dishes," Lin Emo stated. The young attendant hesitated upon hearing this. "Are you worried I won't be able to pay?" Lin Emo inquired, touching the spatial ring on his middle finger. He indeed lacked the funds, as it was highly likely that Huaxia currency could not be used in the secret realm, but his spatial ring contained several pieces of fine-grade equipment. Selling just one would suffice to cover hundreds of meals here. "Not at all, not at all." The attendant scurried to the kitchen. With a snap of his fingers, the demon little dragon, Terra, the knife dragon, and Old Daddy materialized, taking seats at the table. "Old Daddy wants some tea." The moment the knife dragon and Old Daddy appeared, all the other patrons in the inn simultaneously set down their chopsticks. Terra, noticing this, quickly suppressed the magical aura surrounding the knife dragon and Old Daddy, causing the guests to look puzzled but no longer focus on the two-host. "There are no mages here," Lin Emo remarked. Since arriving in the secret realm and stepping onto the street, Lin Emo had observed that while various indigenous people had awakened other professions, there were conspicuously no mages among them. This was rather intriguing. Mages are not hidden professions. This ancient city must have a population of at least 200,000 to 300,000. Surely, there must be at least one person who has awakened to the mage profession. Perhaps this clue could lead to further insights, Lin Emo pondered. This secret realm was filled with peculiarities. Not only were there no mages, but the local inhabitants also generally possessed high levels. The young attendant serving him was a level 50 shield bearer, and Lin Emo had noticed that even 3- or 4-year-old children on the street had already awakened their professions. In Huaxia, awakening occurs uniformly in the 3rd year of high school, preventing children from awakening early like those in the secret realm. "Please enjoy your meal." A series of dishes were brought out, filling the table to the brim. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Emo called the attendant to settle the bill. "Sir, for this meal, you owe a total of 61 taels. We'll round it to 60 taels, the attendant said. "I have no money," Lin Emo stated candidly. The attendant was taken aback, having never encountered someone so brazenly attempting to dine and dash. "What audacity, do you know? Sir, you truly have a sense of humor." Upon learning that someone had attempted to eat without paying, the portly owner of the inn strode over with a menacing demeanor. A level 65 warrior exuded a powerful aura, but upon noticing the fine-grade dagger in Lin Mo's hand, his expression changed instantly. Is this enough? Lin Mo inquired. That'll do. I still owe you 940 taels? The owner, named Lu Wenba, chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't anticipated Lin Mo's extravagant gesture of using a fine-grade piece of equipment to settle the bill. In the Kanglan Kingdom, fine-grade equipment typically starts at 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Mo's dagger was of exceptional quality, likely worth at least 1,500 taels. While Lu Wenba was busy fetching the change, Lin Mo engaged in conversation with the agreeable young attendant. From their exchange, Lin Mo learned that he was currently in Yuhu City of the Kanglan Kingdom, which spanned a vast geographical area with over 30 cities in total. As night fell, a group of small beggars entered the inn. At the forefront stood a beggar, merely 12 or 13 years of age. Unlike the other foul-smelling urchins, he possessed a unique trait: 3 eyes. Though his clothes were tattered, they were worn with a semblance of neatness. "Kind sir, might you spare some food? My sister is on the brink of starvation," the youth implored with an anxious expression. "Get lost. Do not disturb my enjoyment." The patrons at the table before him rebuffed his plea, prompting him to approach the next table. "Please, I beseech you. I am willing to serve you like a beast in exchange for a morsel of food. My sister has not eaten for 4 days." Yet, without a hint of surprise, he was met with rejection, one patron even delivering a kick to his abdomen. "You beggars should quickly scurry away. Dreaming of food? You lot deserve to starve." The waiter, engaged in conversation with Lin Mo, expressed his impatience. Lin Mo caught a glimpse of the boy. Light, fire, thunder, wind attribute mage, talent, S-class, level 1, health 9, magic 100, agility 40, strength 20, spirit 39, constitution 0, skills, light strike, fireball, thunder slash, wind blade. "This lad possesses remarkable talent." The sinister knife dragon remarked. "I concur." The elder agreed. A rare moment of accord, a 4-attribute mage, with 3 hidden attributes, light, thunder, and wind, and an S-class talent. Lin Mo gazed at the boy whose health was precariously low. Awakening 4 attributes at such a tender age, coupled with an S-class talent, could undoubtedly stir monumental waves in Huaxia. The Grandmaster of the Mage Alliance, Wei Ziyuan, would surely treat him as a treasure, potentially grooming him as a successor. Yet in this secret realm, the boy had been reduced to a beggar, desperately seeking food for his sister. "Waiter, do you not possess a shred of compassion?" a rotund patron inquired with a mocking smile. Lifting a bun from the table, "Bark like a dog, and this bun shall be yours." The boy's veins bulged with anger, but thoughts of his starving sister compelled him to kneel. "Woof, woof. Ha ha ha. Even a dog shall dine before you." The bun was tossed away, only to be snatched up by a stray dog. The boy turned his gaze to Lin Mo, who was a few years his senior and still had remnants of food on his plate. This was his final hope. Bang, bang, bang. The boy knelt before Lin Mo, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. "Kind sir, might you spare some food?" With only 6 health points remaining, the knife dragon observed the blood trickling from the boy's forehead. "What is your name?" Lin Mo inquired. "Bu Yunjun," he replied. "Take it yourself." Lin Mo continued his conversation with the waiter about the news of Kanglan Kingdom. "I cannot give him food, sir. You are an outsider and unaware of our kingdom's deep-seated hatred for mages. If you feed him, the authorities may come after you." The innkeeper intervened, leaving Bu Yunjun in despair. "Did I not pay?" Lin Mo questioned. The innkeeper, Lu Wenba, nodded. "I paid. What is the problem in feeding him?" Lu Wenba attempted to explain, but Lin Mo gestured for him to cease. "Eat, and if it is insufficient, I shall order more. Once you are full, we can have a proper discussion." Can I?" Bu Yunjun stammered, as the other small beggars knelt before Lin Mo. Bowing their heads, they had never known a full meal in their lives, and all these beggars were mages by vocation. Lin Mo's words incited the patron's hostility, particularly the middle-aged man who had previously mocked Bu Yunjun. "You damn outsider, you know nothing of the rules. People like you deserve the worst punishment." The imposing level 68 shield bearer stood up menacingly. "If you dare feed these filthy beggars, don't blame me for being ungracious." "Good sirs, let us converse civilly," Lu Wenba said, perspiration beading on his forehead, fearing a brawl might ensue. Bang! A fierce punch struck the middle-aged man squarely in the chest. "You seek death. Feng Baihan staggered back, preparing to unleash his 6th-tier shield-bearer skill against the assailant. "Do not damage the furniture," Lin Mo commanded. "As you wish." Tala exchanged glances with Feng Baihan, who dazedly exited the inn. "Please finish your meal swiftly." "Thank you." As night fell, Feng Baihan regained his composure. What just happened? He recalled clearly that someone in the inn had dared to assist the awakened mages. Did he not realize that Kanglan Kingdom nearly fell due to mages? All awakened mages deserved death. This was the ideology instilled in him by his parents from a young age. No, I must teach that outsider a lesson. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Oblivious to the fact that he had wandered outside the city, with eyes glowing crimson in the darkness, a blade incapacitated Feng Baihan, and 2 shadowy soldiers drew daggers. 1,000 cuts? One shadow soldier said. "He wishes for 1,000 cuts. Let us grant him 10,000. The chilling screams shattered the night sky, echoing like crashing waves. After Feng Baihan left the inn, none dared provoke Lin Mo further. The onlookers gazed at the powerful summoned creatures standing beside Lin Mo, their expressions filled with trepidation. Such formidable summons, Bu Yunjun thought. If only he possessed such strength, his sister would not have to endure a life of hunger. "Why does Kanglan Kingdom harbor such disdain for mages?" Lin Mo asked directly. "Could you wait? I need to call my sister," Bu Yunjun pleaded. Unlike the other beggars who devoured food ravenously, he first thought of his sister upon hearing of food. Certainly, before long, Bu Yunjun returned to the inn, carrying a frail, malnourished girl of 5 or 6 years on his back. "Brother, I'm hungry," the little girl spoke weakly. "Here, eat. Once you are full, you shall no longer feel hunger," Bu Yunjun said. With dual attributes of water and ice, and an S-class talent, Lin Mo regarded Bu Yunjun's sister. Though she could not compare to Bu Yunjun's 4 attributes, she was still a rare gem among mages. Bu Yunjun, suppressing his hunger, addressed Lin Mo 1,000 years ago. A mage attempted to overthrow the king, but failed. Since then, the king ordered the extermination of all mages. Bu Yunjun sipped some water, his health slowly recovering. "But we are innocent. We did not rebel. Why must we bear the brunt of this?" His voice trembled with suppressed rage. If not for his sister's survival, he would have long sought to end his own life. No wonder there was such animosity towards mages. Lin Mo grasped the reality in Huaxia. While summoners were looked down upon, it was merely talk. Such persecution as in Kanglan Kingdom was unheard of. "Do you wish to continue living like this?" Lin Mo pushed a plate of buns toward Bu Yunjun. "I do not wish to," he replied resolutely. He yearned for a full meal, for decent clothing, to live like his peers. "Then come with me," Lin Mo said, ordering several more dishes. The inhabitants of the secret realm were not mere NPCs. They were real, flesh and blood beings. Bu Yunjun, with his 4 attributes, was worthy of being taken out of the secret realm. Along with his sister, who possessed the dual attributes of water and ice with an S-class talent. Would you take us in?" Bu Yunjun asked, shaking his head afterward. "No, that would be too dangerous. The authorities would not spare you." He was thinking of Lin Mo's safety. "Then we shall slay the authorities," Lin Mo stated calmly. "Father," Bu Yunjun immediately recognized Lin Mo as his father figure. "There is no need. Book 2 more premium rooms." Lin Mo instructed the waiter. "Boss, this." The waiter glanced at Lu Wenba. Lu Wenba nodded reluctantly, praying that no one would report Lin Mo. Otherwise, the authorities would undoubtedly come for him. "Boy, take me as your master. I shall teach you to surpass even the Grand Mage," the Knife Dragon said, eyeing Bu Yunjun with interest. Even he felt compelled to take Bu Yunjun as a disciple due to his remarkable talent. "Ah, you're even taking on students now," the elder grumbled. "Child, he is not a good influence," the elder remarked. "Thank you for the compliment, old goat. I am indeed not a good influence. I am far more suited to teach him." The Knife Dragon brandished his staff. "As a dark attribute mage, what gives you the right to teach a light attribute mage? Sooner or later, you will lead this child into darkness," the elder retorted sharply. As the two bickered, Bu Yunjun turned to Lin Mo. Now that Lin Mo was his father figure, he would obey whatever Lin Mo commanded, even if it meant sacrificing himself on the spot. "If you desire, I can have them both teach you," Lin Mo offered. The elder, embodying righteousness, and the Knife Dragon, willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals, were both skilled in their own rights. They only needed to impart their strengths to Bu Yunjun. On a secluded street, rats squeaked from the sewers. Beside the road lay a foul drainage ditch, the stench so overwhelming it was unbearable. The innkeeper, Lu Wenba, stood at the edge of the ditch, holding a wooden bucket. "Time to dispose of the trash," he announced, tipping the contents of the bucket onto the ground covered with plastic sheeting. A swarm of emaciated, awakened mage beggars rushed toward the food. Watching them devour the scraps, Lu Wenba sighed deeply. "This is all I can do. Father, this is where my sister and I live," Bu Yunjun said. Holding over 100 steaming, clean buns, he had just washed himself and changed into clean clothes at the inn. This evening marks the final farewell between him and his companions. Lin Imo permits only himself and his sister to depart. "There is no need to call me Father Ya." Lin Imo stands in place, awaiting Bu Yunjun. The clattering of iron chains resounds, as Bu Yunjun hands a bun to the elderly man whose hands are bound by chains. The old man's lips are parched, his breath faint, as he struggles to lift the bun with his iron-clad hands. "Grandfather Chow, I am leaving." "Where are you going?" The elderly man gasps. "Father Ya is taking me away from the Kanglin kingdom to a new world that does not discriminate against mages," Bu Yunjun replies. He has known the old man for a long time. Since his memory began, the old man has cared for abandoned infants in the vicinity. Now, in his old age, speaking is a laborious task, relying on the charity of nearby beggars. "Congratulations to you. You are escaping the sea of suffering." Grandfather Chow turns to Lin Imo. "Since you were able to save Yunjun, could you perhaps save my granddaughter? In return, I doubt the clanging of chains becomes particularly grating as Grandfather Chow struggles to rise. Leaning against the wall, "I can upgrade your rare-grade equipment to legendary status." Chapter 80. We will fight until you agree. Is there an unexpected gain? Lin Imo gazes at the old man, who sees through the rare-grade gear he wears. Blacksmith, Fire Mage, level 150, Health 1000, Mana 0, Agility 1, Strength 1, Spirit 1, Physique 0, a dual-class blacksmith and fire mage at level 150. The strength of this profession lies not in combat prowess, but in the ability to forge and upgrade equipment. Similar to Bu Yunjun, if the old man were in Huaxia, he would undoubtedly be revered. A guest of honor among the 6 major guilds, this is a blacksmith. As long as he is provided with materials, he can forge any desired equipment, including sets. The old man is currently in dire condition. With only 1000 health at level 150, and all other attributes being either 1 or 0 die in your current state, can you upgrade the set? Lin Imo expresses doubt. "As long as you save my granddaughter and take her away from the Kanglin kingdom." Grandfather Chow insists, "I promise you." Lin Imo nods. It is merely a matter of bringing one more person along. The addition of Grandfather Chow's granddaughter is inconsequential. He can simply leave her in the care of his aunt later. "Thank you." Trembling, Grandfather Chow retrieves a pill from his pocket and consumes it, causing all his attributes to surge, temporarily restoring him to peak condition. "Give me your rare grade set." "Old man, I hope you don't try any tricks, or I will make you wish for death," Terra warns, handing the Wuji set, received from Lin Imo, to Grandfather Chow. Although Grandfather Chow has temporarily regained his peak strength, all his attributes are gradually declining. At most by dawn, he will perish from forcibly exhausting his body's potential. Even a deity could not save him. "I am not the kind of person who goes back on his word," Grandfather Chow declares. He has rebelled before and succeeded, but due to believing the words of that beast, the situation for awakened mages in the Kanglin kingdom has become increasingly dire. The stinking ditch holds hidden wonders. Lin Imo observes the secret base of Grandfather Chow. The area is well equipped, filled with a plethora of forging materials, including rare-grade ones. Bang! Grandfather Chow, wielding a large hammer, repeatedly strikes the Wuji set, methodically integrating various forging materials. The dull thuds resonate continuously. Grandfather Chow's strength wanes, and the Wuji set emanates an increasingly blinding radiance. Bang! Dawn breaks. With bloodshot eyes, Grandfather Chow, who has upgraded the Wuji set from rare to legendary, collapses to the ground. At this moment, his gaze is unfocused, his chest heaving violently, on the brink of stopping breathing. "Young man, I have done what I needed to do. It is time for you to fulfill your promise." Grandfather Chow's voice is faint, barely audible. Legendary grade set. Wuji set. Quality, legendary. Status, sealed. Active effects, invincible defense. automatically triggers a barrier upon being attacked, granting a 20-second invincible state. Fatal Binding ignores any level and profession, restraining the enemy for 60 seconds, with the number of targets increasing with the user's level. Passive effects ignore all. Inflicts health damage directly to the target, disregarding physique. Heaven's Punishment instantly slays the target when their health drops to 20%. Health 1, 000, 000, 000, Mana 1, 000, 000, Agility 1, 000, 000, Strength 1,000,000. Note: this is not my ultimate form. Seeing the legendary Wuji set increase all attributes by 1,000,000, Linimo can barely contain his excitement. Although he is neither a warrior nor a shield bearer, his health and physique surpass those of an 80-level warrior or shield bearer. The upgraded Wuji set not only enhances its original 2 active effects, but also adds 2 new passive effects. One can directly inflict health damage, ignoring physique, while the other is even more outrageous. It instantly slays the target when their health reaches 20%. The Summoned Shadow Legion, Terra, the Blade Dragon, and the Old Man can also trigger the 2 passive effects of the Wuji set. Observing the imminent demise of Grandfather Chao, Linimo dons the Wuji set. "Where is your granddaughter?" Linimo inquires. At the hour of Chun, my granddaughter will be publicly executed in the city. She, like me, is a fire mage. Mentioning his granddaughter, Grandfather Chao finds the strength to raise his voice slightly. "It is my fault. I caused her suffering, allowing that beast to annihilate mages, demanding that every city execute 20 mages daily." Grandfather Chao laments, "Young man, I implore you, please ensure my granddaughter escapes this sea of suffering. Let her." Grandfather Chao's voice fades into silence. "Bury him on the highest mountain far away." Linimo commands. 2 shadow soldiers carry Grandfather Chao's lifeless body away. The hour of Chun, which is 9 o'clock in the morning. Linimo calculates the time. There are only 20 minutes left before Grandfather Chao's granddaughter is to be executed in the city. The autumn breeze stirs, scattering leaves into the air. Within the city, 20 mages are about to face public execution before the watchful eyes of the populace. These individuals are a mix of genders. The youngest merely 5 or 6 years old, the oldest just over 30. They are all bound hand and foot, kneeling on the ground, unable to escape. "It hurts, grandfather. It hurts." Chao Xin, with her hair styled in pigtails, cries out. She had been begging door to door as usual, and after much effort, had managed to procure half a bun to bring to her grandfather, only to be captured by the officials. Dressed in official garb, Fu Nansong, an 80-level warrior, addresses the gathered citizens. "Do you know what crime they have committed?" Fu Nansong asks. "We know. They are mages and deserve to die." The crowd responds in unison. "Indeed, who told them to be so fond of rebellion?" Fu Nansong shakes his head. "I curse you. Why should we have to die?" Just as Fu Nansong is about to say more, a burly man with a beard steps forward. Upon seeing that the man is a level 30 wind mage, Fu Nansong's eyes gleam with excitement. The Kanglan Kingdom does not permit mages to level up beyond 20. If discovered, they are executed on the spot. "Arrest him," Fu Nansong commands. "And me." More level 30 mages appear, their gazes sharp as knives, fixated on Fu Nansong. "What a bountiful harvest!" Fu Nansong beams. "Ah, I hate it. Old Chao should have killed that damned beast back in the day." The bearded man bellows at the sky. "Chao Shangfeng, that is a name forbidden to be spoken in the Kanglan Kingdom. 30 years ago, Chao Shangfeng, after great effort, finally found an opportunity to assassinate the king. However, at a critical moment, the king promised Chao Shangfeng that from then on, the Kanglan Kingdom would no longer indiscriminately slay mages. Chao Shangfeng, being soft-hearted, had never intended to rebel. He simply wished for the awakened mages to obtain their rightful rights. The outcome was predictable. The king broke his promise, first incapacitating Chao Shangfeng and then ruthlessly slaughtering mages across the kingdom. "Kill me. That way I will no longer have to live like a rat." "Come on, do it. I dare you. Go ahead." "Fine, fine. I will kill you first." Fu Nansong grabs a brush from the table and hurls it at the bearded man. Whoosh! The Shadow Legion blocks this deadly strike. Wait a moment, a youth clad in peculiar attire approaches. Shadow soldiers, armored soldiers, devouring soldiers, soft shadow soldiers. Roar. The dragon's roar shakes the heavens. The little demon dragon looks down upon the execution grounds. "Monsters, begone! Monsters, begone!" the old man and the blade dragon chant softly, and in an instant, the air is filled with rich elemental energies of the 5 elements and dark attributes. I will take her away. You do not mind, do you? Linimo gazes at the weeping and calling for her grandfather. Chao Xin. Thousands of armored soldiers at level 70 glare menacingly at Linimo, while Fu Nansong slams his hand on the table. Bold. It seems you do not agree, Linimo states, snapping his fingers at the Shadow Legion and all summoned creatures. Then we shall fight until you consent. Chapter 81. Is there anyone else who wishes to stop me? To hijack the execution ground? The citizens of Yuhu City stare in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Linimo. Their confusion palpable. There are many points of misunderstanding. First, Linimo is not a native of the Kanglan Kingdom, and secondly, he is not a mage. Most importantly, how dare a level 51 summoner attempt to seize the execution ground? The old man is furious. The consequences could be dire. It is an injustice that such a thing occurs in the Kanglan Kingdom. The old man proclaims, wielding 5 different elemental skills of the 5th tier. In his view, all are equal, yet such injustice exists. The one who rebelled was a mage from 1,000 years ago. Why should all mages suffer for it? You shall pay. The blade dragon's face, adorned with black tattoos, glows with brilliant light. He is unlike the old man. His fury stems from the belief that the mages should reign over the kingdom of Kanglan, while the other 5 professions are but trifles. One stands for righteousness, unwavering in virtue, while the other embodies an overwhelming malevolence. Thousands of heavily armored level 70 soldiers glare hungrily, their intentions clear. Eliminate Linimo first, followed by the mage known as the Old Man and the Blade Dragon. Flames, vines, gold, stone, colossal waves, and earth. The old man unleashed 5 distinct 5th-tier skills of varying attributes in one breath, instantly annihilating hundreds of Kanglan soldiers charging forth. Experience 60,000. Experience 60,000. Linimo heard the sound of accrued experience in his ears. The cries of agony followed in rapid succession as a level 72 shield guardian soldier became shrouded in dark energy, his expression one of excruciating torment. Hee, do you wish to survive? Cackled the blade dragon. If you wish to live, eliminate your comrades. The level 72 soldier hesitated for a moment, but ultimately struck down his ally. The pain was unbearable. The dark energy corroded his very insides, each breath a torturous ordeal. I killed 2 of my comrades. Let me go, please. He pleaded, and I am not the old goat who keeps his promises. The blade dragon sneered at the old man. Have you ever seen a villain who keeps his word? The dark energy completely consumed the soldier's body, and the blade dragon turned to assault other soldiers from Yuhu City. Chaos erupted. The entire scene devolved into disarray. In the turmoil, the shadow soldier rescued Chao Xin and brought her to Linimo's side. Don't cry, Linimo consoled the dirty, half-bun holding Chao Xin. Grandpa, I want Grandpa, she whimpered softly. Outside the city, towering mountains blazed with fire. 2 shadow soldiers bowed their heads in silent mourning, their right hands clasped over their chests. Honoring Chao Shangfeng with the highest tribute of the Shadow Soldier Legion, discarding the moldy half-bun, Linimo produced a vanilla cake from his spatial ring and held it to Chao Xin's lips. Your grandpa is watching over you. Chao Xin devoured the cake eagerly, savoring a taste she had never experienced before. Midway through, she looked up, her innocent eyes free of any impurities, gazing at Linimo. Big brother, can my grandpa eat it too? Be careful, father. Bu Yunjun trembled, anxiety rendering him breathless. Yet he opened his arms to serve as a human shield before Linimo. You seek death with a sword. Fu Nansong, the level 80 warrior and lord of Yuhu City, lunged at Linimo. How dare this outsider disturb the peace in his domain? He was as detestable as the mages of Kanglan. The 8th tier skill, sword breaking the sky. The sword's intent surged, locking onto Linimo with blinding speed. The sound of its passage, a piercing shriek, destined to pierce Linimo's heart. Bang. The dragon claw gripped the long sword. Blood dripping from his wrist, the demon dragon's smile twisted and sinister. Old fool, your opponent is me. The demon dragon unleashed a blast of dark dragon breath, forcing Fu Nansong back. Blood smeared across his face. The demon dragon's battle spirit soared to its zenith. Father, are you all right? Bu Yunjun, on the verge of retching from anxiety, nevertheless prioritized Linimo's safety. Linimo was the savior of him and his sister. He owed an insurmountable debt of gratitude. Your bravery is commendable, but you are far too weak. Lin Imo tossed a finely crafted short dagger to Bu Yunjun from his spatial ring, under the control of the giant shadow soldier. A battered level 70 rogue soldier knelt on the ground, clinging to life. Kill him, Lin Imo commanded. Bu Yunjun, holding the short dagger, was at a loss, however, recollecting the years of suffering he and his sister endured, as well as the atrocities perpetrated by these soldiers against mages. He steeled his resolve. Pfft. The rogue soldier's head fell, and Bu Yunjuan's clothes were drenched in blood, his level rising. They deserve to die. Bu Yunjuan's voice rang with conviction. You have just proven your loyalty to me. I shall never slight those who are loyal. Lin Imo patted Bu Yunjuan's shoulder. Continue. Bang, bang, bang. The demon dragon delivered lethal strikes, forcing Fu Nansong to retreat step by step. The Lord can't even defeat a level 51 summon? The onlookers wondered, puzzled. It was known that Fu Nansong was an 80-level warrior, while the demon dragon was merely 51. An 80-level warrior should easily best a 51. Yet Fu Nansong struggled against the demon dragon, repeatedly narrowly avoiding fatal blows. Fu Nansong lamented, realizing the demon dragon's strength was far from superficial. It could inflict damage directly to life points, rendering his impressive 1 million physique utterly meaningless. As the battle raged, Fu Nansong's cries faded. Upon turning, he found himself surrounded by Lin Mo's shadow soldiers and summons. I will fight you to the end. Fu Nansong resolved to take a hit from the demon dragon to slay Lin Imo. Just as his words left his mouth, his life points plummeted to 20%, triggering a lethal effect, as the Wujiyuan set unleashed a black light that engulfed Fu Nansong. This level 80 warrior, the Lord of Yuhu City, fell to Lin Mo's hand. Experience 100,000. The experience gained from slaying a profession was minimal. Lin Imo mused, if Fu Nansong had been a demon, it would have been different. Humans gain far less experience from slaying their own kind. Nevertheless, he successfully leveled up to 53, breaking through 2 levels in succession. After all, it was not just Fu Nansong, but thousands of level 70 soldiers from Yuhu City, along with a handful of resisting civilians, who perished at the hands of the Shadow Legion. Standing upon the back of the transforming demon dragon, Lin Imo soared high into the sky, cradling Chao Xin. Over 2 million residents of Yuhu City looked up at Lin Imo. The Lord was dead, and all the soldiers had perished. The one who had slain them was an outsider. A level 53 summoner. The expressions of the residents varied. Beggars and mages restricted to levels below 30 knelt, bowing incessantly in their eyes. Lin Imo appeared as a deity. Yuhu City mandated public executions of 20 mages daily. Today, fortune favored them, sparing their lives, but what of tomorrow or the day after? Sooner or later, they would be captured and publicly executed. The expressions of the other residents, those not of the mage profession, were complex. The majority believed the king's actions were excessive. Just as the old man had said, the rebellion was instigated by a mage from 1,000 years ago. Why should all mages be held accountable? Pregnant women cradled their bellies, praying fervently that their children would not awaken as mages. Yet, if that were to happen, they could only cast their child into the stinking gutter. Lin Imo looked down imperiously at the residents of Yuhu City. Does anyone wish to stop me? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the residents, who dared not respond. Chapter 82. Can the heavens still be turned? Long live, long live, long live. The mages of Yuhu City raised their hands high above their heads. They did not know Lin Mo's name, yet their admiration for him was unwavering. I have changed my mind, Lin Imo declared while holding Chao Xin. The Blade Dragon, Terra, and the Demon Dragon, aligned with Lin Mo's intentions. Let out sinister laughs. Master, give the command. Terra's voice was magnetic. Thousands of elite shadow soldiers knelt on one knee, and the 9 shadow generals pressed their fists to their chests while loyalty burns like a flame. Ready to illuminate the path for my master? Excellent, Lin Imo replied. He had initially been indifferent to the Kanglan Kingdom's treatment of mages. His intent to take Bu Yunjun and his sister away stemmed from their potential for cultivation. Bu Yunjun, who awakened as a 4-attribute mage, possessed a talent that even the old man and the Blade Dragon found astonishing. As for rescuing Chao Xin, it was a transaction with Chao Shangfeng, who had aided him in upgrading the Wujiyuan set to legendary status, allowing Lin Imo to save Chao Xin from the execution ground and depart Kanglan. For Lin Imo, Venturing into the secret realm was primarily to obtain a profession card. That was of utmost importance. Since he was uncertain how to conquer the secret realm, he would simply destroy it. At worst, he would raze city after city, exterminating all who opposed him. The destruction of the secret realm would equate to conquering it, and he would still receive the ultimate reward. "Let us go." "Father, where are we headed?" Bu Yunjun inquired. "To massacre the next city, to slaughter the imperial capital, to eradicate all who oppose us, the Frozen City. One of the 30 cities in the Kanglan Kingdom, named for its year-round icy climate. It boasts a meager population of only 50 or 60,000, a stark contrast to the over 2 million residents of Yuhu City. The situation was not due to environmental factors. Once, the Frozen City was the most populous in the kingdom, with over 400,000 inhabitants. The tale began 5 years ago with the arrival of a new lord. The lord of the Frozen City was not a native of Kanglan but an outsider granted authority by the king to govern. Lord Lian Wenbin ordered soldiers daily to seize residents and bring them to his manor. Initially, it was only mages, but soon, he grew dissatisfied with a few hundred and escalated to thousands, capturing not just mages but all manner of residents. Those taken to the lord's manor vanished without a trace, leaving no bodies behind. "Hurry, close the door. The officials are coming to arrest people again. Mama, I'm scared, don't take my child. He.S. not a mage. He.S. only 8. Unlike the bustling Yuhu City, the streets of the Frozen City lay desolate. The soldiers, seeing doors tightly shut, kicked them open without hesitation. In the street, a middle-aged woman screamed hoarsely, first pleading and then attempting to snatch her child from the soldier's grasp, with a level of 40 and no equipment. The middle-aged woman lay on the ground, blood spilling from her as her vision blurred. "Take me instead, don't take my my child." With her heart pierced, the middle-aged woman breathed her last. A dragon's roar echoed from above. Lin Imo, standing upon the back of the demon dragon, surveyed the soldiers of the Frozen City below. The elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and dark attributes filled the air, as the old man and the blade dragon openly radiated their mage aura. The 8th level Bu Yunjun emulated his father and the blade dragon, unleashing the 4 elemental attributes of light, fire, thunder, and wind to spread outward. "Eliminate those 2 sorcerers," a soldier from the Frozen City bellowed. "Residents without animosity towards the sorcerers, please return to your homes, and finally, do refrain from consuming too many onions." Terra's voice resonated throughout the Frozen City. Without Terra's reminder, the inhabitants had already secured their doors. "Let us proceed," Lin Imo instructed. The soldiers of the Frozen City typically stood at level 70, their numbers slightly surpassing those of Yuhu City, totaling around 3,000. They were met by over 10,000 elite level 53 shadow soldiers. In the Lord's Manor, the blood pool bubbled thickly, as over 100 demon kin, exuding a malevolent aura, greedily absorbed the blood from the pool. The leading demon wore an expression of rapture, shivering with delight. "Wenbin, this place is truly a sanctuary tailored for our kind. Indeed, I arrived in this secret realm at merely level 74, and after half a year of consuming human blood, I ascended to level 80. That foolish king believed us to be messengers sent by the divine, and he truly entrusted the management of the Frozen City to us." One demon chuckled. "Is there enough blood? If not, I can send someone to capture more." Lian Wenbin wiped his mouth that he, along with his companions, were all demons. 5 years prior, upon entering the secret realm, Lian Wenbin was astonished to discover that its inhabitants were unaware of Huaxia and even more so of the existence of the demon and monster races. After completing a task and receiving a rare-grade equipment reward, Lian Wenbin did not rush to leave, instead claiming to be a divine envoy to gain the king's trust. The demons could level up by absorbing human blood. Lian Wenbin, having managed to become the lord of the Frozen City at level 78, had now reached level 90 through blood consumption over 5 years. This was far more comfortable than adventuring to slay humans and monsters for experience. Subsequently, Lian Wenbin summoned a multitude of demons using a teleportation scroll. Of the 4 million residents, only around 5 to 600,000 remained, all transformed into desiccated husks. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, startling the demons in the Lord's Manor. Could it be that the residents have discovered our secret and are attempting to resist? "Kill. Annihilate these wretched beasts," a soldier bellowed. "I would rather perish in the struggle than be captured and meet an ambiguous fate in the Lord's Manor." The Frozen City descended into chaos. The 9 shadow generals led the charge, followed by thousands of shadow soldiers ruthlessly slaughtering the soldiers of the frozen city. What Lin Mo did not expect was that the residents of the frozen city had long harbored grievances against these soldiers. Some residents, before meeting their demise, even spat in the faces of the soldiers, their expressions betraying a sense of liberation. It was important to note that they were not sorcerers. Didn't the Kanglan kingdom only harbor animosity towards sorcerers? With a flash of a blade, a shadow soldier cleaved into the carotid artery of a level 72 sky shield soldier. Blood gushed forth as the soldier clutched his neck, gasping for breath. Thank you, thank you. A resident knelt, bowing deeply to the shadow soldier. Ding! The shadow soldier intercepted an attacking soldier, signaling for the resident to merely observe from the sidelines. Well done. The heavens have indeed seen fit to punish these vile accomplices. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. As they witnessed the shadow soldiers mercilessly eradicate the soldiers of the frozen city, the residents could not help but cheer, welcoming the carnage with applause. 4 million inhabitants, once the second-largest population next to the imperial capital, now dwindled to just over 500,000. The residents longed to devour the soldiers who had dragged their kin into the Lord's manor. Experience 60,000, experience 70,000. After dispatching over 3,000 soldiers from the frozen city, Lin Mo gazed towards the heavily tainted Lord's manor. Are there demons within the secret realm? Lin Mo felt invigorated. The experience gained from slaying demons far surpassed that from his own kind. It was not surprising to find other outsiders in the secret realm, given the abundance of teleportation scrolls leading there. But the presence of demons had caught him off guard. The demons were not of low level. Each stood at level 80, with the Lord Lien Wen Bin boasting a level of 90. These despicable beasts! His father roared. He realized that these demons had rapidly leveled up by absorbing the blood of 3 to 4 million humans. What a waste, a true waste, the Blade Dragon lamented. To consume so many lives for such a meager gain in levels. If it were me, I would have long since reached level 100. Oh, you two are an outsider? Lien Wen Bin, leading over 100 demons, floated in the air. Seeing Lin Mo's disdainful expression, he initially assumed him to be a formidable opponent, only to realize he was merely a summoner. In the presence of over 100 demons, all above level 80, could a mere level 53 summoner from Huaxia truly pose a threat? Be careful. If it comes to it, just flee. We will buy you some time. Today was the happiest day in 5 years for Lin Mo. Dying would be worth it. As the residents of Frozen City watched the menacing demons encircle Lin Mo, they felt a wave of trepidation. They knew little of what demons truly were, yet Lin Mo had led them to eliminate the soldiers who had been their oppressors. Over 100 level 80 demons surrounded Lin Mo, who calculated the experience in his mind. Wen Bin, there's no need for you to intervene, said the level 84 warrior demon Guajuanza. A mere level 53 Huaxia summoner is nothing to worry about. Fire attribute 5th tier skill. Celestial fire incineration. Countless golden fireballs rained down upon Guajuanza, enveloped in a barrier of condensed demonic energy. Guajuanza disregarded his father and soared towards Lin Mo. Bang, bang, bang. The golden fireball shattered the barrier instantly, leaving Guajuanza aghast as he hurriedly raised his weapon to defend. Suppression. The skills he unleashed have a suppressive effect on me, Guajuanza exclaimed. Though he was level 84, he should have easily defended against a level 53 mage's skill, but the suppressive effect made it exceedingly arduous. Suppression? The other demons furrowed their brows upon hearing Guajuanza. Only light attribute mages could impose such suppression. Lin Mo was not a light attribute mage. Dark attribute 5th tier skill. Catastrophe unleashed. The Blade Dragon raised his staff. Like Lin Mo, he required incantation to cast skills. Yet his incantation time did not exceed 3 seconds. Even for 5th tier skills, a chilling, shrill voice pierced the air as razor-sharp claws indiscriminately assaulted the demons, leaving them defenseless. Those struck would find their wounds festering and inflicting continuous damage. His attack also bears a suppressive effect on us, Guajuanza exclaimed, glancing at the Blade Dragon. Kikik, I am far more malevolent than you, the Blade Dragon boasted. This Huaxia summoner is peculiar. Let us all engage. Lien Wen Bin could no longer contain himself and drew forth a blade emanating a purple glow. Warrior 9th tier skill. Shadow Phantom Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A murderous aura enveloped the area for miles. And Lien Wen Bin vanished from sight. reappearing behind Lin Imo the next moment. The purple blade aura slashed towards Lin Imo like a torrential storm, without any escape. The active effect of the Wujidi set. Invincible defense, triggered, granting him 20 seconds of invulnerability. Nothing happened. Lien Wenbin could not believe it. Phantom Slash was his strongest technique. It easily annihilates any practitioner below level 100. How could it have no effect on Lin Imo? The active effect of the Wujidi set, Deadly Binding, activated, ensnaring Lien Wenbin and 4 other top-tier demons in a black mist. Upgraded to legendary status, the Wujidi set could control targets for up to 60 seconds. Unable to use magical power, Lien Wenbin's eyes widened in confusion. All his attributes, magical power, stamina, strength, had plummeted to 0. Now it's our turn to strike. The Blade Dragon raised his staff, aiming at Lien Wenbin. Monsters and fiends, begone. Monsters and fiends, begone. Lin Imo's father unleashed fire, gold, and water attribute 5th tier skills. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. A colossal fireball radiating black light coalesced above the demon dragon. Though he lacked the suppressive effects of his father and the Blade Dragon, as a demon dragon, he was a race far mightier than the demons. 60 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The demons not ensnared attempted to shield Lien Wenbin, but were thwarted by the 9 shadow generals and their shadow soldiers. The Blade Dragon, Lin Imo, and the demon dragon simultaneously unleashed their skills. Crash! The ground trembled violently for 50 miles, melting the snow-covered streets into water, transforming the frozen city into a city of flames. The hundreds of demons fell into disarray, realizing that regardless of whether they were attacked by shadow soldiers or Lin Mo's summoned creatures, they were losing not just their corporeal form but their very life force. Why? An 82-level rogue demon began to dissolve. He still had 100,000 life points and 800,000 body points. Yet he was nearing death. Lin Imo, adorned in the Wujidi set, infused him with a beam of black light, and black blood rained down from the sky. Experience 150,000. Experience 150,000. The Lord of the Frozen City. Lien Wenbin, level 90 warrior, let out a piercing wail of agony. 5 distinct attribute 5th tier skills struck him with full force. No, Lien Wenbin, feeling the effects of the lethal strike, pleaded for mercy. He did not wish to perish. There were still millions of human lives in the Kanglan Kingdom awaiting his consumption. Level 90 was far from his final goal. His ambition was to become a level 150 or even higher demon warrior. Black blood pooled upon the ground, washed clean of its previous state, as Lin Imo surveyed the bodies of the hundreds of demons. He had ascended from level 53 to level 58, now just 2 steps away from level 60. He is dead. The Lord is dead. The residents of the frozen city cautiously approached the street, rejoicing at the sight of Lien Wenbin's corpse. Their situation was not comparable to that of Yuhu City, which only harbored resentment towards sorcerers. The residents of Frozen City lived in perpetual fear. Each day, thousands of their kin were seized and taken to the Lord's manor, though they never learned of their fates. They could surmise the grim outcomes. Now that the Lord was dead, they could finally live without fear. Long live! Long live! Hearing the jubilant cheers from below, Lin Imo expertly scavenged the treasures within the Lord's manor. In no time, the ghostly soldiers turned the Lord's mansion upside down, presenting dozens of spatial rings with both hands. The next city. Lin Imo glanced at the contents of the spatial rings. Most were equipment or items of exquisite quality. With over a dozen being of rare grade, Yifu, Black Pine City is rather peculiar. You must exercise caution, Zhu Yunjun advised. He was now a level 20 mage, proficient in casting 4 different elemental second-tier skills under the tutelage of his father and Daolong. What do you mean? Lin Imo inquired. Grandpa Chow mentioned that Black Pine City is the king's hometown. Hence the animosity towards mages there is far stronger than in other cities. Zhu Yunjun recalled Chao Shengfeng's words. Black Pine City, the second largest city in Kanglan Kingdom after the imperial capital, harbored residents who took pleasure in hunting mages due to its royal ties. It was once reported that a mage was publicly tortured for hundreds of days, with his hair, teeth, and fingernails forcibly removed. His wife and children, due to his profession, were not spared either. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire city has either abused or killed awakened mages. Yifu, Black Pine City is home to millions. Even if their levels are low, they are not to be underestimated. Zhu Yunjun attempted to persuade Lin Imo, his concern lying with Lin Mo's safety. Standing atop the back of the demonic little dragon, Lin Mo gazed into the distance, faintly spotting the dark buildings of Black Pine City. Are you suggesting that the residents of Black Pine City will rise against me? Lin Mo asked. Yes, after all, my sister, Yafu, and I are all mages. Zhu Yunju nodded. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's face as he patted Zhu Yunju's shoulder. Then let us massacre the city. Chapter 84. A surge in levels massacre the city? Lin Mo stated calmly, yet to Zhu Yunjun, it sounded like a thunderclap, to speak of slaughtering a city with over 1 million inhabitants so nonchalantly. Although Zhu Yunjun had only recently acknowledged Lin Mo as Yafu, he knew Lin Mo was not the type to kill indiscriminately. For instance, in Yuhu City and Bingfeng City, the residents who did not resist lived on without harm. It had been a long time since such actions had been taken. Daolong's expression was one of excitement. Kanglin Kingdom, the imperial capital, in the resplendent palace, an elderly man, adorned with a crown and in his 80s, sat upon the throne. Your Majesty. The ministers on either side knelt, their tones respectful. What transpired in Yuhu City and Bingfeng City? That outsider named Lin Mo actually killed the envoy sent by the gods. Lei Jingjun erupted in fury, his level 150 warrior aura sweeping through the hall, leaving the ministers trembling in fear. Your Majesty, it is said that Lin Mo also saved Chao Xingfeng's granddaughter, Chao Xinxin, a minister added cautiously. Upon hearing Chao Xingfeng's name, Lei Jingjuan's expression shifted, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. A minister, dressed in luxurious attire with a scarred face, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the influx of outsiders has been increasing. Why not issue a mission to hunt down Lin Mo? The Prime Minister speaks wisely. Let the outsiders deal with the outsider, others chimed in. How clever. We have been at a loss on how to handle these outsiders, so let them turn on one another. The ministers gazed at Prime Minister Zhang Tianzong with admiration. Realizing why he held such a position of power, he had effortlessly resolved 2 of the emperor's most troubling issues. Zhang Tianzong, a level 140 shield master and Prime Minister of Kanglin Kingdom, was rumored to have once rebelled alongside Chao Shangfeng, but their paths diverged, leading to Zhang's rise while Chao was exiled to Yuhu City. Lei Zhongjun toyed with a golden card in his hand, ultimately adopting Zhang Tianzong's proposal. As Zhang Tianzong had stated, the constant influx of outsiders had indeed been a headache for him. I hereby declare that whoever can kill Lin Mo shall be rewarded with 8 pieces of rare-grade equipment. Lei Zhongjun proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with lightning as he absorbed the card's power. Noon, Black Pine City. Woof woof woof. Bite him. Blackie? Yes, bite him to death. A crowd of residents cheered as they watched a man and a dog compete for a foul-smelling piece of meat on the ground. The barking was not from a dog but from a man on all 4s. He was in his 20s, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing. The man's name was Dayu, a level 1 metal element mage, commonly referred to by the neighbors as Blackie. The residents of Black Pine City delighted in having Dayu wrestle with starving dogs for scraps of food. Each time he was bitten and left bruised, the residents only grew more amused. For Dayu, the repugnant meat on the ground was his sole source of sustenance. Eat it, Blackie. Woof woof woof. Ha ha ha. Look how well Blackie imitates a dog. Tears streamed down Dayu's face as he crouched on the ground, consuming the foul meat. Have you heard? Recently, an outsider named Lin Mo has been speaking up for mages in Yuhu City, a resident remarked. Mages deserve to die. They should be born lower than others. Another added. Does that Lin Mo dare to come to Black Pine City? If he does, I will chop him down just like the awakened mages, the spectators proclaimed. Black Pine City, being the king's hometown, took pride in the abuse and murder of mages. Compared to other cities, it had the fewest mages, and those few were merely tools for the residents' amusement, like Dayu, who imitated a dog to gain the crowd's favor. Blackie, don't all of you mages deserve to die? A burly middle-aged man, a level 60 warrior, remarked. However, Dayu did not respond as usual, failing to bark back. The scorching sun bore down on him as he struggled to rise from the ground. He had not stood up in ages, nor had he spoken normally. He could only emit dog-like sounds. Damn horse grass, Dayu stammered. You crazy bastard, say that again if you dare. Damn horse grass, damn horse grass, damn horse grass. I've had enough. Dayu resolutely closed his eyes, expecting to be beaten to death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Dayu opened his eyes in confusion, noticing that all the residents stood frozen in shock. A colossal dragon, over 100 meters long and covered in black scales, soared through the sky. On the dragon stood a young boy. Lin Imo, the outsider who spoke up for mages. Kill him, yes, kill him. He is as guilty as the mages, the enraged residents shouted, having been indoctrinated with the belief that mages were inferior since childhood. Learning that Lin Imo defended mages only fueled their desire for his death. This city is beyond saving, Terra remarked. Thousands of level 58 elite shadow soldiers appeared. Xiaowu was no longer the only royal-grade shadow soldier. After multiple evolutions, Lin Imo now commanded over 100 royal-grade shadow soldiers. Attackers shall be mercilessly slain, Lin Imo commanded. Understood. The old man and Daolong merged into one, darkness prevailing over light. The Daolong, suspended above the center of Black Pine City, muttered incomprehensible incantations. Dark attribute forbidden spell, nightfall. The blazing sun vanished, darkness enveloping the city, and for the first time, the residents of Black Pine City questioned the words of their kings. Hadn't the king proclaimed that mages were the weakest profession? Why did the skill he unleashed possess such overwhelming might? Hadn't the king said that mages would inevitably perish upon reaching level 50? Why was he still alive? The residents' faith began to waver as they watched countless black flames descend. Thud! Hearing the screams that pierced the air, In Dayu turned to look. A shadow soldier strangled a level 72 rogue soldier, and In Dayu recognized this soldier as the one who had broken several of his ribs on a previous encounter. For no reason at all, in Kanglan Kingdom, mages had no rights. Well done. In Dayu straightened his back and proclaimed. The forbidden spell, Nightfall, reached its full potential, and the skulls crashed down to the ground. Bang. Experience 5,000. Experience 10. 000. Experience 30,000. A myriad of experience notifications flooded